What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Konoha Tavern Summon Madara 1 SM1 Select Summon, Uchiha Madara, seeking Flower Monthly Ticket Evaluation Ticket. Konoha Village, in a less busy street, a tavern has finally been completed. In front of the tavern, a young man stood. Well, Chiba is helpless. It has been several years since I came to the world of Hokage, right? As a result, he arranged for himself an ordinary civilian status? Then, there's no after that? There is no way. In order to make a living, Chiba had no choice but to use all his belongings to set up a tavern. Days, let's live each day. When the tavern improves, let's go find a wife. Give birth to 2 daughters, let's live slowly. As night fell, Chiba went into his tavern, getting ready to start tinkering with tomorrow's opening ceremony. Ding! Just at this time, a crisp notification sound reached Chiba's ears. Chiba slowly put down the stool in his hand. The expression was not too surprised. He breathed a sigh of relief slowly, the corner of the mouth raised slightly. I just knew it, as a member of the crossing army. How could there be no system? Ding! Congratulations to host for opening the Undead Tavern system. Ding! Introduction to Undead Tavern. Host can directly summon undead from the pure land space to serve as the staff of his tavern. The number of summons needs to be obtained by the host or the staff to complete the specified task. The undead summoned from the pure land space cannot attack the host, physical jutsu, illusion, ninjutsu, shenjutsu, etc. For the rest of the functions, please ask the host to find out and unlock them. Ding! The daily mall is open. Ding! The current number of host summons, 1 time. Ding! Host's current remaining gold coins, 100. After Chiba heard a series of system prompts, the whole person was immediately excited. Cells all over the body are active. Really, everything is in my expectation. Undead Tavern. The dead can be summoned. Chiba murmured, then asked. System, what if the person who comes out is disobedient? Advertisement, ding. Host has the right to bring the undead back to the Pure Land anytime and anywhere. The system gives an explanation. Chiba nodded after hearing this. That's about the same, I was summoned, of course I have the right to summon it back. Chiba waved his hand. Suddenly, a translucent blue interface appeared in front of him. System interface, of course only Chiba can see this. Open black lens bracket Undead Tavern close black lens bracket, Daily Mall, click to enter, open black lens bracket personal attributes, click to enter, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket system task, click to enter, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket list of undead, click to enter, close black lens bracket. To be unlocked, the corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. Then click directly into the undead list. Then, of course, a large number of dead undead. It's so dense that Chiba can't even see it. Fortunately, there is a search box on it. Chiba directly search Uchiha Madara. Joke, now I have a chance to summon the undead. If you don't choose the strongest, is the summoning still interesting? Open black lens bracket introduction to the undead close black lens bracket open black lens bracket character. Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket. Status 1. Valley of the End of World War I. Status 2. The form after the resurrection of the Fourth War. Open black lens bracket. More states need to be unlocked after summoning. Close black lens bracket. Note. The undead also have a body, given by the system, so they are not in the state of impure world reincarnation. Chiba looked at the character introduction in front of him. I couldn't help but laugh. Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End of World War I was not fused with Senju Hashirama's cells. Therefore, Chiba will naturally choose Uchiha Madara after the resurrection of the Fourth World War right now. That's Uchiha Madara. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. This is Uchiha Madara, I will have to fool him well later. Otherwise, run away. We are really not afraid of him running away. As long as he dared to run, he would be sent directly to the pure land space. Thinking of this, Chiba no longer hesitated. Choose summon, Uchiha Madara, Chiba said to the system. Advertisement, ding. Are you sure to summon Uchiha Madara? Sure. Ding. Current number of summons, 1 time, start summoning Uchiha Madara. Ding. Uchiha Madara summoned successfully. Suddenly, a white light appeared in front of Chiba. Afterwards, the white light slowly disappeared. A figure appeared in front of Chiba. Red armor, loose hair, coupled with the somewhat astonished but unusually calm look on his face. Can't go wrong. Uchiha Madara, the white light on his body slowly disappeared. Uchiha Madara is revived. Call, that boy Nagato, did he finally succeed? Uchiha Madara flexed her wrist. Then he frowned, pulled off his clothes, and saw Hashirama's face on his body. He narrowed his eyes. This body was actually stronger than his before. Uchiha Madara. Chiba smiled lightly at this moment. Who are you? Uchiha Madara set her eyes on Chiba. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly turned up. Illusions don't work for me. Chiba grinned. Uchiha Madara was startled. This person could see through his illusion? Then, Uchiha Madara continued to push his Sharingan with some unbelief. The 2 Sharingan changed rapidly. It directly became a permanent mark Mangekyo. Eternal Scar Mangekyo doesn't work for me either. Uchiha Madara was shocked again. What the hell is going on? Master Madara, stop messing around and listen to me carefully. Chiba said helplessly, and then sat directly on the bench beside him. Uchiha Madara was a little confused at this time, so he had to sit in front of Chiba honestly. As for why you are here, Chiba said casually, that's because I'm an undead immortal. Responsible for controlling the undead in the entire Pure Land space. Undead immortal? Uchiha Madara was shocked. Don't believe Chiba's words at all. Don't believe what I said. The corner of Chiba's mouth raised slightly, and he said immediately. I know all your secrets, and your secrets are invisible to the undead immortal. Uchiha Madara shook her head, still not believing Chiba's words. Chiba smiled and said 4 words. Infinite Tsukuyomi. 2. When did I, Uchiha Madara, suffer such grievances? Wait for me to make a vote? Seeking flower monthly ticket evaluation ticket? What? Uchiha Madara's face was horrified. This is his final plan. How did you know that? Uchiha Madara looked at Chiba more and felt that he was not simple. The illusion just now had no effect on him, even when he was about to invoke chakra in his body. But found that the chakra in the body was gone. However, as long as he eliminated this thought, chakra rushed forward. This couldn't really be the power of the undead immortal? There's so much I know, Chiba laughed casually. I'll say a few more. Well, Valley of the End, Bite of Meat, Izanagi, Rinnegan, Ghetto Statue, Black Zetsu, Nagato, Obito. Having said that, Uchiha Madara's face darkened. All of Nima's own secrets have been exposed? Actually, you are already dead, Chiba said with a smile. And I summoned you from the world of the undead. You must be able to feel this. Uchiha Madara nodded slowly. Since you say you know everything, can you predict the future? Uchiha Madara asked heavily. Of course. Chiba nodded. Joke, the entire Hokage has been chasing for more than 10 years. Can you not know? Then did I succeed? Uchiha Madara desperately wanted to know the answer. Oh, Chiba sighed helplessly. How should I put it? Your path can only be described in 8 words. Unpredictable, twists and turns. After getting Chiba's answer, Uchiha Madara also had a premonition in his heart. Then why did you summon me? Uchiha Madara sat down on the stool. Open a tavern. Chiba said seriously. Uchiha Madara. After some understanding, Uchiha Madara agreed to Chiba's request. Stay in the tavern and work for Chiba, no part-time job. Chiba demonstrated to him on the spot how to make him lose his mind. Of course, it just made him return to the Pure Land. Then it was summoned by Uchiha Madara. As long as it is summoned, Chiba can autonomously let it return to the Pure Land space. Then call it out again. This is actually an insurance policy. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Uchiha Madara laughed. Advertisement anyway, he can't go anywhere now, and the method of this young man in front of him is too mysterious. Simply stay here and forget about it, and by the way, you can learn about the development of the ninja world today. Chiba, you said earlier that you can summon the dead, right? Uchiha Madara giggled. I understand. Chiba grinned. Senju Hashirama, right? Chiba, you still understand me. Uchiha Madara laughed. As soon as the opening ceremony is done tomorrow, I will summon Senju Hashirama, said Chiba. It's not that he doesn't want to summon now, but the number of times has run out. The system has just refreshed the task. After completing the opening ceremony, you can get a chance to summon. Okay. Uchiha Madara nodded quickly. Chiba smiled and said, Master Madara, there are a lot of empty rooms in the backyard. Just pick one and live in it. Although you are an undead now, you have also been given a body by me. So, eat, drink, and sleep, you can't miss anything. No problem at all. Uchiha Madara nodded immediately. He has to believe it now, he is indeed not resurrected by Rinne Tensai technique. Not even reanimation jutsu, so ruled out all the impossible. Then there is only Chiba's explanation left. Uchiha Madara honestly found a room to rest. Chiba also returned to his bedroom. Lie on the bed and look at the ceiling. Chiba just feels that the days to come will be much more interesting. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, Chiba got up early and finished washing. Although the location of this tavern is not ideal. However, it's not that unbearable. After getting up, Chiba went to the kitchen to fry 4 eggs. I took 2 bottles of milk. Master Madara, it's time for breakfast. Chiba let out a voice. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Madara came out of his room. Looking at him like this, he probably hasn't woken up yet. This is where Uchiha Madara cannot be blamed. Before that, he had been fighting for his goals. All of a sudden, the salted fish came down. The body and mind will naturally relax. Once you relax, you will naturally oversleep. However, this sleep was an unprecedented comfortable sleep. For a moment, Uchiha Madara began to doubt whether a peaceful life was what I wanted. Advertisement or finish Infinite Tsukuyomi is what I want. For a while, Uchiha Madara fell into a daze again. Master Madara, don't stand still. Chiba touched Uchiha Madara. Hurry up and make dinner, and then we're going to open. Oh. Uchiha Madara came to his senses. I have already made a decision in my heart. Let's salt the fish for a while. The Infinite Tsukuyomi project. Let Obito work on it for now. I am more than half my age, old. After breakfast, the two came to the door of the tavern. Immediately, the opening is good. Good luck, although some people stopped to watch. But, after all, this is just an ordinary tavern. However, there was no look of discouragement on Chiba's face. You think I'm running a tavern? Wrong. That's just the first layer. And I'm already on my 5th floor. Ding, congratulations to host for completing the task of opening a happy event. Reward. 1 summoning and 1,000 gold coins. After hearing the system beep, a smile appeared on Chiba's face. Chiba, what time is this? Uchiha Madara didn't expect that there was no one in this tavern to join him. Uchiha Madara, when have I been wronged like this? Extraordinary. Chiba, do you want Lousy to make a vote? Extraordinary, I am so mad. Uchiha Madara is getting more and more angry. The more he thinks about it, the more angry he is. He was so angry that he wanted to drive Susanoo and kill those people. Master Madara, calm down. Chiba smiled. In fact, it's okay even if you can't make money. Your own gold coins can also be exchanged for some needed items from the daily mall. So, there is nothing to be afraid of. Besides, opening a tavern is just a superficial phenomenon. The next step is the main event. Master Madara, let's start summoning your Senju Hashirama. Chiba chuckled. What is my family? Uchiha Madara mumbled, but didn't refute anything. System. Summon Senju Hashirama. Ding. Summon Senju Hashirama? Call. Ding. Senju Hashirama summoned successfully. 3. This is a tavern. Hurry up and stand at the door to solicit customers, seeking flower monthly ticket evaluation ticket. The sound of the system sounds. Immediately, in front of Uchiha Madara and Chiba. A white beam of light appeared. Uchiha Madara also stared at her own eyes. Looking at such a miraculous scene in front of him. If it was yesterday, maybe Uchiha Madara still had the slightest doubt about Chiba. But now the words. Do you still have to doubt it? This is still suspicious. Have you ever seen someone who can directly summon the undead and have a body? Uchiha Madara also exhaled in his heart at this time. Fortunately, I was witty yesterday, didn't break up with Chiba. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the sun today. The white beam of light slowly disappeared. A figure slowly appeared in front of Chiba and Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. It is Senju Hashirama who is called the god of ninjas. At this time, Senju Hashirama was looking at Chiba and Uchiha Madara in a daze. Madara. Senju Hashirama said blankly. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara opened his mouth. Madara. Senju Hashirama's pupils began to dilate. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara said heavily. Motor. Senju Hashirama yelled in disbelief. Hash hot mom. Uchiha Madara also uttered a nervous reflex. Chiba couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Needless to say, these two brothers are in this pair of codes. Seeing the two of them like this, it is estimated that the codes match up. This guy, every day. Why are you yelling so loudly? Senju Hashirama continued to be in a daze. My stepping on the horse is a conditioned reflex, Uchiha Madara said at the top of his voice. Madara, this is not your plan, is it? Senju Hashirama's expression turned bitter. Madara. Just when Senju Hashirama was about to teach Uchiha Madara a lesson. Uchiha Madara interrupted Senju Hashirama directly. Next, don't talk. Listen to me. Senju Hashirama nodded blankly. After half an hour, Senju Hashirama knew the current situation. He immediately came in front of Chiba. Looking at Chiba gratefully. Advertisement, Chiba. I really don't know how to thank you. Our family, Madara, has a bad temper, please don't blame her. Senju Hashirama bowed deeply to Chiba. Hashirama. When the hell did I become your family? Uchiha Madara cocked his mouth and gave Senju Hashirama a hard look. Sooner or later. Senju Hashirama grinned. You say yes, Senju Madara. Uchiha Madara's face turned red when he heard this, and he immediately shouted. WDNMD. You still Uchiha Hashirama. Seeing that these two brothers are about to pinch together. Chiba suddenly said something. Isn't the surname changed only after marrying the other party? Uchiha Madara. An airy summation. De-winking face. Senju Hashirama. Oh, asterisk, hollow down pointing triangle, asterisk, Q. Chiba just felt a little creepy. I just knew that the relationship between these two people is not ordinary. Why did Uchiha Madara never marry? No, are you unmarried? There are university questions here, after all. Uchiha Madara made the wrong payment. Okay, calm down for me. Chiba coughed lightly, then said earnestly. We're a tavern here, not a nightclub. Low-key, low-key, low-key. For the time being, just you two waiters, it can still work. Chiba then took Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to familiarize themselves with the process. Tavern. Naturally, they came here to drink. By the way, some snacks or something. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara started to get familiar with the process. Chiba looked at the huge system interface in front of him. Daily mission. Task. Pull in a person, reward 100 gold coins, and so on. Trigger mission. To be triggered, other tasks. To be triggered. Chiba is very helpless. I had no choice but to click into the system mall. Open black lens bracket system mall close black lens bracket open black lens bracket daily class close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ninjutsu close black lens bracket open black lens bracket physical arts close black lens bracket. Advertisement open black lens bracket blood succession close black lens bracket open black lens bracket fairy arts close black lens bracket. Chiba clicked his tongue. This everyday mall is really everyday. Randomly looked at geninjutsu, taijutsu and other types. Strange, colorful 8 gate. What Beiyonjinyan Sharingan, Eternal Scar Reincarnation Mangekyo. Sage Body, Sage of Six Paths Body, wait, there are countless applications. However, the price is daunting. In the end, Chiba spent 1100 gold coins. Bought 100 bottles of beer and 5 bottles of liquor. Taverns and taverns, of course there must be wine. Moreover, Chiba does not intend to make his tavern so ordinary. In that case, open a Fard Tavern. This wine is of course pure beer, plus erguodo. Look at the entire ninja world. This one alone. Stop howling, brothers. Hurry up and stand at the door to solicit customers. Chiba pouted. Will this damage our information? Senju Hashirama froze for a moment, scratching his head in embarrassment. Afraid of the ball, you are walking on the street now, who knows you? Chiba couldn't help but said. What the hell, I summoned you all out, so naturally I asked you to work for me. Madara. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara in embarrassment. Uchiha Madara only replied with 2 words, get it together. No way. Senju Hashirama had no choice but to follow Uchiha Madara obediently. The two came to the door of the tavern, started a day of welcoming guests. At the corner of the street, 2 ninjas were walking towards the tavern one after the other. When Kakashi saw Senju Hashirama standing at the door of the tavern, the whole person was stunned. Guy, look at that guy. Looks familiar. Kakashi nudged Might Guy beside him with his elbow. Might Guy followed the reputation and saw the tavern. Then he grinned and said, Kakashi, don't you just want to drink? As for beating around the bush? Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'll take this meal. After speaking, without waiting for Kakashi to react, he directly pulled Kakashi and ran away. Kakashi. Thank you so much, Might Guy, you're welcome. Kakashi. Isn't this the person on the 2 statues in the Valley of the End, seeking flower monthly ticket evaluation ticket? 2 guests, please come inside. After Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara meet Kakashi and Might Guy. Immediately greeted with a smile. It's just that the smiling faces of both of them are a little unnatural. After all, this is their first debut. Seeing such a weird smiling face in front of him, Kakashi couldn't help shivering. Afterwards, the 2 walked into the tavern in front of them. Ding! 2 guests have been detected entering the tavern. Congratulations to the host for getting 200 gold coins. Chiba was lying on the front desk after hearing the system's beep. Then he sat up, after he saw Kakashi and Might Guy. There was also a look of astonishment on his face. On the first day of opening, it turned out to be my big Kazi brother and Guy Huang. Is this a good start? You too, would you like something to drink? Chiba put a smile on his face. What are these? Kakashi smiled, and immediately pointed to the beer behind the bar. Beer is not expensive, 202 a bottle, Chiba said with a smile. 200 taels. Kakashi scratched his head, not expensive but not cheap either. Afterwards, Kakashi and Might Guy bought 2 beers and left. Because those 2 people look so familiar, after leaving the tavern, Kakashi said in a low voice. Guy, have you observed it carefully? Those 2 waiters, don't they look familiar? Might Guy thought about it carefully and then said, I don't know. As expected of you, Kakashi held his forehead speechlessly. Looking up, when he saw the Senju Hashirama carved on the Hokage rock. The exposed eyes suddenly shrank. I just said why is it so familiar? Isn't this, Nima, what Senju Hashirama looks like? Who is Senju Hashirama? That is the god of ninja, the creation of Konoha's existence. Another person. Isn't it the other one of the 2 stone statues in the Valley of the End? Uchiha Madara, F*K, fraud? Kakashi felt the hairs all over his body stand up. Isn't this too scary? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama resurrected? This idea of overturning Kakashi's cognition appeared in his brain. No, this matter must be told to Lord Hokage, at the same time. In the Konoha Tavern, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came to Chiba at the same time. Advertisement, Chiba, we will be exposed sooner or later. The 2 expressed their scruples. It doesn't matter, Chiba grinned. So what? So what if you don't expose it? If you don't attract people, how can you make money? How to buy Sharingan and Rinnegan without making money? It would be fine if it was in the past, but, since we have them all. Who doesn't want to become stronger? I really wanted to. View personal attributes, Chiba said in his head. Open black lens bracket personal attributes close black lens bracket open black lens bracket host. Chiba close black lens bracket open black lens bracket physical, none close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket blood successor, none close black lens bracket, ninjutsu, none, physical skills, none. Open black lens bracket chakra, none close black lens bracket, comprehensive strength. Strong man, a bit stronger than ordinary people. What the hell am I? Chiba really wants to curse. Strong man. Who is he bullying? After Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara heard Chiba's answer. Also feel relieved. Now that the boss has said so, then they, the employees, naturally don't have to worry about anything. At this point, Senju Hashirama rubbed his hands together. Came to Chiba's side. Chiba, Madara told me that you can directly summon people from the undead world. Look, can you summon my brother? Senju Hashirama looked hopeful. Of course it's okay. Chiba smiled slightly. Then, the conversation changed, but, we can't keep summoning. It will take time for that to happen. The main reason is because, The number of summons I have run out. I see. Senju Hashirama nodded half understanding. Immediately, he patted his chest and said, Chiba, it's useful to get us, just say hello. Yeah. Chiba nodded with a smile. Joke, it must be used. Ding. A person has been detected entering the tavern. Congratulations to host for getting 100 gold coins. Ding. Host's current balance, 200 coins. Someone is here again. Advertisement, welcome. Chiba smiled. At this moment, a ninja came over. Is your store newly opened? If you have any good wine, bring it up quickly. Attitude, not very good. Chiba narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Mizuki? Before Chiba was not very clear about the timeline. Right now, it seems to have figured it out. Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang's graduation eve. So, the plot is about to begin. Mizuki just finished fooling around with Uzumaki Naruto today, just waiting for it to get dark today. So, when I am happy, I want to find a tavern to drink some wine. What are you doing in a daze? Mizuki yelled when he saw that no one was taking care of him. However, in the next second, Uchiha Madara turned his head back. His eyes were indifferent to ultimate. A majestic murderous aura directly attacked Mizuki. In an instant, Mizuki felt cold all over his body. It was as if he was being targeted by a killing god. Master Madara, calm down. Chiba chuckled. Only then did Uchiha Madara slowly withdraw her aura. This momentum is not something that can be released casually. During the Sengoku period, Uchiha Madara was said to be the existence that competed with the god of ninja. You're lucky, boy. Uchiha Madara sneered. After Mizuki felt that the pressure disappeared, he fled here in a frenzy. Isn't it scary here? Ding. Trigger the main mission? Mission. The sealed book is stolen. Requirement. Send members in the tavern to snatch the sealed book. Completion reward. 1 chance to pull people and 1,000 gold coins. Chiba was slightly taken aback. Sure enough, only people who come can trigger the task. This task is quite interesting. Then, Chiba turned his eyes to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in front of him. Who should I send? 5 Is it such a user-friendly function? Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. These two, whoever is sent out, can easily destroy the existence of a country. Well, Chiba was helpless, but this task has to be done. Although it feels like a cannon hitting mosquitoes. However, it's so cool. According to the prediction, the guy who was scared away by you just tonight will instruct 9 Tails Jinchuriki to steal the sealed book. I want one of you to retrieve the sealed book, Chiba said. 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama exclaimed at the same time. There are countless connections between the two of them in 9 Tails. Who will take this task? Chiba smiled. After the task is completed, I promise to let you choose the next summoner once. Me. Senju Hashirama raised his hand without hesitation. Go to hell. Uchiha Madara pressed Senju Hashirama's head and grinned. I'm up for this task. Senju Hashirama backhanded Uchiha Madara's hair. Madara, you can't compete with me. I said you a monkey. If you dare to choose to summon your brother first, I will stab your brother to death first. Uchiha Madara said not to be outdone. Immediately, he said with a bit of heartbreak. I think back then, when my brothers and I fought, Nima, we just casually clicked and ended. Your brother Tihanhan is fine. The special code directly killed my Ududo. The more you talk, the more angry you are. Oh, Uchiha Madara is eager to find a place to fight Senju Hashirama. Ding. Strong mood swings in the tavern staff have been detected. Ding. After this task is completed, a new function will be activated, the Backyard Dispute Field. The Backyard Dispute Field, all disputes among the tavern employees, whether it is emotional disputes, property disputes, or status disputes, can be resolved in the Backyard Dispute Field. For specific operations, please conduct independent investigation after opening. The dispute field in the backyard, Chiba grinned. When he came back to his senses, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for Chiba's ability to perceive the location of the undead he summoned, he thought that these two guys eloped. Ding. It is detected that the undead figure is more than 1,000 meters away from the host. Ding. Open new function. Undead chat group. Ding. Do you want to create a chat group for undead? Create. Chiba nodded. Ding. The undead chat group has been created. Undead chat group. Ding. Do you want to pull in Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? Pull in. Chiba smiled slightly. Advertisement. Ding. The system has pulled Uchiha Madara into the chat group. Ding. The system has pulled Senju Hashirama into the chat group. At the same time, 2 people who have come to the top of Hokage Rock. 2 illusory interfaces popped up in front of them. Then it shows that they have joined the chat group. Open black lens bracket undead chat group close black lens bracket Uchiha Madara. What is this stuff? Uchiha Madara. Why do words appear when I speak? In the tavern, Chiba looked at the chat interface in front of him and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Hey, good guy, it's still voice input, so it keeps pace with the times. Chiba. It's a form of contact where I can reach you directly, wherever you are. Uchiha Madara. It's amazing. Senju Hashirama. Dead High School. Chiba. Okay, you guys continue with the mission. Chiba lay leisurely on the sofa, leaving the work to the staff. As for myself, I am the owner of the tavern. Wouldn't it be nice to quietly be behind the scenes and be a big boss behind the scenes? What's this? Chiba narrowed his eyes, looking at the translucent chat interface in front of him. On top of Uchiha Madara's avatar, an admin button is displayed. Chiba nodded. Immediately entered the management interface of Uchiha Madara. Open black lens bracket management of Uchiha Madara, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket add to friends close black lens bracket. Set special attention in this group. Open black lens bracket checking data close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket modify group nickname close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket forbidden speech close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket block this person close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket kick this person out close black lens bracket. Enter the first person perspective group owner authority. Enter third person perspective group owner authority. Chiba froze for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. This system is too much to my liking, right? In addition to basic management functions. Can you get into someone else's perspective? That's 2 words. Invincible. Then, Chiba clicked on enter first person view. Advertisement. In the next second, a huge illusory screen appeared in front of him. And the picture on the screen. It is Uchiha Madara's first person view. However, at this time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are sitting on Hokage Rock, overlooking the landscape below. As for Mizuki, the strength of the Chunin color pen has long been locked by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. As long as they do it, the two of them will act directly. Chiba then switched to a third-person perspective. Dude, it's like watching anime. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly, watching anime in anime. Interesting. Konoha Village, Hokage Rock. Senju Hashirama sits side by side with Uchiha Madara. With the strength of their 2 big brothers, it would be a piece of cake to prevent the other party from sensing it. Madara, do you think Chiba is reliable? Senju Hashirama tilted his head, looking at Uchiha Madara beside him. His whole person feels a little unreal until now. Uchiha Madara lay down leisurely. What do you say? When you ask this sentence, you already know the answer. A faint voice came from Uchiha Madara's mouth. Yeah, Senju Hashirama also lay down. Since I can still ask questions, it proves that this is not a dream. Everything here is real. Chiba really has godlike means. At this time, Chiba was sitting on the sofa in the tavern. Looking at the peaceful scene, he couldn't help but smile. Chiba doesn't intend to break them either, though. After all, this is surveillance. If they found out, they would be more or less uncomfortable. At the same time, in Konoha's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was staring at Kakashi in front of him dumbfounded. Kakashi, is what you said true or false? Did you really meet Uchiha Madara and Hashirama-sama? 6 Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's right. Hit to death. 1/6. Please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Kakashi checked again and again, he was not mistaken. Then he said solemnly, it's the 2 of them. You can't be wrong. Moreover, the opponent did not use any ninjutsu such as transformation technique. I'm still confident about that. If you don't believe me, Might Guy will prove it. Speaking of which, the Might Guy next to Kakashi took a step forward. 3rd generation, Kakashi did see it at the time, it was in Konoha Village, in an inconspicuous tavern. Might Guy said heavily, okay, this matter must not be abrupt. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly believe what Kakashi said. However, Kakashi generally does not lie. Therefore, there must be something strange in it, it is better to visit and see in person. Kakashi, do you remember the location? Remember. Kakashi nodded. Okay, let's go and have a look together. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said solemnly. He also knows a way to reincarnate the dead. That's reanimation jutsu invented by second Hokage. But, it's the forbidden technique of forbidden technique. Is it possible? For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen has followed Kakashi out of the Hokage office building. And just at this moment, an orange figure appeared. Uzumaki Naruto listened to Mizuki's words because he failed to graduate. Then come to steal the sealed book. On top of Hokage Rock, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood up simultaneously. Hashirama, did you sense it? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. His eyes were on the Hokage office building below. Yeah, Senju Hashirama nodded. 9 Tails. The connection between the 2 of them and 9 Tails runs deep. Not only that, even in the spiritual space of Uzumaki Naruto. The always huge 9 Tails fox also opened its fox pupils at this moment. 9 Tails raised his head and murmured, where does this unpleasant aura come from? Hokage Rock. That guy showed up. Senju Hashirama looked down at a figure appearing in the forest. His brows furrowed slightly. Chiba also explained this mission before. Advertisement. Mizuki is a renegade subordinate who wants to steal the sealed book and defect to Konoha. For Senju Hashirama, this is intolerable. Although Senju Hashirama is usually amiable. But that doesn't mean he won't kill people. Senju Hashirama is no lenient when it comes to maintaining the village. Let's go. Since we are Chiba's employees now, it is our mission to complete the task for the boss. Uchiha Madara stood up. In the past, Uchiha Madara would never bow to anyone. However, since I have seen Chiba's mysterious means, I can't accept it. Otherwise, I have to go back to that lifeless world. In contrast, Uchiha Madara preferred to work under Chiba. A breeze blew by. The two figures disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time, in front of the Undead Tavern, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the door, feeling a little creepy. Whoever names it, we'll call it Undead Tavern. The name was added by Chiba in the afternoon. What you want is to be different. Ding. A guest has entered the tavern. Reward, 100 gold coins. Chiba stood up. Although it was a tavern, the inside of the store was also brightly lit. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chiba was also slightly surprised. However, it was just a surprise. Being recognized by others is a matter of time, so it's better to play a big game of chess. I can't scare you to death. Here we come, Chiba said leisurely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback, and asked cautiously. You know I'm coming. Dengtang Konoha 3rd Hokage is coming, how could I not know? Chiba smiled. Preemptive strike. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback again, this time it was really difficult. The other party seems to have everything in their hands. That's right, Kakashi saw it from you earlier. Saw 1st Hokage. Didn't know about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked carefully and cautiously. I am afraid that I may say something wrong. In case there really is Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama here. Then this is no small matter. Not bad. Chiba sat down on the sofa again. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama is here with me. Not only that, Uchiha Madara is also here with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed, still feeling that this kind of thing was not real. I don't use any forbidden technique either. Anyway, I won't let them interfere with Konoha village's other affairs. It won't have any impact on Konoha either. You can operate as Konoha operates. What Chiba said was basically not very polite. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't dare to turn his face at this time. Not to mention turning his face, even his tone became humble. If the opponent can really control Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, then if Konoha offends him, it will be a catastrophe. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen still chooses to endure. Ding. Trigger mission. Ding. Task. Buy wine from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the more you cheat, the better. Reward. 1 summoning opportunity and 1,000 gold coins. After Chiba heard the beep, he immediately smiled. It's all here, don't you want to buy 2 bottles of wine? Buy. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded hastily. Without knowing the details of the other party, Sarutobi Hiruzen really dare not refuse the other party. Then, under Chiba's kind introduction, Sarutobi Hiruzen bought a bottle of Erguodu for a total of 100,000 taels. 3rd generation, welcome to come often in the future. Chiba looked at the money in his hand, with an unconcealable smile on his face. After all, no one would think too much of money. Oh, by the way, pay more attention to the closed door tonight, and be careful of theft. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Chiba said something casually. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen left here with a heartbroken face. Not to mention that I didn't see Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama when I came here. He even spent 100,000 taels to buy a bottle of wine. 100,000 taels. I have saved my private house money for nearly 10 years. Half an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage office building depressed. However, the moment he returned to the office building, immediately, more than a dozen Anbu appeared in front of him. What's wrong? What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a low voice. Master Hokage. The sealed book. It's been stolen. Anbu replied hastily. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled, and he thought of Chiba's words before. He couldn't help muttering. Could it be, is the owner of the tavern reminding me? Hiss. 7 dare to scold our family Hashirama, 9 taels, you have narrowed your path. 2/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to his senses at this moment. That's right. Anbu obeys orders. Check for clues. Pursue the thieves. With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared here with all the Anbu ninjas. This moment, among the mountains behind Konoha village, Uzumaki Naruto was holding the scroll in his hand, jumping excitedly among the big trees. Not far away, Mizuki was rushing towards Uzumaki Naruto without any haste. Just get the sealed book in Naruto's hand. Then dedicate it to Lord Orochimaru himself. At that time, I can follow Lord Orochimaru forever. Thinking of this, Mizuki's pupils shone with excitement. But at this moment, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. It quickly landed on the grass. Blocked Mizuki's whereabouts. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama didn't say much. Uchiha Madara took a step forward, looking at Mizuki indifferently. Boy, let's meet again. When I was in the tavern before, this kid's tone made Uchiha Madara very upset. If it wasn't for Chiba, Uchiha Madara would have killed this guy on the spot. Who the hell are you? Mizuki saw after Uchiha Madara. Immediately, he couldn't help trembling, took 2 steps back, and pretended to be calm and shouted. He knew that the strength of the person in front of him was stronger than himself. However, he really can't figure it out. Why would I be targeted by such a strong man? It's just gravel, I'm not qualified to know who I am yet. Uchiha Madara sneered, and then made a mudra with both hands. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama's mouth twitched. Fire style. Extinguish the fire. Madara. Senju Hashirama wanted to stop it before it was too late. A huge flame directly ignited the entire forest. All of a sudden, the flames shot up into the sky. Advertisement. As for Mizuki, it has long since turned to ashes. In the Undead Tavern, Chiba looked at the screen in front of him and couldn't help clicking his tongue. As expected of Uchiha Madara. The shot is so generous. Coming up is to put out the fire with one hand. It's such a beautiful scenery. Uchiha Madara looked at the flames in front of him, and smiled with his mouth crooked. Obviously, this guy did it on purpose. Madara, the village is going to burn down, you. Senju Hashirama said with a grin. Burn it and burn it, this poor village, don't wait. Uchiha Madara cocked his mouth and glared at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama suddenly looked aggrieved. Thank goodness there's no one else here. Well, this scene really made Chiba sick. Knew it. The relationship between these two guys is not simple. Okay, let's go get the sealed book. Senju Hashirama looked at the soaring fire in front of him. Helplessly shrugged his shoulders, he didn't have such great ability to put out the fire. If only my brother was here. Come directly to Hayden, no matter how you burn. With one hand, Hayden was completely knocked down. Wait a minute, let me appreciate it for a while. Uchiha Madara looked at the fire in front of him and said with a grin. Madara, why don't you go by myself? Senju Hashirama whispered. Okay, let's go together. Uchiha Madara said quickly. Senju Hashirama secretly made a, yeah, gesture. Immediately, the two of them cast body flicker technique and disappeared in place. At this moment, in the dense forest, dense figures have already appeared. These people are all Anbu. At the same time, beside a stream in the dense forest. What Uzumaki Naruto is holding the scroll to read as a relish. This brat. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had come behind Naruto. However, Naruto still didn't know it. Sharingan. Illusion. In the next second, Uchiha Madara directly cast an illusion, which made Uzumaki Naruto fall into a deep sleep. Uchiha Madara then took Senju Hashirama's hand. In an instant, he came to the spiritual space of Uzumaki Naruto. Nine Tails, long time no see. Uchiha Madara's faint laughter echoed throughout the spiritual space. In front of the two of them, behind a huge iron gate. Advertisement. A Nine Tails stands out. After seeing Uchiha Madara again, Nine Tails roared. It slammed its claws fiercely at the iron door in front of it. Uchiha, Motor. Hey, Nine Tails, only I can use this title. Senju Hashirama next to Uchiha Madara was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Taking a step forward, he immediately declared his sovereignty in a murmur. You're old. Nine Tails had been staring at Uchiha Madara the whole time, oblivious to Senju Hashirama beside him. However, when its fox eyes moved to Senju Hashirama, the hairs on his body exploded instantly. This Nima is that guy. It's the Nine Tails, you're too dangerous, one bite at a time. Then kill the guy who sealed himself with a slap on the head. The memory from the depths of the soul is awakened. Nine Tails suddenly exploded. If Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who is it more afraid of? Of course it goes without saying, it must be the latter. Uchiha Madara uses pupil art to control herself. But Senju Hashirama, you can subdue yourself with a special palm. And he still has 999 palms that can subdue him. Nine Tails, long time no see. Senju Hashirama also walked forward and said with a smile. Long time no see your uncle. Nine Tails hurriedly took 2 steps back. It now finally knows the meaning of the iron cage. This is protecting yourself. The outside world is too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Even Nine Tails wondered if this Senju Hashirama was not happy with himself. Then give yourself another palm. What the hell am I? Nine Tails, we are old friends too. Senju Hashirama scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense with it. Uchiha Madara took a step forward. Both eyes have opened Mangekyo, and the Mangekyo in the eyes began to rotate slowly. Dare to scold our family, Hashirama, Nine Tails, you have narrowed your path. 8 Nine Tails. Good guy. A big mouth hit my Tianling guy directly. 3/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Meet a somewhat angry Uchiha Madara. Nine Tails burst into tears. Yes, just howling and crying. That scene was too shocking. Even Chiba, who was sitting in the tavern and drinking leisurely, almost choked. Look at the translucent interface in front of you. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Nima, you are also Nine Tails after all. The strongest among the tailed beasts. Where is the face? Where is the face? You lost the face of the tailed beast. Nine Tails is still crying right now. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. My life is miserable. Nine Tails simply let go of his voice, and howled loudly. That voice really makes the listener cry when he hears it when he is sad. Hey, we didn't hit you. Uchiha Madara couldn't stand it anymore. Why didn't you hit me? Nine Tails wailed. I think back then, how happy I was in the deep mountains and old forests. I didn't invade your human territory. Hey guy, you guy with red eyes suddenly appeared. Speaking of this, Nine Tails suddenly said angrily. After appearing, without further ado, push me to the ground and explode with a hammer. A burst of hammer. When Uchiha Madara heard this, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitched. But Nine Tails was telling the truth, and he was powerless to refute it. Later, I forcibly controlled it. Nine Tails snotted and burst into tears. Then when I woke up, Good guy. A big mouth rushed towards my Tianling guy. Nine Tails turned her sights on Senju Hashirama. If it wasn't for my hard bones, I'm afraid I would have died straight away. And then, I was forcibly sealed into Jinchuriki's body by you. My life is miserable. It's really bittersweet and tears. Stop howling. I'm not here to catch you. Uchiha Madara pouted. I just came to see you, and I warn you by the way, be honest in the village. How dare I be dishonest? Nine Tails drooped her head. Okay, if there is a chance in the future, I will come and catch up with you again. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara took Senju Hashirama out of the spiritual space. Then the two looked at the sealed book on the ground at the same time. Immediately, the two bent down quickly. I got you, monkey. Hashirama, this business is all about me. Uchiha Madara grinned. Madara, because of our friendship for so many years, let me have this chance. Senju Hashirama hugged the scroll. Die. Uchiha Madara punched Senju Hashirama in the face unceremoniously. Senju Hashirama turned around 365 degrees and jumped out. Through the perspective of Uchiha Madara, Chiba in the tavern looked at Senju Hashirama who flew upside down, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Does that count? Spinning, jumping, with my eyes closed. Miscalculation. Uchiha Madara saw Senju Hashirama flying farther and farther. Immediately slapped the thigh. It's not good to scream secretly. Then follow up quickly. Senju Hashirama was rubbing his face at this moment. One punch and one odudo is worth it. However, Madara, this guy, doesn't care about the severity of his strikes, it hurts me to death. I have to let him rub it for me at night. Just a few minutes after the two of them left. Anbu's ninjas, and Senju Tobirama are all here. Why such a big fire? Put out the fire. Put out the fire. Senju Tobirama looked at the flames in the sky, his whole face turned black. As black as the bottom of a pot. In the Konoha Tavern. In front of Chiba stood two people panting. Chiba, I did my best to complete this task. This guy, Hashirama, is playing soy sauce the whole time. Uchiha Madara said angrily. Madara, love will disappear, right? Senju Hashirama grimaced. Chiba grinned, waved his hand, and said, okay, it's not 12 o'clock yet. Senju Hashirama. Afterwards, Chiba took the Vice Admiral's sealed book from Senju Hashirama's hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host staff for completing the task. Ding. Quest reward. 1 call and 1,000 gold coins. After Chiba heard the system's prompt tone, he showed a smile. Okay, brothers, don't be angry. Chiba smiled. It's a mission for the two of you to work together. And it's also the first mission, so next, I will summon both of your younger brothers. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama. Enko Mud. Uchiha Madara. Enko Mud. Chiba. What the hell am I giving back purple sweet potato essence? Okay, let's not talk. Chiba waved his hand and said in his mind. System. Summon Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama. Ding. Do you want to summon Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama? Quote. Call. Ding. Start calling. Ding. The summoning was successful. In the expectant eyes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Two white beams of light appeared here. Then, two figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. After the two came out, the whole person was in a daze. There are 3 standard question marks on his face. Who I am? Where am I? What happened? Ododo. Uchiha Madara went up and hugged Uchiha Izuna. It can be said that the reason why Uchiha Madara chose to become black had a lot to do with the death of Uchiha Izuna. After all, Uchiha Madara said it in the first place. His only relative in the world is gone, and he doesn't know who to protect. After all, the Uchiha clan is broken per capita. For my younger brother, that is an existence that can overthrow the entire ninja world. Nissan. Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, not caring that he was still in a daze. Straight into the arms of Uchiha Madara. A harmonious picture emerged. Senju Hashirama on the side drooled enviously. Immediately, he turned his head, looking sharply at his Ododo Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama took an instinctive step back. Oh doo-doo, I saw you, why don't you hurry up and give your brother a warm hug? Senju Hashirama said excitedly. Immediately, regardless of whether Senju Tobirama agreed or not, he directly opened his hands and rushed over. Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank, and he stretched out his right hand quickly, touching Senju Hashirama's forehead. Climb for Grandpa. 9 Madara. Ododo, come to my room and I will teach you. Hashirama. Envy. Tobirama. Climb. 4/6. Ask all Wawa monthly tickets for support. Climb for me. This sentence came out of Senju Tobirama's mouth without mercy. On one side are the warm and affectionate Uchiha Madara brothers, and on the other side are the two brothers who are looking for life and death. It's quite harmonious. Oh doo-doo. Look at her. Senju Hashirama calmed down. He looked enviously at Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama folded his hands and frowned. Brother, what is going on? The thing is like this. Senju Hashirama recounted the matter between himself and Uchiha Madara helplessly. In the end, all eyes were on Chiba. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled faintly. From now on, the 4 of you will be the core staff of my tavern. At this time, Uchiha Izuna walked up to Chiba. Then he bowed deeply. Thank you Chiba-sama for allowing me to meet Nissan. Oh, what a big deal. Chiba waved his hand casually. Call me Chiba or boss. Boss, Uchiha Izuna said. At this time, Senju Tobirama's eyes also became curious. Summon the undead. It's not that he hasn't studied it, and even developed reanimation jutsu for it. But, right now, it's clearly not reanimation jutsu. This is amazing, isn't it? Okay, let's rest today. What's the matter? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chiba stretched himself out, and it was almost 12 o'clock. And, Chiba also has a purpose of its own. That is the sealed book on the table. After all, until now, Chiba's strength is still only a strong man. Strong man, strong man. Damn, Chiba twitched the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama took their younger brothers and went to their respective bedrooms. There are still a lot of vacant rooms in Chiba's tavern. As for whether they want to sleep in the same room, it depends on what they want. Night falls. Chiba returned to his room. Looking at the sealed book, he grinned. Who are you? Be the main character. The protagonist is generally the kind of existence that can be seen at a glance. Can this forbidden technique stump me? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Chiba opened the sealed book. Good guy. Densely packed. 5 minutes later, Chiba took a deep breath, and slowly closed the sealed book. Then he went to the window and opened it. Look up at the bright moon above the sky at a 45-degree angle. Immediately, what is this riding horse? A loud roar resounded through the tavern. Ding! There is a new message in the Undead chat group. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in Chiba's head. Chiba tugged at his neck. With a wave of his hand, the chat interface appeared in front of Chiba. Open black lens bracket Undead chat group close black lens bracket. Uchiha Madara. What's wrong? Senju Hashirama. Scare me. Chiba was silent for a while, and then changed the nickname of the group. Ding. The current Undead chat group has been renamed Tavern chat group. Ding. The group owner, Chiba, pulled Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna to join this group. Quote. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. Nissan, what is this? Amazing. Uchiha Madara. Oh Dudu, come to my room and I will teach you. Uchiha Izuna. Thank you Nissan. Senju Tobirama. Disgusting. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, you come to my room and I will teach you too. Senju Tobirama. Climb. I'll understand this by studying it myself. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, love disappears, right? Senju Tobirama. Yes, love never lingers. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Tavern red packets, come grab the red packets. Chiba. Grab a red envelope. Uchiha Madara. Grab a red envelope. Uchiha Izuna. Grab a red envelope. Senju Hashirama. Your hand speed is too slow. The red envelopes have been snatched. Senju Hashirama. Damn it. Don't play with it. Chiba was also slightly taken aback. This thing can also give out red envelopes. Is it so humane? Immediately, Chiba searched in the chat interface. After seeing the option to receive the red envelope, he clicked in. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket receive the red envelope close black lens bracket. A red envelope from Senju Tobirama, cage level chakra, current status, pending withdrawal. Quote. Chiba straightened up like a carp, and stood up from the bed. Real or fake? Originally, Chiba thought it was a gold coin or something. It turns out that the stuff in the red envelope is a good thing. Withdraw. Chiba clicked on the withdraw button. Ding. Cage level chakra has been withdrawn successfully. Suddenly, a majestic chakra emerged from Chiba's body. Not as good as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara though. However, I am at the same level as Senju Tobirama. After a few minutes, Chiba felt the violent chakra inside him. A smile appeared on his face. Every day, open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At Senju Tobirama, Tobirama, the red envelopes continue. Senju Tobirama. It can't be posted, and the reminder can only be posted once a week. Chiba. Uchiha Madara. Tavern red packets, come grab the red packets. Chiba. Grab a red envelope. Senju Tobirama. Grab a red envelope. Uchiha Izuna. Grab a red envelope. Senju Hashirama. Your hand speed is too slow. The red envelopes have been snatched. Senju Hashirama. Is it 12 o'clock? Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. Chiba also couldn't help laughing. This big pillar must be unlucky. Open black lens bracket receive the red envelope close black lens bracket. A red envelope from Uchiha Madara. Fire attribute, current status, pending withdrawal. Quote. Withdraw cash. Chiba grinned, what's the point? Ding. Withdrawal successful. Next, Chiba grabs a great fireball technique from Uchiha Izuna. Grabbed an earth attribute from Senju Hashirama. Then, today's chat is over. As for the red envelopes they got, they were just gold coins. Perhaps, they don't even know that their gold coin red envelopes are here in Chiba. It becomes a random reward of their own attributes. Nothing to say all night. The next day, our tavern is really about to officially open for business. 10 is the dining table like a battlefield. The backyard dispute is on. Have a revenge. Complaints and complaints. 5/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. The next morning was sunny and sunny. Chiba was awakened by the smell of food. Immediately, after getting up, he came to the living room. In the kitchen, there was already a busy figure. Izuna. Chiba was taken aback. Good morning, boss, Uchiha Izuna said hurriedly after seeing Chiba. It's okay, you keep busy. Chiba scratched his head. My good fellow, if I do this, I will save myself from making my own breakfast in the future. Well, Uchiha Izuna is indeed a good man at home. 10 minutes later, everyone had finished washing. They came to the dining table one after another. However, the atmosphere was a little bit dignified. Uchiha Madara gave Senju Tobirama a somewhat uncomfortable look. After all, his Auto-do was stabbed to death by this Tai Han. For a time, the dining table was like a battlefield. The two sides have already started the first round of eye fighting. In the end, Uchiha Madara was so angry that he even started Sharingan. Stop, Chiba suddenly shouted softly. There was a smile on his face. It's normal for employees to have disputes. Everyone finish eating quickly, and I will take you to a good place after eating. Everyone was taken aback, so they had to quickly finish their breakfast. Seeing this, Chiba was also unambiguous, and directly led the crowd to the backyard. The backyard is relatively spacious. The place is also relatively large. The environment is also not bad, with grass, trees and small streams. At this time, Chiba said in his mind, System, open the backyard dispute field. Immediately, a building somewhat resembling a small palace slowly appeared in a ray of white light. There are several eye-catching characters on the building. The field of disputes in the backyard. Brothers, let's go. Chiba laughed. Immediately, he stepped into it first. Everyone was overwhelmed by Chiba's mysterious means, so they had to follow behind Chiba obediently. After coming in one after another. After entering, there is a huge living room. There are long sofas on either side of the living room. Advertisement. In front of the sofa are some fruit plates. At first glance, I thought it was Libengi. Introduction to the backyard dispute field. Standing on the dispute platform, you can choose the location of the dispute contest, and after the selection is completed, you can teleport into the selected space. Until one of the parties dies, you can quit. The gold coins you won will be given away according to the results of the competition. Gold coins can be used to buy drinks, fruits, drinks, etc. Reminder. Backyard disputes. Revenge for revenge. Retribution for resentment. As long as immune to death. Fight to death. After Chiba looked at the introduction of the backyard dispute field in front of him, a smile appeared on his face. What a warm reminder. He was worried that if these employees wanted to fight, they would not know that there would be room for them in the whole ninja world. After all, if two guys, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, go all out. This ninja map is about to change. Therefore, this function is really a timely help. Hashirama, shall we try? Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama beside him eagerly. Just try it. Senju Hashirama was also unambiguous. Immediately, the two walked onto the dispute platform at the same time. It disappeared without a trace in the next second. When they appeared again, they had already arrived in a forest. The surrounding world is all forests. Look around, there is no limit. Uchiha Madara smiled, and opened his eyes to Mangekyo Sharingan. Ha ha ha, hash hot mom, I've been annoyed to see you for a long time. Motor, if that's the case, let's have a good fight. Uchiha Madara. Madara, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Susanoo of Eternal Scar Mangekyo. Senju Hashirama. True several thousand hands of Sage Mode as a Buddha on the top. In the hall, there is a huge screen where you can watch the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama anytime and anywhere. This function, in one word, absolutely. Chiba looked at the screen in front of him, just like watching anime. But at this moment, a notification sound came. Ding. A guest enters the tavern. Reward, 100 gold coins. Ding. Host's current balance, 2,400 coins. Chiba was helpless and stood up. Tobirama, Izuna, let's go, we have guests. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna stood up and left behind Chiba. They also learned everything from their elder brothers yesterday. Advertisement. So, they are now Chiba's employees. At this moment, in the tavern, Sarutobi Hiruzen after what happened yesterday. I can feel that the owner of this tavern is not simple. It seems to have such a powerful means to predict the future. However, he was not sure, so now he came to the door again in person. Then, three figures appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The one at the head is naturally Chiba, with Uchiha Izuna on the left. When Sarutobi Hiruzen set his sights on the right, the whole body trembled suddenly. This is not Master Second Hokage. Is it your own teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt bad all of a sudden. Ding. Trigger mission. The task is stronger. Send your own clerk to yell at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The harder you yell, the more gold coins you will be rewarded. Isn't this the third generation item? Chiba smiled and walked over. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly took 2 steps back in fright. This young man in front of him is too mysterious. Senju Tobirama. This is my teacher. Chiba is helpless. This Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage after all, right? Why are you so timid? Tobirama, you must have a lot of doubts. Chiba tilted his head and looked at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama nodded. More than a lot of doubts. Doubt that there are too many and no more. Then ask your disciple carefully. Chiba smiled. Of course, don't be polite to me. Afterwards, Chiba sat on the sofa beside him. And Senju Tobirama came to Sarutobi Hiruzen with serious eyes. Monkey, tell me about Konoha's development and events, big and small, over the years. Senju Tobirama whispered. Yes, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, and then silently followed Senju Tobirama to the side table. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, cautiously, because he knew that the lecture was about to begin. 11 Hashirama, Tobirama, if my little Tsunade makes any mistakes, I will shoot you straight away. 6/6, ask for all Wawa monthly tickets. In the Leaf Tavern, Chiba was holding a goblet, and Uchiha Izuna beside him opened a bottle of erguotu. Then under Chiba's guidance, he slowly poured some wine into Chiba's glass. This scene is very harmonious. Looking at the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head. He dared not look up at his teacher. Sarutobi, how old is Konoha now? Senju Tobirama asked. Konoha has been here for 60 years. In these years, the 3 world wars have also happened. Now it has been 12 years since the end of the 3 wars. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cautiously. What about the 3 wars? How about our Konoha casualties? Senju Tobirama frowned. I want to know the whole truth. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly, then slowly began to tell all the big and small things that happened to Konoha in these years. Next, Cage level strong Konoha's White Fang committed suicide. Sarutobi Hiruzen, WDNMD. Are you F********* G stupid? Why did the strong Cage level commit suicide? Don't you have a score in your mind? Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 100 gold coins. Konoha Sanin left Konoha. Are you a special show? Why did they leave? You don't know what to do. I'm telling you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, if something happens to my granddaughter, I don't mind taking care of you myself. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 100 gold coins. Did Orochimaru run away? Are you so lucky that you can't beat Orochimaru? You think I don't know? I guess 90% of this is because you let it go secretly. Now I'm starting to wonder if it was the right choice to leave the position of Hokage to you. I might as well leave it to Danzo. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 100 gold coins. Enough. Senju Tobirama's lungs were about to explode. As my apprentice, I have more success than failure. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't even wear the hat that was hung by Senju Tobirama, so he had to lower his head in desperation. At this moment, a hearty laughter came. Tobirama, what's going on? You're so angry. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara walked out of the backyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked for his reputation, and immediately his pupils trembled violently. Really, it's those 2 adults, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. God of the Sengoku period. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale at this time. It's over, I'm afraid I will lose my life today. What do you say is wrong with you? You have nothing to do and run to the tavern. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen really felt that disaster was coming. You are. Senju Hashirama walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the pale guy in front of him, he became curious. He is Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the side, Senju Tobirama said in a bad voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama was taken aback for a moment, then looked up and down at the little old man in front of him. My dear, how did you grow up like this? It's so embarrassing. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't look bad like this, why am I so embarrassed? But this one in front of you is Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. And it's the 1st generation Hokage. Don't tell me you look ugly. Even if Senju Hashirama says he looks like shit. I have to admit it myself. What were you talking about before? It's so exciting. Madara and I also want to join. Senju Hashirama smiled with interest. Sarutobi Hiruzen, say what you said before. Senju Tobirama said blankly. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to scratch his ears. Why is my life so hard? Then, Cage level strong. Just commit suicide like this. Waltma killed you, believe it or not. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 100 gold coins. Did Orochimaru run away? Then try running away from me. Do I look deceptive? Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 100 gold coins. My mother. If my little Tsunade makes a mistake, Waterma will kill you personally. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 100 gold coins. Ding. Host's current balance 3,000 coins. The more I talked, the more angry I got, and at the end of the day, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were directly forced. Pulled Sarutobi Hiruzen into the backyard and practiced hard. During this period, Chiba once again earned 500 gold coins. After all, you're having a dispute over my backyard. This naturally requires a little dispute fee. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen fled here directly. He swears, as long as there is no major event, I will never come to this tavern again. It's too scary. It's too scary. Both brothers are in a good mood. Chiba smiled and looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in front of him. Since you're in a good mood, then let's start welcoming guests. This is a tavern here, so it can't be closed, right? Advertisement. Besides, if you are not in business, where will your money come from? No money can do it. Ding. A guest enters the tavern. Reward, 100 gold coins. Suddenly, a notification sound reached Chiba's ears. Turn your head and look, good guy. Isn't this my brother Kazi? After Kakashi bought 2 bottles of beer yesterday and went back. Just give the beer away at night. It doesn't matter if you don't drink it, just drink it. There is one word for the whole body, cool. So, this time I came to the tavern again and wanted to buy some more beer. Ding. Trigger mission. Mission. Kakashi Squad 7's actual combat exercise. Requirement. Send at least 2 clerks to accompany Kakashi to test Class 7. Completion reward. 1000 gold coins and wind attribute. Chiba's mouth curled into a slight smile. Look, I am short of money, so someone will come here. The actual combat exercise of the 7th class is the Strong Bell. Such an important famous scene, I must not miss it. Are you, Master First Hokage, and Master Second Hokage? At this moment, Kakashi looked at the 2 waiters who came to greet him. Suddenly the pupil trembled. That's all in the past, now we're just an employee of Chiba. Senju Hashirama waved his hand and said with a smile. Kakashi swallowed hard. This tavern, is it scary? For a moment, he felt a little bit about retreating. Chiba walked over leisurely, grinned and smiled. Brother Kazi, do you think my tavern is where you come and go whenever you want? Kakashi was stunned, and for a while, huge beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What to do? I'm surrounded by Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna. Do I go through the process, or just lie on the ground and let them beg me not to die? Wait online. Urgent. 12 Kakashi. Class 7, wish you luck. 1/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. In the end, Kakashi bought a case of beer for 10,000 taels without hesitation. Then he agreed to Chiba's business, and left the tavern in a high-spirited manner. Ask their clerk to supervise the actual combat training he will prepare for the 7th class tomorrow. This is too dreamy, right? I just don't know which 2 are here. For a moment, Kakashi felt very uneasy. Because which one of these people is not a character who stomps his feet and makes an earthquake? Even, Kakashi thought he was dreaming. It's just like a dream, isn't it too unreal? At this time, in the Konoha tavern, Chiba looked at the 4 people in front of him with a smile. Well, the big guys were all together just now, so I won't say more. The 7th class led by Brother Kazi has 3 genins. These 3 genins are named, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura and Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. As soon as Chiba said this, Uchiha Madara's eyes changed. He has deciphered the spells of the Uchiha family, and of course knows something about Indra and Ashura. I'll go tomorrow. Uchiha Madara began. Hashirama, you will accompany me tomorrow. Why? Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Huh, Uchiha Madara narrowed her eyes. I'll go. Senju Hashirama said immediately. Very good. A smile appeared on Chiba's face. If that's the case, then this matter is settled. Next, Chiba took them to get acquainted with his tavern thoroughly. Although the scale of his own tavern is not very large. But the Sparrow is small and well equipped. From the bar to the kitchen and then to the cold room. That's all there is to it. Chiba also planned several positions. The receptionist stood at the door and yelled. The waiter is responsible for serving wine to the guests. Of course, there are 2 types of waiters. One is a male waiter and one is a female waiter. Even later, if his own tavern really develops, it is not impossible to recruit some maids and clerks. However, these things need money to solve. Otherwise, what kind of salary will you get when you recruit people? Sacrifice yourself. Then it depends on whether the opposite side is beautiful or not. Ahem, Chiba came back to his senses and continued to plan the position. Advertisement. Pastry chefs are definitely needed, after all, this is a high-end tavern. And the bartender, which is a technical job. Chiba thinks that if he has time, he really needs to train 1 or 2 bartenders. So many positions are reserved for the time being. When there are many people in the future, we will add it. Right now, there are only 5 people in the entire tavern including Chiba. It was planned until the evening, after everyone had dinner together. Chiba then returned to his room. Ding. A new friend requests to add you as a friend. Just when Chiba was about to take a break, a beep appeared. Chiba clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Ding. Senju Hashirama requests to add you as a friend. Quote. Agree. Agree. Deny. Ignore. Agree. Ding. You and Senju Hashirama have become friends. Come chat. Open black lens bracket private chat close black lens bracket. Senju Hashirama. Chiba, are you asleep? Chiba. What do you think? Senju Hashirama. Aha, that's what. Chiba. Do you want to know about Ashura and Indra? Chiba before saw Senju Hashirama's intentions. After all, about the matter between Ashura and Indra, it is among their brothers. Only Uchiha Madara knows some. Chiba looked at the illusory screen in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. How can it be so easy to get information without paying some benefits? Chiba. If that's the case, don't you express it. Senju Hashirama. Understood. 10 seconds later. Senju Hashirama. Open black lens bracket tavern red packet close black lens bracket. Chiba grinned, and quickly opened the red envelope. Ding. The red envelope is open. Congratulations to the host for getting blood successor limit wood style. Chiba froze for a moment, then was shocked. Straightforward to wood style. Is it so exciting? Senju Hashirama. Chiba, this red envelope reminder can only be sent out once a day. Chiba. Okay, then I'll tell you about Indra and Ashura. Later, Chiba did not break his promise and told Senju Hashirama about Indra and Ashura. In fact, there is no big secret between these two people. It's just that the two brothers turned against each other for their own ideals. Advertisement. Then their souls were reincarnated and passed down from generation to generation. Senju Hashirama also settled down after knowing about Indra and Ashura. Although it's not clear what's going on. However, the bond between me and Madara may be because of the two of them. The next day, early morning. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are two people ready to go. After all, they have a mission today. Help Kakashi train the 7th class. Check out this year's reincarnation of Ashura and Indra by the way. Today's welcoming and receiving tasks are naturally handed over to Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama. By the way, let the two of them increase their relationship. Chiba returned to his office. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the huge screen in front of you. Having the authority of the group owner is delicious. Konoha Village, the 3rd training ground. 8 in the morning. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. 3 people have come together. And Kakashi was long overdue. This time, he didn't dare to procrastinate. You know, there are 2 god tiers coming today. Just after Kakashi appeared, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also appeared slowly. They've been here long ago. Watching Naruto and Sasuke all the time. Today's special training, I invited to Teacher Jonin. Kakashi coughed lightly and started to introduce. The task of the 3 of you is also very simple. The 2 Jonin teachers each have a bell in their hands. As long as the 3 of you can snatch the Vice Admiral bell from the 2 of them. Then even if your test passes. Having said that, Kakashi grieves for his team in his heart. These 2 people, what the hell are Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Snatch the bell from them. The difficulty is tantamount to ascending to the sky. Okay, the test begins. Kakashi waved his hand, and immediately cast the body flicker technique and disappeared without a trace. Leave it to the 2 adults here. After Kakashi came to a big tree, he took out 2 things from the ninja bag. A book, a bottle of wine, these little days are so pleasant. 13 Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, prepare to collect the body of your apprentice. 2/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. At this time, in the 3rd practice field, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are observing the 3 little ones in front of them. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura were also looking at the 2 people in front of them. Although he hasn't made a move yet, Sasuke has already sensed the strength of the 2 people in front of him. Especially the one with disheveled hair, Sasuke even felt that he would disappear after the other party blew. In the distance, under a big tree, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama leaned against the tree like this. Hashirama, do you think the 3 of them can defeat our shadow clone? Uchiha Madara asked, tilting his head. Breaking. Senju Hashirama grinned, it's not bad if we can last a minute under our shadow clone. Not long after, fighting started in the distance. The first is naturally Uzumaki Naruto, desperately casting multiple shadow clone techniques. But basically, nothing useful. Hashirama, look at your reincarnation, not calm at all, you are looking at my reincarnation. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and laughed, find a place to hide first, and then wait for the opportunity to make a move. Look at our family's reincarnation, and then look at your family's reincarnation, tisk tisk tisk. Madara, what happened to my reincarnation? What's wrong? Don't forget, he's still Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Senju Hashirama grinned. At that time, I will directly threaten Nine Tails to be Naruto's helper, and then it will be a breeze to hang your Sasuke. Flower. You can threaten Nine Tails, but I can't. Uchiha Madara was immediately unhappy when he heard this. He, Madara, do you think Nine Tails is more afraid of me or you? Senju Hashirama laughed. What? Want to fight? Uchiha Madara grinned. In the backyard yesterday, Uchiha Madara didn't have all the fun. After all, he still has whole cards that he hasn't used. That is wood style. Just hit, let's continue in the backyard tonight. Senju Hashirama laughed. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said lightly, we'll see. Okay, let's not talk about that. Senju Hashirama suddenly became serious. Then, he took out 2 bottles of beer from his ninja bag. This thing, where did you get it? Uchiha Madara froze for a moment. That what? I got it from Chiba. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Take it, Uchiha Madara wondered. Then when you were taking it, did you notify Chiba? Damn, why did you inform the boss about such a trivial matter? Senju Hashirama waved his hand. This scene is being observed by Chiba. Chiba couldn't help curling his lips. Good guy, Dazuzi really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. I snuck a bottle yesterday, it's really good. Senju Hashirama opened a bottle and handed it to Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara grinned and didn't refuse, took it and drank it directly. Googling. 1 bottle, refreshing and quenching thirst. The pores all over the body feel relaxed. Is this thing so delicious? Ha ha ha, how is it? Is this a good thing? Senju Hashirama laughed. Good things are good things, but there are too few of them. Uchiha Madara clicked her tongue. After completing the mission, Uchiha Madara decided to buy a little more from Chiba. And at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto in the distance directly launched the strongest attack ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Harem technique. Uzumaki Naruto didn't benefit from Uchiha Madara's shadow clone for half a day. There was no other way, so I had to use my own trick. This trick is incredible. After a puff of white smoke, a group of Uzumaki Naruto attacked Uchiha Madara. And Uchiha Madara's shadow clone is also slightly distracting. But, Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara. Even this peculiar ninjutsu did not sink Uchiha Madara into it. After all, he already has a lover of his own. However, all of this is captured by Chiba through a third-person perspective. What you can see is called a clear one. Chiba watched Uzumaki Naruto's ultimate move and couldn't help shaking his head. This trick still needs to be improved. Time passed slowly, half a day later. The three people in the 7th class didn't even touch the edge of the bell. However, the two of Uchiha Madara can also see that they really want to complete this assessment. In the afternoon, the two released a wave of water at the same time. Let Sasuke and Naruto succeed. Wait, just when Uchiha Madara wanted to take Senju Hashirama back to the tavern to return to life. Uchiha Sasuke rushed to Uchiha Madara in a hurry. What? Uchiha Madara looked down at Sasuke. What's your name? Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and asked. He has never encountered such a difficult opponent. Especially in the end, when he learned that he had only fought a shadow clone for an afternoon. Advertisement. Sasuke immediately froze. After working for a long time, I tried my best, but in the end I just defeated the opponent's shadow clone. Even, the other party is likely to release water. This made the arrogant Uchiha Sasuke unacceptable. Who am I? Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. I am your ancestor, Uchiha Madara. After saying this, Uchiha Madara puffed out his chest. Waiting for the worship of Uchiha Sasuke. I don't know, Uchiha Sasuke said, frowning. And, how could you be my ancestor? Uchiha Madara. Why am I not your ancestor? Uchiha Madara grinned. He resisted the urge to slap Uchiha Sasuke to death. Go back and ask people in Uchiha, who doesn't know my name. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Uchiha Sasuke said, his voice had turned cold. Genocide. Uchiha Madara's gaze became sharp in vain. Immediately, the power of chakra's perception burst out overwhelmingly. In 10 seconds, the entire Konoha village was covered. After a long time, Uchiha Madara frowned and said. There is no other scent of Uchiha. The genocide is exterminated, which is a bit interesting. Hashirama, wait to collect the body of your apprentice. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Although he was very disappointed with his own people at the beginning, but in the final analysis. After all, it can be regarded as his own family, so it's gone. We must find an explanation. Senju Hashirama's complexion also changed a little when he heard the words, how could he be exterminated? Then, he also quickly followed Uchiha Madara. Here, only a few people with bewildered faces remained. And Kakashi also heard what Uchiha Madara said before leaving. He murmured. Konoha, this is going to change. 14 beer liquor wine, drink bird vodka. 3/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. At this time, in Chiba's tavern. Chiba looked at the screen in front of him and couldn't help clicking his tongue. As expected of Uchiha Madara. This temper tantrum is unbearable at all. However, Chiba doesn't intend to let Uchiha Madara and the others get too involved in Konoha's affairs. Why? I didn't call you out for revenge. It's for me to work. Besides, the one who exterminated the clan was Uchiha Itachi, that Tai Hanhan. It won't be long before this Hanhan will come back once. When he comes, Chiba doesn't mind making arrangements for him to meet Uchiha Madara. Of course, by the way, I don't mind calling Konoha Nabe King Shimura Danzo too. The time is not yet ripe, so don't rush. Recall the undead. In the next second, Chiba used the ability to recall the undead. Called Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back to his side. The two of them stood up abruptly. Then I realized that the two of us were summoned by Chiba from the Pure Land space. Moreover, Chiba also said before, let them not interfere with other things. Except for specific tasks, other things are not allowed to interfere. Ahem, what, why are we back? Uchiha Madara coughed lightly. Master Madara, is the mission complete? Chiba asked with a smile. It's done, well, both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke did well. Uchiha Madara scratched his head. That's good, Chiba nodded. Then left here. Only then did Uchiha Madara feel relieved, he thought his previous actions had been discovered. Ah Madara, you must be calm. Senju Hashirama also let out a long sigh of relief. Isn't it, a moment of excitement? Uchiha Madara scratched his head. The next day, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were working as waiters very dedicatedly. A tavern is a tavern after all, and there are still people who come here in normal times. Of course, ordinary civilians naturally don't know the big shots in this tavern. So everything is pretty normal and there is no fuss. At this time, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama came over. What happened? Uchiha Izuna looked at his brother and asked. Ah, Uchiha Madara sighed helplessly, our brother's life is miserable. The family has been wiped out, and there is only one left. What? Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, after a long time. He looked at his elder brother firmly, and said seriously. Nissan, you still have me. Ododo, Nissan. Ododo, Nissan. Immediately, the two brothers embraced each other. Tobirama, how about us? Senju Hashirama looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was full of longing. Advertisement. Get out. Senju Tobirama twitched his lips, turned his head and walked away. Quote. Senju Hashirama felt that he had failed as a big brother. At this point, Chiba is looking at his maul. After Uchiha Madara and the others completed the task, Chiba already had 4,500 gold coins. For a while, he was thinking, should he continue to recruit some undead? However, it seems that the number of summons can only be obtained during missions. As a last resort, I had to give up this idea. In the end, Chiba spent 4,000 gold coins to buy a large amount of good wine. There are also some dim sum raw materials. After all, raw materials are cheaper. There are many types of wine. Beer, liquor wine, juice, snack, cocktail. Rice wine, bird vodka, except for high alcohol wine. Other wines are suitable for all ages. The sign is also up. As for whether there are guests, just wait. If you really have no money, then let Sarutobi Hiruzen come again, and then let him buy a bottle of Erguodu for 100,000 taels, wouldn't it be great? Time flies, it is already night. Dinner was naturally made by Uchiha Izuna. Man, even Chiba was stunned. Looking at the delicacies in front of him, he even wondered, is this still Izuna? Not only is he good at fighting, but he is also good at cooking. On the dinner table, Chiba grinned. Okay, Lord Madara, don't be depressed by yourself. If you want to take revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities to repay you in the future. But now, try this. After Chiba finished speaking, he took out an exquisite gift box from behind him. What is this? Uchiha Madara asked curiously. Vodka. Chiba grinned. It's wine, and it's that refreshing wine. For ordinary people, it is estimated that a small cup will not be able to bear it. Oh, there was strong curiosity in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Originally, he wasn't very interested in wine. However, since secretly tasted the fishy smell, Uchiha Madara feels that if he does not drink for a day, he will feel uncomfortable all over. Master Madara, do you want to try? Chiba chuckled. Come on. Uchiha Madara looked at the vodka in Chiba's hand expectantly. Then, Chiba was also unambiguous and poured half a glass for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara picked up the goblet, without saying a word, just took a sip. Its speed was so fast that even Chiba couldn't react. Advertisement. A sip of vodka into the stomach, the feeling, just one word, cool. For a moment, Uchiha Madara only felt that his whole body was burning. This vodka, is it so strong? Uchiha Madara was surprised. Your way of drinking is unprofessional. Chiba returned to his seat. Then poured a small glass. Then, he picked up a piece of beef and sniffed hard under his name. Call. Chiba spit out all the air in his stomach in one breath. Then he raised his small wine glass and raised his head. Drank it down. Vodka is a strong drink. This feeling. Thunder Gaba, ruthless Master Hara. Chiba let out a long breath of relief. That's one word all over the body. Cool. See, vodka needs to be drunk like this. Chiba turned around and looked at everyone with a smile. I see. Senju Hashirama nodded. Then he took out the shot glass and filled it with vodka. Next, learn how Chiba was before. Take a piece of beef and sniff it under your nose. Call. Immediately, let out a breath. Throw your head up and drink it all in one gulp. Spirits in the belly. Thunder Gaba, ruthless Master Hara. Senju Hashirama came with two voices. Suddenly there was an indescribable feeling. This feeling is like, how to say. Senju Hashirama will be there for a while, and I can't describe it. He could only look at Chiba. I'll just ask you a question. Chiba poured another glass of vodka. How do you feel? Senju Hashirama thought for a while, and said happily, cool. Cool, just do it. Chiba laughed. Everyone began to be ruthless, and Hara became less. 15 Uchiha Madara. Who will dance with me? 4/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Degrees of vodka, that's no joke. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can't bear such a large degree. After a few rounds, everyone was a little drunk. Chiba also felt a little dazed. The aftertaste of this wine is very strong, not even weaker than white wine at all. Izuna, and Tobirama, your Nissan is yours. Chiba stood up unsteadily, and left the place. Nissan, you can't sleep here. If you want to sleep, you have to sleep in the bedroom. Uchiha Izuna set up Uchiha Madara, who was already a little dizzy. Uchiha Madara nodded in a daze, and then staggered away from here. At this time, Senju Hashirama, who was slowly drunk on the table, saw this scene. A look of envy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Aniki, come on. Senju Tobirama held his forehead speechlessly. Had no choice but to come to Senju Hashirama's side, lowered his body to support his elder brother. Oh doo-doo. Brother is touched. Senju Hashirama looked at his younger brother tearfully. Do you dare to try again? The corner of Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched violently. Every day, after all, I am the big brother and you are the big brother. Don't dare to move. Don't dare to move. Senju Hashirama shrank his neck. My own Odudu is good at everything, but his temper is a little bit bad. No wonder the object has not been found, so it is. Thanks to Senju Tobirama, who doesn't know what his brother is thinking now, otherwise. It is estimated that Senju Hashirama can be directly put on the ground and walk away. Nothing to say all night. Early the next morning. Chiba is sitting in his tavern. I started to think about it. The own tavern is basically full of drinks. The waiters are adequate for the time being. As for the pastry chef, Uchiha Izuna will be on top for the time being. Now Uchiha Izuna, just kidding, is responsible for 5 people's meals alone. Very busy from morning till night. Fortunately, Uchiha Izuna is having fun. In his words, it means that the ninja world is finally peaceful now. He is really content with his life now, serene and peaceful. Think about it too, after all, in his time, not even Konoha village was created yet. It still belongs to the Sengoku era. Chiba looked at the taskbar in front of him, but didn't refresh it either. Advertisement. Usually, some ordinary customers come to buy wine and drink. Although very calm, Chiba always felt that something was missing. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At group member, come to the lobby of the tavern, I have something to discuss with the big guys. Senju Hashirama. Got it. Uchiha Madara. Got it. Senju Tobirama. Got it. Uchiha Izuna. Got it. Within a minute, everyone came to the lobby of the tavern. Everyone, we have been together for a week. Chiba cleared his throat and said slowly. This tavern has also been open for a week. However, apart from the 2 days of opening, there are still some small tasks. In the past few days, our business is really too ordinary. Also, I always feel like something's missing. After hearing Chiba's words, everyone nodded in unison. Although this day is calm, everyone doesn't want to be so peaceful. The wind is smooth, do you think you are rowing? What's the shortcoming? Senju Hashirama mused. What's the shortcoming? Senju Tobirama closed his eyes and began to brainstorm. What do you want? Uchiha Madara clicked her tongue and sat on the stool. What? Uchiha Izuna froze for a moment, and hurriedly repeated the reading. Sure enough, the essence of human beings. Chiba sighed helplessly. He murmured, what are the shortcomings? I can't take it anymore, it's not that I can't live anymore. Uchiha Madara raised his throat. Standing up, why don't I go and get a big ticket? 50 million. Hashirama, where is the Konoha village vault? You should know, right? Hurry up, take me there. Uchiha Madara said aggressively. Looking at him like that, I can't wait to move the Konoha treasury here. As expected of Uchiha Madara. Undecided. That's one word. Move. Madara, we can't do this kind of thing even if we starve to death. Senju Hashirama made it to Uchiha Madara's side, reassuring. Why can't you do it? Uchiha Madara grinned. I don't like to hear what you say. Back then, Konoha village was founded by the 2 of us. What? I just take back what belongs to me. Belongs to me. Uchiha Madara held back for a long time, but couldn't think of any good words. At this time, Chiba smiled and reminded, equity. Advertisement. Yes, it's the equity. I just want to get my equity back. Uchiha Madara gasped and said with a smile. After that, there was a silence of more than 10 seconds in the field. Uchiha Madara raised her hand and coughed lightly. Chiba, what does equity mean? When Chiba heard this, the muscles on his face trembled slightly. Yeah, I thought you all knew that. However, this term is indeed relatively new in their eyes. The so-called equity is. Chiba stood up and said leisurely. You and Senju Hashirama founded Konoha village at the same time. Then theoretically, you have half of what Konoha village is. However, other families are slowly joining your Konoha village. The concept is called equity participation. After participating in the shares, then although you are the largest controlling shareholder of Konoha. But other people also have some shares. So, the ultimate measure depends on the strength of your respective families. Today, there are not many Uchiha clan left. Senju family, it's almost the same. If you have to say it, you 2 brothers are dead in name only. Returning the shares, I lost a dime. After Chiba sorted out his thoughts, he finally found out that the 2 brothers were in Konoha village. It also got a name. When Uchiha Madara heard this, his lungs almost exploded. I'm on a horse. What kind of shit is this Konoha village? Hashirama, I'm going to kill Konoha, shall we come together? Senju Hashirama suddenly showed an aggrieved look. Okay, good boy, it's all about immortality. Uchiha Madara twitched the corner of her mouth and coughed lightly. But immortality makes me feel uncomfortable. Waterma, who will dance with me? As soon as the words fell, Chiba, who was sitting opposite Uchiha Madara, slapped his thigh suddenly. Not bad. Just dance. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. As expected of my lord Madara. I've already thought of a good idea. Chiba laughed 3 times, because it won't be long before the dancing Madara will appear in front of everyone. 16 new ways to make money. Forcibly. Beat. Into an agreement. 5/6. Please support all Wawa monthly tickets. When everyone heard Chiba laughing, they were a little confused. Uchiha Madara asked curiously at this time. Chiba, what's a good idea? Chiba grinned. Didn't you find out, although we are a tavern? But is there always something missing? What's missing? Everyone was a little confused. Don't you think it's too quiet? Chiba smiled. Konoha Tavern, it's too quiet. So we need some good equipment. Have you heard of BGM? Chiba said mysteriously. Everyone shook their heads. Where have you heard of this? Have you ever heard of a subwoofer? Chiba asked, shaking his head. No. Ever heard of a disc player? No. Chiba nodded. These people would be ghosts if they had heard of it. My own tavern is no ordinary tavern. What we play is different. Ding. An ordinary guest entered the tavern and got 50 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance, 550. Okay, let's start business, and I will customize the rest of the renovation plan. Chiba stood up and smiled. Everyone nodded, and immediately those who should welcome the guests greeted the guests, and those who should make snacks made snacks. Everyone got busy. Chiba sat down on the sofa beside him leisurely. With a wave of his hand, the mall interface appeared in front of Chiba. Open black lens bracket daily mall close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket alcohol close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket clothing close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket household appliances close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket next page close black lens bracket. Looking at the dazzling shopping mall in front of him, Chiba couldn't help but click his tongue. Soon, he found the stereo and disc player. Advanced subwoofer, price, 50,000 gold coins. Introduction. Pure sound quality, no noise, internal use. Advanced disc player, price, 100,000 gold coins. Open black lens bracket introduction, special for DJing, disco and dancing. Free delivery of 100 top quality songs. Chiba stared blankly at these prices, he was a little confused. Advertisement. This Nima is so expensive. Where do I get these gold coins? Ding. Reminder. Host can forcibly reach a recruitment agreement with the ninja before he dies. Ding. The system will reward gold coins based on the opponent's strength. Looking at the prompt in front of him, the corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. It means he has understood. As long as you are still alive, you will sign a recruitment agreement to work for yourself after death. Then after they died, they were summoned by themselves to work for themselves. By the way, you can also get gold coins rewarded by the system. This method is a good method, but it is considered an idiot by the other party. The stronger the strength, the more gold coins will be rewarded. Chiba narrowed his eyes and asked. Ding. Yes. Chiba grinned. Isn't it easy? It is not difficult to forcefully make an agreement. Counting the time, Konoha Xiaoqiang has all graduated. I'm afraid it won't be long before Kakashi's 7th class will go to the land of waves, right? If you don't kill and buy, the strength of these two people is not weak, right? After all, if you don't cut it at this time, you can punch Ashura's reincarnation and kick Indra's reincarnation. A man who can fight Hitaki 50 to 50 without losing the wind. Plus a Bai who is Eternal Blood successor and Bounded Ice escape. Isn't that the goal? Isn't the money here? For my disc player, for my subwoofer. Chiba felt that he had to work harder this time. So, it's better to send someone this time. Yourself. Try to guard your own tavern, isn't it delicious? This kind of beating and killing should be left to the clerk. It was 10 o'clock at night. Ding. Treat 20 tavern guests today, and get a total of 1,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance, 1,500. The daily tavern gold coins will be settled at 10 o'clock in the evening. Ordinary civilians can only pay 50 gold coins per head at most. Moreover, after coming in for the second time, it seems that there will be no more gold coins. You have to ask the other party to buy a drink to get it. However, the prices of drinks in Chiba taverns are relatively expensive. Therefore, some people came in to have a look and then left. It's not that Chiba raised the price on purpose, but the wine in his own tavern is worth the price. Looking at the task column, maybe the main task has not been triggered. Advertisement. Even the task column is empty. Now, Chiba is really determined to make money. Night reward, Chiba lying on his bed. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At Senju Hashirama, at Uchiha Madara, in a few days, the brothers will have a trip out. Senju Hashirama. What action? Chiba. For the recruitment operation, the scale of this tavern must be getting bigger and bigger, so the tavern needs a little more manpower. Uchiha Madara. No problem. Senju Hashirama. Got it. Then, another round of red envelope snatching battle. Because after 12 o'clock, it happens to be once a week that the red envelope is refreshed. Therefore, what Chiba snatched was a joy. After the round, Chiba is a good thing who has strengthened a lot. Basically all properties are complete. View personal attributes. Chiba said in his head. Open black lens bracket personal attributes close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Chiba close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical. None close black lens bracket. Attributes. Wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yang, yin. Open black lens bracket blood successor. Wood style close black lens bracket. Ninjutsu. Some fire style, some water style. Physical skills. None. Open black lens bracket chakra. Senju Tobirama equivalent level close black lens bracket. Comprehensive strength. Cage level strong. After Chiba saw his attributes, he immediately felt comfortable. All of a sudden, he changed from a strong man to a cage level strong man. Who is this on and who is uncomfortable? Now, Chiba has some ability to protect himself. System, is there any way to make money with Baipiao Ninjutsu? Chiba narrowed his eyes and asked. Ding. Interact with the characters not dead in the original book, and there is a chance to trigger the corresponding task. After seeing the system's answer, Chiba also nodded. To put it bluntly, One more thing is to make these people who come to our store not ordinary people. Chiba fell asleep slowly, and came back tomorrow to make a good plan for the next one. 17 The two of us are together, why don't we drag your brother into the water? 6/6 Please support Wawa monthly ticket. The next day was sunny and sunny. After someone prepared breakfast, it was different. Chiba can sleep a little longer. Just after breakfast, Chiba came to the lobby of the tavern. Chiba glanced at the taskbar. I have a task today. Open black lens bracket mission board close black lens bracket. Task 1. Collect 100 kinds of flowers and complete the production of Baihu and Yang. Mission completion reward. 1 summon and 1000 gold coins. Task 2. Recruit 2 new members and join the Konoha Undead Tavern. Mission completion reward. 1 summon and 1000 gold coins. Chiba was slightly surprised. There are 2 tasks at once, which is exactly what I want. The second task, Chiba has planned to let Hashirama and Madara to complete. Because he has already decided on a candidate. For this first task, Chiba decided it was better to do it himself. Collect all 100 kinds of flowers. In the entire Konoha village, the only flower Chiba knows is Yamanaka Ino. Simply, Chiba got up and went to Yamanaka Ino's flower shop. Madara, Hashirama, I'm going out to do some shopping. Today's tavern is left to you to guard the door. Remember, don't steal my birdie vodka. Chiba exhorted a few words. Don't worry, Chiba, we decided not to drink it secretly. Senju Hashirama patted his chest and said reassuringly. That's right, the two of us supervise each other, there will be absolutely no problems. Uchiha Madara also said righteously. Chiba looked at their awe-inspiring look. He already knew the answer in his heart. Well, hope they calm down a bit. These are all my property. Chiba just left the tavern on the front foot. On the back foot, Uchiha Madara elbowed Senju Hashirama. Hey, Hashirama, is your promise true or false? Promise. What did I just say? Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said with some doubts. Hiss. Brother die. Good trick. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, and then said with some admiration. Damn, why don't we just take a bite now? Senju Hashirama laughed a little embarrassedly. At the same time, Uchiha Madara also laughed schemingly. Advertisement. But, what they don't know is, their every move, even the pores on their faces, and that weird smile. All are displayed on the illusory screen in front of Chiba. Of course only Chiba can see this. Hey, these two brothers, what the hell, do I have to scare me to grow my memory? Chiba is really helpless. In the screen, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came to the underground warehouse of the tavern with ease. Here is the cold storage previously built by Chiba. Used to store fine wine in taverns. At the door of the cold storage, Uchiha Madara whispered. The wine in this is the real good stuff. I moved it in with Chiba 2 days ago. There are so many in a whole warehouse. Moreover, there are so many types. Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then how do we get in? Hey, a dark smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Hashirama, your ability will be of great use at this time. I have observed carefully. This kind of door can be opened with a precise key. You just follow the keyhole with wood style and make one. Hiss. Madara, why is your brain so easy to use? Senju Hashirama said with some admiration. Nonsense. If it doesn't work, how can I customize infinite? Don't ask, hurry up. Uchiha Madara grinned. Ghost knows how long our boss will be out, it will be too late if we don't act. Okay, I'll act right away. Senju Hashirama nodded immediately. Immediately, he stretched out the fingers of his right hand and placed them in front of the keyhole. Wood style. Key change technique. All of this is happening before Chiba's eyes. The two brothers also tried their best to drink. This shit even invented a new ninjutsu. Chiba held his forehead speechlessly. At this time, in front of the underground warehouse of the tavern, Senju Hashirama poked open the warehouse door. There was a click. The door opened. Opened the door of the underground cold storage. Immediately, a chill came over me. It's just summer now. The weather is also starting to get hotter. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't help shivering from this cool air. Advertisement. Hurry up. One word. Move. Uchiha Madara laughed out loud. Is it really okay for us to do this? Senju Hashirama said hesitantly. Watma, Hashirama, we're all in, the doors are open. It's too late to regret it now. Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched. No, I mean, what if my Odudo finds out? Senju Hashirama expressed his concerns. After all, my brother, you know, is unselfish. Ham, what a big deal. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said. Can't we drag your brother into the water? How does this work? Senju Hashirama wondered. Use this. Uchiha Madara picked up a bottle of cocktail and giggled. Success. Senju Hashirama no longer hesitated. Afterwards, the two teamed up and went to find Senju Tobirama together. Chiba stared blankly at this scene. Steal my booze and then use my booze to bribe my employees. Moreover, the two masterminds are also my employees. God, is there any law of the king? At this time, Chiba has already walked in front of a flower shop. For now, let's buy flowers first. When he walked in, a girl walked up to him. The light yellow hair, mixed with a wisp of fragrance, rushed to the face. Chiba looked at the girl in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Yamanaka Ino. This is also the first time I met Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, right? Ino is a good girl. Especially in the later stage, the appearance and figure are simply killing a lot. There is a saying how to say it. From the first time I saw you, I thought about our child's name. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. I admit it, I am the color skin head. What? 18 Tobirama. I just described the Flying Thunder God formula by the way. 1/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. My guest, are you here to buy flowers? Yamanaka Ino blinked and looked at the man in front of him. Seeing that the other party didn't speak for more than 10 seconds, I couldn't help asking curiously. Yes. Chiba smiled warmly. Okay, please follow me. Yamanaka Ino put a smile on his face. Then he took Chiba into the flower shop. There are all kinds of styles in the flower shop. Chiba knows some flowers, but even Chiba can't name some flowers. Does this make Chiba bearable? How can this work if you don't know flowers? System. Is there any encyclopedia of flower books? Ding. Daily commodity. Ninja World Flower Book Encyclopedia. Price. 500 gold coins. Do you want to buy it? The expression on Chiba's face didn't change a bit. For their own purposes, the money is nothing. Buy. Ding. The purchase was successful. The first book has been distributed to the host. There are 10 books in total, and the other 9 have been distributed to the host's tavern bedroom. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 1000. Excuse me, what kind of flowers do you want? Yamanaka Ino asked curiously. At this time, Chiba unhurriedly took out a book of flower books from his arms. I want the top 100 types here, but I don't know if you have them here. Yamanaka Ino fixed his eyes on the book in Chiba's hand. There was a strong curiosity in his eyes. Chiba smiled and handed over the book in his hand. After Yamanaka Ino opened the book, the eyes of the whole person slowly became dull. She has learned many types of flowers with her parents since she was a child. But, the pictures above the book, there are some explanations. She was amazed when she saw it. Not only that, but there are many kinds of flowers that even she has never seen before. Ding. Trigger the task, make Yamanaka Ino interested, and arouse her curiosity. Reward. 500 gold coins. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. Isn't that simple? How? Do you have these flowers in your flower shop? Chiba asked with a smile. Guest, I only have more than 70 kinds here, and it may take some time to find the rest. Yamanaka Ino had a hint of apology on his face. A few seconds later, she asked curiously again. Where did the guest buy this book? I want to buy a copy too. Advertisement. In addition to the daily practice of ninjutsu, Yamanaka Ino's hobby is naturally flowers. This book is out of print. Chiba smiled slightly. The entire Konoha, or the entire ninja world, is the only one. Besides, this is only the first volume. I still have 9 volumes at home. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task and getting 500 gold coins. Well, I didn't spend a single penny here. Okay, help me wrap the 70 flowers. Chiba took the book and said. Okay, guest, just wait a moment. Although Yamanaka Ino was curious to death. But she could only get up and wrap the flowers. After paying the money, Chiba didn't stay any longer and left here. This made Yamanaka Ino very depressed. Then, under the strong curiosity in my heart, Yamanaka Ino sneaked out of the flower shop. Let's see where the other party lives. I mean nothing else, absolutely nothing. At this moment, Chiba was walking leisurely towards his tavern with flowers in his hand. Below that is an order of magnitude of Senju Tobirama's chakra perception. The little Ino behind him naturally has nowhere to hide. Chiba was also a little helpless. Little Ino is 12 years old at most. Although children in the Hokage world are precocious. Some even have been in love since they were a few years old. However, this kind of thing still has to go with the flow. Soon Chiba returned to his shop. And Yamanaka Ino also identified the residence of this guest. Konoha Undead Tavern. Yamanaka Ino pouted and muttered softly. Sounds scary. Afterwards, she recorded the location in her heart and left here. And Chiba, who just entered the tavern. His face immediately turned black. Because the 4 people in front of them were lying on the ground in such a mess. As for the guests, after seeing the appearance of these 4 people, who dares to come in? Get up. Chiba is speechless. Growl. Afterwards, Senju Hashirama woke up in a daze. Advertisement. After they saw Chiba, suddenly his face changed drastically. Aha. What, boss, why are you back? Senju Hashirama said with a laugh. On the side, Uchiha Madara also stood up and coughed lightly. How did I come back? If I don't come back again, you can sleep through the night. Chiba put down the flowers in his hand. Go out to do the task by yourself, these guys are fine, and blow directly at the bottle. Chiba knew what was going on after seeing the 2 boxes of cocktails and a few bottles of erguodu on the bar. What a drag. What the hell, all 4 of them were thrown into the water. Chiba trained one by one for a long time. They all nodded and promised that they would stop stealing alcohol. Chiba let them go. See Chiba enter the office. Senju Hashirama gave a wry smile. Madara, we may not be able to drink so easily in the future. This is the first time we have cooperated, so it's inevitable that we're a little excited. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised slightly. Also, since we're drinking in the future, it will save a lot of trouble. Having said that, he looked at Senju Tobirama who was beside Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama coughed, and said lightly, I just carved the Flying Thunder God technique in the cold storage by the way. By the way, Senju Hashirama was taken aback, unable to tell. Isn't my brother usually a very upright person? Is this going against the water? Nissan, I'm still a little dizzy. Uchiha Izuna was still confused. Oh doo-doo, Nissan is carrying you back to the house to rest. Uchiha Madara looked at her younger brother dotingly. In fact, Uchiha Madara is really grateful to Chiba in his heart. Can use such a magical method to let myself meet my brother. Even Uchiha Madara herself fell in love with this seemingly peaceful but not peaceful life. Uchiha Madara left the lobby with Izuna on his back. At this time, Senju Hashirama also pretended to be a little drunk and said, Oh doo-doo, I'm a little dizzy too. Climb. 19 Madara. Why are you shouting so loudly? Hashirama. Reflex. 2/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Time flies, it has been a month. Normally, Chiba basically doesn't go out of the tavern. If there is any major event, basically let Hashirama and Madara run errands. On this day, the time has come. Hashirama, Lord Madara, this mission must only succeed. No failure. Chiba solemnly handed the 2 documents in his hand to Uchiha Madara in front of him. These are 2 recruitment documents. After Uchiha Madara took the document, he said with a firm expression. Don't worry, we promise to complete the task. Yeah, Chiba nodded. After the task is completed, 2 bottles of vodka per person. Hey, okay. Senju Hashirama smiled when he heard this. Afterwards, the 2 of them left here holding hands and shoulder to shoulder. At this time, the gate of Konoha village. There are already 5 figures waiting here for a long time. This is, of course, the Kakashi team preparing for the wave mission, plus Adazna. They had already learned about the mission this time a few days ago. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are also participating. This scares Kakashi, who hasn't slept well for the past few days. And Kakashi, who is always late, is not late this time either. How dare he? The accompanying people this time are Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Until now, Kakashi feels like a dream. Can act together with these 2 god tiers. Kakashi felt like he was going to float. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama appeared in front of everyone. Decades have passed since the Sengoku period. So, among Konoha village, if you really don't look carefully. Even if Madara and Hashirama appeared in the village swaggeringly, it will never be discovered. Kakashi, you guys continue with your mission. Hashirama and I just follow behind you. Uchiha Madara looked at Kakashi and said with a smile. However, he also secretly muttered in his heart. Why is this Sharingan fluctuation so familiar? Kind of like that kid from Obito. Advertisement. Interesting. Apparently, the one below the Kakashi forehead protector is the Sharingan. Has been sensed by Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara doesn't ask too many questions. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto rushed in front of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara excitedly. Teachers, you are so powerful. Can you teach me? Uzumaki Naruto said excitedly. Since that day, Uzumaki Naruto remembered the 2 Jonin teachers. But at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke also quickly ran in front of Uchiha Madara. However, after dawdling for a long time, he didn't say anything. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, you think the same as me, right? Uzumaki Naruto saw Sasuke faltering. Suddenly burst into laughter. After Uchiha Sasuke heard Uzumaki Naruto's laughter, his whole face flushed with anger. He couldn't bear it any longer, and shouted loudly. Where are you getting too much? When Uzumaki Naruto heard it, every cell in his body became active. Immediately, he also yelled at Kaido, what is gay? This scene, hey, put Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara on top. Motor. Senju Hashirama yelled hard. Hot mom. Uchiha Madara also yelled. Then, Uchiha Madara gave Senju Hashirama a vicious look. Hashirama, what the hell are you yelling at? I was reflex. Senju Hashirama coughed lightly, scratching his head. Besides, you also shouted. My, FK is also a conditioned reflex. Uchiha Madara said confidently. Senju Hashirama stared blankly at Uchiha Madara, and immediately let out a breath. In terms of shamelessness, I, Senju Hashirama, would like to call you the strongest. You don't want to steal my lines, hey. Uchiha Madara was furious. When did I snatch it? Then I don't care. Seeing that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are about to pinch each other. Kakashi on the side hurriedly came in front of the 2 of them. You 2 big brothers, look, it's getting late, let's hurry up and carry out the mission. The employers have been waiting here for a long time. Kakashi said cautiously and cautiously. These 2 are real masters. Advertisement. He Kakashi is really untouchable. Even though he has the title of Hitaki 50-50. However, when encountering these 2 god tiers, Kakashi has to stay away. Since we have been waiting for so long, will we die after a while? Uchiha Madara tilted her head and glanced at Dazna. Suddenly lost interest, before going out for this mission. Chiba has already told them about the details of this wave mission. Good guy, this dishowner chose a C-level mission to save money. Not only that, but also concealed the difficulty of the task. Fortunately, the task in this line was carried out by Kakashi with a cheat class. If it were a normal genin squad, it's really not necessarily possible to come back alive. Not cutting again as Jonin, and also elite Jonin, the assassination technique of Grandmaster Mist Shadow Village. Bai's strength can at least be regarded as Jonin. Anyway, better than Chunin. If it hadn't been for Uzumaki Naruto who was cheating, Shiro wouldn't have lost. In fact, even if Naruto was on the hook at that time, if Bai got serious. Nor would Naruto win so easily. Dasna also heard Uchiha Madara's words, but he just didn't dare to get angry. Because, as long as he moves his gaze to Uchiha Madara, I couldn't help trembling, and there was an intuition in my heart telling him. Do not provoke this person. This is a fear from the depths of the soul. This is naturally caused by the powerful spiritual power of Uchiha Madara. Even if he didn't use it deliberately, the strong are the strong. Don't be angry, it's not fake. Okay, Madara, let's get going. We still have to complete the task Chiba gave us. Senju Hashirama patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder. Uchiha Madara just nodded. On the road. Afterwards, everyone embarked on a journey to the land of waves. 20 Brother Chiba has iced cola here. 3/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Konoha village, among the taverns. Chiba lay leisurely on the sofa in his office. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna greeted him outside. It's barely enough to be busy. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the office. Please come in. Chiba sat up straight and said. Then, Uchiha Izuna pushed open the door of the office. Boss, there are 2 little girls outside who want to enter the tavern. We don't know whether minors can come in, so we just want to ask the boss. Uchiha Izuna came in and asked for instructions. Of course, you can come in. Chiba stood up and smiled. Although we are a tavern, minors cannot drink alcohol. But, Izuna, don't forget, our business is not just selling alcohol. Having said that, Chiba cleared his throat. Did you forget? We also have juice, drinks, and even iced cool. That's right, I almost forgot about the frozen cool. This thing is definitely a life-extending product in the scorching summer. For a while, Chiba had already seen a sea of people at the entrance of his tavern. It will definitely be a hit. Yes, boss, Uchiha Izuna nodded. Okay, let's go out and have a look. Chiba also became curious, who could these 2 girls be? At the same time, at the door of the tavern, 2 pretty girls stood quietly at the door. In front of them is Senju Tobirama with an extremely indifferent face. Can't really blame Senju Tobirama, after all, he has such a paralyzed face. It is really difficult for him to raise a smile to face the guests. Hey, Ino, how about we go back? A girl in beige tugged at the corner of Yamanaka Ino timidly. Hinata, it's all right. That brother looks like a nice guy, he's not a bad guy. Yamanaka Ino took Hyuga Hinata's hands and said firmly. Then do you know that brother's name? Hyuga Hinata asked softly. Yamanaka Ino scratched his head in embarrassment, I don't know. However, we came here with a purpose this time. Advertisement. The flowers that Big Brother ordered are finally here, and I can't take them all by myself. That's why I came to find you. Hyuga Hinata could only nod. At this moment, Chiba walked to the door of the tavern. After seeing Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, a smile appeared on his face. It turns out to be the little sister of the flower shop, come in. Chiba greeted. Yeah, Yamanaka Ino nodded, and Hyuga Hinata behind her sneaked a glance at Chiba. Doesn't really look like a bad guy because, no problem. Afterwards, the 2 little girls followed Chiba to the inside of the tavern. The tavern is of course a regular tavern. Let's not say whether this person is legal or not. Anyway, the tavern was brightly lit. On the shelves, there are various wines. And there are rows of transparent freezers in front of them. There are various snacks in the freezer. That looks delicious. For a while, the 2 little girls, Hinata and Ino, were dumbfounded. Here and there are taverns. This is simply heaven. Ding. Trigger the quest. Make Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino linger over their tavern. Ding. Reward. 1000 gold coins and Gentle Fist 8 trigrams Grandmaster version. Chiba smiled slightly. Sure enough, the task came. Isn't it easy to make them linger on my tavern? Want to eat? Chiba came behind the 2 of them and smiled. Yeah, Yamanaka Ino looked at the dim sum in front of him and nodded. Well, big brother, how much does this cost? Ino turned around, was taken aback for a moment, and then asked in a low voice. No need to spend money. Chiba said with a smile, you 2 are the first customers to enter the store today. According to the rules of my tavern, the first batch of people who come in can get free orders. Wow, really? Yamanaka Ino was a little excited when he heard it. Of course it's true. Chiba nodded. Advertisement. You 2 come here and wait for a while, a pastry chef will deliver snacks to you in a while. Yeah, Yamanaka Ino nodded immediately, and then handed the flowers in his hand to Chiba. Big brother, these are the flowers that I ordered at the beginning, and now I have finally gathered them all, so I will send them here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yamanaka Ino, and this one is Hyuga Hinata, the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. Yamanaka Ino pulled Hyuga Hinata beside him and introduced him. Ino-chan, Hinata-chan. Chiba smiled slightly, my name is Chiba. Yeah, Brother Chiba, Yamanaka Ino greeted. Hyuga Hinata was a little timid, and whispered, Brother Chiba. Afterwards, the two little girls sat aside, waiting with anticipation for the next dessert. Chiba put away the flowers and came to the side. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task of collecting 100 kinds of flowers. Ding. Get. 1 call and 1,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 2,500. Remaining number of summons. 1 time. After completing the task, Chiba left. Then Izuna was dispatched to order 2 desserts for Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. The raw materials for the dim sum are all bought by Chiba from the system. Nature is the best material, so the taste is unique and absolutely superb. The 2 girls ate their snacks unceremoniously. And Chiba also came to Hinata and Ino with 2 bottles of ice-cold cola. After eating dessert, it's natural to have a bottle of iced cool. Chiba put 2 bottles of Coke in front of the 2 of them. Try it, it's a good thing. Chiba said persuasively. Couldn't this be a bar? Yamanaka Ino asked softly. Of course not. Chiba smiled helplessly. Ino just opened the bottle cap and took a tentative sip. If you take this bite, it will be terrible. The iced cool went down the throat and entered the abdomen. That feeling, that taste. In this hot summer season. There is only one word revealed from the whole body. Gone. 21 Hashirama. If you dare to say it, I will kill you with 1 blow. 4/6. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. It's so comfortable. Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but exclaimed. This feeling is as if every pore in the whole body has been stretched. Before coming here, it was hot and dry, after taking this iced cola. Of course there is nothing left. Is this iced cola? Love love love. Hyuga Hinata drank almost half of the bottle with a gurgling sound. This refreshing and thirst-quenching drink is really delicious. Is it delicious? Chiba naturally knows the charm of iced cola. No one can say no. And, more important point, that is, the iced cola produced by the system will not make people gain fat. It will only replenish the water element lost by the human body. Where can you find this kind of heaven-defying iced cool? It's delicious. Yamanaka Ino's eyes were completely crescent-shaped. Where's Hinata-chan? Chiba tilted his head and looked at Hyuga Hinata. Yeah, it's delicious. Thank you Chiba brother. Hyuga Hinata hurriedly lowered her head, a little afraid to look directly into Chiba's eyes. Sure enough, he still has such a shy character. I don't know if it's too late to start now. Harmful. How can I have such an idea? The next thing I should think about is how to get more of them to come. Otherwise, are you worthy of your title? Since you are my first guests who came here today. Well, then I'll give you 2 a bottle of wine for your father. After Chiba finished speaking, he brought 2 bottles of erguotu. In order to complete the task, it is not easy. No middle-aged person can resist the temptation of erguotu. When the time comes, don't forget to linger. It is estimated that their father may be able to find them in person. This is of course part of the plan. Thank you, Brother Chiba, Yamanaka Ino said with a smile. Thank you Brother Chiba, Hyuga Hinata also said to Chiba obediently. Yeah, Chiba smiled. The 2 of them also left the tavern. Chiba clicked his tongue when he saw them leave. Boiling frogs in warm water is still in the stage of slow cooking. Advertisement. Wait until it's almost ripe, and collect the juice on the fire. When the time comes, cook the raw rice and cook it, it will be delicious. Behind them, Izuna and Tobirama, who heard Chiba muttering to himself, looked at each other. They looked at each other, a little unclear. Could it be that the boss meant that he wanted to eat frogs? Chiba went back to his office. Izuna and Tobirama looked at each other as if, and immediately, cut. Everyone is busy. Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata, who left the tavern, felt the venom of the sun again. Ah, why is it so hot this day? It's like taking another sip of Brother Chiba's iced cool. Yamanaka Ino pouted and said. However, Brother Chiba is really handsome. And gentle. For a moment, little stars appeared in Yamanaka Ino's eyes. Hyuga Hinata on the side didn't say anything to refute. After all, what she said was the truth. Before leaving, what Chiba said still lingered in the ears of the 2 of them. The next time you want to have some snacks, or have an ice-cold drink, you can come to me anytime. Iced cool, really delicious. In the tavern, Chiba was lying on the sofa. The mission that was just triggered on Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata must wait until their next visit. It can only be completed, so there is no rush. Ding. There is a new message in the tavern chat group. Ding. Someone in the group news sent you a message. Chiba grinned and waved. Immediately, the chat interface appeared in front of Chiba. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Senju Hashirama. At Chiba, group leader. Group leader. Damn, I almost couldn't stop my Madara. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, don't talk. I'm going to kill Wying village. Senju Hashirama. At Chiba, moderator. Moderator. Uhu. Chiba. Stop crying. Tell me what just happened. Senju Hashirama. This puff, let me laugh for a while. No, I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Izuna. At Uchiha Madara. Nissan, what's wrong? Uchiha Madara. Your brother, I'm going to slaughter Wying village, do you support it? Uchiha Izuna. Support. Uchiha Madara. Okay, then we brothers will act tonight. Chiba. Brothers, are you playing me? What the hell are you talking about? What happened to Wying Village? Senju Hashirama. It's like this. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara. If you dare to say it, I will kill you with one knife. Uchiha Madara was banned for 5 minutes by the group owner. Quote. Chiba. Hashirama. Go 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 go. GKD. GKD. Senju Hashirama. It goes like this. Madara and I have been walking at the end of the line. You know, it's hot in summer. Madara took off the rope used to bind the hair. But at this time, Madara and I discovered 2 ninjas hidden in the small pool at the same time. Then, we heard 2 sentences. Why does that man with disheveled hair look so female? That's a woman, okay. What's your look? Senju Hashirama. The following things, don't I need to say more? The time for the ban on Uchiha Madara is up, unmute. Quote. Uchiha Madara. Hot mom. Give it to Mr. Nishin. Uchiha Madara. Chiba, don't play like this. I stared at the screen for 5 minutes and couldn't speak. Chiba. Hey, when you come back from the mission, I will compensate you with an extra bottle of vodka. Uchiha Madara. Okay. At this point, Chiba also opens up Uchiha Madara's third-person perspective. Just watching the chat conversations, how can there be a live broadcast that looks interesting? A screen appeared in front of Chiba. At the same time. Konoha village, on the surrounding jungle trails. Uchiha Madara grinned and looked at the 2 Kikage ninjas in front of him. These 2 people are naturally the first wave of ninjas sent by Zabuzan. Madara, calm down. Senju Hashirama suppressed a smile and comforted Uchiha Madara. Calm down. Uchiha Madara became angry when he saw the 2 ninjas. If it weren't for Kakashi and Senju Hashirama, these 2 ninjas would have returned to the Pure Land long ago. Kakashi, hurry up and interrogate, the interrogation is over, so I can send them on their way. Uchiha Madara said at the top of his voice. Kakashi smiled wryly and nodded. The 2 ninjas in Wying Village really dare to say it. Dare to say that Uchiha Madara looks like a woman. Damn, maybe even Hashirama wouldn't dare to say that. For a moment, Kakashi admired these 2 ninjas who were about to return to the Pure Land from the bottom of their hearts. 22 That's not how the plot works. No more beheading. My life is suffering. 5/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. After asking, Uchiha Madara laughed sinisterly. He walked up to the 2 ninjas. Grandpa will give you a knife. I will kill you. Give it to Grandpa sign. Then, there were 2 screams in the jungle. Then it returned to calm. Uchiha Madara came out with a smile on her face. It's nothing, let's continue on the road. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help shrinking their necks. This man looks so dangerous. It's better not to provoke. In the office of the tavern, Chiba saw this scene. Some couldn't help but laugh. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At Senju Hashirama, at Uchiha Madara, don't be too playful, remember your mission. Uchiha Madara. Relax, everything is under control. Senju Hashirama. I'm watching Madara, it's fine. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Afterwards, everyone went on the road again. After this little episode, Kakashi also learned the whole truth from Dazna. Originally, according to the usual circumstances, this task should be terminated. But, my line of work has Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, 2 big bosses. Not to mention assassinating ninjas. So what if the entire big country uses the power of the whole country to hunt down and kill them? So what? For a while, Kakashi was full of confidence. Soon everyone passed the ferry. Came to the entrance of the Kingdom of Waves. At this time, everyone was walking in a small forest with winding paths. Madara. At this moment, Senju Hashirama, who was walking at the back of the group, touched Uchiha Madara with his arm. Uchiha Madara nodded. I have already sensed it. There is a ninja in the southeast, and there is a ninja in the south. The strength of the one in the southeast is estimated to be in Jonin, and the one in the south is approaching Jonin. Then Senju Hashirama took a deep breath. No hurry. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. Look at the strength of Sasuke and Naruto. There's no need for us to do everything. In our line of work, we just need to complete our own tasks. Advertisement. After Senju Hashirama heard Uchiha Madara's words, they also nodded. If everything can be resolved by the 2 of them, then the purpose of training Sasuke and Naruto will not be achieved. Madara, did you see anything in Naruto and Sasuke? Senju Hashirama looked forward, and immediately said with some regret. Once upon a time between you and me. Uchiha Madara sighed deeply. Then, he took out 2 bottles of beer from his ninja bag. Handed Hashirama a bottle. Puff. Breaking the tab, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had a drink. Hiss. Madara. This wine. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, interrupting Senju Hashirama. Don't ask, just move. As expected of you. Senju Hashirama nodded. Then the 2 started humming and singing. Drank some wine and walked forward. Chiba looked at the picture on the screen. There was a forced smile on his face. Is there any law on this horse? When did you get a few bottles of beer from my tavern? For a moment, Chiba began to think. Should I replace the underground ice storage door with a combination lock? No, what if they crack the combination lock? Then replace it with a fingerprint lock. Or face recognition, what a ghost. This is not as secure as a combination lock. Good guy. I replaced the door of the ice house with face recognition on my front foot. On the back foot, people directly use a transformation technique to change into their own appearance. Then it's the same as entering your own backyard, don't you come when you want, and leave when you want. Just when Chiba was having a headache for his own freezer. In the land of waves, the team led by Kakashi has entered the deep forest. The surrounding fog also began to slowly increase. Right now, suddenly a breaking wind came. Call out. Good guy, the huge beheading sword flew directly towards Dazina. Squat down. Kakashi roared. Everyone immediately fell to the ground. At this time, the beheading sword did not stop. Instead, he continued to fly towards the two figures in the distance. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other. They all laughed. How hard is this ninja? Advertisement. Senju Hashirama raised his right hand. A casual grip. He easily blocked the beheading sword. Not only that, but also in the hand. Huge strength, in the hands of Senju Hashirama, is like a fake. Above a big tree in the distance. After Zaibu Zan saw such a scene, his expression changed slightly. Could it be, two more Jonin? Could it be that the mission was exposed this time? For a while, even if he didn't kill him, he began to think whether he wanted to assassinate Dazna today. However, now the only point is, his own beheading sword fell into the opponent's hand. What? How? Just when there is no more headache. Senju Hashirama in the distance waved the beheading sword in his hand casually. After feeling that it was meaningless, he threw it towards Zabuzan in the distance. This throw is incredible, even though Senju Hashirama has controlled his strength. However, he forgot one thing. That is, I am Senju Hashirama. The beheading sword that was thrown casually. Suddenly it was like a shell. Quickly headed towards Zabuzan to attack, instead of beheading the whole person for a moment. My mother. Is it so scary? He hasn't been given time to react yet. The beheading knife in the pupil has begun to enlarge rapidly. Zabuzan quickly stood up, a pair of eyes fixed on the beheading sword in front of him. Find the right time. Bang. After a sound, the hands that didn't cut again fell on the back of the beheading sword. Immediately, a huge force directly swept through his whole body. And his figure immediately flew upside down. It's just a random throw from the opponent. Can't take it by myself. Cage level strong. Don't be confused anymore. This is not so deceitful. I haven't punched the reincarnation of Ashura yet, but I'm stepping on the reincarnation of Indra. The plot is not arranged like this. The opposite side doesn't play cards according to the routine at all. My life is miserable. 23 Kakashi and Zabuzan's business blow each other. 6/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. I'm really going to cry now. According to the script, I will show my skills next. The fog and shadow assassination technique with one hand is superb. Then force Kakashi to open Sharingan. And then, it's a 50-50 split between myself and Kakashi. Punch Ashura reincarnation, kick Indra reincarnation time off. Zaibu Zan was pushed out by this force for nearly 30 meters. Finally, it hit a big tree, and then reluctantly stopped his figure. If it weren't for this big tree, it is estimated that if you don't cut it, you will still have to slide for 20 meters. The movement here naturally made Kakashi aware of it. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly set off the forehead protector. A Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan is revealed. Afterwards, he jumped forward, came to a place more than 10 meters away from Zaibu Zan, and stopped. You are the Teodi Zaibu Zan who is known as the Fog Shadow Ghost. After Kakashi saw Zabuzan, his pupils were slightly startled. Zaibu Zan stood up slowly, and took up his own beheading sword. He stared at Kakashi indifferently. Worthy of being a famous ninja. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Since you know that I'm a ninja, you still dare to show up. Zabuzan sneered, so what if you are the cold-blooded Kakashi who became famous in the 3 wars? I don't kill ghosts, when have I been afraid? As expected of the defected ninja Zabuza from Kurikage village. Kakashi stared at Zabuza in front of him with all his attention. In the distance, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were about to throw up after hearing the conversation between the two of them. Is there such a commercial bragging between you? Not just the two of them. Even Chiba almost threw up looking at the screen in front of him. The business bragging about Kazi brother really deserves his reputation. At this moment, Senju Hashirama took out a document from his arms. The document is naturally a recruitment agreement. On the first page of the recruitment agreement, there is a photo and name of the recruiter. As for other information, it is all blank. Madara, the mission of our line of work is this guy. Senju Hashirama said. Go and have a look. Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised. Immediately, the body flicker technique under the feet of the two people was activated instantly. In the next second, Momochi Zabuzan appeared in front of him. Advertisement. If you don't cut it again, you will only feel a burst of majestic pressure coming. His eyes shrank fiercely, even his face became pale. Really, I just knew it. The opponent really has a cage-level powerhouse. Moreover, looking at it like this, it is estimated that there are still 2 statues. Am I so proud? Dowdy would really cry if he didn't kill him again. What's your name, boy? Uchiha Madara squinted and asked. No longer swallowing his saliva, facing the coercion of 2 cage-level powerhouses. He really didn't dare to have the slightest thought of running away. My name is Dao D Never Cut. After that, he could only answer honestly. That's all right. Uchiha Madara suddenly smiled. Then, he took out the recruitment agreement in his hand. Come on, sign this agreement. After signing, we will not interfere in the affairs between you. No longer take over the agreement cautiously. The big characters above are striking. Undead Tavern Staff Recruitment Agreement. Then, after he opened the file, a form appeared in front of him. Name, gender, age, constitution, possess ninjutsu, comprehensive strength. Quote. Then there is a big push for employee agreements. Write it well. If it is false, then the agreement will not take effect when the time comes. Uchiha Madara put a smile on his face. I don't mind turning you into a ghost really. If you don't cut it, how dare you say more? Pick up the pen and finish writing. Swish, swish, swish. Then, he respectfully handed the agreement to Uchiha Madara. That's right. Uchiha Madara smiled. Advertisement. This kid is very good. At the same time, Chiba sitting in the office room of Konoha Tavern. A system beep was also received. Ding. Congratulations to the host staff for completing the task of forcibly reaching a recruitment agreement. Ding. Recruiter. Don't cut the peach land again. Start analyzing. Ding. Teodi never cuts, has the strength of elite Jonin, has punched Ashura reincarnation, kicked Indra reincarnation, and Hitaki Kakashi's 50 to 50 feats. In the end, the system judges to reward gold coins, 100,000 gold coins. Ding. Host, please continue to work hard. Chiba froze for a moment, and then his face was full of smiles. Really, if you don't cut it in the early stage, it's still very valuable. The Kingdom of Waves will not be cut after the agreement is signed. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama just laughed. Senju Hashirama then took another deal out of his arms. If you don't kill it, I ask you, do you know the people above? After Zabujan saw Bai's photo, his pupils shrank. He immediately frowned and said, I don't know. Tisk tisk tisk, young man, you can't lie to me, an old bone. The smile on Senju Hashirama's face intensified. It was at this time. A scolding sound came. Ice escape. Shinsha Shuixiong. Thousands of books condensed by Bing Dun suddenly appeared around the few people. Blood succession limit. Uchiha Madara smiled. Two-handed seal. Fire-style great fireball technique. An ordinary great fireball easily resisted the surrounding ice escape ninjutsu attacks. And the next second, he shot quickly. Caught Shiro wearing a mask on top of a big tree. Afterwards, Uchiha Madara brought Shiro to Zabuchi. As for Kakashi, he went to see if Dishonor was injured. After all, the task of this line is to send Dasna safely home. At the same time, Madara also removed Shiro's Anbu mask. The moment it was taken off, Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised. It's still a girl doll. No more chopping. White. 24 Putting on women's clothing will cause harm to one party. Isn't it delicious? 1/6. Please support all Wawa monthly tickets. At this moment, the scene became a little weird. The reason is because of this quote from Uchiha Madara. It's still a girl doll. At this time, Zai Bujin looked at Bai beside him with a dazed expression. Bai, isn't he a boy? How did you become a girl? Although, Bai Chong is very cute. But of course it's a boy who is so cute. I'm a man. I just look like a girl. Bai hurriedly explained aloud. However, this explanation is somewhat pale and weak. Forget it, never mind that. Uchiha Madara scratched her head. Then he said in a low voice, little baby, hurry up and sign this document. As long as you sign, I will let you go and never kill you again. You mean what you say? Bai raised his head, only feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. At this moment, Bai already knew. Together with Master Zai Yuzan, they are not necessarily the opponents of these two people in front of them. There is no other way, the current Bai can only choose to believe the words of the two of them. After all, even Mr. Zaibujian signed it. Of course you keep your word. This recruitment document is for you, remember it. Don't write fake things on it. Shiro took the Vice Admiral recruitment document from Senju Hashirama's hand. After looking at it for a while, Bai's eyes also showed curiosity. Is there really such a tavern? If there is, Bai really wants to live in it. Name. Bai. Gender. When it came to gender, Bai hesitated slightly. At this moment, it wasn't just Bai's eyes staring at the document in front of him. Even Zabuchi behind the white body, and Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in front of the white body. Plus Chiba in front of a pair of unreal screens. A total of 5 people, with 10 eyes, were all staring at the document in Bai's hand. Bai tremblingly wrote, write a male character. Suddenly, some people were happy and others were sad. Don't worry about it, let me just say it. Advertisement. How could Bai be a girl? Etc. Bai, is he really a boy? Looks like I've never been sure. Could it be that there is something tricky about it? On the side, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but clicked his tongue. The little doll looks like a girl. Could it be that my eyes are dazzled? Ah Madara, didn't you also be treated as a girl by others before? Senju Hashirama picked up which pot he didn't open. I tricked you into a monkey, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Uchiha Madara suddenly flew into a rage. Seeing it, it's time to go up and fight Senju Hashirama. At the same time, Bai also took Zabuzan and left here as if escaping. In the tavern, Chiba also saw the scene just now. He said with some regret, "Oh, it's white, why is it a blue boy? Why, hey, you Kishimoto thief. Wow, the picture girl insists on being a boy. I want to kill you too." But, when Bai is recruited, come a big guy in women's clothing, tisk tisk. At that time, put on women's clothing. Disaster everywhere. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Once again a smile appeared on Chiba's face. Ding. Congratulations to the host staff for completing the white recruitment task. Quote. Ding. Recruiter. Bai, comprehensive strength judgment. Elite Chunin can be improved. Ding. Congratulations to host. 50,000 gold coins. After the prompt sound in my mind appeared. Only then did Chiba feel relieved. The recruitment ceremony of these two guys is considered complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host staff for completing the task of recruiting 2 ninjas. Ding. Reward. 1 call, 1,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 153,500 gold coins, remaining number of summons, 2 times. Listening to the system's notification tone, the corners of Chiba's mouth slightly raised. Now, the money for the stereo and the money for the disc player are all together. At that time, in my own tavern, it will really be singing every night. It can't be done, singing every night is a bit too much. But at least, compared with other taverns, it is more distinctive. Not only that, the ninja who has not died in reality, after signing a contract with his own tavern. Advertisement. Naturally, after death, Chiba can directly summon him to his tavern. And there is no need to consume the number of summons. Such a humanized setting, you can't find it with a lantern. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Uchiha Madara. At Chiba, we're done. Senju Hashirama. Yeah, it's done. Zabuza and Bai have reached an agreement with us amicably. Seeing this, Chiba couldn't help but clicked his tongue. What a friendly fight into an agreement. Chiba. If that's the case, then you two should come back, let your minds go, and I'll call you back. Uchiha Madara. Got it. Senju Hashirama. Got it. Afterwards, the two of them spoke to Kakashi. It turned into 2 beams of light and disappeared without a trace. After Kakashi saw such a mysterious method, can't help but admire. Too strong. Just these 2 adults are already so strong. But, even if you are as strong as these 2 adults, you must honestly stay under the hands of that mysterious young man. Hiss. Kakashi's pupils reflected a look of fear. In this way, that young man's methods are even stronger than these 2 god tiers. It seems that if I have time in the future, I should also establish a good relationship with that adult. Moreover, the most important thing is that the beer from that grown-up family is really good to drink. Ms. Kakashi. At this time, Sasuke, Naruto, and small Sakura came to Kakashi. Ahem, the 2 adults have already gone back first. Our mission continues. After finishing speaking, Kakashi led everyone to continue the mission of the Kingdom of Waves. At this time, in the Konoha Tavern, Chiba cost a full 150,000 gold coins. Finally bought all the disc players and stereos. The system also sent a lot of equipment. For example, some lighting equipment. Chiba called everyone over. Okay, next, let's start. 25 Senju Tobirama. Are you illiterate or blind? 2/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Next, under the leadership of Chiba, everyone also started to get busy. With the passage of time, it has been half a day. The lighting arrangement is basically completed. Then there is the installation of the disc player, and the placement of the surrounding audio equipment. After 5 people had been busy for a whole morning. This is completely alive, looking at the stage that everyone worked together to build in front of them. Everyone has a sense of accomplishment welling up in their hearts. Madara, bring some cold beer to quench everyone's thirst. Chiba looked at the stage in front of him, as well as the lighting and sound. I couldn't help laughing. Okay. Uchiha Madara nodded. Immediately ran to the side of the freezer and brought a beer. Without further ado, everyone started drinking. On such a hot summer day, everyone was sweating again. After this cold beer enters the stomach, the whole body reveals the word shu shuang. Madara, Hashirama, come on, let me teach you, this is a disc player. Chiba came to the front of the player. Then he began to explain to Uchiha Madara and Hashirama behind him. In fact, this thing is not so difficult. As long as you want to learn, you can learn. Then, all afternoon, Chiba was explaining the use of the player and the surrounding lighting equipment. Afterwards, the division of labor was clear. The 2 above the disc player are naturally Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama is in charge of lighting and Uchiha Izuna is in charge of drinks and refreshments. Elder Schwanming, come on, let me see your first cooperation. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama glanced at each other, and then talked together for a while. Then, the 2 elders of Zanming, Madara and Hashirama, started their first cooperation. Good guy, when this little tune is shaken, it's really good. Senju Tobirama on the side also started to control the flickering of lights. All of a sudden, the whole tavern was in high spirits. Bouncing sand rattle, if I were a DJ. Quote. The whole tavern was having fun. Fortunately, there are not many residents living here. Otherwise, you must go to the Hokage building to report Chiba's tavern as a nuisance. Advertisement. Time flies, and the sun is already high. Because everyone had a good time last night. Therefore, the tavern did not open this morning. This moment, a woman and a man are walking slowly towards the tavern. Red, I heard from Kakashi earlier that there is a tavern near here that sells very good wine. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Kureni Yuhi beside him, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and said. Hurry up and buy it. After I finish buying it, I will take my 8th class with me for training. Yuhi Hong frowned slightly, and then said quickly. Sarutobi Asuma pointed to Chiba's tavern. Hong, look, it's there. Then, the two walked to the door of the tavern. But obviously, the door of the tavern is closed. Sarutobi Asuma frowned. Bang bang bang. He knocked on the door and said loudly. Is there anyone in the tavern? Hello. After waiting for a few minutes, there was still no response from the tavern. Sarutobi Asuma knocked on the door again. Bang bang bang. The harsh knock on the door spread to everyone's apartment in the backyard. Chiba woke up in a daze. With a wave of his hand, a translucent interface appeared in front of his eyes. After seeing the person clearly, the corner of Chiba's mouth twitched. Sarutobi Asuma, this guy, Chiba doesn't like it. Even annoying. There is no shining point in his whole body. First, he is the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But didn't learn anything to own from Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the contrary, I also learned the problem of smoking. Even, this guy thinks he's cool. You smoke yourself, Chiba, I have no objection. However, it doesn't matter if you smoke from childhood to adulthood. In the presence of outsiders, this guy smoked even harder. Second-hand smoke is more harmful than first-hand smoke. Didn't you see that Yuha Hong frowned? Thinking of Kurenai Yuhi, Chiba felt a little angry. Good guy, this Sarutobi Asuma is amazing in the back. Honorably died in the line of duty, very awesome. Advertisement. But what, Shiha Hong, who was orphaned and widowed, was left behind. Moreover, Nima was still pregnant before marriage, and even after Asuma died, she was not given any title. Put it here in Chiba, can you bear it? Hey, Chiba, who is a color-skinned boss, can't bear it. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At all members, wake up. Start work. Live. Chiba. Today I have a mission for everyone. There is a man at the door, just bury him hard, and whoever bury him well will get cold beer. The more bury you, the more I give. Uchiha Madara. Gone. I'm coming. Senju Hashirama. I'm coming too. Senju Tobirama. Can I substitute beer for Ergotu? Chiba. No problem. Senju Tobirama. Flying Thunder God Technique. Uchiha Madara. Damn, you're cheating. Hashirama, hurry up and open the door. Why are you locking my door? Gone. Senju Hashirama. Hey, Madara, you can go back to the cage and sleep well, and leave the rest to me. Uchiha Madara. At Uchiha Izuna, Aududo. Uchiha Izuna. Nissan, here I come. Everyone is in the noisy atmosphere of the group. Everyone is up. At this time, Senju Tobirama has already used the Flying Thunder God technique to come to the front hall of the tavern. Then, he opened the door of the tavern. In the eyes, there are two ninjas. Senju Tobirama doesn't know Kurenai Yuhi and Sarutobi Asuma. Didn't you see the sign at the door? Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Asuma indifferently. Then he pointed to the sign on the handle of the door with his finger. It's clearly written on the sign that it's open in the afternoon today. Are you illiterate, or blind? Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. Good. A bottle of cold beer here. 10 bottles of beer can be exchanged for a bottle of Ergotu. Chiba. Exclusive red envelope, you sent a red envelope to Senju Tobirama. Quote. Senju Tobirama. A red envelope has been received. Received. A bottle of beer. Senju Tobirama. Boss, what do you want me to bury him like? Chiba. Well, you just need to restrain yourself a little bit. Senju Tobirama. Good. Chiba knows that Senju Tobirama has a bad temper. Especially the expression, it's so cold that you can't look directly at it. Moreover, Senju Tobirama has a hand in this aspect. 26 Madara. Are you really not afraid of death, or are you pretending not to be afraid of death? 3/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. The entrance of the tavern. After Sarutobi Asuma saw the sign above the door handle. His face was also a little unnatural. He did see it before, but it's not that Yuhihong is by his side. As a man, and the words have been spoken. You can't just leave like this, can you? In that case, wouldn't it be very embarrassing for me? Therefore, he forcibly knocked on the door of the tavern, wanting to show off in front of Yuhihong. Speak, are you dumb? Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Asuma indifferently. Sarutobi Asuma's expression changed. Oh, that means you can talk. Since you can talk, it proves that you are blind. Senju Tobirama's eyes were full of disdain. Seeing this scene, Chiba was stunned. Flower wipe. Senju Tobirama has a good hand. I'm not blind. Sarutobi Asuma also felt a tinge of anger in his heart. Why didn't you see the sign? Senju Tobirama folded his arms and sneered. Sarutobi Asuma was speechless for a moment. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. Exclusive red envelope, you sent a red envelope to Senju Tobirama. Quote. Senju Tobirama. A red envelope has been received. Received. A bottle of beer. At this time, Senju Tobirama folded his hands on his shoulders and continued to look at Sarutobi Asuma in front of him. You're not blind, and you're not dumb, so you're here to find fault. No, why did I become the one who finds fault? Sarutobi Asuma coughed lightly. You're not here to find fault, so what are you here for? Senju Tobirama asked. I came to buy wine. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Quote. Sarutobi Asuma was going crazy. I said earlier, but you didn't even ask. Come in if you want to buy alcohol. Senju Tobirama turned around and left the shop door indifferently. This scene did not give Sarutobi Asuma any face at all. First of all, a notice has been hung on the handle of the tavern. Closed this morning. Moreover, as long as it is an individual, a person who can read and write. No knocking on the door like before. If it's an ordinary tavern, maybe you can bear it when you see a ninja. But, G hit your ancestors on the head. If I didn't kill you on the spot, it would be considered smoke from your ancestral grave. Advertisement. Yuhihong also frowned a little. Not because of the clerk in the tavern. It's because of Sarutobi Asuma who was around. The notice on the handle of the door is so obvious. I couldn't see all of this, if Sarutobi Asuma hadn't blocked Kurenai Yuhi's sight just now. Kurenai Yuhi would not let Sarutobi Asuma do this. Red, let's go in. Asuma coughed lightly, then walked into the tavern. Wait a moment. Just at this time, Uchiha Madara appeared at the door of the tavern. This tavern has definite rules. No smoking. He looked at Sarutobi Asuma indifferently, and said slowly. Sarutobi Asuma looked left and right. After confirming that there were no notices, he said in a low voice. Hey, you haven't posted a no smoking notice in your tavern, have you? This time, I only said it after seeing it clearly. What's wrong with the rules I just made? Do you have any objections? Uchiha Madara said with a snort. Sarutobi Asuma only felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. Master Madara, I can't tell, you're ABCH. Uchiha Madara. Basic FK, there are more ruthless ones behind. Chiba. Exclusive red envelope, you sent a red envelope to Uchiha Madara. Quote. Uchiha Madara. A red envelope has been received. Received. A bottle of beer. Chiba. Old rule, 10 bottles of beer for 1 bottle of vodka. Uchiha Madara. Oh 98k. Do you have an opinion? Uchiha Madara tilted his head and looked Asuma up and down. The comprehensive strength is at most ordinary jonin. With a ninja of this strength, Uchiha Madara can kill a bunch of them with a single slap. If it weren't for restraining himself, Uchiha Madara would have killed Asuma in front of him. Sarutobi Asuma was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. What me? You. What are you? Uchiha Madara twisted his neck. In the tavern, you just can't smoke. This rule was just made by me. Advertisement. If you have any comments and suggestions, choose to keep them. Because I won't listen to you if you say it. So, if you want to buy wine, buy it quickly, everyone is very busy. Sarutobi Asuma snuffed out the cigarette butt in his hand depressed. He kept muttering, what kind of broken tavern is this? Broken tavern. Uchiha Madara had a smile on his face. Are you really not afraid of death, or are you pretending not to be afraid of death? Obviously, this sentence has made Uchiha Madara a little angry. Who is Uchiha Madara? The Sengoku period is an existence that can make the entire ninja world tremble. Even in today's ninja world, Uchiha Madara is also the pinnacle of existence. Today, it is a home that Uchiha Madara recognizes in his heart. Heard others say that their home is broken. What does it feel like? The word home is a big weakness in Uchiha Madara's heart. So, at first Uchiha Izuna was after death. Deep inside Madara, there is no home. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was about to make a move. At this moment, Senju Hashirama hurried over with Uchiha Izuna. That murderous intent was about to sweep through the entire tavern. If you don't suppress it, Madara will really kill someone. Nissan. Uchiha Izuna hastily grabbed Uchiha Madara's hand. Only then did the killing intent on Uchiha Madara slowly subside. At this time, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhihong let out a long sigh of relief. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Uchiha Madara, then at Senju Hashirama beside him. Then he thought back to the white-haired man from before. For a moment, she always felt as if she had seen these three people somewhere. However, suddenly, she couldn't remember. At this time, Senju Hashirama came over. 2. What do you need to buy? Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Buy wine. Buy the best wine. Sarutobi Asuma also sensed it. These people may all be ninjas, and it is not uncommon for ninjas to open taverns. Buy wine. Those two sit here and wait for a while. Senju Hashirama still had a warm smile. However, there was something sinister in his smile. 27-hour boss is not that kind of person, is he? 4/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Senju Hashirama returned to the bar. Take out a bottle of Erguotu. Then return to the front of Sarutobi Asuma. This bottle of wine still tastes good. Senju Hashirama laughed. Sarutobi Asuma frowned, after opening the bottle cap. I couldn't help but taste a little bit. Once you drink it, it doesn't matter, the whole person will explode immediately. The taste of this wine, this mellow aroma, this concentration. This is too strong, right? Hey, boss, how much is it? Sarutobi Asuma laughed. 100,000 taels, Senju Hashirama said casually. 100,000. 2. Sarutobi Asuma was stunned when he heard this. How can it be so expensive? Are you kidding me? Could this be a black shop? Sarutobi Asuma stood up, and his voice was a little unnatural. It's not a black shop, but for those who look unhappy, the charges are a little more expensive. Senju Hashirama chuckled. Are you a member of the Sarutobi clan? Then, Senju Hashirama asked. From the very beginning, he felt that the guy in front of him looked familiar. My name is Sarutobi Asuma, the son of Hokage. Sarutobi Asuma frowned, specially emphasizing the pronunciation of the words, son of Hokage. Son of Hokage, don't you have to pay for drinking? Senju Hashirama nodded slightly. I see. At this time, Chiba, who was looking at the screen, also smiled. This is really, I made my grandpa laugh. Hokage's son, he still has the face to say it. Look at Naruto again. Both are also Hokage's sons. One has been an officer of the second generation since childhood. And what about Naruto? Basically stalking. In comparison, Asuma is really not popular. Chiba walked out of his room. Came to the tavern. Tobirama, this is your apprentice's son, and I leave it to you to handle. Senju Hashirama was really disappointed with Sarutobi Asuma. Tobirama, Sarutobi Asuma was slightly taken aback, but did not find anything unusual. However, Yu Hahong beside him trembled fiercely. I just said why are you so familiar? Advertisement. Tobirama, Senju Tobirama, isn't this Master Second Hokage of Konoha village? Oh my god, isn't he already dead? How could he appear here? Yu Hahong was so shocked that she couldn't speak. And Senju Tobirama came over, he looked at Sarutobi Asuma. Speechless, he said, so it's the monkey's son. Go and call your father. Sarutobi Asuma's face darkened. Hurry up, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it, or I'll kill you. Senju Tobirama is not Senju Hashirama's good temper. In an instant, the breath leaked out. Chakra burst forth. For a moment, the entire tavern was filled with the terrifying chakra coercion. Yes, Sarutobi Asuma has never seen such a big battle. The whole person was frightened and stupid, and almost became incontinent. Get lost, Senju Tobirama said indifferently. Then, Sarutobi Asuma d off and left here. He even forgot about Yu Hahong beside him. I was really scared. This kind of chakra that can release such a huge amount. He didn't even feel the Tao from his father. What is this concept? In other words, the person in front of him is actually a cage-level expert. Moreover, the strength is not even weaker than third Hokage at all. Could it be an enemy ninja? For a moment, Sarutobi Asuma didn't even think of intimidating his own people. It is second Hokage. In fact, he can't be blamed for this. It can only be said that he doesn't have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering. After Sarutobi Asuma escaped, Yu Hahong was completely dumbfounded. Sitting on the seat, I was a little overwhelmed for a while. Senju Tobirama turned around and took something from the table. Yu Hahong was so frightened that she hurriedly closed her eyes. 10 seconds later, a hearty laugh reached her ears. Yu Hahong, what are you waiting for? Or, what are you expecting? Laughter reached Yu Hahong's ears. Let Yu Hahong's eyelashes fluctuate slightly. Immediately, she slowly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful big red eyes are looking at the young man in front of him in disbelief. Advertisement. The young man in front of him gave Yu Hahong his first impression that he was handsome. The super handsome kind. When Yu Hahong saw the smile on the face of the young man in front of her. My heart trembled slightly. Such a sunny smile, such a warm smile. How do you know my name? And, who are you? Yu Hahong asked in a daze. Chiba leisurely made it to the opposite of Kurenai Yuhi. Then he said with a smile, my name is Chiba. It's the owner of this undead tavern. The owner of this tavern. Shi Hahong exclaimed suddenly. Afterwards, Yu Hahong seemed to realize that she had lost her composure. Hastily stretched out his hands, covering his exclaiming mouth. This is the owner of the tavern. After confirming first Hokage and second Hokage from Yu Hahong. She felt that this tavern was not simple. Right now, Shi Hahong didn't think of the young man in front of her. It's actually the owner of this mysterious tavern. How could this not make Yu Hahong lose his composure? This moment, on the edge of the bar in the tavern. 4 heads stick out side by side. Hey, tell me, how long will it take for our boss to take down this woman? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes before elbowing Senju Hashirama on the right. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, then whispered. Madara, isn't our boss that kind of person? It looks like our boss and that woman just met, right? Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes and said. Chiba can recognize us directly, you say he doesn't know that girl. Ghost letter. Senju Tobirama said blankly at this time. In theory, the few of us are ghosts. This is another name for the undead. FK me, Hashirama, if you don't care about your brother, it will appear that he is knowledgeable. Uchiha heard. Sudden toothache. Oh doo-doo, why don't you analyze the current situation? Senju Hashirama coughed lightly. After speaking, the eyes of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna converged on Senju Tobirama's face. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath. Then talk. 28 even Hashirama and Madara cannot escape the spirit of 8 trigrams. 5/6, Please support all Wawa monthly tickets. This matter has become obvious. First, let's judge. Our boss looks to be in his early 20s. At this young age, who can hold down the gun? Senju Tobirama began to analyze objectively. Plus, the masculinity in our tavern is too strong. Also, the weather is gradually getting hotter. At night, people tend to get hot and dry. So, Senju Tobirama said seriously, our boss wants to find us a boss lady. And depending on our boss's appetite, I'm afraid. There is more than one lady boss. Uchiha Madara. Damn. Senju Hashirama. Damn. Uchiha Izuna. Oh, huh. Everyone immediately focused their eyes on Uchiha Izuna's face. Uchiha Izuna blushed rapidly, and immediately whispered, damn. Everyone. Well, that's right. Then, the four of them stared at Chiba and Kurenai Yuhi in the distance again. 8 trigrams are human nature. This is really true. Although Chiba didn't know what these 4 people were muttering about. But, 8 trigrams for sure. On this point, Chiba is quite sure. Hello, Chian. Boss Chiba. Yuhi Hong hurriedly stood up. She really feels like sitting on pins and needles now. Moreover, I was angry in my heart. I accompanied Senju Tobirama to buy wine. In the end, this guy was fine, so he just left himself here. I escaped alone. This is still a man. For a while, Yuhi Hong's favorability towards Asuma was greatly reduced. Just call me Chiba. Chiba laughed casually. Immediately, the prepared iced cool was brought over. Come on, try our new products. Yuhi Hong sat down slowly, but still looked a little bit bound. Thinking about it, I saw first Hokage and second Hokage who had been dead for many years in broad daylight. Then you are still dreaming. Or it's haunted. The concept of ghosts also exists in the ninja world. Advertisement. Therefore, at this time, Yuhi Hong was really a little scared. But the more frightened she was, the angrier she became. After a few minutes, she was basically disappointed in Senju Tobirama. After Chiba opened the iced cola in his hand, poured a cup for Yuhi Hong. Yuhi Hong, try it, it's not wine, it's a drink. Chiba smiled slightly. On one side is Senju Tobirama who is so frightened that he can't even care about himself. On one side is Chiba who is warm and sunny with a smile on his face and can even make him feel at ease. For a while, Yuhi Hong's heart began to change. This side of the bar. Senju Tobirama nodded and continued. It seems that our boss has started to take action. This move is already to destroy the opponent's psychological defense first. Let her be completely disappointed with the man now. Then when she needed it the most, our boss appeared and handed her a bottle of Kuo. This is Kuo La Tactics. Senju Hashirama. Hiss. Is Chiba that strong? Uchiha Madara. In this regard, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call Chiba the strongest. Uchiha Izuna. Boss Cowhide. Then, on Chiba's side, Kuroyuki was very nervous. But after drinking a bottle of iced cool, the nervous heart immediately relaxed. The ice-cold cool's ability to relieve heat and relieve fatigue is not covered. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you again. Chiba stood up and left with a smile. Over at the bar, Senju Tobirama nodded again. His expressions all changed. There was a trace of reverence in the eyes. It's a good move, if you leave. That female ninja must be full of doubts. However, our boss never gave her any chance to ask questions. In this way, the strong curiosity will make her itchy. At that time, the strong thirst for knowledge and curiosity will invade her body and mind. Let's not talk about today, she will come to our boss soon. I, Senju Tobirama, have seen it today. I have no regrets in this life. Uchiha Madara said with a sad face. Oh, this is our boss. He is not an ordinary person. Senju Hashirama also followed Uchiha Madara's words and continued, isn't it? It seems that everything is under Chiba's control. Uchiha Izuna said cautiously, well, I don't know what to do with rainbow farts. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, advertisement. Uchiha Madara. At this time, Chiba also came in front of the 4 of them. What are the 4 brothers talking about? So high. Chiba grinned and asked with narrowed eyes. What? This wine glass looks very good. It's actually made of glass. Uchiha Madara casually picked up a wine glass on the table and watched it seriously. Yeah, the wood of this bar is also of high quality, much stronger than what I made with wood style by Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama took a rag and gently wiped the countertop. I just remembered that the accounts of these 2 days haven't been settled yet, so let's go and settle it first. Senju Tobirama said very seriously, and after speaking, he directly released a flying thunder god technique. Disappeared without a trace. The corners of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's mouths twitched violently. What's more, the fragrance of flying thunder god technique. At this point, Chiba's final eyes fell on Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna swallowed, he couldn't say something so outrageous. I had to lower my head and said cautiously, boss, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Chiba looked at Izuna who lowered his head, and smiled helplessly. Then let's have hot pot tonight. Izuna, I will leave it to you to prepare the ingredients. However, leave the hot pot base to me. I promise that when the time comes, you will all be happy. Really? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama rushed over. Chiba clicked his tongue and said with sideways eyes. Grandpa Madara, aren't you admiring the cup? Hashirama, aren't you cleaning the counter? Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha, brothers, let's accompany Izuna to prepare the ingredients together. After the work here is over, I will take you to eat pervert spicy hot pot tonight. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara felt their mouths start to water when they heard the word, pervert. Okay, let's get ready. Chiba smiled. After they left here. Chiba said loudly, Tobirama, you have another show in a while, don't forget it. In the backyard, Senju Tobirama's voice came. Got it, boss. 29. Is it because I can't hold the knife anymore, or are you two drifting? 6/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Chiba conveniently took out 2 snacks. Then, he returned to Yuhihong's dining table. Taste the dim sum in this tavern, it tastes good. Chiba handed the dim sum in her hand to Yuhihong. Yuhihong thanked, then picked up a small spoon and began to taste. There is no way, the current her is neither leaving nor staying. It would be better to just sit here, and. She was full of doubts and wanted to know from Chiba. However, it was asked so abruptly. People will definitely not be happy. For a while, Yuhihong just started to brainstorm. Ouch. When Yuhihong ate a spoonful of snacks. The whole person was stunned at first. There was even a happy smile on his face. A pair of big eyes stared at the dessert in his hand in disbelief. This is too delicious, right? Yuhihong usually eats dim sum from other dim sum shops. However, it was really the first time for her to eat such a delicious snack. All of a sudden, a pair of eyes completed the crescent shape. Lazy curves burst into Chiba's eyes. Chiba couldn't help but sigh to himself. Really, I like the 2 thorn newts the most. As soon as Yuhihong ate it, he ate more than half of it. When I felt my stomach was slightly full, it slowed down a little. I'm sorry, I've never eaten such a delicious dim sum. At this moment, Yuhihong remembered whether she was in front of others just now. Too open to eat. Well, it's okay, just come to me if you want to eat in the future. Chiba laughed, and then ate dim sum with Kurenai Yuhi. In the distance, 4 figures gathered again. Tut tut. The boss deserves to be the boss, Senju Tobirama said in amazement. There was also worship in everyone's eyes. Then 8 trigrams up again. Konoha village, among Hokage office buildings. Sarutobi Asuma rushed here in a hurry. Advertisement. Immediately, without saying a word, he knocked open the door of the office. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen is reviewing documents, and there are several Anbu ninjas beside him. In a panic. How decent is it? After seeing that it was his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed slightly. Father. Sarutobi Asuma didn't care. He rushed directly to the desk and said quickly. It's bad. Enemy ninjas have infiltrated our Konoha village. Also, the enemy ninjas are probably stronger than elite Jonin. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up. What? Where is the enemy ninja now? I can't call any place, but I can take my father there. Sarutobi Asuma said quickly. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned sullenly and said to the Anbu ninjas behind him. Assemble Anbu elite ninjas quickly. Then come with me. Yes. The Konoha Anbu behind him immediately took the order, and disappeared without a trace in the next second. 10 minutes later, a large number of Anbu had assembled. Asuma, lead the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen said heavily. Yes. Sarutobi Asuma nodded immediately. Then, everyone didn't stop any longer. Everyone followed behind Sarutobi Asuma. 10 minutes later. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being curious. Asuma, are you sure you're on this road? Yes, I'm sure. Sarutobi Asuma nodded heavily. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed behind Sarutobi Asuma with a sullen face, without saying a word. 5 minutes later, in front of Konoha Undead Tavern. Sarutobi Asuma pointed to the tavern in front of him. Said loudly, this is it. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face completely darkened. And Sarutobi Asuma began to describe what just happened to him here. Almost cried. Notify Anbu to evacuate. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Anbu behind him with a dark face. Stop talking nonsense. Evacuate. Yes, Lord Hokage. The people in Anbu don't know why, but Master Hokage dare not disobey the order. All Anbu all left here. My lord father, why is this? Sarutobi Asuma saw after Anbu evacuated. Advertisement. Immediately became anxious. You know, the enemy ninja on the opposite side is very likely to be a cage-level powerhouse. UB ****************. D. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Get out with me. Then, with a gloomy face, he walked slowly towards the tavern. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already felt the oppression brought by the tavern. What the hell is this called? The place I least want to come to is this tavern. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the door of the tavern. He forced a smile, however, a little far-fetched. The guests are here. Tobirama, I can't make room here, so go and entertain me. Chiba sat on the sofa and raised his voice. Yeah, Senju Tobirama straightened his clothes. Immediately walked in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes were full of indifference. Master Third Hokage, Yuhihong exclaimed. Immediately, she sat quietly in her place, feeling a little curious in her heart. Next, what kind of collision will happen? Monkey, here you come. Senju Tobirama twisted his neck. With sideways eyes, he looked at Sarutobi Asuma behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. You really gave birth to a good son. Teacher, Anuzi is not sensible, look. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly. Unreasonable. Senju Tobirama grinned. It's fine if your son is ignorant, but you're not very sensible either. I brought so many Anbu ninjas before, what do you want to do? Huh, do you think that our appearance here threatens your status? Or, do you think we are not needed at all? Teacher, I really didn't think so. Sarutobi Hiruzen wept. He scolded Sarutobi Asuma fiercely in his heart, this kid didn't make it clear. Is this an enemy ninja? This is second Hokage, isn't it? Senju Tobirama let out a long breath of relief. Sarutobi, do you know what you are doing? Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and became silent. Senju Tobirama grinned, in the words of our boss, that is. Is it because I can't hold the knife anymore, or are you two drifting? 30 boss, did you remember wrongly? I remember it wasn't 200,000 taels a bottle. 1/6, ask for all Wawa monthly tickets. After hearing the words of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt the burning pain on his face. Old, stop calling me teacher, Senju Tobirama said coldly. Nadime, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a bow. At this time, Sarutobi Asuma who was standing aside finally came to his senses. No wonder the person in front of him looked so familiar. Isn't this the second Hokage of Konoha village? Then the person I met before. First Hokage. There is another one that looks familiar too. Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Asuma is completely stupid. Aren't these all dead bosses? Why did they all appear here? It's not right. I didn't drink alcohol either. His brain is a little out of use. The scene became weird for a while. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes and said nothing. Senju Hashirama and others also sat quietly by the bar. Actually, Sarutobi Hiruzen what they don't know is. These brothers have already started chatting in the team. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Senju Tobirama. How is it? Is this wave of anger okay? Chiba. Exclusive red envelope. You sent a red envelope to Senju Tobirama. Quote. Senju Tobirama. A red envelope has been received. Received. 2 bottles of beer. Uchiha Madara. Hey, is it my turn? Chiba. Forget it. That's the end of today. Well, since we are a tavern. Chiba. Then just sell them some drinks, as for the price. Chiba. How much you can sell depends on your ability. At that time, you can use the profits to find me in exchange for fine wine. Senju Tobirama. Understood. Uchiha Madara. I get it too. Senju Hashirama. You guys understand slowly. I have already started to act. Uchiha Madara. Hey, at this moment, Senju Hashirama has already taken a bottle of Erguodo and came to Senju Tobirama's side. Damn, anyway, you are also a teacher. I see, that's the end of this matter. Senju Hashirama had a huge smile on his face. Advertisement. However, it was such a warm smile that made Sarutobi Hiruzen sweat all over his body. Shodai. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said respectfully. Damn, Sarutobi, look, you're here. Senju Hashirama waved his hand casually and said with a smile. Don't buy a bottle of wine and give it to your teacher to calm him down. Look, it's not appropriate, is it? Not suitable, not suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly. Then I'll buy a bottle of good wine and give it to the teacher. Senju Tobirama frowned, and said coldly, a bottle. My elder brother is not human anymore. Aside, Senju Hashirama heard what his brother said. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, what the hell is my elder brother not a human anymore? How am I not human? It seems that it can't be regarded as a human being. 2 bottles. Buy 2 bottles of good wine. Sarutobi Hiruzen said hastily. Just the 2 of them. At this moment, Uchiha Madara walked over with arms folded. This, you have it too, 3 bottles. 3 bottles. Sarutobi Hiruzen's legs went limp after seeing Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are at least their teachers. However, Uchiha Madara is the real killer. The great killer of the Sengoku period. If there is no Senju Hashirama. I am afraid that the ninja world today is dominated by the Uchiha clan. Where did you put my brother? Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. He pulled his younger brother to his side. Uchiha Izuna scratched the ends of her hair, feeling very moved. 4 bottles. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to kneel down. Everyone in this shit can't be offended by themselves. All are big shots. Boss. God tier. If you put it outside, it will be an existence that stomps its feet and makes an earthquake. 4 bottles. Uchiha Madara and the others glanced at each other, and then at Sarutobi Hiruzen at the same time. Everyone. 4 bottles. Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped to the ground. The number 4 is unlucky, maybe 6 bottles. Senju Tobirama said lightly. Okay. 4 big guys, 6 bottles each. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried. At this time, Chiba, who was watching the play, couldn't help laughing. It's not just him smiling. Even Yu Hahong was covering her small mouth and secretly smiling. Although she didn't laugh out loud. However, that trembling shoulder had already betrayed her. Competition, the legendary Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Izuna. Those are all great figures who have shocked the quartet. So, after passing down from generation to generation. Advertisement. Naturally, they were all portrayed as high cold. Where is it like now, 4 guys teamed up to cheat Sarutobi Hiruzen. This scene is really unheard of and unseen. Chiba stood up and smiled brightly. By the way, Arugwotu is 100,000 taels a bottle. Chiba's words reached everyone's ears. Senju Hashirama said a little confused. No, boss. Did you remember wrongly? I remember. Arugwotu is obviously worth 150,000 taels a bottle. Chiba scratched his head and muttered to himself full of doubts. As that's so. Alas, once this person gets old, he tends to forget things. Chiba couldn't help but sighed, and walked down again. Looking at his sad face, it really makes people think that he is getting old. On the side, Yuhihong looked at this scene in amazement. This bottle of wine obviously said before that it is good to buy 100,000 taels. How did it become 150,000 taels in the blink of an eye? However, when she saw the faint smile on Chiba's face. I know, they are deliberately teaming up to bully Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good guy. Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but look at Chiba a few more times. Aniki, did you remember wrong too? Senju Tobirama said suddenly. I clearly remember that it was 200,000 taels a bottle. Puff, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, and suddenly felt a thunderbolt fall on his ears. 200,000 taels. Why don't you grab it? Even if I'm Hokage, I don't have that much money. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to accept his fate, Uchiha Madara suddenly said loudly. Hashirama, Tobirama, both of you have misremembered. This is pure Ergwotu, but it is the top among Ergwotu. I remember, isn't it 300,000 taels a bottle? Senju Hashirama. I see. Senju Tobirama. That's right, yes, it's 300,000 taels a bottle. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pawn.
2SM31 go. Can we go? Everyone. Boss, make a move. Just know if there is 1/2/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with extremely pale cheeks and couldn't help laughing. Puff cluck, even Yu Hong, who secretly hid aside and watched this scene, couldn't help laughing. It's not because she doesn't know the occasion, but people really can't help it. For a while, Yu Hong had never felt so happy before. Although, she also knew that it was not good to laugh out loud at this time. Chiba smiled lightly. Sure enough, the girl's smile is the most beautiful. A bottle of 300,000 taels. A bottle of 300,000 taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the ground, muttering to himself, his eyes glazed over. In the end, he purchased 24 bottles of Erguodo. Then it was given to Uchiha Madara 4 more, 6 bottles per person. A total of 7.2 million taels was spent. These ordinary people simply cannot afford so much money. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really gone. Even the house was mortgaged. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Izuna left here in disbelief. The two of them swore that they would never come here again in the future. It's too difficult, it's too difficult. As for Yuhihong, Sarutobi Izuna has long forgotten about it. You can't protect yourself, and you still have the mood to take care of others? It seems that the only way to wait for this matter to pass is to find another opportunity to apologize to Yuhihong. At this time, in the tavern, Yuhihong was once again disappointed. Good guy, Master Hokage is here, and he didn't say to let himself leave here together. This time, Yuhihong really didn't stand or sit. At this time, Uchiha Madara and the others looked at the Erguodo in their hands and laughed. Immediately, Senju Tobirama walked up to Chiba. Boss, how are you doing? Was your performance just okay? It's perfect. Chiba laughed. Everyone performed perfectly, so we will be closed for 1 day today. Prepare for the spicy hot pot king tonight. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara laughed 3 times. Oh doo-doo, go shopping with your Nissan. Advertisement. Here we come. Uchiha Izuna took 2 vegetable baskets and followed Uchiha Madara out of the tavern. Hashirama, Tobirama. Chiba said, in the first cabinet on the left side of the bar, there are bowls and some equipment for hot pot. I'll leave it to you two. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama nodded simultaneously. No problem. Afterwards, the 2 brothers also started to get busy. Remember, prepare bowls and chopsticks for 6 people, Chiba said loudly. Okay, no problem. Chiba sat down and looked at Yuhihong in front of him. Hearing the words, Yuhihong hurriedly stood up with an apologetic smile on her face. I won't bother you, I'll go first. Hong, 1 more person and 1 more pair of chopsticks will not delay things. Chiba laughed. Actually, I know your student, Hyuga Hinata. She came to my place for dim sum a few days ago. Is that so? Yuhihong then sat down again. Yes. Chiba laughed. Besides, you haven't finished your snacks yet, so you're not allowed to leave. After all, what this tavern advocates is the disc operation. As a teacher, you have to take the lead. Yuhihong was a little embarrassed, and wanted to come here just now. I forgot that I still haven't finished my snacks. However, Yuhihong at this time is full of doubts. For example, didn't Senju Hashirama and the 4 of them die long ago? What made her even more curious was Chiba, this mysterious young man. It seems that I must come here often in the future. Then get close with Chiba. With my strength, it should be. Can it be close? Thinking of this, Yuhihong's cheeks turned red unnaturally. Looking up and down at himself, he let out a sigh of relief. The strength should be able to see through it. When the time comes, ask yourself again, what is going on?
If Chiba really has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Oh my god, thinking of this, there was a different look in Yuhi-hong's eyes. Advertisement soon. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna returned to the tavern with a basket of vegetables. Ah Madara, what did you buy? Senju Hashirama came over and asked curiously. Just kidding, can we keep a low profile? Uchiha Madara grinned. Having just made so much money, Uchiha Madara will naturally not be stingy. So, when you go to the vegetable market, you will buy turtles specially. Anyway, it's not my own money, so I don't feel bad when I spend it, frog haha. What did you buy? Senju Hashirama looked at the basket and clicked his tongue. Too many, there are leeks, oysters, and lobsters. It's too much, let's not talk about it, is your hot pot ready? Uchiha Madara put down the vegetable basket in his hand. Almost everything is ready. The only thing missing is our boss's hot pot base. At this time, Chiba is also accepting the task. Ding, trigger mission. Mission. Invite Yuhi-hong to participate in today's hot pot, and let her linger in your tavern. Completion rewards. Illusion Narakumi technique, excellent. Illusion fox heart technique, excellent. Magic not here technique, excellent. Illusion tree binding, excellent. Illusion dark walk technique, excellent. Chiba clicked his tongue slightly. The rewards for this task are all illusions. It seems that this has something to do with the person who triggered it. However, there are many skills that do not overwhelm one's body, and Chiba does not refuse anyone. Besides, boutique, what is boutique? That is, there may be some loopholes when others use illusions. In other words, only those who are stronger than Chiba can crack it. Basically, as long as you get hit by Chiba's illusion, you will be completely controlled by Chiba. Not only that, the fine illusion, when activated, doesn't even need fingerprints. System produced. Must be a boutique, that. I still have something to do, After Kurenai Yuhi finished her snacks, she stood up. It's not over yet. Chiba cut her off. Walk. Can I go? Yuhi-hong. Oh, yada, everyone. Is it finally time to start? An airy summation. D-winking face. 32 Don't worry about this kind of thing, you must take a long time. 3/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. In the tavern. Kurenai closed her eyes tightly, she said cautiously, is this true? Chiba. You didn't lie to me. Chiba said very seriously, of course it is true. Advertisement, what about me, can you still not know? When have I lied to someone? Afterwards, Chiba slowly took out something from his pocket. Yuhi-hong's cheeks were slightly red, she knew that it was time to come, and it would come after all. Congratulations, Yuhi-hong, you have obtained 4 free tickets from this tavern. You can use these 4 free tickets to come to my tavern anytime and anywhere. As long as you can finish eating and drinking in the tavern, you can complete the free order. Chiba smiled, and handed the free ticket to Yuhi-hong. Uchiha Madara. That's it? Senju Hashirama. Damn, it's useless to look forward to. Senju Tobirama. One word, absolutely. Uchiha Izuna. The water has boiled. Chiba, we are all ready, said Senju Hashirama. Just wait for your pervert to be spicy. Okay, here we come. Chiba smiled. Then, looking at Yuhi-hong, he said, come on, you are the first guest in this tavern today. According to the rules of this tavern, it's free of charge. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hyuga Hinata after dinner. Seeing Chiba's kind invitation, Yuhi-hong was too embarrassed to refuse. Or, she never thought of refusing, because she has already decided to have a good relationship with Chiba. After all, what happened in this tavern is really too miraculous. Human beings have a thirst for knowledge and curiosity. After bringing Yuhi-hong here, Chiba couldn't help but click his tongue. Why are there 2 hot pots? Senju Hashirama grinned, damn, let's share a table for 4. You 2 at a table. Our table is a hodgepodge, yours is a Mandarin duck pot. Chiba couldn't help but nodded. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. Exclusive red envelope. You send a red envelope to Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. A red envelope has been received. Received. 5 bottles of beer. Senju Hashirama. Frog haha. Thank you boss, boss is big. Advertisement on the other side, he heard the glow of Yuhi-hong in the Mandarin duck pot, and his face was also a little unnaturally flushed. However, these people are all seniors. Yuhi-hong suppressed her heartbeat and immediately said politely. I have seen Master First Hokage, Master Second Hokage. Then, she looked at Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Forget about these 2. Chiba smiled. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna. Then, Chiba spread his hands. Suddenly, 2 faint rays of light appeared. Immediately, 2 packs of hot pot base material appeared in Chiba's palm. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help being amazed. Especially Kuroyuki, whose eyes were widened in surprise. What a magical ability this is, of course Chiba bought it directly from the system. However, in the eyes of everyone, it was as if he conjured it out of thin air. Uchiha Madara and the others were surprised, but they didn't feel anything. Chiba can summon all the dead people like himself. Isn't it a basic operation to conjure something out of thin air now? Basic exercises, don't be surprised. Then, everyone got busy. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama formed the 8 trigrams quartet. And Chiba and Yuhi-hong formed the duo known as 8 trigrams. Chiba looked at the other table and then at his own table. Good guy, have the souls of these people's 8 trigrams been fully awakened? This side is spicy, and this side is not spicy. Chiba poured the base of the mandarin duck pot into the mandarin duck pot. Immediately, he picked up some leeks, oysters, crayfish and so on. Yuhihong came over with a blushing face throughout the dinner. On the one hand, it is a little shy. On the other hand, that would be Chiba, of course. Speak and behave well, talk well. Even Yuhihong felt that she had fallen a little bit. After the meal, Yuhihong left here as if fleeing. It seems a little scared. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I don't want to leave. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have successfully made Yuhihong linger in your tavern. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Illusion Narakujian Technique, excellent. Illusion Fox's Hard Art, excellent. Magic, this is not a technique, excellent. Illusion Tree Binding, excellent. Illusion Dark Walk Technique, boutique. After hearing the prompt in my mind, the smile on Chiba's face grew even wider. Advertisement mastered so many illusions at once. It feels cool. These illusions can be activated without a Sharingan. Therefore, Chiba can naturally be used freely. Boss, when will you take down the boss lady? Several people from Senju Hashirama sneaked up to Chiba's side. There's no rush for this kind of thing, you know, put a long line. What the hell, you guys? Chiba coughed lightly, then shook his head. Some said helplessly. I said that you guys are big figures with heads and faces, right? What do you think about in your head every day? Everyone couldn't help curling their lips, continued to eat and drink. Chiba continued to join the table of several people in Uchiha Madara. For a time, the dining table was like a battlefield. 2 days later, it was very peaceful in the tavern. The tasks of the system are not refreshed much. Chiba is sitting in his office. Dozing off. Ding, it has been detected that your new recruit has come to Pure Land Space. Ding, are you summoning? Chiba straightened up, good guy. Is the wave mission finally over? Sure enough, Yuzan and Bai still died. However, hang up and hang up. How can there be new employees in the tavern if you don't hang yourself? But before calling, first pull it to the tavern chat group and have a good laugh. Chiba waved his hand. A transparent chat interface appeared in front of him. Choose to pull into the Peachland and then not cut and white. Ding. Start pulling in. 33 Xiaobai, come here, your brother has something to tell you. 4/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. In the Konoha Tavern, Chiba is sitting in his office. Look at the translucent interface in front of you. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group, close black lens bracket. Reminder, the group owner has pulled Peachland never cut and Bai into the chat group. Uchiha Madara, a newcomer here, good guy, isn't this Sabuzan Habai? Senju Hashirama. At Bai, at Dao de Huo Bu Dao, come out and say hello. Uchiha Madara. Well, we will all be in the same tavern from now on. Dao Di will not be cut again. Am I dead? Bai. I seem to be. Dead too. Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha, rest assured you two, we are all dead too. Dao Di will not cut again. White. Uchiha Madara. I mean, we're not human anymore. Everyone. Uchiha Madara. That's what I mean. F*K. Why is it getting more and more chaotic? Boss, you should do it. Chiba looked at the screen in front of him and smiled helplessly. Then, he began to explain slowly. In short, it was because Zabuzan and Bai had signed a contract to work in a tavern with themselves. So, now they are already a member of their own tavern. Call. Chiba didn't hesitate either, and directly summoned Zabuzan and Shiro in front of him. With the disappearance of 2 white beams of light. Then Bujan and Bai appeared here. At this moment, the two of them were still a little confused. After all, they had just died half an hour ago. From now on, the two of you are members of my undead tavern. It's getting dark now. The two of you go to a random room in the backyard and rest first. Afterwards, Zabuzan Taudi and Bai left here in a daze. There is a matching tavern apartment in the backyard. Naturally, it is all prepared for these employees. Chiba only feels that the world treats him as such a good boss. Where are you looking for it? I can't find it even with a lantern. Why? Chiba let out a long sigh, then, he went back to his room to rest. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group, close black lens bracket Senju Hashirama. Should we have a welcoming ceremony? Uchiha Madara. There should be one. Senju Hashirama. At Dao de Buzan. At Bai. You two have a good rest today, dress up, there will be a welcome ceremony tomorrow morning. Dao Di will not cut again, thank you, big brothers. If you don't cut it this time, you will be confused. First, he was stabbed to death by Reikari from Kakashi. As a result, it appears here now. Moreover, the names of these people. Senju Hashirama, isn't this the first generation Hokage from Konoha village? Advertisement in Senju Tobirama, this is the second Hokage. And Uchiha Madara, this name may be even louder than Senju Hashirama and the others. These names are highly confidential documents in each ninja village. Although it is very confusing, it is still necessary to rest. Maybe this is just a hallucination before his death? Zabuzan randomly found a room and lived in it. Bai also found a bedroom and went to rest. The next day, early morning, when Bai and Yuzan woke up from their respective bedrooms. Only then did they realize that they had really resurrected from the dead. Although it cannot be said that it is really resurrected. However, it is also flesh and blood, sleepy and hungry. This is too amazing, right? Not only that, but Bai and Zabuzon respected Chiba even more. This kind of person is probably not a godlike existence, right? Only this one explains it. Otherwise, who can explain that when their front feet die, their rear feet come back to life? This moment. Above the breakfast table, Chiba is looking at its own system mall. Open black lens bracket daily system mall close black lens bracket open black lens bracket alcohol close black lens bracket open black lens bracket clothing close black lens bracket open black lens bracket household appliances close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, next page, close black lens bracket. Chiba directly chose the clothing category. Open black lens bracket clothing close black lens bracket, please choose boy or girl, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 1. Boys close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 2. Girls close black lens bracket. Chiba narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and immediately chose the girl. Open black lens bracket girls clothing close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 1. Student class close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 2. Maid class close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 3. White collar workers close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 4. Kimono close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 5. Nurses close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, next page, close black lens bracket. Chiba couldn't help swallowing. The colorful world is charming. As for the size, Chiba doesn't have to worry about it. As long as the clothes are bought for, the system will automatically sell the corresponding size. This point is still very good. Chiba's excited heart, trembling hands. Slowly click on the maid class. Flower wipe, advertisement. In an instant, the dazzling array of clothes directly hit the depths of Chiba's brain. No, this is so exciting. What if Bai wears these clothes? It is estimated that Bai can force him to die, although it is dead. Chiba returns to the previous page, then select the student class. This student clothing is very refreshing, plain white top, black tie. Brown plaid pleated skirt, plus white stockings. Chiba couldn't help but want to say the word gone. This is so, Bai should be acceptable, right? Bai shouldn't accept it, right? No, 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 no. At the same time, Bai Zaibujan also walked from the apartment to the living room. Ding. Trigger mission. Mission. Let Bai put on a student uniform and serve as a waiter in your tavern. Reward. 10,000 gold coins. 10,000, Chiba's eyes popped. F*K. I did a task or something before. At most, you can reward yourself with 500 or thousands of dollars. Nima, it turned out that 10,000 came directly this time. How does this make Chiba refuse? Wrong. Why do you want to refuse? Isn't this just what I want? Isn't this just in line with your own appetite? For a moment, the way Chiba looked at Bai changed. Chiba's scorching gaze made Shiro tremble uncontrollably. It's over, I'm being watched. Xiao Bai, come here, brother has something to tell you. Chiba narrowed his eyes and tried his best to smile gently. Oh, okay, I'll come right here. Bai cautiously moved towards Chiba. Chiba couldn't help but clicked his tongue. This voice clearly belonged to a girl. And this cute and beautiful appearance. This skin that can be broken by blowing bombs. Hey, Kishimoto Sao Thief, Chiba couldn't help venting in his heart. Back then when he knew that Bai was a boy in the anime. I can't wait to kill Kishimoto with a single blow. At this time, Bai had already carefully groped to Chiba's side. 34 I heard that there are only 0 times and countless times, 5/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba saw Bai's cautious look, can't help but smile too. I'm not a devil, so why don't I eat this guy? Stop kidding me, Chiba is that kind of person. Bai quietly closed his eyes, as if he had done something serious wrong. Standing gracefully in front of Chiba, waiting for the judgment to come. You don't need the ninja suit on your body. Chiba smiled, we are a tavern here. Besides, this is Konoha village. You are wearing Enbu's ninja costume, maybe it's not right? Bai opened his eyes, feeling slightly relieved in his heart. Hey what, come on, I personally picked this dress for you. Chiba smiled and took out an exquisite gift box from behind him. Then, in Bai's unbelievable eyes, he handed the gift box in his hand to Bai. Thank you boss. Bai hurriedly took it, and immediately bowed deeply to Chiba. The moment Chiba lowered his head, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Chiba's mouth. However, there is more or less a hint of conspiracy in this smile. Okay, hurry up and change. Chiba smiled slightly. After Bai thanked again, he left the table, went back to his room. Chiba stood up and stretched himself. Eat first, I'll go and have a look. After finishing speaking, he left here leisurely. At this time, the crowd will no longer be cut to surround them. You guys, I really know I was wrong, no longer can't help swallowing saliva. These 4 masters are all ruthless characters. If I don't cut it again, I want to die at this time. Although he is dead. No more, we also know something about your brilliant record from Chiba before. Uchiha Madara stared at Zabuchi in front of him with a smile. Ahem, I'm just a little traitor, how can I have any brilliant achievements? Beads of sweat like soybeans have already appeared on the forehead no matter how much he cut it off. Little traitor. Uchiha Madara grinned. You little traitor dare not take action against me and Hashirama. To be honest, I admire your courage, brother. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Madara patted Momochi Zabuza on the shoulder smoothly. This time, Zaibuzan was almost slapped under the table. Big brothers. Buzan was about to cry. Advertisement. Where do I have any brilliant record? Bye, where are you? Come back soon, I can't bear it alone. Why not? Senju Hashirama said very seriously. We've heard about you from Chiba. You are the man who punches the reincarnation of Ashura, steps on the reincarnation of Indra, and fights Hitaki 50-50. In the words of our boss, you are the big villain in the early stage, big boss, the kind with a high popularity value. What does it mean to be dead, and what is the popularity value? I am no longer in a daze. I don't know, Senju Hashirama answered truthfully. I'm really going to cry if I don't cut it anymore, I just want to have a quiet breakfast. At the same time, Chiba has come to Bai's bedroom door. Immediately, he breathed a sigh of relief, muttered, Bai. Don't blame your brother Chiba, this is a task issued by the system. Even if it's you, brother Chiba, you wouldn't dare to refuse to execute it. System, what if the mission fails? Chiba asked suddenly. Ding. If you fail, there will be no penalty, and Master Host will also receive a comfort money of 1,000 gold coins. Chiba suddenly felt melancholy, and whispered again. Shao bye-bye, did you hear that? If I fail the task, I will be fined. Hey, for the mission, for this tavern, for everyone's future happiness. Bye. Just make some sacrifices, get ready to wake up. Immediately, Chiba took out the spare key of the room from his pocket. Just kidding, this whole apartment belongs to Chiba. Therefore, I naturally have spare keys for all the rooms in my hand. Spare keys, of course, are reserved for emergencies. Just like now, there was a click, what a sound. This sound is intoxicating. This feeling even made the cells in Chiba's whole body tremble. The bedroom where Bai lived slowly opened. Afterwards, Chiba walked in just like returning to his own home. Chiba still knows about his own apartment, the design is perfect. In everyone's bedroom, there are actually 2 or 3 small bedrooms. Can be used to put things. There is also a dedicated bathroom. Where the hell are you going to find this kind of 5-star apartment? Advertisement. This is a proper check-in with bags. So human. At this time, Chiba had already entered Bai's bedroom. Hearing the voice, Bai is now in the bathroom to change clothes. Chiba looked at the ninja suit at the door of the bathroom and couldn't help clicking his tongue. Don't forget about the clothes. Afterwards, Chiba walked to the door of the bathroom as if nothing had happened. Picked up Shiro's ninja suit, then he left here as if nothing had happened. After locking the door and coming to the backyard, a fire style easily annihilated the ninja suit in front of his eyes. This is a good saying, out of sight, out of mind. White, for the mission, for the vitality of the tavern. For the time being, I can only wrong you first, Chiba let out a long sigh. Don't blame me, the road of women's clothing is a long way to go. Everyone must take the first step bravely, besides. When Chiba said this, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. As everyone knows, there is a saying in the women's clothing industry that is called, there are only 0 times and countless times for women's clothing. Little White. Don't blame brother. Chiba leisurely walked towards the interior of the apartment. At this time, on the dining table, there is no longer any old bottom. Even the family address and contact information were interrogated by several people from Uchiha Madara. Last question. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. That Bai, is he really a boy? Are you sure? Uchiha Madara asked solemnly. At this time, everyone focused their gazes on the face of Zabuzan. Buzan took a deep breath, slowly said, not sure. Everyone. 35 White. As an employee of this tavern, you must obey the boss's orders unconditionally. 6/6. Ask for all Wawa monthly tickets. Not sure? Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. I'm really not sure. Zaibujan recalled it carefully. Usually, I teach by training tasks. As for other aspects, I really haven't asked too much. Scratching his head again, he said immediately, is it possible? The expressions on everyone's faces suddenly became different. Some people looked dignified, some looked determined, and some looked suspicious. At this time, Chiba also came to the apartment. If you don't cut it off, you can still be considered acquainted with everyone, right? Chiba sat on the top of the list and laughed. I know, Zabuzan said hastily. Okay, then let's start eating. Chiba waved his hand. At the same time, in Bai's bedroom, Bai walked out of the bathroom door in a panic. Then came to a floor-to-ceiling mirror. In the mirror, a girl who is effervescently beautiful is looking at herself timidly. God, isn't this what girls would wear? Why did the boss give me this kind of clothes? Bai became a little crazy. Why did you send me a women's dress? Bai fell down on his bed. There's a mess inside the little head. For a while, he began to think wildly, could it be that it was sent? Well, at this moment, boom boom boom, there was a knock on White's bedroom door. Excuse me, who is it? Bai hurriedly stood up from the bed. Then he walked carefully to the bedroom door. Chiba smiled. I'm here to ask you if you have changed your work clothes. After all, the breakfast outside is getting cold. Bai Wenyan suddenly changed his expression. Then Bai asked cautiously,
Boss. As the clothes you gave me wrong. This seems to be a girl's clothes. Damn. Bye, it's like this. Chiba cleared his throat, and then said slowly. You know, I'm just an ordinary tavern. And the tavern is full of elders. And look, Izuna is probably the smallest of us all. I really can't find clothes that match your body. So, this overalls, for the time being, you should wear them first. Chiba has already thought of the reason, anyway, as long as he waits for others not to say it. Advertisement. Who knew Bai was a boy? Shiro's voice is that of a girl. The white face belongs to a girl. Even Bai's figure is very petite. As long as you don't tell me, who knows that Bai is a boy? As the saying goes, if you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. But, Bai Na's voice sounded like a mosquito's. Chiba continued. There's nothing wrong with that. Bai, you have to know, you are now an employee I summoned. Obey the boss's arrangement, you don't know that, do you? I know, Bai said hastily. Since you know, then this matter is settled for the time being. Chiba smiled. Don't worry, everyone will be fine. If you don't cut it over there, I will tell you. You can just be a waiter here with peace of mind. Oh, by the way, I have already thrown away your original clothes. When I have free time, I'm going to buy some clothes for you. After Chiba finished speaking, he left here. Sometimes, I have to help Bai. After all, the matter of women's clothing should be regarded as a breakthrough for Bai, right? For a while, Chiba also looked forward to it. Back to the dining table. 2 minutes later, there was a da-da sound in the middle of the walk. Obviously, Bai has bravely taken this step. Everyone is at this moment, holding their breath. Everyone is waiting for a miracle to happen. As time passed, Bai finally walked out from the corridor. FK. Uchiha Madara was the first to grin. This is what he really felt. This is not a girl. How dare I chop off my head and kick it like a ball? FK. Senju Hashirama burst out second. Where is the white in front of you a boy? You tell, where is the boy? This Nima is a boy. This white, from beginning to end. Where are the boys? Senju Hashirama still trusts his first instinct. This white is a girl. Senju Tobirama was also looking at Shiro at this moment. After a long time, he exhaled lightly. At this time, Chiba looked at Shiro in front of him. I couldn't help but be surprised. This fair-skinned and beautiful girl is indeed a well-deserved master of women's clothing. Chiba no longer doubts this point. Moreover, Chiba has already anticipated that the future business of his tavern will come. Advertisement. It's definitely a blast. Tisk tisk tisk, the charm of a big guy in women's clothing, that's not covered. At this moment, Bai looked at the crowd timidly. Except that Chiba's eyes are kinder. For the others, even Master Zaibu Zan's eyes changed. This is too scary. Okay, Bai, come and eat. Chiba waved at Shiro. Immediately, Bai ran all the way to Chiba's side. With a burst of fragrance, Chiba was slightly surprised. Can't tell, Bai actually put on perfume in a very self-conscious way. No, it seems that there is no perfume in this world, right? Spices. Not knowing, Chiba scratched his head. I don't get it, isn't it said that only girls wash shang? There should be no blue children, right? Forget it, take care of him. Just rice. Soon, everyone finished their breakfast. Next is Zabuzan and Bai's first job. Chiba naturally acted as a guide. Zabuzan and Bai introduced the daily work in the tavern. For the time being, the allocation of 2 people is no longer cut off. People dare not get close, so they can only fight in the back kitchen. So, let Zabuzan follow Izuna temporarily. And White. Chiba has already reserved a very perfect position for Bai. That is naturally standing at the door of the tavern. Then come one sentence. Welcome. But don't underestimate these 4 words. The same 4 people. You have to see who said it. If you don't say these 4 words at the door again. Welcome. It is estimated that it can directly scare the guests away. There is no need to estimate, it will definitely scare away the guests. Put on white again. You try again. That is absolutely explosive. That's it. 36 sloppy. This is my own tavern. I thought. 1/6. Ask all Wawa monthly tickets to support. After listening to Chiba's arrangement. If he didn't cut it, he followed behind Uchiha Izuna obediently and left here. At this time, in the front hall of the tavern, only Chiba and Shiro remained. Bai, come with me. Chiba said to Shiro with a smile. Yeah, Bai nodded. Immediately, and then quietly followed behind Chiba. The 2 came to the door of the tavern. Actually, your job is also very simple. Just stand at the door and say welcome. Chiba smiled. Next, I'm the customer, and I'll try your service attitude. Okay, boss. Bai nodded obediently. Afterwards, Chiba walked outside the tavern. Then he walked in slowly. Welcome. The light and pleasant voice reached Chiba's ears. It sounds very comfortable. This feels really good. However, it feels a little bit worse. Don't have such a stiff expression on your face. You are the head of our store, the #1 gold medal waiter. Boss, I will continue to work hard. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. After sneaking a look around and seeing no one else, he nodded vigorously. There was also a serious look on his cheek. Okay, let's do it again. Chiba saw Bai get serious. A smile appeared on his face. But, what neither of them knew was On the edge of the bar in the tavern, there are 3 pairs of eyes watching everything furtively. And the 3 of them started muttering again. I can't see it. Our boss has a hand. Senju Hashirama's eyes were on the door of the tavern, and he couldn't help clicking his tongue. Senju Tobirama on the side also nodded in approval. Our boss deserves to be the boss. I, Senju Tobirama, never admired anyone before my death. But, with our boss, I have to write a big word of service. Sharingan. Open. Uchiha Madara suddenly opened the Sharingan. Advertisement. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan began to turn slowly. FK. Madara, what are you doing with 3 Tomo Sharingan? Senju Hashirama froze for a moment, then said hastily. Nonsense. Of course it's to see what happened. Uchiha Madara grinned. What exactly are you looking at? Senju Hashirama scratched his head, a little confused. Nonsense. Of course it's to see if it's a woman. Uchiha Madara's eyes slowly focused. 3 Tomo Sharingan has exuded a strange light. Isn't it? Madara, didn't Bai always say that he was a blue boy before? Senju Hashirama said helplessly. I don't care. Uchiha Madara twitched her mouth, seeing is believing. Ears are believing. Mangekyo Sharingan. Open. Senju Hashirama. FK. Senju Tobirama. FK. Uchiha Madara didn't even want to face in order to find out. Ah Madara, can we still show some face? Senju Hashirama smiled wryly. After a long time, Uchiha Madara closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, saying with some distress. What the hell is this Sharingan? I can only see some chakra and dynamic vision enhancement. At most, I can release some illusions, and then open a Susanoo or something, and then add some forbidden techniques like Izanami and Izanagi to it. Other than that, Sharingan is useless. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sighed. Seeing the look on Uchiha Madara's face, Senju Hashirama's mouth twitched violently. Is there anyone who is as good as you when you get cheap? Oh doo-doo, I want to use true several thousand hands to kill this shameless guy. Senju Hashirama said with a grin. Senju Tobirama nodded, count me in. Uchiha Madara. Then are you sure or not? Senju Hashirama touched Uchiha Madara with his arm. No, Sharingan can't see through. Uchiha Madara shrugged helplessly. Immediately, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile. How about I go and catch 2 members of the Hyuga clan? Buy-in can come in handy at this time. Madara. Don't mess with it. Senju Hashirama twitched violently when he heard this. Uchiha Madara pouted, I was just talking. Then, the 3 of them once again focused their gazes on the door of the tavern. Welcome. Bai bowed to Chiba, looking cute and dainty. Chiba couldn't help laughing. Very good, much better than just now. If it can be a little more cute, and the voice is a little sweeter, it will be perfect. Advertisement. Now I can give you 99 points at most, and the full score is 100 points. If you deduct 1 point, I'm afraid you will be proud. Chiba patted Shiro's shoulder lightly. Keep going, come on, it's the last test. Take out all your strengths and see if you can get full marks from me. Boss. Bai Fen nodded vigorously. Then I started to close my eyes and brew my own state of mind. Chiba returned to the door of the tavern again. He walked in with a smile on his face. Welcome. A sweet and glutinous voice reached Chiba's ears. This gave Chiba a shock. I am, real or fake, falling into the world of women's bigwigs so quickly. Chiba swallowed, looking at Shiro in front of him. The small expression on that face, not to mention how rich it is. Chiba took a deep breath. Take me directly to the 3rd floor. By the way, what's your number? I'll call you later. After talking about the latter, Chiba finally came to his senses. Hasty. This is Konoha, it's my own tavern. That voice just now almost made Chiba think that he came to the bathing center. Boss, what do you mean by what you just said? Bai restrained his image. Asked some curiously. 3rd floor. The boss's tavern only has the 1st floor. What's the other number? Why is it just me later? What I mean is, Bai, you have already graduated from the teacher. Chiba tidied up his clothes and said seriously. This time, I can give you a score of 88. Out of 100 points. Ah, Bai Wenyan's face immediately collapsed. He asked in a low voice. Boss, didn't you score 99 just now? You don't understand, I have to save 12 points for deduction. Chiba waved his hand casually. If it weren't for his timely reign in the cliff. It is estimated that 12 points are not enough. 37 Bai. You must obey the boss's orders, this is the iron law in the tavern. 2/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Bai nodded his head half understood. Then he asked cautiously. Then am I passing? More than a pass. Chiba grinned. It's just trying to make people commit crimes. Bai became a little puzzled. Okay, from now on, the enthusiastic service attitude just now can only be used against me in the future. For ordinary guests, just use your first tone and attitude. Chiba said with a smile. Okay, boss. Bai nodded. That's good, you will be an employee of our store from today on. 1 month's review period, if you perform well, then you will be promoted to become a full-time employee of our store. Chiba said with a smile. Yeah, boss, I will work hard. Bai took a deep breath. Immediately, he stood obediently at the door of the tavern. Chiba clicked his tongue and returned to his office. Sure enough, Bai's allure is strong. Some Konoha civilians didn't even plan to come to the tavern. Now he was also attracted by Bai. Not because of anything else, but because of the student uniform Bai wears, in the entire ninja world. They have never seen it. Plus Bai's attribute bonus. And the phrase, welcome. This makes it impossible for people who walk to the door to refuse. Anyway, I have to bite the bullet and go in to buy a bottle of wine. At night, Senju Tobirama also counted today's turnover. No more, no less, exactly 20,000 taels. For other taverns, the business can only be regarded as mediocre. Chiba looked at the money in the cash register. I couldn't help but clicked my tongue, it's only 20,000 taels. The money is indeed too little for Chiba. 20,000 taels. Damn, I bought a bottle of erguodu for 300,000 taels yesterday. For a while, Chiba felt that he had to change his marketing strategy. This proverb is so good. Rare things are more expensive, earn some good wine by yourself, and then tell the outside world that it is out of print wine. There are only 10 bottles, and then an auction backhanded. The highest price wins. The corners of Chiba's mouth widened. Ding. Congratulations to host for making by an employee in your tavern. Ding. Reward. 10,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 12,500. After hearing the system beep, Chiba put a smile on his face. It seems that Bai also recognized his position from the bottom of his heart at this time. Good. Very good. Advertisement. At this time, Shiro was helping Uchiha Izuna clean the dessert plates in the back kitchen. After all, there's more to Chiba's taverns than simply selling alcohol. These snacks, drinks and so on are also very popular. Zabu-zan was also cleaning the plates, when he saw the smile on Bai's face. I also felt a little relieved. Yes, what is the meaning of the kind of life I pursued before? This kind of life now is life. Even though Zabujan and Bai just worked in Chiba's tavern for a day. However, both of them felt an unprecedented peace. Just calm. You don't have to worry about whether you will be hunted down by Anbu from Wying village every day. Don't worry about whether you can still see the sun tomorrow. This kind of warm and peaceful life is the real pursuit. For a moment, both of them were very grateful to Chiba in their hearts. Really appreciate Chiba from the bottom of my heart. I thought I would regret it for the rest of my life. However, because of Chiba, the two, resuscitate, again. Experience the most dreamed life of two people. It's time for dinner. Everyone gathered in the large living room in the apartment. Today everyone ordered some beer to cheer up the fun. By the way, everyone formally welcomes the newly joined Zabujan and Shiro. This beer tastes really good. After Zabujan drank a can of beer, his whole face changed. But at this time, Bai, who was holding a beer in his hand, became worried. I don't know how to drink. And, what if he was drunk? This can't work. For a while, Bai became a little sad. Bai, drink it. Chiba looked at Bai with some amusement. This wine doesn't have a high alcohol content. Drink a can, there is no big problem. Bai began to hesitate. After all, the person who said this was his boss. Moreover, Bai still clearly remembered what Chiba said in the morning. In a tavern, employees must obey the boss's orders unconditionally. Bai kept this rule firmly in his mind. Yes, Bai hesitated for a while, and finally opened the can of beer in his hand. Then he took a sip lightly. It was a bit bitter, but there was an indescribable feeling. It tastes really good to drink. Especially on this hot summer day, a sip of cold beer really makes the heat of the day disappear. Ha ha, advertisement. Chiba saw Bai after drinking beer. Suddenly he laughed out loud. I am in a good mood today. Because of the addition of Baihei Zabujan. It also made Chiba's tavern a little lively. Come, Chiba said to Bai, here are the 2 new student uniforms I prepared for you. After drinking a bottle of beer, Bai felt a little dizzy. But not very drunk. Arriving in front of Chiba, Bai took the exquisite gift box from Chiba's hand. Immediately, Bai asked cautiously, Boss, there are girls' styles in here again. Don't ask. Asking is women's clothing. Chiba grinned, and then left with a long smile under Bai Na's struggling eyes. White. Don't blame brother. Brother Chiba, this is also for your own good. When you have more women's clothing, you will be able to feel the fun brought by women's clothing. Chiba left here shaking his head. Seeing this, Bai had no choice but to compromise. However, women's clothing. In fact, Bai didn't have much resistance in his heart. After all, at the same time, Kakashi and his party have been on the road for a day. Finally came back from the land of waves. This line of work brings different feelings to each of them. Especially Zabujan and Bai. In the end, both of them died on the bridge. This made everyone feel a little heavy. Kakashi coughed lightly. Well, we have completed the tasks in this line of work perfectly. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to some snacks. Really? Uzumaki Naruto asked hastily. Of course. Kakashi smiled. Whoa, yay. Uzumaki Naruto almost danced. This made Kakashi on the side helpless. Where are you going tomorrow? How about, go to that tavern. By the way, I've run out of beer too. Okay, this matter is settled like this. 38 Kakashi. I am Mangekyo presbyopic though. But I'm not blind. 3/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. The next morning was sunny and sunny. The Leaf Tavern is open. The clothes Bai wore yesterday had already been washed off by himself. Now he is wearing a black uniform. Of course, it is still women's clothing. Right now, Konoha Tavern is open for business. 9 o'clock in the morning. A street entrance in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke have been waiting here for 2 hours. There was a Shua. Kakashi's figure appeared next to the members of Class 7. Well, good morning, everyone. Kakashi smiled slightly. Ah, Teacher Kakashi, didn't you say last night that you gathered here at 7 o'clock this morning? After Uzumaki Naruto saw Kakashi who appeared, the whole person suddenly became furious. Well, didn't I see an old lady when I was crossing the road in the morning? Kakashi said with a serious face. You all know that I respect the old and love the young the most. So, I helped the old lady to cross the road. And then, it wouldn't take so long, would it? Uzumaki Naruto looked disbelieving. Then I met a stray cat, and then I met a stray dog. Kakashi snapped his fingers and started counting. Okay, Kakashi-sensei, let's go. Didn't you say you were going to take us to eat dim sum? Scratching his head, Uzumaki Naruto urged. Okay, Kakashi smiled awkwardly. Then started to go to the tavern in Chiba with 3 people. 15 minutes later, the 4 of them had arrived at the tavern across the road. Welcome. In the distance, a light voice reached the ears of the 4 of them. Suddenly several people were slightly taken aback. This voice is very familiar. It seems like I heard it just 2 days ago. Isn't this Bai's voice? It's the voice of Bai who loves to wear women's clothes. Mr. Kakashi, do you think that is white? After little Sakura saw Shiro at the entrance of the tavern, her pupils shrank slightly. White, Kakashi exclaimed. Immediately, he quickly looked at the girl standing at the door of the tavern. It really looks like Bai. The voice is similar. Kakashi said somewhat uncertainly. Advertisement. After all, Bai died 2 days ago. Back from the dead. How is this possible? Wrong. Kakashi's pupils trembled violently. How is it impossible? Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, didn't they all appear alive in front of my eyes? What is impossible in this tavern? Thinking of this, an unbelievable thought rose in Kakashi's heart. Could it be after Bai he is no longer beheaded to death? Then the mysterious tavern owner summoned the 2 of them. The more Kakashi thinks about it, the more it seems possible. After all, the methods of the owner of that tavern are too mysterious. That girl is probably Shiro. Kakashi took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. Ah, the 3 of Uzumaki Naruto suddenly exclaimed. As for those who are not sure, let's go and have a look. Kakashi walked over slowly. Welcome light. Shiro met Kakashi and the others. Instinctively greeted with a smile. However, just halfway through the speech, Bai hastily turned his body around. Isn't this the ninja who killed himself in Zabuju a few days ago? It's over. It's over. Mr. Kakashi, are you mistaken? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Shiro's back. This is obviously a girl. Shiro is a boy. Mr. Kakashi, what kind of eyes do you have? Uzumaki Naruto laughed out loud. Shiro in front of him trembled slightly after hearing Naruto's words behind him. Really? Let's go in then. Kakashi scratched his head. For a while, I became a little confused. Afterwards, everyone walked into the tavern. Kakashi. Senju Hashirama was wiping the dining table. After seeing Kakashi, I was slightly surprised. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura. Senju Hashirama greeted each with a smile. The 3 of Naruto also returned their salutes one by one. Rao as an indifferent Uchiha Sasuke can't help but let go of his posture. After all, he had witnessed Senju Hashirama's sword swing just a few days ago. Almost killed elite Jonin Momochi no more. What strength is this? Advertisement. Definitely stronger than Mr. Kakashi. Didn't you see that Mr. Kakashi was always polite to them? What do you guys need? Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Although he used to be Konoha's Hokage. But now he is just an ordinary employee in Chiba Tavern. Since it is an employee, Senju Hashirama will not hold up his airs. I buy 10 bottles of beer. And then 3 more snacks. Kakashi said a little flattered. Perhaps Senju Hashirama himself has accepted himself as an employee. But how is this accepted here at Kakashi? This adult in front of me is first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, god of ninjas. After waiting for 2 minutes. Zai Bujin came over boldly with 3 servings of snacks and 10 bottles of beer. No way, Senju Hashirama just went to entertain another guest. No one is on top here, so I can only let Zabuchop come. Zabujin walked slowly in front of Kakashi and the others. Looking at the shocked faces of the 4 of Kakashi. A very stiff smile appeared on Zai Buzan's face. Hi, guys, long time no see. Kakashi took a deep breath. It's been a long time. Hey, I just saw it 2 days ago. It's not right. Are you not dead? At this time, the waiter at the door must be white. Kakashi is very sure. Just kidding, though myself for the title of Mangekyo Presbyopia. But, how come I'm not blind? The waiter in front of me, and the girl at the door. Just don't cut in white. What is going on in this world? Is there anyone else in charge? Hey, 39 Uchiha Sasuke. My name is Sasuke. Chiba. Okay, Urzuzi. 4/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. No more cut. Bye. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Quote. Zai Buzan scratched his head in embarrassment. Is this a meeting that transcends life and death? Isn't this my brother Kazi? At this moment, Chiba's voice came over. Later, Chiba appeared in front of Kakashi and the others. Wow, so handsome. After seeing Chiba, little Sakura's eyes suddenly started to shine. After seeing Chiba, Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly. Then he turned his head away. Uzumaki Naruto also met Chiba for the first time. Looking at Chiba in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto introduced himself without looking outside. Hey, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm going to do Hokage in the future. Hokage. Chiba smiled. He then set his sights on Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke next to Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura hurriedly stood up and introduced to Chiba. Well, little Sakura. Chiba responded with a smile. Little Sakura's eyes brightened immediately, and he smiled at me. What about this one? Chiba narrowed his eyes. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Ding. Trigger mission. Task. Make Uchiha Sasuke go crazy, and judge the gold coin reward according to the intensity of the madness. Reminder. You can involve all the tavern staff. Reward. 5,000 gold coins can be superimposed. Okay, Zuzi. Chiba nodded. Quote. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes popped fiercely when he heard this. Then reiterated, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. Okay, Zuzi, no problem, Zuzi. Chiba laughed again. When Uchiha Sasuke heard this, his lungs were about to explode. What kind of name is this? Zuzi, that's a good name. Zai Bujin murmured. Much better than your name Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting extra gold coins. 200 can be accumulated. After Chiba heard the prompt in his mind, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Aren't these two pillars his own cash cow? Although it's a little unnatural to him like this, but, don't care. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At all members, anyone who is free can come to the front hall, come to work. Senju Hashirama. I'm right there. Right there. Senju Tobirama. Flying Thunder God Technique. Uchiha Madara. Hey, I'll be right there. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Zabuza with wide eyes. Advertisement. Scratching his head again, he said very seriously, I am sincere. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched violently. Also so sincere. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Two Pillars. This is of course the former sounds good. However, these two pillars sound pretty good, what a ghost. So it's a kid from the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama came out from the backstage. After meeting Uchiha Sasuke, his brows were slightly frowned. He doesn't like the Uchiha clan very much. Uchiha Sasuke just wanted to go back, but after seeing Senju Tobirama's indifferent eyes. When the words came to his lips, he swallowed them in a daze. That look is so scary. I don't seem to have any deep hatred with him, right? And at this moment, Uchiha Madara also came here. After seeing Uchiha Sasuke, I couldn't help but click my tongue. Oh, how should I put it? Of all the reincarnations of Indra, you are the worst I have ever seen. Uchiha Madara said helplessly. Uchiha Sasuke was depressed, although he didn't hear about his reincarnation. But the worst one he did hear clearly. How can I be the worst? I am obviously the number one in the whole grade in the ninja school. In fact, although everyone is working hard. But they are also very measured. At best it made Uchiha Sasuke depressed. Chiba looked at the continuously stacked gold coins, with a smile on his face. This feeling is cool. Well, how to say this kind of thing? The more the better, all comers are welcome. Although I'm a little sorry Zuzi. But everyone is telling the truth. At most, it's heart-wrenching. In the end, Zuzi just had a snack in depression alone. Gone. Is this dessert so delicious? Ah, I remembered. Uzumaki Naruto stood up suddenly, and said in shock. The girl at the door is by. Kakashi. Just found out. Shock was nothing but shock, everyone had just finished their snacks and wanted to leave here. After all, they're all genin now. Still have to perform the task normally. After leaving the tavern. Advertisement. Kakashi also feels unreal. However, this made him even more curious. Chiba has the ability to revive the dead. So to say, own father. My best friend. Kakashi couldn't help reaching out and touching his forehead protector. In the tavern. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task. Ding. Cumulatively obtained. 8,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 20,500 gold coins. After seeing the gold coins in the account, a smile appeared on Chiba's face. These gold coins are the most affordable. After all fine wines cost gold coins. And white clothes and skirts. These all need money. Bye. You performed very well today. Award. Chiba came to the door of the tavern, and immediately met Bai's expectant eyes. Pulled out 2 other types of women's uniforms. Reward 2 uniforms. One is pink and one is black. Come on, I like you. Chiba grinned. Trembling, Bai took the gift box from Chiba's hand. Seeing this, Chiba secretly smiled. Don't worry, this kind of thing just needs to start. Then the result is already obvious. Because, no one can escape the law of women's clothing. There are only 0 and countless times in women's clothing. For a while, Chiba felt that he could arrange an autobiography for Bai. Just name it, Women's Clothing Life from Scratch. Wonderful, wonderful, ding, trigger the main mission. Chiba was surprised, the main task. Such tasks are rare. He became curious, who would trigger the main mission? 40 Uchiha Madara. Old place. Senju Tobirama. Bury alive. 5/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Ding. Trigger the main mission. The mission hall has been refreshed. With a wave of Chiba's hand, the task column appeared in front of Chiba. Open black lens bracket mission hall close black lens bracket. Main task. Since the tavern staff arrives at 6 people, start a new task. Task 1. Build a vegetable garden belonging to the tavern. Requirements. Reach the level of self-sufficiency and self-sufficiency, cannot use ninjutsu. Task 2. Build a fish pond belonging to the tavern. Requirements. Reach the level of self-sufficiency and self-sufficiency, cannot use ninjutsu. Rewards after completing the 2 tasks. 100,000 gold coins and the host can have a chance to reproduce the full capabilities of one of his employees. Good guy. Chiba thought it was from the main line. The result is farming. Is it really the main line of daily tasks? Okay, why not just farm? Chiba couldn't help grinning. The mission rewards this time are really tempting. 100,000 gold coins. How much girly clothes can I buy for buy? And, I have all the abilities to replicate one of my employees at once. What is this concept? Hey, in order to become stronger. In order to dominate the ninja world. Chiba has decided. Farming. Does this count as farming to become stronger? Ah, open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At all members. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Come to the backyard. Meeting. Uchiha Madara. Got it. Senju Hashirama. Got it. Senju Tobirama. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Izuna. Phew, it's still Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Madara. Ododo. Uchiha Izuna. Nissan, it's Tobirama who happened to be in the back kitchen. I just hitched a ride. Dowdy will not cut again. Here we come. Bye. Come here. 2 minutes later, in the backyard of the tavern. The sun is hot. Chiba looked at the crowd in front of him. Really, still white is the most eye-catching. Our tavern has been open for some time. However, our backyards are not well developed. So, next, I plan to build a vegetable farm and dig a fish pond. Advertisement. Chiba slowly scanned the eyes of everyone. But, this mission, I only have one request. That means you can't use ninjutsu. After all, this is also an opportunity to practice. Regarding Chiba's words, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, but there was no objection. Then what do we dig with? Senju Hashirama scratched his head and asked. Chiba snapped his fingers, and suddenly many shovels and hoes appeared on his right side. Everyone. Is it really digging hard? Chiba. Yes. Everyone. Chiba. Everyone. 10 beers a day. Everyone. Just do it. Uchiha Madara picked up a hoe from the ground and came to Chiba carelessly. Chiba. Just say, how to dig. I'll distribute it. Chiba coughed lightly. Master Madara, you are with Hashirama. Responsible for setting up the vegetable garden. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other and nodded. Not to mention that they can't use ninjutsu, they can complete it in a very short time just relying on physical jutsu. Tobirama, you are in charge of the fish pond with Zabuchi. Chiba said with his head tilted. No problem. Senju Tobirama nodded. Momochi nodded without beheading. Then what am I responsible for? Uchiha Izuna walked up to Chiba. You are responsible for everyone's food. Chiba thought for a while and said with a smile. No problem. Uchiha Izuna nodded immediately. Hey, what about me? Bai also hurriedly came to Chiba. You, just take care of the beauty. Chiba laughed. Huh, Bai was taken aback for a moment. Seeing Bai Na's silly and cute look, Chiba couldn't help reaching out his hand and nodding on Bai Na's nose. Boss. Bai wanted to dodge, but he felt a little uncomfortable, so he had no choice but to stand where he was. Ham, they're all men, I have what you have, what are you afraid of? Chiba smiled helplessly. I'm afraid this is not too deep into the drama. Well, that's fine too, the highest level of deception is to deceive yourself first. It seems that Bai is very good. After hearing Chiba's words, Bai's expression was a little unnatural. Chiba continued. They all have their own tasks. Then the task of reception in the front hall of the tavern falls on you and me. Next, Chiba took Uchiha Madara and several people to start planning some areas. Fortunately, Chiba's backyard is big enough. In other words, the backyard happened to be next to a jungle. Chiba can even call this jungle his own if he wants to. If Konoha finds out by then, let Senju Tobirama talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Joke. I have this relationship, why not use it? Advertisement. Anyway, let me feel what it feels like to be a related household. The planning of the fish pond and the planning of the vegetable garden have been completed. If it is really built successfully. So basically, most vegetables and fish do not need to go to the vegetable market to buy. Do it yourself well fed. What a farm. If that's the case, let's get started. Chiba waved his hand. Senju Hashirama and the others immediately raised their shovels and hoes high. What I know is farming. Those who didn't know thought they were rebelling. Chiba smiled. I'll take Bai first to get you some cold beer. Everyone. Just gotta get it. Everyone nodded vigorously. Bai, come with me. Chiba said with his head tilted. Afterwards, Bai followed Chiba out of the backyard. At this time, Senju Hashirama said energetically, then let's start. Let's sweat it out in the sun. Afterwards, Senju Hashirama began to wave the hoe in his hand, and what he did was called a vigorous effort. Hashirama, don't you seem stupid? Uchiha Madara said with a grin while crossing his arms. Senju Hashirama, what's the matter? Finish work early and call it a day. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama suspiciously. Sure enough, only you can say such a thing. Uchiha Madara held his forehead speechlessly. Aniki, as expected of you. The muscles on Senju Tobirama's face trembled slightly. What did our boss say earlier? Build a vegetable garden and dig a fish pond. Senju Hashirama said honestly. And then, Senju Tobirama was speechless. What's the point? Uchiha Madara shrugged. Senju Hashirama was confused, and then he racked his brains and struggled. Then he showed a look of sudden realization. I see. We're not just building vegetable gardens and fish ponds. And it has to be done well. Let the boss be full of praise. That's the point. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other. The old place. Uchiha Madara said blankly. Bury alive. Senju Tobirama nodded. Hey. Senju Hashirama pulled a smile on his face. 41 Hyuga Hinata's big eyes full of anticipation. 6/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama looked at Senju Hashirama helplessly at the same time. Let him find out that the point may be that he has really wronged him. Especially Senju Tobirama, he has felt the brain circuit of his elder brother. Back then, he followed his elder brother to the first 5 cages meeting. At that time, ninja villages in various major countries were just established. The main content of the 5 cages meeting at that time was how to distribute the tailed beasts reasonably. In the end, my elder brother was fine. I just said that I can use money to buy tailed beasts. Then my elder brother said, it's okay to give it away for nothing. This is a typical free behavior. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a while, but he didn't think of any important points. Uchiha Madara couldn't stand it anymore. He walked up to Senju Hashirama slowly and said. You stupid. What are you doing so fast? Didn't our boss say that before? 10 bottles of beer per person a day. Fool. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama with a look of hatred. Senju Hashirama nodded ignorantly. Madara, you mean? We slowed down on purpose and got 10 beers a day. Senju Hashirama raised his voice an octave and spoke in disbelief. Keep your voice down. Uchiha Madara reached out and blocked Senju Hashirama's mouth. If our boss hears about it, how can we still do foreign work? What do you mean by grinding foreign work? Senju Hashirama asked in a low voice. I don't know, I just blurted out when I felt it. Uchiha Madara grinned. Then, he tapped Senju Hashirama's forehead vigorously. Understood. Understood. Not long after, Bai delivered 4 bottles of cold beer. Uchiha Madara and the others looked at each other, showing a look that everyone knew well. Then he began to wave the hose and shovels in his hands. At this time, in the front hall of the tavern, Chiba looked at the translucent screen in front of him. The corner of his mouth couldn't help curling. As expected of Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, there are so many ideas. For their behavior, Chiba just laughed it off. As long as it's not too much, it's fine. As for the front hall, Chiba and Bai are the only ones left. Advertisement. Although the people in the backyard are doing foreign work. However, there is still white in the front hall that can be eye-catching. Not too bad. 7 days later, the backyard has been reclaimed to a considerable scale. Even if Uchiha Madara grinds them hard. However, its own strength lies there. If you can't use ninjutsu, I'm afraid they can finish it in half an hour. Welcome. Shiro's voice interrupted Chiba's thoughts. Immediately, he stood up with a smile on his face. Well, my boss is so dedicated. The employees are busy in the backyard. I can only go into battle by myself. May I ask, is there such a good boss in the whole ninja world? Chiba had a sad look on his face. At this time, the door of the tavern. A middle-aged man in light gray clothing was walking towards the tavern. And beside him, there was a petite and lovely girl. These two were naturally Hyuga Hinata and her father, Hyuga Hiyashi. As for why he came here, it was naturally the last time. After Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino came to Chiba's tavern. Chiba casually gave them both a bottle of ergotu. I don't know if I don't send it. When Hyuga Hiyashi tasted ergotu, I fell in love with it immediately. Such a great wine, I have to stock up a little more. So, take your own daughter Hyuga Hinata. Came to this tavern. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of making Hyuga Hinata linger in your tavern. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palms Grandmaster. Contains 8 trigrams revolving heaven and 8 trigrams 102 8 palms. After Chiba heard the system beep, there was a smile on his face. It's that simple to learn 8 trigrams palms. Moreover, he directly mastered revolving heaven and 128 palms from the very beginning. If Hyuga Hiyashi knew, it would probably scare the fool directly. After all, theoretically speaking, if you want to use these 2 tricks, you must cooperate with Bayan. Advertisement. Of course, what Chiba gets directly is the boutique. Boutique as Grandmaster. Hyuga Hiyashi took Hyuga Hinata into this mysterious-looking tavern. After coming here, the feeling that the tavern brings to Hyuga Hiyashi is just different. It is completely different from other taverns. Unique. Even, Hyuga Hiyashi felt a sense of novelty. Of course, he naturally didn't know that this novel feeling was actually a tide. Chiba came to Hyuga Hiyashi. He said with a smile on his face, "Excuse me, what do you two need?" "Today, according to the usual practice, the two of you can taste the snacks in this tavern for free." After speaking, Hyuga Hinata next to Hyuga Hiyashi raised his head hastily. There was a look of anticipation in her watery eyes. Chiba certainly knew what she was expecting. Immediately continued. "And, our iced cool." "Haha, that's a good relationship." Hyuga Hiyashi also heard his daughter talk about the free order in this mysterious tavern. "I didn't expect that I was so lucky today that I was the first batch to come. You two, please follow me," Chiba said with a smile. After speaking, he brought Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hinata to the table beside him. Then, Chiba turned around and went to get some snacks and iced cola. As for why Hyuga Hiyashi came to his tavern, Chiba naturally knew it long ago. If it is said that the little girls cannot exempt themselves from the temptation of iced cool, then middle-aged uncles can't bear the temptation of erguodu at all. Erguodu. This thing. It's easy to get on top. Moreover, in the entire ninja world, there is no such technique that can be refined into erguodu. So, Chiba so to speak. The erguodu in my own tavern is really the only one in the whole ninja world. Ding. Trigger mission. Task. Make Hyuga Hiyashi do everything possible to buy erguodu, and the host needs to maximize the benefits. According to the difficulty, stack gold coins. Reward. 8 trigrams empty palm. Excellent. Initial gold coins. 2,000 pieces. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. The tavern, which has been silent for a week, is finally about to open. 42 I didn't come to see Brother Chiba. No, absolutely not. 1/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba took 2 points for dim sum. 1 slightly sweet and 1 super sweet. The slightly sweet nature is for Hyuga Hiyashi. As long as this person gets old, he can't eat too sweet things. In case of high blood sugar or something, you have no place to cure it. Although, Chiba doesn't know if people in this world will get diabetes. Then, I took 2 bottles of iced cool. But don't underestimate this little ice cold cool. Then in this big summer, ice cold cool is a magic tool for life extension. Bring everything up on top. Chiba left here. After all, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hiyashi are guests. Chiba is the owner of the shop, so he can't just stand here and watch the two of them eat, right? Wow, so sweet. Hyuga Hinata has tasted the sweetness from Chiba since the last time. Already salivating over the desserts and the iced cool in the tavern. Right now, she can finally taste such a dessert again. For a moment, Hyuga Hinata felt extremely happy. Hyuga Hiyashi is a member of the Hyuga family in Konoha village. Naturally, he lives in seclusion, and all the ingredients he eats on weekdays are of high quality. However, when he took a bite of dessert, he was also slightly taken aback. Sweet but not greasy. He has never eaten such a wonderful dessert. Googling. At this moment, Hyuga Hinata beside him has already started the iced cola. He started gurgling and pouring it into his stomach. Good guy, I did more than half of it in one go. It's delicious. Hyuga Hinata's eyes had already completed the crescent shape. Every pore in the whole body is stretched. Hyuga Hiyashi also opened the bottle cap curiously, and immediately took a sip. After taking a bite, Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked. Just 2 words. Comfortable. This tavern is too amazing, right? Is this just as delicious as a drink? Hyuga Hiyashi felt a little addicted for a while. Advertisement. Boss Chiba. Hyuga Hiyashi stood up and came over the edge of the bar. He naturally learned the name of the tavern owner from his daughter Hyuga Hinata. Uncle, how are you? Are the snacks and drinks delicious? A smile spread across Chiba's face. How should I put it? Hyuga Hiyashi is a guy who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. And maybe we will be in laws with him in the future. After all, some things are unlucky. It's very delicious. Hyuga Hiyashi also smiled and said in admiration. Last time, the bottle of wine that Boss Chiba gave my daughter, I wonder if the boss still has it here. After all, at my age, it's fine. Hyuga Hiyashi spoke out what was on his mind. Uncle, are you talking about the limited edition top quality erguodu I gave to your daughter? Chiba pretended to be surprised and said. Look at our howls. Limited edition. Excellent. Just those 2 words. Is it enough to prove how precious the erguodu I gave back then? Sure enough, just after Chiba's words fell, Hyuga Hiyashi's face changed slightly. As expected, as expected. In fact, before coming again, Hyuga Hiyashi had already prepared for the worst. After all, that kind of delicious wine must be expensive. Who would have thought that it was actually a limited edition? And it's superb. Welcome. Bai's voice at the door broke the tranquility at the bar. Immediately, 2 people walked into the tavern. Ino. Hyuga Hinata turned his head to look, and suddenly exclaimed. Hinata. Yamanaka Ino was also slightly surprised. Then trot all the way to Hyuga Hinata's side. Wow, Hinata-chan, I actually sneaked here alone to have some snacks and drink with Brother Chiba. Yamanaka Ino said with a smile as if he had grasped Hyuga Hinata's trick. No more, I'm here to buy wine with my father. Hyuga Hinata quickly explained with blushing cheeks. I didn't come to accompany my father to buy wine because I wanted to see Brother Chiba, eat Brother Chiba's snacks, and drink Brother Chiba's iced cola. Advertisement. No, no, no. Definitely not. Father. Yamanaka Ino followed Hyuga Hinata's gaze. That's when I saw Hyuga Hiyashi standing on the counter. I see. Yamanaka Ino let go of Hyuga Hinata with some embarrassment. Fortunately, Hyuga Hiyashi didn't look here, but looked at his father again. Hee. I'm also here to accompany my father to buy wine. Yamanaka Ino sat quietly opposite Hyuga Hinata. My lord father said that the wine is so delicious that I insisted on bringing him over to buy wine today. I didn't come to buy wine with my father just because I wanted to see Brother Chiba, eat Brother Chiba's snacks, and drink Brother Chiba's iced cola. Why do I say? Also. At this moment, after seeing Hyuga Hiyashi, Yamanaka walked over immediately. Master Hyuga, Yamanaka greeted with a smile. You can just call me Hiyashi, there's no need to be so extravagant. Hyuga Hiyashi responded with a smile. After all, both of their daughters are Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. Therefore, on weekdays, these fathers and fathers also gather together from time to time. It doesn't seem so out of the ordinary. Are you here? Hyuga Hiyashi asked curiously. I'm here to buy wine. Yamanaka scratched his head, and then took out the empty wine bottle from the ninja bag. I heard from my daughter that the wine in this tavern is very good, so I came here. After Hyuga Hiyashi saw the wine bottle in Yamanaka's hand, his pupils shrank slightly. Then sigh. Hi, this wine is no ordinary wine. This wine is the limited edition Erguodu in this tavern. Afterwards, Hyuga Hiyashi repeated what Chiba had said to him earlier. What? Yamanaka's expression changed slightly. Just after hearing these few words, he knew that this wine might be expensive. At the same time, in Chiba's ear, the familiar beep sounded again. Ding. Trigger mission. Task. Let Yamanaka Hayi do everything possible to buy Erguodu, and the host needs to maximize the benefits. According to the difficulty, stack gold coins. Reward. 2,000 initial gold coins. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly, looking at the two people in front of him. Let's cheat the future father-in-law first, is it a big problem? Wait online. 43 How can I support my family without making money? How can I buy you a skirt without making money? 2/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. At the same time, above the edge of the bar, one or two of Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka started muttering. Hi, how much do you think this bottle of wine will cost? Faced with Hyuga Hiyashi's question, Yamanaka's expression became a little uncertain. Logically speaking, since this wine is a limited edition, then there must be more in this tavern, but I don't know the price. No. How many thousand taels? Yamanaka gave a relatively high price. I'm afraid, more than that. Hyuga Hiyashi took a deep breath. Thousands of taels are possible. Didn't you hear what the boss said? This wine is the best Erguodu. Besides, both of you and I have tasted this wine, may I ask if there are any other taverns in the whole Konoha that can produce such delicious wine? After whispering for a long time, the two finally smiled and looked at Chiba. Boss Chiba, I don't know, do you still have this kind of superb Erguodu here? Well, yes, but. Chiba's face became a little embarrassed. 2 days ago, third generation ordered some from me, but they haven't been shipped yet, so. Having said that, Chiba shook his head helplessly. Master third generation is actually buying wine here. Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka exclaimed. However, they were not too surprised. After all, didn't the two of them taste such fine wine? Then let's see, can you be more flexible? Hyuga Hiyashi's tone has slowed down a lot for drinking. It's not a matter of being flexible. A look of struggle flashed across Chiba's face. Who is Hyuga Hiyashi? That can be the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. He saw through the small expression on Chiba's face right away. Boss Chiba, you must still be here, aren't you? Hyuga Hiyashi seemed to see hope. I just need one bottle, how about a bottle? It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but these wines have already been ordered, and the price is very high. Chiba said very seriously. How much is a bottle? On the side, Yamanaka asked cautiously. I'm afraid that Chiba will say a number that he can't accept. A bottle of 100,000 taels. Chiba said seriously. In the future, the price of Erguodu will be fixed like this. Is it more than 100,000 taels? Not much. You know, money is something outside of the body. If you don't bring it with you, you won't take it with you when you die. 100,000 taels. Yamanaka and Hyuga Hiyashi exclaimed at the same time. Advertisement. However, although this guy exceeded their expectations. But, good wine has to be this price. Otherwise, the street would have been rotten. Look, can you sell each of us a bottle? Hyuga Hiyashi lowered his posture. There is no way, who would let myself enjoy this? Yamanaka at the side also had expectant eyes. I do have a bottle of top quality Erguodu left unused. Chiba said with some embarrassment, actually, I don't want to say it. After all, I only have one bottle left unused here, and there are two of you, so. Why don't you discuss it first? Well, Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka returned to their seats dejectedly. This scene was clearly seen by Bai, who was standing at the door. The owner of the tavern is too good at business, right? Bai, Chiba whispered. Here we come. Bai hurriedly ran to Chiba's side, quietly waiting for Chiba's instructions. Come on, accompany me to the underground refrigerator to get wine. Chiba smiled. Yeah, Bai nodded, and followed Chiba obediently. Two people left here. When he came to the cold storage, Bai's body contained the ice escape blood successor limit. So the temperature inside the cold storage really didn't make Bai feel much. Chiba came to a row of shelves and said with a smile, "Xiao Bai, just take a bottle." Take it casually. Bai Wenyan was slightly taken aback. Boss, aren't we here to get that superb erguodu? That's right. Chiba smiled slightly, and pointed to the rows of shelves in front of him with his fingers. Here, all are the best erguodu. All, Bai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yeah, all of it. Chiba smiled again. All. After getting Chiba's affirmation, Bai almost collapsed on the ground. These rows of shelves are all full of wine. There are at least several thousand bottles, right? Afterwards, Bai carefully picked up a bottle of erguodu. Then, they left the underground freezer with Chiba. At this time, Bai admired his boss very much in his heart. So much wine, a bottle of 100,000 taels, my god, how much money does this have to make? Advertisement. Bai, you have to know that rare things are valuable. Chiba said, shaking his head. How can I make money if I don't sell like this? Yeah, Bai nodded quickly. If we don't make money, what will we do with our daily expenses? If you don't make money, what will you do with your little skirt? So that's right. Chiba smiled slightly. Amid Bai Na's astonished expression, he came to the front hall of the tavern. Bai lowered his head and walked out obediently. I was accidentally taken into a ditch by the boss. What is my little skirt? What should do? Chiba came to the edge of the bar. Then he said slowly, both of you. This is the best erguodu. Afterwards, Bai put the erguodu in his hand on the bar table. For a moment, both Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka's eyes changed. As for which of the two of you will buy it, this needs to be discussed by the two of you. Chiba smiled. Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka looked at each other one or two. Then at the same time, he focused his gaze on the bottle of erguodu. Here, brother Hiyashi, look, you are the head of the Hyuga family. You don't mind waiting another 2 days, do you? Yamanaka laughed. Hey, brother Hiyi, what you said is wrong. Hyuga Hiyashi said with a straight face. We're all friends, we're on equal footing, no matter who's the owner or not. Brother Hiyashi, you should act like the head of the clan. Yamanaka said seriously. What kind of head of the clan? This is all absurd praise. Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head and smiled wryly. After a while, the two brothers chatted with each other. At this moment, a voice reached everyone's ears. Boss Chiba, hey, can I get some iced cola to quench my brother's thirst? Then, Uchiha Madara came out from the backyard. 44 double give you a chance to answer my 4 questions. 3/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Uchiha Madara walked to the edge of the bar and said to Chiba. Then he scratched his head. He looked at Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka Hichi in front of him. There is still a supercilious look. Or, dig it out for him yourself. Forget it, let's keep a low profile. A gleam flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and he immediately restrained this thought. Okay, take a few bottles. Chiba said helplessly. Okay, thank you boss. Uchiha Madara chuckled. Then he walked to the side of the freezer, took out a few bottles of chilled cool, and left here with a smile on his face. When Uchiha Madara left here, only then did Yamanaka and Hyuga Hiyashi calm down slightly. They don't know what's going on, but they always feel that person looks very familiar. Moreover, that kind of unruly breath on his body. That's what only the real strong will have. Ah Madara, hey, don't steal my iced cola. I've already drunk it. Suddenly, a voice came from the backyard again. Then, the figure of Uchiha Madara reappeared in the lobby of the tavern. He was still holding a bottle of cool that he had already drank more than half of. Seconds later, Senju Hashirama rushed out. After seeing Chiba and a few guests, he restrained himself a little. Madara, that's what I drank. Senju Hashirama glared. I don't dislike you. Uchiha Madara raised her head and drank it all in one gulp. Quote. Senju Hashirama stared wide-eyed. Good guy, I just took a sip of it myself. Chiba was helpless. Okay, everyone has another bottle. Thank you, boss. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama smiled upon hearing this. Immediately, the two left the front hall with iced cool again. Vaguely, it seems that the conversation between the two of them can still be heard. Hashirama, how is it? Is this move of mine good? Excellent. However, I have a small question to ask. What is the problem? If I really drank that bottle, do you still dislike me? Aren't you talking nonsense? I'll give you what I drank. Do you want to drink? Drink. Quote. I am. Chiba grinned slightly. Good guy, he even came up with a plan to drink iced cool. This group of people, however, just when Chiba was melancholy. Yamanaka and Hyuga Hiyashi at the edge of the bar are no longer calm. Advertisement. Hiyi, do you think those two people look familiar just now? Hyuga Hiyashi said in disbelief. Want to hear the truth? Yamanaka's eyes stretched out, full of shock. Think. Hyuga Hiyashi already had some thoughts in his mind. However, he still didn't dare to confirm. Do you feel that the two of them are particularly like the two statues in the Valley of the End? Yamanaka said in a low voice. Hiss. Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked. Sure enough, it was the same as I thought. What's going on? The two were shocked. Father, have you bought it yet? Just when the two of them were shocked, Yamanaka Ino on the table stood up and asked loudly. It's coming soon. Yamanaka and Hyuga Hiyashi returned to the table. Where are the two of them thinking about buying wine now? Isn't this a hell of a thing? Lord Third Hokage bought alcohol here. Maybe he knows something. However, the two of them frowned tightly. But it made the two little girls Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino curious. What's the matter, father? Yamanaka Ino asked curiously. There is only one bottle of wine. Yamanaka recovered slightly, and then said. It's not easy. Yamanaka Ino rolled his eyes slightly, and immediately pulled up Hyuga Hinata beside him. The two girls walked towards Chiba. Brother Chiba, Yamanaka Ino laughed and greeted. Chiba smiled slightly. Brother Chiba, do you still have this wine? Yamanaka Ino pouted and asked timidly. Not anymore. Chiba smiled to himself. Just kidding, you want to take me down at this level. That's it. Really? In Yamanaka Ino's eyes, a trace of mist had already risen. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Good guy, this trick has been used. But unfortunately, a person's attack power is still limited after all. Chiba was unmoved. Yamanaka Ino bit his lip lightly, tilted his head, and thought for a while. He immediately pulled Hyuga Hinata beside him aside. Then there was a murmur on her shoulder. After a while, Hyuga Hinata's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dami, Hyuga Hinata shook his head quickly. Hinata-chan, didn't you see your father's sad face? Yamanaka Ino whispered. Hyuga Hinata struggled for a moment. Advertisement. 10 seconds later, she had no choice but to lower her head and said, okay, but, only this time. Don't worry, if I don't tell, who will know? Yamanaka Ino grinned. Then, the two little girls came back to Chiba. Brother Chiba. We know you are the best. Boom. Good guy. The two girls didn't know where they learned this kind of speaking voice. Chiba took a deep breath. Sure enough, the combined attack power of the two girls Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino is strong. Good. Under the duality of Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino, Chiba can only be defeated. But, are we the kind of people who can suffer? Hey, the corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. Then he lay on the bar counter, smiling and looking at Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino in front of him. How about this? I'm asking you 4 simple questions. As long as you answer quickly and ruthlessly, I can bring out another bottle of wine. Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino looked at each other and nodded hastily. Just answer 4 questions and you're good to go. For a while, the two girls had already concentrated on it. Remember, be fast and ruthless. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. First question, who wants wine like this? Limit the number of words, within 2 words. 3, 2, 1. We, exclaimed Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Hinata. Second question, do you like the snacks in my tavern? Like it. The two girls nodded quickly. The third question, what's my name? Chiba pointed to himself. Chiba, Hinata and Ino replied. The fourth question, there are 10 table knives on the table, I took 2, how many are left? 8. The two women said quickly again. Hey, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, you have completed my quiz. Yeah, Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino looked at each other and laughed. Chiba also smiled slightly. Your product, you savor. 45 lads. You have great ideas. Raise pigs with me. 4/6. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. See the happy smiles on the faces of Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Ino. Chiba also felt that his mood became very comfortable. Sure enough, I still like to see girls smile. It's very eye-catching, who doesn't like it? Then, Chiba took out a bottle of Erguodu again. Came in front of Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka Hayi. You too, this is a gift from me. Yamanaka and Hyuga Hiyashi stood up hastily. Is this tavern owner so generous? 100,000 taels of top-quality Erguodu just give away. Hinata and I begged for this from Chiba-san. Yamanaka Ino whispered. Chiba smiled, and in the end, Hyuga Hiyashi bought the previous bottle for 100,000 taels. And this bottle was given to Yamanaka Hayi. The four then left Chiba's tavern. Brother Chiba, let's come again next time. Yamanaka Ino waved to Chiba. Yeah, Chiba nodded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of getting Hyuga Hiyashi to buy wine. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 8 trigrams empty palm excellent gold coins, 5,000 pieces. Ding. Host's current balance, 25,500 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task of getting Yamanaka to buy wine. Ding. Congratulations to host, 5,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current balance, 30,500 gold coins. Chiba was slightly surprised. Is this a gift as a purchase? However, after thinking about it, I figured it out. After all, Yamanaka really wanted to buy wine in his heart. After completing the task, Chiba stood up and stretched himself. It's such a relaxing day. However, this shoulder is really a bit sore. Ding. Trigger the mission. Mission. Teach by the skill of beating his shoulders and legs, and complete the task after he learns it. Reward. Blood successor boundary ice escape. Chiba coughed twice. Flower rub. Teach by the skill of pounding his shoulders and pinching his legs. This isn't that good. However, Chiba has no choice but to do this in order to escape the blood and continue to limit the boundary. White. Chiba sat on the chair and yelled. Here we come. After Bai heard Chiba's voice, he trotted over in a hurry. That's right. Chiba coughed lightly, and then said very seriously. Do you want to be promoted to a full-time employee? Think. Bai said without hesitation. Advertisement. Although I have only worked in the tavern for more than a week. However, Bai really fell in love with this tavern from the bottom of his heart. If you don't become a regular employee, in case Boss Chiba is not happy. What should I do if I send myself back to the Pure Land space? Thinking of this, Bai's body trembled slightly. No, absolutely not. I have a special mission here. Chiba coughed again, as long as it's done. Today, you can be promoted to a full-time employee. What special task? As long as I can do it, I will never give up. There was a look of determination in Bai's eyes. Learn to beat your shoulders and legs. Have to say, Bai's learning attitude is very serious. It's only an afternoon, and it's time to leave the teacher. Whether it is technique or strength, it cannot be achieved by ordinary masseuses. Very good, Bai. Congratulations. You are now a teacher. From now on, you are an official employee in the tavern. As a reward, come on. These are for you. Chiba sat up from the rocking chair, and then bought some women's clothing from the system mall again very seriously. With a blushing face, he took the clothes over. It's been a week, and Bai also accepted it. There is no way not to accept it. I can't. Don't wear it. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining blood follower boundary ice escape. In the next second, Chiba completely controlled the boundary of Bingdun Shuiji. At the moment of control, Bai's body shook slightly. There was a look of doubt and a hint of expectation in the eyes. Just when I came into contact with Chiba fingers, a feeling of familiarity with Ultimate was transmitted to Bai's brain. No way, could it be that Boss Chiba also owns Ice Dun? This point made Bai's heart slightly shocked. However, Bai didn't ask, but put away his curiosity. When I have a chance in the future, maybe I can see Boss Chiba cast Ice Escape. At night, everyone rubbed together hard. Uchiha Madara's vegetable garden construction and fish pond have been preliminarily completed. It will be finished in another day. The next day, Chiba specially stopped the tavern business for the day. After all, the vegetable garden and fish pond will be completed today. Advertisement. Everyone naturally needs to celebrate well. In the morning, Chiba accompanied Uchiha Madara and several others to start planning the construction of the vegetable garden. In the afternoon, I sorted out the arrangement of the fish pond with Tobirama. Then, plant some vegetables and sprinkle some fish fry, and you're basically done. Looking at the vegetable garden and fish pond in front of him, Chiba couldn't help but click his tongue. How long does this have to last until the year of the monkey? Is this still a blah task? Chiba was well aware of the tasks issued by the system at that time. Requires self-sufficiency and self-sufficiency to complete tasks. What the hell, the vegetable garden is full of small seedlings and seeds of vegetables. In the fish pond, all are small fish fry. Dude, the biggest estimate is only about the size of one of Chiba's fingers. This is not to mention self-sufficient. It's only enough for one person to cook it all. It is estimated that one person cannot eat enough. Gone. But, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Chiba narrowed his eyes and waved his hand casually. The system mall appeared in front of Chiba. Open black lens bracket daily mall close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket alcohol close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket clothing close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket household appliances close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket next page close black lens bracket. Chiba started rummaging. In the end, two things caught Chiba's eyes. Really, I knew that there must be such a thing in the system mall. Open black lens bracket cultivation and agriculture close black lens bracket. 1. Super fertilizer. Price, 1000 gold coins per bag. Introduction. It can make vegetables grow super fast. It can be matured within 15 minutes at the fastest. Close black lens bracket. 2. Super fish food. Price, 1000 gold coins per bag. Introduction. It can make fish grow super fast. It can grow to the maximum size of the respective fish within 15 minutes at the fastest. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. There are many other such super feeds in the back. Even, Chiba saw pig food. Good guy, super pig food. How could it be that Chiba told his employees? Young man, you have great ideas. Why don't you raise pigs with me? 46 Replica Uchiha Madara. Everyone's powerful brain power. 5/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Just thinking about it, Chiba felt a little unnatural. Forget it, forget about raising pigs or something. It's not bad for me to support such a large group of employees. Later, Chiba bought super fish food and super fertilizer from the system mall. For things to appear out of thin air, everyone has long been accustomed to it. Come on, this is fish food. This is fertilizer. Chiba handed the fish food to Senju Hashirama. Passed the fertilizer to Uchiha Madara. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. The corners of Chiba's mouth curled up slightly. It matures within 15 minutes, and Chiba is actually quite curious. Then, Senju Hashirama sprinkled the fish food in his hand into the fish pond. Uchiha Madara sprinkles the seedlings and seeds of these vegetables with super fertilizers. After finishing, everyone stood quietly beside Chiba. Next, a magical scene happened. These seeds are in full view. Started a crazy growth posture. Not only that, but those fry also began to grow in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it grew into the posture of a big fish. Isn't this scene just miraculous? This hand is simply a miracle. Everyone was immersed in it. The seedling breaks the ground, sprouts, grows, and eventually bears its own fruit. For a while, everyone was a little intoxicated. Yes. This kind of ordinary life is mixed with a trace of extraordinary life. Fresh things happen every day, this is the life everyone wants. Uchiha Madara murmured. It turns out that the feeling of farming is like this. Senju Hashirama also sighed. Yes. It's so simple, so good. Everyone else is immersed in it. At this time, there was also a longing look in the white eyes. Immediately, I made up my mind that I must stay by Boss Chiba's side. Not going anywhere. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the fish pond construction task. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the vegetable garden construction task. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining 100,000 gold coins and the ability to reproduce the full strength of employees once. Ding. Host's current balance 128,500 gold coins. After Chiba heard the system beep, only then did the corners of his mouth lift into a smile. My previous comprehensive ability was at most cage level strong. However, it will be different next time. As for the ability to reproduce who? Advertisement. Of course it is Uchiha Madara. To know, remastered Uchiha Madara. That's like having all wood style. Although the moves of Shanju wood style Uchiha Madara did not. Then, plus Eternal Mark Mangekyo, plus Rinnegan. The current Uchiha Madara is the peak strength above the 4 battles. Naturally has Rinnegan. As for why you have it, don't ask. Ask as the system. Uchiha Madara during World War II. That has been integrated into wood style, and even now he has a tattoo of a large pillar in front of him. Love him and engrave him on your chest. Tisk tisk tisk. Chiba clicked his tongue. Use the ability to reproduce. Target. Uchiha Madara. Chiba said in his mind. Ding. Start using the replica ability. Ding. Target selected. Uchiha Madara. Ding. Start re-engraving. Ding. 10%, 30%, 70%, 100% has been reproduced. Ding. Re-engraved successfully. Ding. Congratulations to host for having the full capabilities of Uchiha Madara's current state. Ding. Congratulations to host for enabling 3 Tomo Sharingan. Ding. 3 Tomo Sharingan evolution. Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding. Mangekyo Sharingan evolution. Eternal Mangekyo. Ding. Eternal Mangekyo evolution. Rinnegan. Chiba only felt that there was a destructive power in his eyes. A pair of pitch black eyes also transformed into 3 Tomo Sharingan in the eyes of everyone. Then it became Eternal Mangekyo, and finally Rinnegan, who exudes purple magic. Damn. Aside, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but swear after feeling the extremely familiar wave in Chiba's body. At this moment, Chiba's aura also became terrifying. Suddenly a strong chakra emanated from him. Chakra is blue in color. Everyone retreated to the edge of the backyard, watching this scene in disbelief. Hey, Madara, what is this? Senju Hashirama looked at Chiba in the backyard in surprise, then tilted his head to look at Uchiha Madara beside him. Not bad. It's Susanoo's wave. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. Although he has long known that Chiba's methods are mysterious. However, I have never felt the fluctuations belonging to Sharingan from the other party. Therefore, he has always believed that Chiba has no Sharingan. Advertisement. After all, he wasn't from the Uchiha clan either. But the scene at the moment made Uchiha Madara a little frightened. Good guy, it turns out the boss is hiding so deeply. So strong. Senju Tobirama couldn't help saying. This kind of breath fluctuation far surpassed him. Nissan. Uchiha Izuna came to Uchiha Madara's side. Don't worry, maybe the boss just wants to move his body. Uchiha Madara reached out and tapped Uchiha Izuna's forehead. Seeing this scene, Chiba couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Nod to kill. It really is ancestral. Uchiha Izuna also settled down after hearing Uchiha Madara's words. Ding. Congratulations to host for gaining everyone's absolute sincerity. Ding. Reward. Double strength enhancement. Ding. Strengthening begins. Chiba was taken aback. Watcha, can this trigger the mission? And it has been completed. The rewards are coming. Double strength enhancement. In an instant, Chiba felt the chakra in his body rushing again. Not only chakra, but even the life force is constantly increasing. This is the power of wood style. Chiba glanced at his backyard. Thanks to my own backyard is big enough. Otherwise, it is really not necessarily possible to toss by yourself. Chiba slowly put away the chakra that he let out. Low-key and low-key, I don't want to fight. What if these hard-fought vegetable gardens fail? Chiba takes chakra back in full. The breath is restrained, and at first glance, he looks like an ordinary person again. There was only shock in everyone's eyes, but not much doubt. After all, Chiba's various mysterious means had already been told to them. Even Chiba has Mangekyo as normal. If not, it's not normal. So, this is still the basic operation. Basic operation. Calm down. Even if Chiba now goes straight into Six Paths Sage mode, it is estimated that Uchiha Madara will not be much surprised. Who is Chiba? He is the mysterious Chiba. Obviously, everyone's brain power is still very strong. What about opening a Mangekyo, opening a Six Paths Sage mode? Just like drinking water, it's just ordinary. 47 Uchiha Madara. Play on. Keep dancing. 6/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Now, Chiba came to the crowd and grinned. It's been a long time since I've been active, or. Hashirama, Lord Madara, shall we fight? Uchiha Madara. I have to go to work tomorrow. Senju Hashirama. I have to get up early tomorrow. Chiba had no choice but to let it go. However, if he can find the opportunity, Chiba will definitely pull one of them. Go to the backyard dispute field to practice. There was nothing to say all night, and everyone rested quietly. The next day, early morning, Chiba was awakened by a faint fragrance. In this aroma, the deliciousness of eggs and the aroma of milk are mixed. Even, there is a hint of a different taste. Opening his eyes, he saw a girl in a sailor suit. It turned out to be white. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief, and then recalled, among the clothes he gave Bai yesterday. Do own some sailor suits. Boss, please have breakfast. Bai held a plate in his hand. On the plate are 2 fried eggs and a glass of milk. Chiba smiled. It's comfortable to be served by someone, what a ghost. Bai, how did you get into my room? Chiba asked with a grin. Well, I saw that the door of the boss's room was unlocked, so I came in without authorization. Bai said nervously. Flower, how could I make such a mistake? The muscles on Chiba's face twitched violently. Impossible. Every time before going to bed, I will check the doors and windows. Seeing Chiba, he didn't ask any more questions. Then Bai let out a sigh of relief. As everyone knows, it was just half an hour ago. Shiro witnessed Chiba's door opened by 2 people, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. I was really just passing by to go to the toilet. Then, Bai learned of Uchiha Madara's purpose. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara and they heard that Chiba wanted to move around yesterday. Simply planned to give Chiba a surprise today. It just so happens that today is Sunday, and the tavern is closed. Now that we are resting, we will naturally have to play disco. As for Bai, it was arranged clearly. Block Chiba in the room at all costs. Then wait for the moment when the sound starts. Then Shiro appeared in Chiba's room. However, with Chiba stuck in the room, how can this block me? Also, can you hold yourself back? For a moment, Bai's face became a little startled and uncertain. Advertisement. Chiba didn't notice anything unusual about Bai. Just get up and shower normally. Then, under Bai Na's somewhat incomprehensible eyes, Chiba finished his breakfast. Okay, it's over. Let's go. Chiba stood up and said. Wait. Bai swallowed his saliva. Why hasn't this voice sounded yet? What to do? What to do? What are you waiting for? Chiba scratched his head curiously. What happened to Bai today? However, putting on the white of the sailor suit gives people the feeling that they are bright. For a moment, Chiba felt that he also needed some decent clothes. Give Uchiha Madara them whole suits. Suits, ties and top hats, tisk tisk tisk. Chiba doesn't know if they look handsome or not. Anyway, I must look handsome in it. In this regard, Chiba is still very confident. Wait a minute, Bai began to hesitate for a while. Are you a girl? Chiba suddenly said in shock. Bai opened his mouth and exclaimed, his pupils began to dilate. Haha, just kidding. Chiba laughed out loud. Then he touched Shiro's head and left his room. After Chiba left, Bai breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. At this moment, a piercing electronic sound came. Chiba was slightly taken aback in the corridor. Flower wipe. These guys are having a lot of fun. Move every time. The atmosphere is up. Chiba came to the lobby of the tavern. Good guy. The 2 elders Schwanming came out again. Madara and Hashirama stood in front of the player. That movement is really neat and uniform. It's like being professionally trained. It seemed that the 2 brothers really fell in love with this profession. Okay, since the bosses are here, then let's go on the music, go on the dance. Uchiha Madara grinned and waved a big hand. Endless Hey songs, perform to your heart's content. Take you to listen to the most beautiful dance music. Take you to feel the most swinging melody. Tonight let's indulge. Chiba shook his head, and he almost got off the stage. However, today is Sunday. Let's all have a high, just a high. Advertisement. It doesn't matter. Bai also walked out cautiously at this time. After all the outside belong to a group of old men. It is more or less inconvenient to dress like this by myself. For a while, the tavern turned into a nightclub. On stage was a joint performance by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The audience is heartily calling. Uchiha Izuna. Oni-chan. 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 Senju Tobirama. Aniki. 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 Senju Hashirama. Motor. 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 Chiba twitched the corner of his mouth. These people are not trendy at all. Afterwards, he also went up and shouted twice. Ollie. 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 For a while, everyone was having fun. It didn't end slowly until the afternoon. Still, look at what Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama look like. Obviously not having fun. After dinner, Chiba went back to his room to rest. Next, the plot will start to get on the right track. After Zabujan and Bai's affairs are over. Less than a month to go. It's almost time for the Chunin exam. However, Chiba knows that this is inside the Chunin exam. But it's a hidden mystery. Forget it, go to bed first. As long as Orochimaru has no brains, and doesn't come to provoke himself, it's fine. If you provoke yourself, Chiba wouldn't mind having Orochimaru become Orochi. That's not right. At this time, Orochimaru should have become a big snake princess, right? It doesn't matter whether it changes or not. Don't mess with me, you play your game, I play mine. If you mess with me, let Orochimaru become Orochimaru forever. At the same time, under the setting sun, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the door of Konoha village. You are. Gang Ziti and Shenyu Izumo in the guard room exclaimed after seeing that person. It's me. A long-lost smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. The eyes are also full of nostalgia. The middle-aged man has white hair and a forehead protector with the word, oil, printed on his forehead. There are two clear red marks under the eyes. Wearing a red coat and wearing wooden shoes. It is Jiraiya who has returned from overseas. 48 isn't intuition unique to girls. Madara, 1/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Konoha village, among Hokage office buildings. In Hokage's office, what Sarutobi Hiruzen lived in these days is a mess. First of all, my family property is basically sold out. The key is to exchange some Erguodu back. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart will not be so painful. However, not only did he spend money, but the wine had nothing to do with him. Typically, stealing chickens won't cost you money. The reason for all this? It's all Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to slap Asuma to death. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down and said, please come in. Afterwards, one or two of Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka appeared in the office. Hyuga Patriarch, Yamanaka Hayi, why are you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback, then stood up and said. Third generation, I don't know, have you ever been to that Undead Tavern? Hyuga Hiyashi said straight to the point. Undead Tavern. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit of a toothache when he heard these 4 words now. Of course I've heard it, not only have I heard it, I've also been there. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, he already knew the purpose of Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka Hichi coming here. Then, first Hokage, and second Hokage, even Uchiha Madara. Hyuga Hiyashi asked cautiously. Not bad, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, this matter is highly classified. Until now, only a few people know. That tavern owner named Chiba, is strong. After being affirmed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka looked at each other in dismay. This is going to change. How did first Hokage, second Hokage, and even Uchiha Madara come back to life? They don't think they are dreaming. After all, the wine he bought was real. In fact, there is no need to deliberately hide this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly. After all, most people really don't know those adults. After listening to Hyuga Hiyashi and two, they also nodded. The era of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama was during the time of Sengoku. There are basically only a few people who can survive from that era. If it weren't for the Hyuga family and the Yamanaka family, it is a family that has been passed down from the Sengoku period. Ordinary people, even ninjas, might not be able to recognize those adults. I see. Now we feel a little more at ease. Hyuga Hiyashi breathed a sigh of relief. Also, the Chiba boss doesn't seem to want to get too involved in Konoha village's affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. So, everything in our Konoha village, it just works. Advertisement. Hyuga Hiyashi nodded, and Yamanaka on the side also let go of his worries. By the way, the Chunin exam is also approaching soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Recently, we must pay attention to the ninjas in other ninja villages. We must not let these people take advantage of the loopholes. Yeah, Hyuga Hiyashi and Yamanaka nodded. Immediately, he left here. It wasn't long before the two of them left here. Another ninja hurried to the Hokage office building. Master Hokage, Master Jiraiya is back. Gang Ziti rushed into the office and said quickly. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up and asked quickly. Then where is he now? I don't know, it disappeared after I came back. Gang Ziti replied. Send a ninja to look for it, and if you find it, immediately notify him to come to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, and said heavily, just say, there is news about Konoha village that can even shake the entire ninja world. Yes, Master Hokage. Gang Ziti took the order. ... Meanwhile, Jiraiya is leisurely walking the streets of Konoha village. He didn't choose a location that was too prosperous. After all, he came back to Konoha village this time just to come back and have a look. Don't want to draw too much attention. Undead Tavern. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, he had already seen the end of the street. There is a strange tavern. Undead Tavern. Could it be that you can see the undead when you enter the tavern? Jiraiya shook her head and smiled, how could there be such a magical tavern in this world? It seems that the name of this tavern is a huge gimmick. Very good. You managed to get my attention. Jiraiya smiled, and then walked towards the Undead Tavern. Welcome. A sweet voice reached Jiraiya's ears. It almost made him feel a little ecstatic. Where is the tavern here? This is simply heaven. Jiraiya walked into the tavern with a look of intoxication. Excuse me, what do you need? Bai has now been upgraded to a full-time employee. So, under the circumstances, part-time waiter. Jiraiya found a seat and sat down. Advertisement. Looking at everything in the tavern. He only felt novelty. Come to the tavern, of course you want to drink. Jiraiya smiled heartily. Give me a drink. Money is enough. Bai Wenyan smiled and nodded, then ran all the way to the edge of the bar. At this time, Chiba also saw Jiraiya sitting on the seat. He couldn't help laughing. Then serve 2 bottles of erguotu. Chiba said to Bai. Bai Wenyan nodded, immediately went to the back hall to get erguotu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came to Chiba's side. Chiba, this guy is pretty good. Uchiha Madara said to Chiba, it is estimated to have cage-level strength. Boy Gia doesn't look like a nice guy. Could it be to make trouble? FK, do you want me to be him? Chiba grinned, and said helplessly, Master Madara, where did you see that he wanted to make trouble? Intuition. Uchiha Madara said seriously, rubbing her chin. Quote. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly, didn't you say that only women have intuition? Uchiha Madara. Well, now it's time for Uchiha Madara to be speechless. Chiba clicked his tongue. Thankfully, I can control Uchiha Madara now, otherwise. Let him leave the tavern directly, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will be wiped out. And, now Uchiha Madara has this power. Bai took out 2 bottles of erguotu. Chiba took it, and walked to Jiraiya's side with a smile. It really is that Jiraiya. Good guy, my eyes almost never leave Bai's body. Does it look good? Chiba smiled slightly. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful, Jiraiya said instinctively. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help coughing violently. Aha, what is that? Chiba interrupted Jiraiya with a wave of his hand. Good looking is good looking, and I know good looking too. It's just a pity, Bai is a blue boy. Jiraiya. 49 Jiraiya. Wait a minute. I shake a person. 2/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Jiraiya looked at Chiba in disbelief. Then he turned his head to look at Shiro who was smiling. This is a boy. I do not believe. Impossible. Jiraiya shook her head hastily. How can such a kawaii girl be a boy? You're just kidding me. Chiba sat opposite Jiraiya and put the 2 bottles of erguotu on the table. I'm the tavern owner, don't I know my own staff? Chiba smiled slightly. Jiraiya scratched her head, then opened erguotu. I still don't quite believe Chiba's words. No way, I have a lot of research in judging people. Jiraiya took a sip of erguotu. That cute clerk of yours is definitely a girl. I can assure you of that. Also, what the hell? Why is this wine so delicious? Looking at the erguotu in his hand, Jiraiya slowly became shocked. Over the years, he has traveled to various countries, large and small, around Konoha village. He tasted all kinds of wine. However, this erguotu was really the first time he drank it. I don't know if I don't drink it, I'm startled when I drink it. This wine is so strong. I like. Jiraiya just took the first sip. He fell in love with this strong erguotu. Chiba clapped his hands and looked at Jiraiya with a smile. Drink, and when you pay the bill, it will be fun if you have no money. At this time, Bai came over with a plate of snacks. This is a dessert from this tavern. Jiraiya ate snacks and drank wine. That is a pleasure. Chiba returned to the bar and sat on the rocking chair. Little Bai, press me, Chiba said. Bai tiptoed and walked behind Chiba. Quietly began to press Chiba's shoulders. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama on the side looked greedy. Little Madara, how about you press my shoulder too? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara beside him and smiled. What do you call me? Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched. Little Madara, Senju Hashirama said with a light cough. Hot mom, I think you are tired of living, don't you? Uchiha Madara's nose was crooked in anger. Little Madara, we are long dead for decades, Senju Hashirama reminded. That's you, I'll live a long life. Uchiha Madara grinned. No way, I remember you died before me. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Advertisement. HMPH. Uchiha Madara turned her head and hummed softly. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Say it, my cute and beautiful little Madara, Senju Hashirama asked curiously. I can't stand it. Chiba on the side really couldn't stand it. Give me a little normal. Ga, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Boss, it's time to pay the bill. At this moment, Jiraiya jumped up happily. He drank all these 2 bottles of erguotu into his stomach. Since, after eating and drinking, it is natural to pay the bill. Chiba stood up and walked towards Jiraiya with a smile on his face. How much? Jiraiya took out the wallet from her arms and asked with a smile. A bottle of erguotu is 100,000 taels, and 2 bottles is 200,000 taels. Chiba also laughed. Yeah, Jiraiya nodded, and then, his face suddenly changed. Suddenly stood up from the seat. With wide eyes, he looked at Chiba in disbelief. How much? How much? Jiraiya thought her ears had misheard. 2,000 taels. Chiba smiled again. 200,000, 100,000 taels. Jiraiya's voice raised an octave. The voices became sharper. Call out! Call out! At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind Chiba. One left and one right. On the left is Senju Hashirama and on the right is Uchiha Madara. Boy, don't want to give money. Uchiha Madara grinned grimly. He'd been sick of seeing this guy for a long time. Really, women's intuition is still very accurate. Wait, a woman. Uchiha Madara grinned. How is this possible? Jiraiya coughed lightly. He looked at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and whispered. It's not that I don't want to give money, the key is that the wine in your tavern is too expensive, right? 100,000 taels. Real or fake? Could it be a black shop? Jiraiya wasn't really scared in her heart. After all, I am one of Konoha's Sannin anyway. Also, these two clerks seem to be using the body flicker technique though. However, the strength is at most in the form of Jonin. I can still, advertisement, etc. Jiraiya looked quickly at Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. These two people, so familiar. Acquaintance. No, I have never seen them together. But why does it feel so familiar to me? This wine is priced at 100,000 taels in my tavern. Chiba smiled. You can go out and ask about this, even third Hokage bought it from me. He knows it too. Jiraiya heard that the other party moved Hokage out, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and say. What? I only have 50,000 taels. Or else. Jiraiya took out 3 books from his pocket. Then put it on the table. Boss, I'm actually a novelist. These books are all written by me, and they are definitely good things. Jiraiya chuckled, these are all first-hand resources. Otherwise, are you accommodating? These 3 books will be given to you first, and I will exchange them for you after my book is released and sold for money, how about it? Chiba lowered his head and looked at the 3 books of Chingra Heaven on the table. Ding. Trigger mission. Mission. Put Jiraiya to death, and strive to maximize the benefits. Stack up gold coins according to the degree of cheating. Reward. Initial gold coins, 2,000. Chiba was waiting for this moment. He slowly sat down in front of Jiraiya. He looked at the 3 books on the table. Then, shook his head. I'm afraid it won't work. This book, how much can you update in a day? I can read almost 1 book a day. Can you write a book a day? Chiba grinned. Even if I don't rest for 24 hours, I can't write a book. Jiraiya suddenly collapsed. Then you can figure it out. Chiba leaned back. Behind Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama took a step forward, and the two stared at Jiraiya fiercely. Jiraiya was stared at by Hashirama and Madara for a moment. In the end, he said with a sad face, that boss, give me a few minutes. I'll shake someone. It's my teacher. His name is Senju Tobirama. 50 You can't summon the undead just by calling the Undead Tavern, right? 3/6, please support Wawa monthly ticket. After hearing Jiraiya's words, the smile on Chiba's face became even brighter. You shake it. I'll give you 15 minutes. Yes. Jiraiya was really about to break down at this moment. What the hell are these things called? I just want to come for a drink. Black shop. This is definitely a black shop. Shadow clone technique. Subsequently, Jiraiya forked a shadow clone. Have shadow clone go to the Hokage office to find Senju Tobirama. His own body was detained in the tavern. Boss Chiba, how is it? I said earlier that Gia boy doesn't look like a good person. Uchiha Madara clicked his tongue, and picked up the hot heaven on the table. After reading 2 pages, he suddenly coughed lightly, and then spoke fiercely. After finishing speaking, he conveniently put the book in his hand into his arms. Seeing this scene, Chiba couldn't help laughing. Good guy, it turns out that Lord Madara likes this one. For a while, Chiba also wanted to see what is so magical about this book. Chiba conveniently received the remaining 2 books into his arms. This made Senju Hashirama, who had just stretched out his hand, freeze in midair. For a while, Senju Hashirama's expression turned bitter again. However, these small actions are nothing in the eyes of Jiraiya. And now his heartbeat has started to speed up. Because, he felt as if he recognized the 2 people in front of him. So familiar. Isn't this the person on the 2 statues in the Valley of the End? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Just look alike, right? Haven't they all been dead for decades? How could it still appear here? Could it be that this is called the Undead Tavern, so you can see those dead undead? What a joke. Obviously, Jiraiya ruled out the correct answer in the first place. After waiting 5 minutes, a figure slowly appeared at the door of the tavern. Senju Tobirama. At this time, he was very resistant in his heart. How many times have I fallen on this tavern? Advertisement. Why do I still come to this place? The first time I was tricked by my son. This time, he was tricked by his apprentice. What about next time? Now, it should be gone, right? Senju Tobirama calmed down, walked into the tavern with a dark face. I really don't want to go in. Senju Tobirama roared in pain in his heart. But fortunately, past Jiraiya's shadow clone, he already knew that Jiraiya was detained in the tavern after drinking 2 bottles of erguotu. According to the normal price, a bottle of wine is 100,000 taels. So, this time Senju Tobirama directly brought 200,000 taels. Senju Tobi, why are you here? After entering the tavern, Senju Hashirama couldn't help asking curiously. Shodai, this guy who drinks and has no money, is my disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and said, "So it's your disciple." Senju Hashirama couldn't help clicking his tongue. Then he patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder beside him. "Madara, didn't I say that? It's Sarutobi's disciple, how could this be a bad guy?" "Oh, what about Orochimaru?" Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and asked sharply. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about the development of Konoha village over the years, Uchiha Madara also heard it clearly. Ahem. Senju Hashirama coughed twice. He muttered in a low voice. "Ah Madara, it's not right for you to tear things apart. I'm just telling the truth." Uchiha Madara said deadpan. Senju Hashirama. This conversation seems ordinary, but in Jiraiya's eyes. But it has already turned the world upside down. Just now, did my teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen call that person who looks like Senju Hashirama first Hokage? Then the first Hokage who looks like Senju Hashirama, did he call the person next to him who looks like Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara, first Hokage. Damn. Jiraiya couldn't hold back any longer, and suddenly stood up from her seat. The eyes are full of horror. What is wrong with this world? Why have I been traveling for several years? After returning, why did the world change? Chiba tilted his head, looked at Jiraiya who was a little out of his wits, and couldn't help shaking his head. Needless to say, this guy must have recognized Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He should still be a little uncertain before, but now it seems that he is completely sure. Chiba didn't show any signs of worry. By the way, why worry? Advertisement. What do you need to worry about? Revival of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama revealed. Then what? Who dares to move? In our camp, there is no problem with pushing the ninja world horizontally, okay? Even if others know, so what? It's not just that I can only stare blankly. How should my tavern be opened, or how should it be opened? Maybe, at that time, the business of his tavern might still be better. When the time comes to make money, isn't it delicious? Isn't it nice to buy a small skirt paper for Xiao Baibai? From the opening of the tavern to the present, Chiba really hasn't thought about this problem for a long time. Because, there is no need at all. Even Chiba looked forward to the so-called Xuanmu. It blows like it's so powerful. Talking is also tugging. Also, why is the age of ninjas over? Chiba looked at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama beside him. The age of the ninja is over. It's over. Chiba decided that if he really met that guy, then he must have asked that question. Thoughts drifted back, familiar words appeared in Chiba's ear. Sarutobi, you have taken in a good apprentice. Tell me, your apprentice doesn't pay for drinking, so just tell me how much you paid for these 2 bottles of wine. Facing Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen was ashamed. He knew that if he didn't bleed a lot today, he couldn't do without. How much was a bottle of wine last time? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara beside him. It seems to be 300,000 taels a bottle. Uchiha Madara thought for a while, and then said with great certainty. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered and fell on the seat beside him. No, Madara, did you remember wrongly? Senju Hashirama frowned, thinking hard. Finally a big shot. Snapped. I remembered. It seems to be 350,000 erguodu per bottle. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dangerous. Senju Hashirama. Let's see it. 2 bottles add up to 700,000 taels. I'll give you a 20% discount. It's only 800,000 taels. Buy it now. Don't bargain with me. That's the price. 800,000 taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pawn. 51. Is this the main mission? I got it. 4/6. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen cried bitterly. I took out 200,000, and issued an IOU for the remaining 600,000. Boss, here. Senju Hashirama smiled and took the IOU in his hand to Chiba's side. Chiba smiled slightly, and received the IOU in his arms. Senju Hashirama turned his head and grinned. Sarutobi. Remember, the remaining 600,000 taels must be sent to the tavern tomorrow. It's really not good, you can send it yourself. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he almost fainted from fright. I send it myself. Walter, I won't come even if you kill me. Let's find a ninja and send it over. This undead tavern, Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't want to come again. Sarutobi Hiruzen left here in a daze. He didn't even care about Jiraiya. As long as you don't cheat yourself, go wherever you fall in love. I'm really scared. Jiraiya was still in shock at this point. He stood up and hurriedly said respectfully, Master First Hokage. Ham, that was all decades ago. Senju Hashirama waved his hand casually and smiled. Now I am just an ordinary waiter in a tavern. A normal waiter. Jiraiya swallowed. You are ordinary, a bit unusual, right? At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared. Senju Tobirama's figure suddenly appeared here. He looked around and said in a low voice, I just sensed the breath of a monkey. What's wrong? The monkey is here again. Second Hokage. Jiraiya said in shock after seeing Senju Tobirama who suddenly appeared. Who are you? Senju Tobirama tilted his head and looked Jiraiya up and down. I am a disciple of the 3rd generation, Jiraiya. Jiraiya said hastily. Senju Tobirama nodded. Okay, everyone go to work, the matter here has come to an end. Chiba waved his hand and said. Yes, everyone agreed and left. Afterwards, Chiba sat across from Jiraiya with a smile on his face. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task of Pit Jiraiya. Ding. Total rewards. 4,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance, 132,500. After hearing the system's beep, Chiba couldn't help but click his tongue. Sometimes, making money is as simple as that. Not only can you earn silver coins, but you can also earn gold coins. Advertisement. Why not do it? This. Master Chiba. Jiraiya sat on the seat tremblingly. At this time, he was really confused. This undead tavern, there really are undead. Just call me Chiba. Chiba clicked his tongue and said casually. This. Jiraiya smiled wryly, he didn't dare. This is the boss of the undead tavern. Even strong men like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are willing to stay by his side. Boss Chiba. Jiraiya thought for a while and said. That's fine too. Chiba laughed. What? Boss Chiba, are you free? How about I invite Boss Chiba to take a bath together? Although Jiraiya really wanted to leave like this. However, at this time, he is full of doubts about Chiba's undead tavern. Curiosity finally defeated fear, so building a good relationship with the tavern owner is the first step. Take a bath. Chiba thought for a while, then asked, is it really just a bath? Ahem. What, really? Not necessarily. Jiraiya scratched her head. Like what? Chiba asked with a grin. Like that, Boss Chiba, you see, I'm a novelist. Jiraiya coughed lightly. And this novel is not something that can be written just by saying it. Writing a novel requires inspiration. If there is a lack of inspiration, the things written will be messy. And if inspiration is lacking, it needs to be replenished with new energy. Stop. Chiba waved directly, interrupting Jiraiya. You just say, for example, what? Limit the number of words, and give me an answer in 2 words. Collect material, Jiraiya said. As expected of you. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. Ding. Trigger the main mission. Chiba was shocked when he heard it. The main mission is here. Good guy. Ding. Main mission. Mission. Accompany Jiraiya to collect materials. The rewards will be judged based on the content of the materials collected. Reward. Sage mode, initial gold coins, 2000. Chiba. Good guy. This is the legendary main mission. The last time was farming. This time it is for material. Hey, so, is this the main mission? Advertisement. Chiba said. I got it. I don't know, Boss Chiba, what do you think? Jiraiya was a little unsure, after all. He also had his first contact with Chiba today. I really don't know what the other person likes and doesn't like. Alas. Chiba stood up leisurely, and then let out a long sigh. Okay, then I will reluctantly go with you. Okay. Seeing that Chiba didn't reject her, Jiraiya immediately laughed. Then without further ado, let's go now. Jiraiya stood up and said. Okay. Chiba smiled. As expected of Jiraiya, look at his excited look. It is estimated that this kind of thing is done a lot, right? Master Madara, Hashirama, I have something to do today. At noon, you don't have to wait for me. You guys eat by yourself first. Chiba came to the edge of the bar and said. Okay, boss. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara glanced at each other, and immediately gave Chiba a reassuring look. One more thing. Chiba took a deep breath after seeing the expressions on the faces of the two of them. Don't steal alcohol. Bye, come here, Chiba yelled. Shiro, who was packing up the dishes, immediately ran to Chiba's side in a hurry. Boss Chiba, do you have any orders? Bai raised his head and asked. Next, I'll go out to do something. Remember, don't let these people steal my wine. Especially my underground freezer. Chiba grinned, just use your ice escape to seal the freezer. I'll untie it when I get back. Okay, boss, I understand. Bai fully nodded. But, can I really stand it? Chiba tilted his head and said, Madara, Azu, especially you two. Don't bully my little Bai. If I come back, Xiaobai will be wronged a little bit. I don't mind sending the two of you back to the Pure Land space. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama immediately stood at attention. Don't worry, Boss Chiba, we will never steal it. Seeing this, Chiba nodded. Okay, Jiraiya, let's go. Jiraiya was already horrified beyond measure. What a man who can subdue both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Chiba, horrible. 52 3 questions. Let Chiba get a brand new part-time job. Photographer. 5/6, please support all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba followed Jiraiya and left the tavern leisurely. And Chiba just didn't walk for 5 minutes. Only then did Uchiha Madara relax, and immediately grinned and said. We definitely won't drink. Iced cool. Oh, yes. Senju Hashirama on the side also raised his head and sighed. It's a pity, our boss has gone far away, and didn't hear what we said later. Yeah, Uchiha Madara sighed again. After hearing such shameless words, Bai at the side was dumbfounded. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. You, don't drink secretly. Bai suppressed the fear in his heart, and immediately stood up bravely. Don't worry, we will never steal it. Uchiha Madara looked at Shiro in front of him very seriously. Of course we drank it openly. Senju Hashirama laughed twice. Seeing this, the expression on Bai's face suddenly changed. What should I do? It's over. Boss Chiba's ice storage is out of order. ... Above Konoha Street, Chiba and Jiraiya walked side by side. The purpose of the two of them is naturally to take a dip. Of course, this is only the superficial purpose. The real purpose, of course, is to collect materials. Jiraiya uses materials to collect material for her own novels. Chiba, on the other hand, is all about getting things done. Each has its own goals that must be striven for. Soon, Chiba and Jiraiya came to the hot spring. Jiraiya is already on the move. Chiba had no choice but to act together. However, always staring so dryly, it's always a bit awkward. If only there was something to photograph. Open the Daily Mall. Chiba returned to his lounge after taking a bath. He immediately opened his own system mall. After looking around, I finally locked a good thing. Open black lens bracket photography close black lens bracket. Super SLR camera. Price, 100,000 gold coins. Function. Super SLR camera. The pixels are extremely clear. And it can generate photos in 3 seconds. Today's purchase also comes with a bonus. Super album function. The pictures taken can be made into albums. Chiba clicked his tongue. This thing is a good thing. Advertisement. That's the only point. 100,000 gold coins. A bit too expensive, right? Also, isn't this stuff only loved by photographers? I'm not a photographer. Why am I not a photographer? Why am I not a photographer? Why can't I become a photographer? Suddenly, 3 questions appeared in Chiba's mind. Yes, I, Chiba, tavern owner, part-time photographer. Is there a problem? There's nothing wrong with that, right? It's done. Buy. Ding. Do you want to spend 100,000 gold coins to buy a Super SLR camera? Buy. Ding. Purchase successful. Ding. Turn on the system backpack function. All physical items purchased by the host from the system can be stored in the system backpack, and can be retrieved at any time. Chiba grinned. That's about the same. It is very humanized to store and retrieve at any time. Then, Chiba took out the Super SLR camera directly from the system backpack. Then came to the window. This is the second floor of the spa. Therefore, Chiba opens the window and can have a panoramic view. Tried a Super SLR for a while. That picture quality, that pair of angles, that degree of magnification. You can say that it is a super clear telescope. Chiba was slightly surprised, because at this moment, 3 petite figures appeared in Chiba's eyes. And those 3 figures are slowly walking towards the hot spring. Chiba suddenly felt that the righteous self could no longer sit idly by. As for Jiraiya, take it with you wherever you go. Advertisement. Chiba tidied up his clothes, and then hung the super unilateral camera around his neck. Joke. What is special about photography is just one word. Major. Even if you've never done it before. But, learn now and sell the head office, right? Grind your guns. Not only is it bright. Chiba couldn't help but praise himself for his wit. Then, he quickly went downstairs to the entrance of the hot spring hall. At this time, the 3 little ones in front of the door were walking side by side. The 3 little girls were talking and laughing. After a day of training, it really is the most comfortable to come here for a soak. Yamanaka Ino stretched his body slightly, with a happy smile on his face. After all, this time you can invite Hyuga Hinata to come with you. As for little Sakura, that's totally incidental. If you can drink a bottle of iced cool, that would be the best. Yamanaka Ino's eyes already showed ice-cold joy. What is iced cola? Little Sakura asked curiously. It was the first time she had heard the word. So now I'm curious. It's ice-cold music. It's just. I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. Yamanaka Ino tilted his head. Looking at little Sakura, he immediately grimaced and then burst out laughing. Ino pig. Little Sakura said angrily. Wide forehead. Ino was naturally not to be outdone. Good guy. The heads of the 2 girls are almost pushed together. Okay. Hyuga Hinata saw that Ino and little Sakura were about to pinch each other. He hurriedly walked to the middle of the 2 girls. We've already arrived, so stop arguing. HMPH, for the sake of Hinata-chan, I will let you go today. Yamanaka Ino turned his head and snorted softly. This guy has such an arrogant face. They all had fun watching Chiba in the distance. Although Ino had such a trace of arrogance when he was a child. But, when she grows up, that's amazing. So well, sometimes, you can't just look at the surface of things. You also need to see the essence of the real thing. 53 Little Sakura. Uncle White Hair. Ino. Mount Myoboku. Hinata. Big Toad. 6/6. Please support all Wawa monthly tickets. What do you mean let me go for Hinata-chan sake? Little Sakura snorted softly. It's obviously because of Hinata-chan, I'll let you go. Hum hum. Hum hum. The 2 little girls started humming to each other. Brother Chiba. While little Sakura and Ino were humming to each other. Hyuga Hinata suddenly saw Chiba, who was smiling and looking at the 3 of them. She suddenly exclaimed, Brother Chiba. Yamanaka Ino and little Sakura hurriedly loosened each other's collars. Then he tidied himself up quickly, and looked at Chiba in unison. Hi. Chiba waved his hand. Sunshine smiled. For his appearance, Chiba is still very confident. I dare not say too handsome, that is too high profile. It's just so, third in the ninja world. Brother Chiba, why are you here? Ino ran to Chiba's side and exclaimed. I'm here, to stay with Jiraiya. Chiba thought for a while and said. Anyway, Jiraiya and the others will definitely know each other in the future. It's easier to get to know each other sooner. Who is Jiraiya? Is it a girl? Yamanaka Ino's eyes completely changed, and even his voice began to become a little tasteless. Even Chiba was taken aback. This, can't it, also, is Jiraiya that stupid girl. These 3 words, how can that white-haired uncle get involved? Well, how should I put it? Chiba narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 little ones in front of him. He said with some regret. Probably, maybe, almost, maybe. Good guy, this appetite is fishing. After looking at the 3 pairs of eyes that were about to drip water. Chiba then said, it's a middle-aged uncle. Huh. Huh, huh. There were 3 whispers. Hinata, Ino, and little Sakura all patted their chests. So far so good. Just at this time, a voice came from behind Chiba. Boss Chiba, so you are here, come here quickly, he, I found another pole. The words were just halfway through. Advertisement. Jiraiya saw the 3 girls in front of Chiba. For a moment, the car hastily stopped. This one is the middle-aged uncle I just mentioned. After seeing Jiraiya, Chiba immediately introduced to the 3 girls in front of him. His name is Zilai. Wait. Jiraiya suddenly stretched out her right hand, interrupting Chiba's words. Ahem, Boss Chiba, please give me this opportunity to introduce myself. Okay, you come. Chiba grinned, came in front of several people in Hinata. At this point, Jiraiya jerked his head violently. The hair in the head rotated 3 or 4 times as a whole. Well, the head can't spin. The hair was tossed a few times. There were 3 crashes on the left and 3 crashes on the right. All I know is that Jiraiya is introducing herself. I don't know, I thought this guy was doing it. I am. Mount Myoboku. Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya. Ino. Okay, Uncle White Hair. Little Sakura. Okay, Mount Myoboku. Hinata. Okay, Big Toad. Jiraiya. Good guy, one of the 3 is not right. Later, Chiba took the 3 girls to the attic on the 3rd floor. Jiraiya followed behind with a disheartened face. Brother Chiba, what is this? Yamanaka Ino stared curiously at the DSLR camera in Chiba's hand. Not only her, but even Hyuga Hinata and Haruno Sakura also set their eyes on Chiba's hands curiously. This is a good thing. Chiba said mysteriously. This thing is called a SLR camera. Come on, let me show you how to use it. Chiba picked up the SLR camera in his hand, and directly, clicked, the 3 little ones in front of him. Then, a very clear photo appeared in Chiba's hands. Wow, the 3 of Hyuga Hinata quickly approached. After looking at the photo in Chiba's hand, they were all surprised. There are also some shooting equipment among the leaves. It's just that those devices are big and bulky. And you need to go to the designated equipment room to shoot. How could it be so easy to shoot now? For a moment, the eyes of the 3 little girls showed intense interest. Advertisement. Ding. Trigger the main mission. Ding. Shoot a complete set of paintings for 3 girls, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura. Ding. Judge the rewarded gold coins based on the content and quality of the shooting. The initial gold coins, 20,000 gold coins, and a chance to replicate the full capabilities of one of your employees. After Chiba heard the prompt in his mind, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly raised. Good guy, what the hell am I? Take the money to buy a super SLR camera. Earn it all back. Hinata, Ino, little Sakura. Chiba tidied up his clothes and smiled. My tavern has an event today. I don't know, do you want to hear it? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. The eyes of the 3 girls became straight when they heard the words. Very good, Chiba continued. This time, I need 3 girls to help me take some promotional photos of the tavern. After the completion, these 3 girls can receive 3 dim sum Kuo Liu cards in this tavern. The 3 girls of Hyuga Hinata looked at each other, and Ino asked curiously. What is dim sum Kuo Liu card? That is, with this card, you can come to my tavern for free within a month. Then unconditionally eat snacks and drink iced Kuola. Chiba said with a smile. Wow, wow, wow. When the 3 girls heard the words, stars were shining in their small eyes. Free, free, free. It is important to say it 3 times. Free dim sum. Drink iced Kuola. In this kind of summer, the 3 girls naturally agreed immediately. Brother Chiba, there's no need to choose anyone else, just the 3 of us. Yamanaka Ino said with a grin. Well, as long as you are willing. Chiba smiled and nodded, then it is not too late. Let's go back to the tavern now. Huh, Yamanaka Ino heard that, with a slight blush on his cheeks. But, it's getting late now. Brother Chiba. It's okay. Chiba smiled casually. There are plenty of empty rooms in my tavern. This shooting may take 2 or 3 days. Also, there is a huge dessert waiting for you tonight. Chiba said persuasively. Want to win the opponent. You must know each other's preferences. Then start from the opponent's weakness. There will be no disadvantages. 54 Hashirama. I heard that girls' boudoirs cannot be let in by others. I hope everyone can reward Flower's monthly ticket evaluation ticket support. After listening to Chiba's words, the 3 girls began to discuss. What should I do? Brother Chiba is inviting us for the first time. Yamanaka Ino whispered. That's not easy. Promise. A peachy color appeared on the face of little Sakura. After a close observation, she found that Brother Chiba is really much more handsome than Urzuzi. Hey, but, if father finds out that we didn't go back, Hyuga Hinata expressed his thoughts. Finally, the 3 girls looked at Chiba together. Brother Chiba, let's go ask our father, after all. Before the three of them finished speaking, Chiba laughed casually. Don't be afraid, your father is there, isn't there him here? Chiba pointed to Jiraiya behind him. Jiraiya, please do me a favor next time. What's the matter, boss? Chiba just asked. Jiraiya said hastily. Notify their fathers one by one for me. Chiba grinned. No problem. Jiraiya agreed immediately. When the three girls of Hyuga Hinata heard this, smiles appeared on their faces. As for whether the three of them have thought about whether Chiba is a bad person. How is this possible? It's not the first day we meet. Besides, brother Chiba doesn't look like a bad guy either. That's why the three of them agreed so easily. If others dared to say that, they probably wouldn't even look at it. Little Sakura, Hinata, Ino. Then let's go. A sunny smile appeared on Chiba's face. It looks gentle and warm. For a while, Hinata's three little eyes became blurred. Then, he obediently followed behind Chiba and left here. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help clicking her tongue. Chiba is indeed Chiba. This method, I admire it. Later, Jiraiya also sorted out her outfit. Then they went to find the fathers of the three of them one by one. Walk on the streets of Konoha. There are three cuties behind, and Chiba is leading the way. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Chiba. At Uchiha Izuna, Izuna-chan, aren't you here? After waiting for a few seconds. Uchiha Izuna. Boss, I'm a man, oh. Chiba. Ha ha ha, what, prepare me a huge snack, enough for 4 people, and I'll only give you half an hour. Uchiha Izuna. Okay. Hollow down pointing triangle. Guaranteed to complete the task. Chiba. At bye, shall bye, how is it? Madara and Azu didn't steal my bar. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Bai finally responded to the message. Bye. No. Chiba. Very good. Looking at the illusory screen in front of him, Chiba clicked his tongue slightly. However, he always felt that there was something in the vernacular. Enter Bai's third-person perspective. Chiba then goes straight into Bai's third-person view. Leaf Tavern. On the bar of the tavern. 5 leaders. Lu Shun. 7 cleverness. Quote. Hey guys, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are fighting. Chiba was stunned when he saw this scene. This guy, he even learned how to punch. Where did you learn it? Wait, this is Bai's perspective. White. Chiba looked carefully over the screen. In the end, in a small corner on the side. Chiba saw Shiro. Good guy, just so unconscious. Also hiccups from time to time. The eyelids drooped slightly, and the eyelashes fluttered slightly. A closer look at the Chiba screen. Dude, this is falling asleep. I have to say, this white is really white. Hey, what should I do? Madara, my strategy is not bad, right? Just then, Chiba heard Senju Hashirama's voice. You guy, you don't handle big things very well. But full of bad ideas. Uchiha Madara grinned. Advertisement. Good guy, pour the beer directly into the coal bottle. However, this Bai's drinking capacity is really bad, just like a girl. Madara, do you think everyone can drink as much as our brother? Senju Hashirama chuckled. Come on, stop talking. Keep drinking. Afterwards, the two brothers started Erguotu again. Chiba glanced at it, at least 4 bottles had gone down. These 2 treasures. However, Chiba was relieved to see that everyone had no major problems. As for stealing, just drink it, people are dead, and they finally recovered. If you don't have 2 mouthfuls, then it's better not to recover if you recover. Besides, the wine is in Chiba's underground freezer. There are at least several thousand bottles. Chiba sighed suddenly. In this world, is there such a good boss as me? I'm afraid there is no more. Well, you said, for such a good boss as me, where the hell are you going to find him? After half an hour, at the entrance of the tavern, the person in charge of releasing the wind shrank his pupils again. He has already seen the Chiba boss at the entrance of the street. Immediately, he quickly came to the edge of the bar. Bosses, the boss is back. Zai Bu Zan said quickly. So fast. Uchiha Madara swallowed. No, you have to leave here quickly, otherwise, Chiba will be able to smell the wine when he comes back. One word. Move. No more chopping. Move the small wine table. Hashirama, let's move. Go to your room. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, and whispered, why did you go to my room instead of yours? Bullshit. Could my direction be for you to come in? Uchiha Madara grinned. I see. Senju Hashirama suddenly nodded with half understanding. You understand again. Uchiha Madara tilted her head. Understood. Senju Hashirama said seriously. I heard that outsiders are not allowed to enter a woman's boudoir. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's complexion quickly darkened. Immediately, he spoke in a correct voice. WDNMD. 55 Ola. Wood big. Seeking support from all rewarding flower monthly ticket evaluation tickets. Hot mom. Where the hell did you hear that? Uchiha Madara cursed directly. I seem to have heard about it, isn't it so? Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Of course outsiders are not allowed to enter a girl's boudoir. Uchiha Madara grinned. That's it. If you don't let in, doesn't that mean that girls can't enter the boudoir? Senju Hashirama said seriously. Look, your bedroom is a girl's boudoir. A bedroom is equal to a boudoir, and you are equal to a girl. Damn. Motor. Are you a girl? When Senju Hashirama said the latter, his face had an unbelievable look on his face. I'm your uncle. Uchiha Madara rushed directly in front of Senju Hashirama and punched him in the eye socket. Senju Hashirama's right eye suddenly turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. My uncle died a long time ago. Senju Hashirama said with some grievances. Also, Madara, why did you hit me? I got you, monkey. Uchiha Madara threw another uppercut. It didn't hit. Senju Hashirama dodged Uchiha Madara's attack with a slight dodge to the left. The first time was unprepared, and the second time Senju Hashirama naturally wouldn't let Uchiha Madara succeed so easily. Gah! Uchiha Madara waved his fist again. Senju Hashirama dodged again. Ha! Missed again. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. Then he waved his fist crazily. Today, he still doesn't believe in this evil way. Uchiha Madara. Ola 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 ola. Senju Tobirama. Woo big wood big wood big wood big wood big. Good guy, you punched the two of them, and I punched each other. You two big brothers, if you don't withdraw, it's really too late. Zai Bucho grinned as he looked at the two people fighting each other in front of him. Is this still the mysterious Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? What's the difference between this and Sappo? If it wasn't for not seeing the true strength of the two of them again. I really can't believe that the two slapstickers in front of me are Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It's too late, Chiba suddenly said with a smile. If you don't cut it again, it is a conditioned reflex and said, if it takes another 2 minutes, it may be too late. Now, before the boss comes back, we can still evacuate here. Chiba was slightly surprised. Are you not afraid of your boss's quickening pace? It's not such a coincidence, is it? Zabuj turned his head and looked at Chiba in front of him. Immediately, boss. The boss who opened his mouth no longer wanted to stuff two fists. This sharp cry woke Bai up. Advertisement. Standing up in a daze, Bai rubbed his eyes. Then he looked at Chiba in front of him and whispered, Boss Chiba, I've been watching them all the time, they. After talking a few times in a daze, he fell asleep again. Chiba smiled helplessly, and came to Bai's side. He hugged Princess Bai directly. Is it that light? Chiba himself was slightly surprised. Good guy, is it such a small one? Chiba lowered his head, looked at Shiro who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and couldn't help but smile. He immediately set his gaze on the few people in front of him. Not bad. Chiba smiled slightly. Brothers drink. Let's not let it go, and then light a drink for nothing. Tut tisk tisk. Tell me, how about this matter? What the hell, Boss Chiba, look at what you said and you'll be offended. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and laughed. We couldn't hold back for a while. We promise. It will never happen next time. Really? Chiba raised an eyebrow. Of course it's true. I swear. Senju Hashirama said very seriously. Okay, let's forget about it. Chiba said helplessly. The three little ones behind them felt their hearts overflowing. Hyuga Hinata. Brother Chiba is really gentle. Yamanaka Ino. Brother Chiba is really considerate. Huh, who is that girl in my arms? If I faint too, will it be Haruno Sakura? Brother Chiba, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome, I like it so much. Chiba didn't know what the three girls behind him were thinking. In fact, even if I knew it, I wouldn't say much. After all, it's still a long time. Life, let's take it slowly. The water should be boiled slowly. Okay, so far, let's not make another example. Chiba brought the three of Hinata to the table beside them. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Ah Madara, it's all your fault. If you hadn't come up and punched me, we would never have been discovered by the boss. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara beside him, curling his lips. All hit. Uchiha Madara nodded, and then directly caught him off guard by surprise. The punch hit Senju Hashirama directly in the other eye. Advertisement. It hurts. Senju Hashirama covered his other eye, he was about to cry. Even if you hurt me so much, Madara, you will always be my best friend in my heart. Uchiha Madara simply ignored Senju Hashirama, looking at the pair of panda eyes on his face. Then he said, well, it looks more symmetrical. Very good, very good. Ha ha ha. Finally, in the sound of laughter, he left here. Senju Hashirama had no choice but to keep a dark face, and followed Uchiha Madara and left here. This scene made the three little ones in front of Chiba laugh out loud. Okay, you guys wait here for me. Chiba looked at Shiro who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and said. Yeah, the three girls nodded at the same time. Afterwards, Chiba left the front hall with Bai in his arms. Came to the yard. Inside the yard, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are still fighting each other. After seeing Chiba coming, he immediately restrained himself. Chiba couldn't help grinning and asked, I said, how much alcohol did you two drink for nothing? Just less than 2 bottles, and it's still beer. Senju Hashirama said hastily. Really, I testify to that. Uchiha Madara immediately echoed. Okay. Chiba shrugged his shoulders, it seems that Bai really can't hold alcohol. One more beer down the drain. Go ahead, I'll withdraw. After Chiba finished speaking, he walked into the backyard apartment. Senju Hashirama. Madara, shall we continue? Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. En summation, su. Uchiha Madara. Carrot. 56 left shoulder Senju Hashirama, right shoulder Uchiha Madara, how dare I resist. 1/10, ask for all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba came inside the backyard apartment. After finding Bai's bedroom, he opened the door and walked in. At this moment, Chiba suddenly felt a slight movement of Bai's fingers. Although very faintly, Chiba still found it. Woke up. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately, he carefully looked into Bai's eyes. Dude, eyelashes are so long. Still tilting up. Tut tut. Chiba couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Thanks to myself, I know the details of Bai. Otherwise, maybe it will fall into it, etc. Why is Bai's face getting redder and redder? A wicked thought rose in Chiba's heart. Now that I'm awake, I'm still pretending to be asleep, he. Then don't blame you, brother Chiba. Chiba slowly placed Shiro on the bed. Then, he stared at Bai's face carefully. At this time, Bai's inner struggle has reached the ultimate level. Why did you wake up? It's better not to wake up. What to do? What to do? What to do? Bai's heartbeat started to speed up. Chiba narrowed his eyes until he couldn't see anyone with his white face and red face. Only then did he laugh twice and walk away. Bai secretly half-opened one eye. I'm afraid that Chiba will suddenly appear. After more than 10 seconds, Bai finally opened his eyes in peace. Call. Chiba. Brother. Bai muttered softly. After a few seconds, he buried his head in the quilt. At this time, Chiba has returned to the backyard. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are looking at the bright moon in the sky. There is something affectionate and focused in the eyes of both men. Chiba froze for a moment. Flower brush. True or false? Wasn't he still looking for life and death just now? How did this scene turn into a love scene? Chiba shuddered all over. Forget it. This is the family affair of two people, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Chiba won't get involved either. Advertisement. Just when Chiba's front foot just left the backyard, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama slowly turned their heads. Then the two people's hands were slowly taken out from the corners of their clothes. In everyone's hands is a bottle of ergotu that has just been opened. It's dangerous. Just a little bit. Uchiha Madara clicked his tongue. Isn't it? Senju Hashirama raised his right hand and raised the wine bottle. Come on, Madara, take one. Good. Also, in the front hall of the tavern, Chiba came to the table of the three of Hinata and the others. Izuna, big snacks, Chiba yelled. 10 seconds later, Uchiha Izuna came from the back kitchen, carrying a huge snack. I'm coming. Uchiha Izuna carefully placed the dim sum on the dining table of several people in Chiba. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I just miss the dim sum you made, Izuna. It's so delicious. Uchiha Izuna scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Boss, take your time, I'll clean up the back kitchen. Yeah, Chiba said with a smile. After Izuna left, Chiba turned his attention to the three girls in front of him. At this time, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Chunzi. All three of them stared closely at the cream pastry in front of them. This is the first time they have seen such a big dim sum. Chiba came over with 7 or 8 bottles of iced Coke. Let's go. It's getting late, I'll go to bed after eating. After waking up tomorrow, the shooting of the rice paper album in the tavern is about to start. Chiba placed the spoon in front of the three of them. The three girls didn't hesitate anymore, although they had already had dinner. However, after eating some snacks or something, the stomach can still be put down. The big snack for 4 people was eaten alive by the 3 little ones in front of them. Nothing was wasted, everything was eaten cleanly. Not even a drop of iced cool is left. Okay, come with me, these 2 days, you will stay here temporarily. Chiba stood up and led the way for the 3 of them. Past the backyard, and then came to the apartment. Chiba's backyard apartment is very large. There are 3 layers. The first floor is basically a place to rest and eat. The second and third floors are all bedrooms. Moreover, everyone's bedroom area is also very large. Even if 4 or 5 people live in one bedroom, it will not look very crowded. Chiba deliberately chose the largest bedroom. Advertisement. There is enough room for 6 or 7 people here. Ask for flowers. Wow, brother Chiba, your bedroom is so beautiful. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but exclaimed after entering the bedroom. Yes, brother Chiba, the design here is really beautiful. Yamanaka Ino was also stunned by the scene of the bedroom in front of him. It must be very comfortable to live here. Haruno Sakura exclaimed coquettishly. In the eyes of the 3 girls, stars were shining. Okay, you guys rest here first. Chiba smiled. Have a good night's sleep, and I will start shooting the Tavern album with me tomorrow morning. Well, brother Chiba should go to bed early too. Several girls said immediately. Well, go to bed early. Chiba clicked his tongue. Then, he left leisurely. After Chiba left here, 0. The 3 girls started chatting non-stop. As for what was said, it is not known. At this time, Chiba also returned to his bedroom. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At all members, today I will publicly criticize 3 people. Start counting. Uchiha Madara. 1. Senju Hashirama. 2. Senju Tobirama. 3. Uchiha Izuna. 4. Teodi will not cut again. 5. Bai. 6. Chiba. Very good. Next. Criticize Uchiha Madara by name. Senju Hashirama. Momochi no more cut. In the respective bedrooms of the three people, everyone's mouth Kakuzu couldn't help grinning. It should come, it will always come. Afterwards, the three of them began to quietly wait for the criticism to arrive. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara didn't feel anything. After all, the two of us did drink. It is also necessary to criticize it. However, the mentality of these two brothers is quite good. However, if the peach field next door is not cut, it will cry. I was so forced. At that time, the two of them were only 0.01 centimeters away from me. Senju Hashirama put his left hand on top of my left shoulder. Uchiha Madara's right hand rests on top of my right shoulder. How dare I not listen? For a moment, Teodi felt the desire to die again. Although, he is dead. However, this feeling is worse than death. Momochi Zabujan said, I am too difficult. It is too difficult. 57 Good night. Makabaka. Good night. Little bit. 2/10. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. Chiba looked at the screen in front of him and coughed lightly. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. First of all, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, I need to name and criticize. Chiba. Don't even think about what happened this time, it must be the mastermind of the two of you. Chiba. So, do you two know what's wrong? Uchiha Madara. I know I was wrong. Senju Hashirama. I know I was wrong. Chiba. Very good, the attitude correction is perfect. Chiba. Also, at Dao de Huo Bu Dao, if these two guys still dare to threaten you in the future, you can directly notify me. Teodi will not be cut again, okay. If you don't cut it at this time, it will be a pain in your heart. Answer it yourself, neither is it good, nor is it bad. Because, people on both sides can kill me. And both sides are still the kind of effortless. Zai Bu Zan said, I am too difficult. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. If that's the case, let's all sleep, finally. Chiba. At Al members, good night, Makabaka. Uchiha Madara. Good night, Izumi Koizumi. 800. Uchiha Izuna. Good night, Nissan-san. Senju Hashirama. Good night, O Madara. Bye. Good night, Boss Chiba. Senju Tobirama. It's so boring. Good night everyone. The next day, early morning. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task of collecting materials with Jiraiya. Ding. Reward. Sage mode, 8,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current balance, 40,000. Chiba woke up slowly under the prompt tone of the system. After listening to the system's notification tone, Chiba knew immediately. It seems that Jiraiya passed the parents of Tien, Yi, and Sakura last night. I secretly went back to collect materials. This guy probably took a whole day's material, right? The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly, as expected of Jiraiya. It really lived up to its reputation. Sage mode. Chiba sat cross-legged on his bed. Start preparing to enter Sage mode. After about 5 minutes, Rishi lines have appeared under Chiba's eyes. In an instant, a sense of clarity rose into Chiba's heart. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, who just woke up, also finds this out. Sage chakra. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, sensed the direction, and immediately felt relieved. Who did I think it was our boss Chiba? Then there is no problem. Isn't it Sage mode? For Chiba, isn't it possible to enter with closed eyes? Call. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Sage mode is really good. After entering, the combat power can be increased several times. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of Chiba's bedroom. Come in. Chiba got off the bed and began to wash up. Bai carefully opened the door. He also held milk and fried eggs in his hand. Chiba smiled and put it there. Quote, it's different to have someone waiting for you to get up early. However, Bai was not his personal servant after all. People also have their own work to do. It's not good to let others serve you like this all the time. For a while, Chiba began to think, should he continue to recruit new employees? After finishing breakfast, Chiba brought Shiro to the bedroom where Hyuga Hinata and the others practiced last night. Boss Chiba, I've knocked on their door before, but no one responded. Bai whispered, but it's possible you didn't wake up. Chiba nodded slightly, then knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, there was no reply. Chiba tapped again, waited for a few seconds, still no response. You won't sleep so dead, will you? Can't you? Chiba clicked his tongue. Then he took out a spare key from his pocket. Started to rummage. Finally, the key to this house was found. Crack. After the sound, Chiba took a quick glance. After confirming that there was no major problem, he slowly opened the door of the room. Went to the bedroom to have a look. Chiba was stunned. Good guy. These three guys didn't just sleep like this last night, did they? Ino and little Sakura just grabbed each other by the collar. And Hyuga Hinata curled up in a corner of the bed in a somewhat nonchalant manner. However, at this time, they were all in a sound sleep. It seems that last night at least went to bed later than Chiba and the others. Looking at the even breathing of the three cubs, Chiba felt a little reluctant to wake them up for a moment. But, those who should wake up must wake up. Otherwise, how can I complete my task? Besides, the mission rewards this time are very attractive. Shooting the tavern promotional brochure, the initial gold coins alone are 20,000. Wake up, wake up, the sun is almost drying my A. Chiba yelled. The three girls of Hyuga Hinata woke up in a daze. Brother Chiba, Yamanaka Ino yawned. Then, three screams resounded throughout the apartment. Ah, 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 advertisement. Stop. Chiba covered his ears, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. This sounds like a B-rank ninjutsu, right? Brother Chiba, why are you here? Here, Hyuga Hinata subconsciously said. Immediately, her face flushed a little. Explained in a low voice. Brother Chiba, I'm sorry, I thought I was at home. The other two girls also blushed and bowed their heads. Seeing this, Chiba said helplessly, Anne, I don't blame you. Okay, this is breakfast this morning, you guys wash up quickly, and then finish eating. After eating, come to the backyard to find me. Obviously, all three of them thought they were sleeping in their own home. After all, this is the first time they have slept in a stranger's home, right? No, you shouldn't be a stranger, right? Acquaintances, acquaintances. They are all their own people. Who, at this time, Hinata was in the bedroom of several people. Hinata heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, she looked at Yamanaka Ino beside her with some resentment. Ino, didn't you say last night that you woke us up this morning? Aha. Who knew that the bed here smells so good? Yamanaka Ino played with his ponytail inadvertently with his hands. Okay, now that we're all up, let's wash up quickly and go to the backyard to find Brother Chiba later. Then, the three girls began to wash. Meanwhile, Chiba has come to the backyard. However, he saw two furtive figures. Isn't this Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? No, what is this doing in your own yard? So sneaky. Chiba became curious. Hey, is this not good for us? Senju Hashirama said softly. If Chiba finds out, we will lose all face. Hashirama, we're just here to skim 2 cucumbers, not steal a drink. Uchiha Madara gave Senju Hashirama a hard look. Oh, I forgot, I thought it was a stolen drink. Senju Hashirama suddenly realized. Uchiha Madara is speechless right now, isn't she really poor in quality? On the side, Chiba also heard the conversation between the two of them. For their conversation, Chiba couldn't help laughing. However, Chiba really has no objection to breaking 2 cucumbers for rice. After all, the fruit is for people to eat when it grows out, so what about 3.9 if it is not eaten? After waiting for a few minutes, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and little Sakura all came out of the backyard apartment. Brother Chiba, we are here. Yamanaka Ino trotted up to Chiba, grinning. Fine. Chiba nodded slightly. This time, I invited the three of you to help me shoot the pub brochure. So, of course, all kinds of snacks match your photos, and I have a copy of each one. Wow, all kinds of dim sum. The eyes of the three Yamanaka Ino lit up after hearing this. Of course, all the snacks can be tasted for free. Chiba said with a smile under the expectant eyes of the three of them. Wow, brother Chiba, I love you. A smile appeared on Yamanaka Ino's face. Hyuga Hinata and Haruno Sakura on the side also showed anticipation in their eyes. All dim sum can be eaten. This is too happy. Okay, tidy up, and enter the dressing room with me later. Chiba smiled slightly. The three women exclaimed. The locker room. Chiba nodded. Yeah, changing room. 58 with twin ponytails and little wings on her back, isn't she pretty? 3/10. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. Afterwards, the three Hyuga Hinata followed Chiba to the locker room. The changing room is spacious and has absolute privacy. Chiba has checked everything out. No one can see what's going on inside except yourself. And inside, there are 3 shelves. But the shelf is empty. Chiba raised his mouth slightly, looked at the three Hinata in front of him, and said with a smile. Shooting an album, then naturally you can't just wear such a single piece of clothing. Because in this case, it will appear very monotonous. So, next, Chiba started to open the system mall. A wave of crazy buying, and buying behaviors began. I have been spending 10,000 gold coins to buy 6 clothing suits for each of the 3 of them. Only then did Wei stop. You pick what you like first, and then change it. Chiba smiled and left the changing room after speaking. The 3 girls of Hyuga Hinata have never seen such beautiful clothes. For a while, the 3 girls were a little excited. In the end, each of the 3 of them chose a cheongsam. Hyuga Hinata is white, Yamanaka Ino is sky blue, and Haruno Sakura chose a pink one. 10 minutes later, the 3 women came out blushing a little. Chiba held a Super SLR-25 camera in his hand, and couldn't help but click his tongue after seeing this scene. I have to say, it's really pretty. Follow me. Chiba grinned, and watched the 3 of them come to the front hall of the tavern. Then, Chiba started teaching. Let the 3 of them start to pose cutely. The 3 little girls deserve to be graduates of an excellent ninja school. Learning is fast. Of course, take an awesome picture. A system beep will be heard in Chiba's ear. Ding. Congratulations, the total number of host gold coins has accumulated to 40,000. Crack, crack, ding. Congratulations, the cumulative accumulation of host gold coins has reached 60,000. Crack, 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 ding. Congratulations, the total number of host gold coins has accumulated to 100,000. The whole morning, Chiba was shooting the promotional photos of the tavern. 3 girls who are so cute are holding snacks in their hands, or iced cola. Of course beer and erguotu are indispensable. By noon, the brochures had been sorted out. Cute girly dessert illustration. A picture of a budding girl cola. A picture of a heart-beating girl with fine wine. However, Chiba would not let the 3 of them go so easily. Just kidding, how do you make money if you don't shoot more now? Am I letting them stay for the sake of earning gold coins? Advertisement. Obviously, I have other goals. Although the photos are good, the gestures are also in place. Chiba looked at the album in front of him and nodded slightly. What's wrong, brother Chiba? On the opposite side are the 3 Ino who are hugging and gnawing chicken legs. After all, the whole morning's work also made them feel hungry. So, now it's time for lunch, and I started eating regardless of my image. When Yamanaka Ino heard Chiba's voice, he became a little worried. Could it be that our performance is not good enough? Is the level of the photo not satisfying Chiba brother? After all, the 3 girls worked very hard for the 1-month free snack card that Chiba said before. It's just a little pity. Chiba spread all the photos in his hand on the dining table. What's wrong? The 3 of Yamanaka Ino lowered their heads and looked at the photos on the dining table. There is no problem. Everyone is so cute, isn't it good? Take a closer look and see if you can spot a common thread among these photos. Chiba smiled slightly and said. Then, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura all joined Chiba. Then began to concentrate on searching. Look for commonalities among these photos. At the same time, this side of the bar, 3 sneaky human heads are watching all this. It seems that our boss's appetite is really good. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath, and then said slowly. The girl from last time was only in the pending area, but this time the 3 girls have directly entered the promotion area. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but nodded too. I didn't expect our boss to be so good at it. Uchiha Madara, can't do it. In this case, should we support the boss, or support the boss, or support? Senju Hashirama asked. Nonsense. Nonsense. Hush. Be quiet, let's continue with dinner. As for the 3 ghosts at the bar, Chiba already knew about it. However, I can't come over and stop their picture 3's mouth, can I? Simply let them go, as long as there is no trouble. Brother Chiba, we didn't find out. At this time, Yamanaka Ino shook his head and whispered. Hyuga Hinata and Haruno Sakura also shook their heads. The 3 of them really didn't find any other abnormalities. Hey, Chiba sighed helplessly. Could it be that you didn't notice that in this photo, whether you changed into sailor uniforms or student uniforms? Or the Cheongsam, didn't you find a major problem? No, the 3 little Nuonuo replied. This question is about the looks of the 3 of you. Chiba solved the mystery. Style. The 3 girls of Hyuga Hinata looked at each other. Indeed, they really did not find this problem. However, styling. How to do this? The 3 girls once again looked at Chiba sitting next to them with their curious eyes. The shape is naturally very simple. Advertisement. Like. Chiba looked at Yamanaka Ino with a smile. Your current look is a single ponytail. You can change your look later and have a double ponytail, won't it be fine? Hey, that's right, Yamanaka Ino exclaimed slightly. And Hinata sauce, you can add a little decoration on your back, like this. Chiba waved his hands, and a pair of small black wings appeared in his palms. Of course, this is a trinket that Chiba bought from the system. Also, little Sakura-chan. Chiba focused his gaze on little Sakura again. You can also tie your hair up like Ino, either in a single ponytail or in a double ponytail. The 3 girls looked at each other in blank dismay, and they all felt that Chiba's method was feasible. Not only that, Chiba said leisurely, have you ever heard of cosplay? No. The 3 girls Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura looked at each other. Then they shook their heads at the same time, they really hadn't heard of this. Cosplay means role-playing. Chiba squinted his eyes, and immediately bought some 2-dimensional girls from the system mall. Hatsune, weak voice, little bird touring 6 flowers, etc. The looks of the girls in these photos, as well as the clothes on their bodies, are all unique. For a while, Hyuga Hinata and the others were a little moved after watching it. This proverb 753 is right. Heartbeat is not as good as heartbeat. What you buy is what you earn. Chiba shook his head, his thoughts drifted back, and he asked with a smile, how is it? Do you want to try this legendary cosplay? All 3 girls are very curious. Okay, I'm afraid I won't be too busy this time alone. Chiba smiled and looked at the 3 little ones in front of him. Immediately, he stood up and raised his voice, Shao bye-bye. Little bye-bye, come. A few seconds later, Bai hurriedly ran out of the back kitchen. Then she stood in front of Chiba pretty. Say hello to everyone. Chiba smiled slightly. Hello, my name is Shiro. Shiro turned around, nodded and smiled at Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura. Of course, Shiro had been in contact with Haruno Sakura before, so he was an acquaintance. But little Sakura has been in a daze until now, always feeling that the girl in front of her looks too much like Bai. Even the name is the same. However, the Bai I met before was a boy, but this is obviously a girl at a glance. Quite a feeling of self-paralysis. My name is Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata stood up and introduced herself. My name is Yamanaka Ino. My name is Haruno Sakura. A few people know each other now. Next, I will teach you what is called cosplay. Chiba stood up leisurely. I'm cosplaying in the second dimension world. That's interesting, huh? Immediately, Bai and the other 3 girls all followed behind Chiba and left here. Hinata and the others also had some small expectations in their hearts. What exactly is this cosplay? 59 Me, Chiba, owner of the Undead Tavern. Sincerely invite you to join the shoot. 4/10. Ask for all Wawa monthly tickets. Just when Chiba led everyone out of the front hall to the backyard, the 2 people above the bar began to mutter again. I always feel that our boss's appetite is probably not just that simple. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and said slowly. What's wrong? Senju Hashirama didn't see anything unusual. I thought those 3 little ones were our boss's targets, but now it seems that Bai is also one of our boss's targets. Uchiha Madara glanced sideways at Senju Hashirama, and said with great certainty. Isn't it? Senju Hashirama heard the words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Bai is a boy. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama. No. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. That's it. Uchiha Madara grinned. I always feel that Shiro is a woman. Why? Intuition. Oh, intuition between women. Hey, hot mom. I don't think I'll hit you for 3 days, so you're going to go to the house, aren't you? Beep beep. I'm a monster with a punch. Damn. Excuse me, is Chiba there? Just as the 2 of them were fighting, a light voice reached the ears of the 2 of them. The figures of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama suddenly stiffened. It's over. However, the psychological quality of the 2 people is still very strong. Hashirama, look at you, when you eat, Kakuzu doesn't wipe your mouth clean. Uchiha Madara's outstretched right hand wiped away a grain of rice left at the corner of Senju Hashirama's mouth. Madara, you too, don't wipe the corners of your mouth after drinking the soup. Senju Hashirama said. He put his head in the past. Uchiha Madara's eyes popped. Hey, what does this kid want to do? I got you a monkey. Get out. Uchiha Madara swung it with a big mouth. If it wasn't for Senju Hashirama's quick hiding, it is estimated that he would have been knocked unconscious this time. Yu Hahong stood opposite the bar counter, a little helpless. These 2 are big guys. She didn't know whether she should go up to fight, or continue to stand where she was. Ahem, okay, don't make trouble. Uchiha Madara coughed lightly, and glanced at Senju Hashirama behind him. Do you have anything to do with our boss? Then, he looked at Yuhihong, Kaido, who was in front of the bar counter. It's like this. Shihahong raised the box in her hand and said. Master 3rd Generation found me this morning and asked me to deliver this item to Boss Chiba himself. So, here I am. I see. Uchiha Madara looked at the box and immediately knew what was going on. Come to pay back the money. The money for the 2 bottles of Erguodu yesterday. The IOU is still with Chiba. Advertisement. Chiba is in the backyard now, go find him yourself. Uchiha Madara said with a smile. Okay, thank you. Yuhihong nodded. Then he took the box and walked towards the backyard. Uchiha Madara saw Hong leave the front hall, and then settled down. Chiba, is this a way of helping you? At this moment, in the backyard, Chiba and Shiro are dressing Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura together. This time, 3 people will play the role of Raka Hinata-chan. Double ponytail Hatsune Ino-chan. Double ponytail soft voice small Sakura-chan. Good guy, this time I killed Chiba's 10,000 taels of gold coins, and just bought flat suits for the 3 of them. This thing, you really can't afford it if you don't have money. After all, the cosplay clothes Chiba bought are of the best quality, and they are also the closest, which can be said to be perfectly restored. After a few minutes, the dressing of the 3 of them was completed. Boss Chiba, where are you? Suddenly at this moment, a soft call came from outside the door. Chiba clicked his tongue. This sound is very familiar, isn't this the voice of Kurenai Yuhi? What did she come to see me for? I get it, you must be missing me.
Chiba then opened the locker room door, walked out. Hong, you are looking for me. Chiba walked over with a smile. Yuhi Hong heard Chiba call her Red, and her heart fluctuated a little. After all, this nickname, apart from Chiba, has really not been called by outsiders. Even Sarutobi Asuma had never called him that, especially after what happened last time. Kurenai Yuhi basically didn't pay much attention to Asuma. Boss Chiba, Master 3rd Generation entrusted me to give this to you. Yuhi Hong handed the black box in her hand to Chiba.
Oh, just call me Chiba. If you call me the boss, you'll get out. Chiba said with a smile. He brought the black box over, and after opening it, the box was full of money. Chiba, why is it money? Yuhi Hong nodded slightly, and immediately after she saw the money in the black box. Immediately exclaimed, it must be money. Chiba said, this money is the money he bought on credit when he came to drink with me last time. Afterwards, Chiba took out the IOU from his body. Now, here's the IOU. Kurenai Yuhi looked at the IOU in Chiba's hand in disbelief. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At Senju Tobirama, finance, hurry up to the backyard, come to the account. Senju Tobirama. Flying Thunder God Technique. Shua. Sounded. The figure of Senju Tobirama appeared in the backyard. Chiba handed the money box in his hand to Senju Tobirama. Tobirama, click, it should be 600,000 taels. Okay. Senju Tobirama nodded, turned into a white light again, and disappeared without a trace. Although Yuhihong on the side already knew that there is second Hokage in Chiba. Advertisement. However, when she actually saw second Hokage perform such a heaven-defying ninjutsu, she was still a little shocked in her heart. Teacher Hong. At this moment, a Nunuo voice came from behind Uchiha Hong. Kurenai Yuhi was slightly startled, isn't this Hinata's voice? Then, she turned around hastily. Hinata, Hinata in front of me, if it wasn't for the white eye that was exposed outside. Hyuga Hinata was really almost unrecognizable. Then, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura all came out of the locker room. W. Hinata, Ino, small Sakura, Yuhihong exclaimed 3 times. He. Ino and little Sakura glanced at each other and laughed. Yuhihong only felt that her head was not enough. What kind of situation is this? What is this playing? Looks very interesting, Yazi. Mr. Yuhihong, this is cosplay, that is, role-playing. Yamanaka Ino handed the photo in his hand to Yuhihong. 10 minutes later, Yuhihong also had a preliminary understanding of what role-playing is. And there was a look of interest in her eyes. Is it a hobby after all? Ding. Trigger the main mission. Ding. Invite Yuhihong to complete the shooting of the tavern's promotional brochure. Ding. According to the content and quality of the shooting, add gold coins. Ding. Initial gold coins. 20,000 gold coins. Chiba listened to the system's prompt tone, and immediately took a deep breath. Chiba, I'm such a worthy person. Wang Zhao, can I do such a thing? Afterwards, he slowly walked in front of Uchiha Hong. With an extremely heavy face, he said, Chiba, as the owner of the Undead Tavern. Now, I sincerely invite you to accompany us to complete the shooting of the tavern promotional brochure. When Uchiha Hong heard the words, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Immediately, she said with some embarrassment, hey, it's not good. Great, why not? A sincere smile appeared on Chiba's face. And, Teacher Hong, I have 2 roles that are especially suitable for you. One is the role of Gaoleng teacher, and the other is Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui, is it from the Shiranui clan? Yuhihong asked in surprise. No, this fire is not the fire of the other. Chiba said with a grin. So, please look at my sincere situation, Teacher Hong, have you agreed? After agreeing, you can also get a dim sum kuo free monthly card exclusive to this tavern. There was a hint of struggle on Yuri Hong's face, should he agree or agree? 60 Chunin exam approaching. If the other party goes too far, just kill him directly. 5/10, ask for all flowers and moons. Uchiha Hong stood where she was, hesitated for a long time, but never sat down to make a decision. After all, I am already an adult, not a child anymore. Teacher Hong, come on. Yamanaka Ino suddenly came in front of Yuhihong, hugged her, and whispered. Hinata-chan, Sakura-chan, it's coming soon. Then, Yamanaka Ino winked at Hyuga Hinata and Haruno Sakura behind him. Hyuga Hinata and Haruno Sakura looked at each other, and hurriedly ran to Yuhihong's side. Good guy. Triple buzz. The deadliest. Chiba swallowed, he didn't know if Yuhihong could carry it down. But, I definitely can't resist it. Gone. I can't resist the double groan alone. Not to mention the trio. Mr. Yuhihong, you promised brother Chiba. Right. There is also a free monthly card that you can get. Finally, after 2 minutes, Raihong was defeated. She came up to Chiba and said, okay, I promise you. Very good. Chiba smiled slightly. Then he snapped his fingers with his right hand. 2 exquisite gift boxes appeared in his hands. The one on top is the high cold teacher's uniform. The one below is my Shiranui's costume. How to wear it, Although Chiba would love to talk, I can personally guide. However, I'm afraid that after saying it, Uchiha Hong will kill herself. So, it's better to keep a low profile. Hinata sauce, they all know it. Kurenai Yuhi nodded, and then took the 2 gift boxes from Chiba. Then, surrounded by the 3 little Hinata, they entered the dressing room next to them. 150. Chiba clicked his tongue and began to adjust the super SLR camera in his hand. 20 minutes later, the door of the dressing room opened slowly. Uchiha Hong has already changed into the teacher's uniform of Gaoleng Yuji. With her somewhat cool temperament. For a while, Chiba felt like he really saw the teacher. Very good, very good. Chiba couldn't bear it anymore, picked up the SLR camera in his hand, and made a click to Kuroko Yuhi. Ding. Congratulations, the total number of host gold coins has accumulated to 120,000. Watcha, is it so powerful? Show me. Yuhihong walked up to Chiba and whispered. Yes. Chiba handed the photo to Yuhihong. After Yuhihong saw it, her cheeks turned red unnaturally. It's really good looking. So, can I become more beautiful? Okay, time is running out. It's not too late. You know, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Advertisement. Time is money, time is life. Chiba pulled up Yuhihong, took the 3 little ones behind him, and started shooting this afternoon. With the addition of cosplay costumes, the shooting tricks have increased for a while. Ding. Congratulations, the total number of host gold coins has accumulated to 140,000. Crack. Ding. Congratulations, the total number of host gold coins has accumulated to 160,000. Crack, crack, ding, congratulations. Host gold coins have accumulated to 200,000. All afternoon, the cumulative number of gold coins soared to 200,000. How much wine can this be exchanged for? How much profit can you bring yourself? Chiba feels that he has found a way to make money. Ding. Congratulations host for completing the shooting of the tavern gallery. Ding. Accumulated rewards. 200,000 gold coins and the ability to forge a subordinate employee once. In the evening, after Chiba heard the system's notification tone, he became a little helpless. Alas, why did this mission end so quickly? Chiba also plans to shoot something else. In the evening, the three girls, Raihong and Hyuga Hinata, all had a delicious dinner here in Chiba. As for the atlas, Chiba also made a copy for each of them. As for the free monthly dim sum card, Chiba also gave each of the four of them a free monthly card. After dinner, Brother Chiba, I had a lot of fun today, Yamanaka Ino said with a smile. Afterwards, she hesitated a bit, and finally summoned up her courage to say, if we run out of monthly cards, you can also take picture albums for Brother Chiba in exchange for a monthly card. If I directly say that I still want to come to shoot, even if Yamanaka Ino is a bit god tier, she is too embarrassed to say so. So I thought of this method. I didn't come here to shoot the picture album in Chiba's tavern because I like Chiba's brother. I am for dim sum. For Kuola, for, of course. Chiba was slightly surprised, and then Sunshine smiled. Moreover, this time the shooting is just an ordinary promotional brochure. I also have some other services here. For example, writing about that. The eyes of several girls lit up when they heard this. Of course there are more cute costumes. Anyway, I am also looking forward to your next visit, Chiba smiled slightly. Yeah, yum. The three girls, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura nodded at the same time. There was also a trace of anticipation in Shihahong's heart. Okay, it's getting late today, let's go back. Also, in less than a month, the Chunin exam is about to begin. Everyone must work hard. Yeah, I see, Teacher Shi Yuhong. All three girls nodded, CFB, vigorously. Then, they left Chiba's tavern. Did you take the Chunin exam? Chiba stretched his back slightly and yawned. Let's make trouble, as long as it doesn't come to my tavern, you can do whatever you want. If there are some humble ninjas, tisk tisk tisk. Chiba shook his head, and then leisurely returned to his bedroom. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At all members, Konoha village will hold a Chunin exam next, maybe some rat snakes will come to make trouble, don't need to be too high profile, if the other party sweats too much, then kill them. Quote. Uchiha Madara. No problem. I'll do this kind of thing. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama. Is this going to be a bit too much? Senju Tobirama. Brother, don't be indecisive. I agree with Madara on this matter. Uchiha Izuna. I also support Nissan. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. Let the well water not violate the river water. You hold your Chunin exams. We run our Leaf Tavern. Come for a drink and be greeted with a smile. Come to make trouble, kill directly. Afterwards, everyone began to rest. At the same time, in the Hokage office building, Sarutobi Hiruzen is already worried that his hair is almost gone. The matter of money is nothing, the big deal is to be more greedy. I can pay back some money in a few months. But the upcoming Chunin exam is the real headache. The news of First Hokage's recovery should not be known to many people, right? Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya spoke slowly. I don't know. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, then replied. In fact, ordinary civilians, even most ninjas don't know about this matter. There are no more than one person who really knows the truth, and these people will keep this secret. 21. If that's the case, then the Chunin exam will proceed normally. Jiraiya thought for a while. As for the tavern, I'll just go and have a look every day, and those adults, as well as Boss Kaya, don't seem to want to interfere with Konoha's other affairs. Well, that's the only way for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, he was really afraid of Chiba's tavern now. Just when Jiraiya left the office on the front foot, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up abruptly, doubling his voice. What's wrong? Jiraiya stopped walking, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in a daze. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly walked up to Jiraiya and patted him on the shoulder. The old man said with tears, don't buy Erguodu in the tavern. I really have no money. When Jiraiya heard this, the muscles on his face twitched violently. Ahem, don't worry, don't buy it, don't buy it. That's good. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, the wrinkles on his face are almost wrinkled into chrysanthemums, what a miserable word. No words all night, early the next morning. 4 figures have appeared at the door of the Undead Tavern. HMPH. This time I must worship Uncle Senju as my teacher. Uzumaki Naruto said bluffing. Cut. That Senju uncle looks, how can my uncle Madara be as good? Uchiha Sasuke cut. Kakashi on the side was taken aback, this Urzuzi, he has never been so polite to me. Damn, it seems that there is a chance, should I practice this second pillar well? The little Sakura looked at the tavern in front of her with some yearning, and muttered softly. I don't know if I can worship Brother Chiba as my teacher. Seeing this, Kakashi was about to cry. These people don't train in the morning, and they want to drag me to the tavern. He also said that I am not strong. Who am I? I'm Hatake 50% off. People in the rivers and lakes send cold-blooded Jonin buckle horse ninja Kakashi. Kakashi wants to cry but has no tears.
3SM61 Hashirama. Madara, in terms of cheating people, you can do it, 6/10. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. Half an hour later, the door of the tavern slowly opened. It was Senju Hashirama who opened the door. So it's you. Senju Hashirama was surprised. Uncle Senju, I want to worship you as my teacher, Uzumaki Naruto directly stated his purpose. What? Senju Hashirama was taken aback for a moment. Do you want me to be your teacher? Isn't that great? By the way, isn't this guy's teacher behind him? Then, all four of Kakashi walked in. Kakashi looked helpless at this moment. That's right, Master Hashirama. After the last wave mission, they have a special respect for you and Uchiha Madara. So, Kakashi scratched his head and said, so that's how it is. Senju Hashirama suddenly realized, and immediately said with some embarrassment. Actually, I can't decide this matter. After all, he is just an employee in the Chiba Tavern right now. Isn't this my brother Kazi, wanting to buy beer again? At this moment, Chiba also came to the front hall, followed by his own Senju Tobirama. Boss Chiba. Kakashi scratched his head. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto rushed in front of Chiba at the same time. Boss Chiba, I want to learn from Uncle Senju. Boss Chiba, I want to learn from Uncle Madara. The two said at the same time. Chiba was slightly surprised, and then a smile appeared on his face. It turned out to be for this matter. Ding! Trigger the mission. Mission 1. Do everything possible to make things difficult for Sasuke and Naruto. Complete apprenticeship. Reward. 2,000 gold coins. Task 2. Let Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama train Sasuke and Naruto well, and stack gold coins according to the severity of the training. Initial gold coins. 2,000 pieces. After Chiba heard the system beep, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's just a pity, it can't be done. Chiba directly refused. Please, Boss Chiba, Brother Chiba. Uzumaki Naruto was anxious and begged. I almost vomited to Chiba. If that's the case, Brother Chiba, don't blame me. Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes and immediately formed a mudra with his hands. Ninjutsu. Harem technique. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a series of Uzumaki Naruto appeared beside Chiba. Surrounded wantonly. Chiba shook his body, and a burst of aura directly scattered all these shadow clones. That's it. Chiba shook his head helplessly. For a moment, the faces of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto became a little ugly. If Chiba doesn't say yes to them, so can they? Well, Chiba sat down on the chair leisurely. This matter is not without room. Advertisement, since you choose to worship my employees as teachers. Then what they are going to do, you have to do too. Do you have any doubts about this? Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were overjoyed when they heard this. There's still a play. That's it, no doubt. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto nodded instantly. This is one of them. Chiba leisurely extended a finger. Secondly, since it's teaching, if there is no tuition fee, it can't be justified, right? I can't justify it, I can't justify it. Zuo Ming and the two shook their heads. As for the apprenticeship fee, it depends on your teacher. Chiba smiled slightly. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket Chiba. At Uchiha Madara, 2 pillars, 100,000 taels. At Senju Hashirama, Naruto, 20,000 taels. Uchiha Madara. Got it. Senju Hashirama, no problem. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke came to Uchiha Madara and asked. Teacher, how much is the tuition fee? 100,000 taels. Uchiha Madara looked down at the reincarnation of Indra this time. Such a little strength is too bad, right? I don't know if it can last me a great fireball technique. It is estimated that it will not work. 100,000 taels. A pain flashed across Sasuke's face. Although the price is expensive, it is not impossible to get it. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto also started asking Senju Hashirama for the price. 20,000 taels. Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Huh. Naruto heard the words, and his face suddenly showed a look of joy. 20,000 taels, although it is not a lot, but it can be taken out. Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly changed when he heard the words. However, I dare not say anything. There is no way. Who told him that he is here to seek a teacher now? Ding. Congratulations to host for completing task 1. Reward 2,000 gold coins. Chiba narrowed his eyes and laughed when he heard the beep. Another point. Madara and Adu are the main force in my tavern. If I don't work every day, then I can't take care of the business in this tavern. FFLX. Chiba looked at Kakashi in front of him with a smile. Kakashi stood at attention and said, then, while Sasuke and Naruto are training, I'll come and help Chiba boss's tavern. Very good. Very energetic. My tavern needs someone like you. Chiba laughed out loud. In the end, there was only one person left. That is the little Sakura who has never dared to speak. Sakura-chan, these days, well, just stay with me. My strength is actually barely passable. Chiba smiled, his own strength now. I am afraid that it is really the number 1 in the ninja world. Yesterday, after getting a chance to reproduce the ability of any employee. Advertisement Chiba directly reproduced all the abilities of Senju Hashirama. Asking for flowers. 0 clap your hands, instantly open the fairy. Then there's a full Sage Mode version of the Big Susanoo. Transform Buddha on top with true several thousand hands. Presumably, looking at the entire ninja world, no one should be able to withstand it, right? Yeah, yum, as long as brother Chiba doesn't dislike me. Little Sakura heard Chiba's words. A happy smile suddenly appeared on the cheek, even if the matter of apprenticeship is settled like this. In fact, it's not considered apprenticeship, but a remedial class when you come. After all, there's a fee system in Chiba. Just kidding, want to learn something for free without paying anything? Do you really think that I come here whenever I want, and leave whenever I want? Next, the formal practice journey began. Undead Tavern, in the backyard. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at Sasuke and Naruto seriously. Sasuke. Naruto. Are you two ready? Oh, ready? Sasuke and Naruto nodded at the same time. Good. Uchiha Madara nodded. Then your task this morning is to remove all the ripe vegetables in the vegetable garden. Then move it to the vegetable storage cold storage. Sasuke and Naruto froze for a moment. Didn't they say they taught us how to learn ninjutsu? Hurry up. Why are you still standing there? Believe it or not, there is no lunch, Uchiha Madara said with a glare. Oh. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were a little puzzled though. However, they followed their instructions and started to act. Perhaps the two teachers are testing their endurance? You know, there are a lot of vegetables in such a large vegetable garden. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto working so hard, Senju Hashirama touched Uchiha Madara beside him with his arm. Hey, Madara, if we do this, won't it be too perfunctory? Bullshit. Uchiha Madara squinted at Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, you go and do it. Finally, someone comes to help us with the work, so you can be content. That's right. Senju Hashirama said suddenly. Then he reached out and gave Uchiha Madara a thumbs up. In terms of deceiving people, you're better off. So. Uchiha Madara shrugged and smiled. At this time, Chiba was in his office, lying on a rocking chair. Looking at the translucent screen in front of him, he smiled helplessly. As expected of Uchiha Madara, this stomach is full of bad water. However, since I'm training with little Sakura-chan now, I can't stop the progress. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group close black lens bracket Chiba. At bye, bring little Sakura to my office. Bye. Okay, boss Chiba. Chiba smiled slightly, as if he had thought of a good training method. 62 Uchiha Madara. This reincarnation is really the worst one I have ever seen. 7/10. Please support all Wawa monthly tickets. 10 seconds later, there was a knock on the door of Chiba's office. Boom boom boom. Chiba squinted his eyes, waiting for a wave of gold coins to be earned. I installed a doorbell and changed all the doors in the tavern. Then, Hai came in with little Sakura. Brother Chiba. Little Sakura smiled sweetly after seeing Chiba. Okay. Chiba nodded. Sakura-chan, now that you are practicing with me. Then today I will teach you a very powerful practice method. If you can really master it completely, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When little Sakura heard this, the way she looked at Chiba changed. A pair of big eyes are full of anticipation. This method of practice is the chakra precise control method. Chiba said very mysteriously. Chakra precise control method? Little Sakura's eyes were full of doubts. That is, control the chakra in the body, and then attach it to your fingers or fists. At that time, we can unleash the great power of August 20th, Chiba said seriously. Wow, is it so powerful? Little Sakura said in surprise. Well, come with me, and I'll show you the effect. Chiba thought for a while, and it might not be convincing to reveal the answer now. Can't say, hey, I just need an arm in that case. Maybe the little Sakura-chan turned around and left? Wouldn't it be worth the candle? Drink water one mouthful, and eat this meal one mouthful. Then, Chiba brought little Sakura and Shiro to the grove behind the apartment. Chiba looked at the grove in front of him. I couldn't help but click my tongue. Looking good. Chiba took a light breath, came in front of a rock, and immediately released the strange power. Boom. Punch it down. That rock was split into pieces. In contrast to Chiba, nothing happened. Wow, that's amazing. Haruno Sakura exclaimed immediately upon seeing this. The small mouth was slightly opened, looking incredible. At first glance, it is indeed a bit cute. Chiba felt that he had to save little Sakura. While it's still not crooked, I have to forcibly correct it for her. Want to learn? Chiba walked up to little Sakura, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. Yes. Haruno Sakura nodded without hesitation, her eyes sparkling. Can't wait to become so powerful in the next second. Okay, subordinate, what you have to learn is finger massage, Chiba said very solemnly. Don't underestimate this practice, it is to control the chakra in the body to the extreme. When most people do this, they are very ordinary, but if you add chakra to it, you can control the strength. In the future, when you study the next advanced course, you will feel like a fish in water. Seeing Chiba's serious look, little Sakura also nodded with a vague understanding. As it sounds, it's really not wrong, advertisement. If that's the case, then the training is about to begin. Chiba said heavily. Yeah, brother Chiba. I will definitely work hard. Little Sakura nodded with a serious expression on her face. Fooled. Chiba clicked his tongue. Forget it, don't care, as long as your goal is achieved. Why care about other people's ideas? Bai at the side watched this scene blankly. When, massage can also improve strength.
Why don't I know? Besides, my strength hasn't improved. No, maybe I'm not using chakra. Thinking of this, Bai suddenly realized. Afterwards, the two followed Bai back to the office. After a whole afternoon of debugging, little Sakura is almost done. Chiba was also enjoying little Sakura's hand comfortably. After adding chakra's controls, this is indeed much more comfortable than not joining before. The 7th class led by Kakashi has already started to enter the state of practice. Sasuke and Naruto collect vegetables and practice stamina. Haruno Sakura massage Chiba and practice chakra manipulation. Kakashi, on the other hand, has joined the ranks of Zabuzan. Responsible for the delivery service of snacks. The training is, the temptation of delicious food is not afraid of danger. In short, everyone is on the right track. Night falls. The foyer of the Undead Tavern. Kakashi just felt that he was going to be paralyzed from exhaustion. Both he and Zaibujan were lying on the dining table, breathing in the fresh air with big gulps. Hesitating Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama temporarily became instructors. And Senju Tobirama is in charge of accounting, and only Kwanduo is busy in the back kitchen. The rest of serving snacks, getting beer, delivering drinks, etc., all fell on Momochi Zabuzan and Hitaki Kakashi. In addition, the current Konoha village will start to hold the Chunin exam. Naturally, the passenger flow has also increased. It's as tiring as my game against Guy. Kakashi straightened up and twisted his neck. It's better to be tired. I straightened my waist without chopping. At this time, Zaibuzan no longer had any murderous intent on his body. Not to mention murderous aura, even a little bit of hostility disappeared without a trace. It's like being reborn in a different person. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at the magic of this undead tavern again. At this time, in the backyard, after a day of hard work, the entire vegetable garden was transported by Sasuke and Naruto to the food storage freezer. The first day is basically a successful end. After everyone finished their dinner in the tavern, they resigned and left here. Advertisement Chiba couldn't help but smile when he looked at Zuo Naru and Kakashi's tired figure. Ding! Today's cumulative accumulation of gold coins, 10,000. After hearing the system beep, Chiba sighed, only 10,000 gold coins? I can earn money by taking 2 photos, okay. It seems that the difficulty of this special training has to be increased. It's summer, the weather is so hot, everyone is very busy, okay? Hot weather ding, trigger the main mission. Chiba was shocked. The main task or something, I like it the most. Main task 1. Use at least 6 people to build an open-air swimming pool and do not use chakra. Completion reward. 100,000 gold coins. Main task 2. Use the built swimming pool to hold an ultimate pool party. According to the content and quality of the party, there are also personnel to stack gold coins. Initial gold coins. 100,000 pieces. Swimming pool? The ultimate pool party? Very good, very much to my liking. Although, Chiba already has a fish pond in the backyard. But if you want to swim, you can't swim in the fish pond, right? Swimming naturally needs to be in the swimming pool. And wouldn't it be great to have a pool party or something? Just when Chiba was going to build a swimming pool. In Konoha village, it also began to become lively. This is the first large-scale Chunin exam in the ninja world. There are also many ninja villages who come to participate. Konoha village has also become lively. As for Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, he also started to train himself seriously. Except for the 7th class, the next day, the sun was thick. The 7th class gathered again in Chiba's tavern, 4.3. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara said at the same time with deadpan faces. Sasuke, Naruto, the task of the 2 of you today is to catch all the fish in this fish pond, and then restock the fry in it. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama narrowed their eyes slightly. Wisps of invisible coercion immediately suppressed the past. This made Chiba on the side a little bit embarrassed. Are these 2 brothers shameless in order to avoid working? If the 2 of Uchiha Madara know what Chiba thinks. Just to specify, what's the use of having a face, and it can't be eaten, and it can't be spent as money? Look at what? Uchiha Madara's temper may not be so good. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto cursingly in front of him. It's enough for the 2 of you. When we were as big as you in the last session, we *CKED up on the battlefield early. Sure enough. This reincarnation is the worst one I have ever seen. 63 Senju Hashirama. For my vodka. Uchiha Madara. Ula, 8/10, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Facing Uchiha Madara's words, Senju Hashirama beside him also nodded undeniably. In fact, this year's genin is not just this year's genin. There are also some civilians who live in a peaceful and prosperous age. Naturally, I don't feel that sense of crisis, and Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara belong to the characters of Sengoku period. At that time, let alone genin, even ordinary civilians sometimes had to go to the battlefield. Fight with enemies, because, kill or die, no choice. After hearing Uchiha Madara's lecture, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto all gritted their teeth. No, you can't make people look down on you. Immediately, the 2 rushed into the fish pond beside them. Hashirama, how about my move? Uchiha Madara's serious attitude suddenly disappeared without a trace. Amazing. Senju Hashirama pouted beside him. However, the eyes of the 2 people stretched out with a different look.
Yes. Why don't they want to be so peaceful? So now Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are really grateful to Chiba. I also like this Undead Tavern. What if someone inconspicuously breaks this tranquility? I'm afraid the first of these two fellows will not. 25. Chiba couldn't help but smile. It's pretty good, harmonious and perfect. But, both brothers are in a good mood. Chiba walked to the two of them with a smile. It's okay. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama chuckled. After all, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto did all their work. That's right, I have a plan for the ultimate pool party here, and I want to talk to you guys. Chiba smiled and said what was in his heart. Ultimate. Uchiha Madara's pupils narrowed slightly. Pool? Senju Hashirama said in surprise. Party? Senju Tobirama said. I'm Gao. Oh doo-doo, when did you arrive? Senju Hashirama was startled and grinned. I was just passing by. Senju Tobirama scratched his head, left the backyard, and headed for the tavern lobby. But we don't have a swimming pool here. Uchiha Madara looked around the backyard. The scenery is very good. There is a vegetable garden on the right-hand side when entering, and a fish pond on the left-hand side. Further to the left is the backyard dispute field, though rarely used. But sometimes, Uchiha Madara wanted to warm up or something, so he dragged Hashirama to play. We can build one without a swimming pool, Chiba said with a smile. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other, feeling like their boss had something to say. Senju Hashirama frowned 3 times and moved to the right. Motor, I'm afraid the boss is playing tricks. What should we do? Seeing this, Uchiha Madara frowned first, then moved the right eyebrow 5 times, and the left eyebrow 3 times. Hash hot mom, I don't think this is a big pit. Let's get out first. Leave the green hills here, so we don't have to worry about running out of firewood. Yeah. The two snorted at the same time. Then, one turned left and the other turned right. Advertisement, but just when they wanted to escape. The smile on Chiba's face became even wider. Left hand rests on Uchiha Madara's left shoulder. Right hand rests on Senju Hashirama's right shoulder. Chiba smiled slowly. Still playing with me in team voice? You really think I can't understand the brow language? Uchiha Madara coughed lightly, with an awkward expression on her face. Aha, what, Hashirama and I are a little hungry. Senju Hashirama echoed. Ah, yes, yes. Chiba said with a smile. It seems that you threatened not to be beheaded like this at the beginning? Hey. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Well, I'm afraid this catastrophe can't be avoided. Okay, stop playing and come with me. Chiba patted both of them on the shoulder. Then, he walked towards the back of the vegetable garden. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other and smiled wryly. I had no choice but to follow behind Chiba obediently. Then, Chiba led Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama across the vegetable garden. Immediately came to an empty meadow. As always, it's a tall order. I want to build a swimming pool 50 meters long and 20 meters wide here. And then there's the shallow water on the left and the deep water on the right. The depth on the left is 1.8 meters and the depth on the right is 3 meters. Chiba arranged with a smile. Then in the slightly expectant eyes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Chiba directly took out 6 large shovels. This time, like last time, no chakra is allowed, only hand digging. After finishing speaking, the faces of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama suddenly collapsed. No way. So when will the two of us have to dig? Uchiha Madara became speechless. Of course not just the two of you digging, Chiba laughed. Didn't you see that I took 6 big shovels? Then I will find 4 more people to accompany you. This time, at the end of the day, everyone has 10 bottles of beer, enough for an ice-cold cool tube. A bottle of vodka will be given away. Good. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were immediately full of energy after hearing this. For my vodka, for my Wadgar, Thunder Gaba. Ruthless Master Hera, F*K him, Ulla. If Chiba hadn't stopped them, they might have danced on the spot. Okay, you guys go on Ulla, I'll find someone for you. Advertisement. Chiba clicked his tongue, left the backyard, and came to the front hall of the tavern. At this time, there are already 2 busy roads in front and back. Haruno Sakura and Shiro. Chiba looked at Shiro in sailor suit and Sakura-chan in ninja suit. This always feels a bit out of place. Since I am a tavern here, it is also a themed tavern. Then of course today is the world of sailor suits. Chiba immediately bought a blue and white sailor suit from his system mall. Little Sakura-chan. Chiba called out. Little Sakura heard the words, immediately put down the rag in her hand, straightened up, and saw that it was Chiba. Immediately put on a smiling face, and obediently walked in front of Chiba. Brother Chiba, do you want a massage? I'm ready, little Sakura grinned. Well, the number of massages should not be too many. Chiba coughed lightly, and then took out a beautiful gift box from behind him. Come on, here are clothes. From now on, you can just put on this sailor suit when you are in my tavern. Afterwards, according to your performance, I will give you some more. Sailor suit. Little Sakura blinked, and then said secretly, 763, Brother Chiba. Huh? Chiba bent slightly and put his head closer. Is it the same as Sister Bai? Haruno Sakura blushed slightly and whispered. Yes. Chiba admitted directly. Do you need me to put it on now? Need. Afterwards, little Sakura ran away from here and went to the locker room. Bai. Sister? Chiba scratched his head. Sure enough, Bai's camouflage was perfect. Worthy of being a master of women's clothing, it really lives up to its reputation. I'm afraid in the whole Hokage, only Orochihime can compete with it a little bit, right? After about 10 minutes, little Sakura came out wearing a sailor suit. Then turned around in front of Chiba. Does it look good? Little Sakura asked softly with a blushing face. It looks good. Chiba looked up and down, then nodded seriously. After all, objectively speaking, little Sakura looks pretty good in this blue and white sailor suit. This is the beauty of the second dimension. Cute? Little Sakura asked softly, blushing again. Cute. Look. Chiba took a deep breath. Calm, calm. Let's live day by day. Don't worry, don't worry. The top priority should be to find the other 4 people who dug the swimming pool. Brother Chiba, what do you think? Little Sakura's ear was very keen. She raised her head and asked curiously. Chiba lowered his head, looked at Haruno Sakura, and grinned. I was thinking, such a cute girl, I should cry for a long time if I punch her down? 64 me. Ace Might Guy. Apply to play, 9/10. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. Huh? After hearing Chiba's words, little Sakura couldn't help taking 2 steps back. When she saw the smirk on Chiba's face, immediately, I knew that I was molested by brother Chiba. Well, this is the way of the world, people's hearts are not old. Kakashi on the side sighed slightly. Zabuzon behind him also sighed. Kakashi's disciple, Haruno Sakura, who will never be beheaded, will be fine now. Everything fell into Chiba's hands. For a moment, the two of them had a feeling of sympathy. At this moment, Chiba's moderate voice reached Zabuzon and Kakashi's ears. Oh, the two of you have gotten along well these 2 days. Chiba walked over with a smile. It's just right, I have a good job here. A beautiful job. Kakashi swallowed. When I said this last time, I was working as a waiter here. This time, it probably won't be much better, right? Well, I think the table is still a bit dirty. I'll go to that rag and wipe it. Kakashi coughed lightly. Wait a minute. Chiba grinned. Don't refuse, both of you. Come with me. Also, this is not an inquiry, but an order. One of you is now my regular employee, and the other is not a temporary employee. Why? Don't you listen to the boss? Bujan and Kakashi looked at each other. Both of them became dejected. Then he followed Chiba disheartenedly and left the lobby of the tavern. However, this scene made little Sakura amused. Although he didn't laugh directly, but the constantly shaking fragrant shoulders had already betrayed 2 people. After 2 minutes, Chiba brought Kakashi and Zabuzon to the place where the construction was going to be done. After Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who had been waiting here for a long time, saw Zabuchi and Kakashi, immediately greeted with a smile. Later, he told Zabuzon and Kakashi about the idea of building a swimming pool. As for how wonderful the expressions on the faces of the two of them were, Chiba didn't bother to care about them. These two nailed it. According to the system's task release, I still have 2 people short. Senju Tobirama is definitely going to die, and now he is handling the financial entry in the entire tavern. It has taken a long time to deal with these finances alone. Where is the energy to do other things? So, Senju Tobirama has been ruled out by Chiba. As for Uchiha Izuna, let's not talk about whether his small body can hold it up. He is now the chef in his own tavern, make snacks every day, and make everyone's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Chiba felt that he should give him a raise. Born. Advertisement. It seems that these employees don't need to pay for it themselves. I'm hasty, let's talk about the salary increase later. Therefore, Uchiha Izuna was also excluded by Chiba. The rest, there is no one. Chiba narrowed his eyes. Just at this time, there is a message in the chat group. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group, close black lens bracket Senju Tobirama. At Chiba, the boss, someone is looking for him outside. He is a monkey's disciple, and there is another person with him. Chiba. There is another person with you? Who is it? Senju Tobirama. I don't know him, but his hairstyle is very special, a bit like the watermelon we grow. Chiba. Understood, watermelon head. Who else could this be? The designated is Might Guy. It is the Might Guy who has maintained super cage level combat power since Hokage. Although it is only short-lived, but also to pay the price of life. However, this cannot deny the power of Might Guy. You know, in the late game, if Might Guy's kick hits Uchiha Madara's head, guess there's nothing like Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Might Guy was crowned emperor because of that kick. Be crowned King Guy, and, the more critical point is that the swimming pool construction task issued by the system before did not clearly stipulate that it was the employees here. So, in theory, if I get Jiraiya and Might Guy into it, it is absolutely doable. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Chiba's face. Then walked from the backyard to the front hall of the tavern. Boss Chiba. Ha ha ha, long time no see, after Jiraiya met Chiba. Immediately, he looked familiar. Oh, so you are the mysterious tavern owner that Kakashi was talking about. Beside Jiraiya, Might Guy exclaimed after seeing Chiba. Then he grinned at the corner of his mouth, revealing a big white fang. Hi, Boss Chiba. Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am in Konoha village, the most proud blue beast, Might Guy. After speaking, I gave Chiba a thumbs up. Guy, nice to meet you. Chiba also responded with a slight smile. Sure enough, Might Guy deserves to be a Might Guy. Look at this energetic look on him. If you can dig a pool for yourself, tisk tisk tisk. Chiba's mind became active. After all, I still need 2 good helpers here. Boss Chiba, I heard that Kakashi is here too, where is he now? Might Guy scratched his head and asked the doubts in his heart. Advertisement because he is going to have a youth duel with Kakashi. Kakashi is definitely with me, but he's taking on a challenge right now. Chiba said very seriously. The name of this challenge is, the Ultimate Pool Party Challenge. Pool Party? Jiraiya exclaimed when she heard this, her eyes popped out.
Ultimate Challenge. Might Guy shouted when he heard that, his eyes lit up. Chiba smiled. Very nice. Already hooked. That's right, Chiba said with a smile. Kakashi is now working hard for the Ultimate Pool Party. Work hard. Fight. After Might Guy heard these words, his whole body began to burst out with a strong fighting spirit. Of course, it's not the intent to fight, but the fiery intent to roll up your sleeves and fight. How about it, both of you? Do you want to go and have a look? Chiba said persuasively. Of course I'm going. Might Guy and Jiraiya looked at each other and nodded in unison. Just these words alone, they sound like their blood is boiling. Both of them felt the blood in their bodies was burning. It was galloping. Very good. Chiba nodded, then stood up, and left the tavern lobby with Might Guy and Jiraiya leisurely. On the edge of the bar, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this scene. Chiba is worthy of being the boss. This move, it's really brilliant. All of a sudden, the appetite of these two people was lifted. Even Senju Tobirama admires this move. At this moment, in the backyard. After Might Guy met Kakashi, he immediately became excited. Wow, Kakashi, I didn't expect that you are actually doing special training here. You didn't even call me. Really, it's so embarrassing. Might Guy rushed to Kakashi quickly and punched him without hesitation. Cough cough cough. The corner of Kakashi's mouth, Li Jiao's, twitched fiercely. It's not Guy, what is it, why are you so excited? Okay, are you still pretending to be stupid in front of me? Might Guy was immediately unhappy when he heard this. I ask you, is this the ultimate pool party? Ang. Kakashi scratched his head. So, isn't this enough? Might Guy waved his hand, this kind of challenge. How could it be possible without me, Might Guy? Having said this, Might Guy only felt that his blood had no place to sway. He shifted his gaze to Chiba. Boss Chiba, I ace Might Guy. Apply to play. Yes. Chiba nodded without hesitation. Look at people's awareness. What the hell? No wonder they are so powerful. This kind of person who does not give up any training opportunities will become stronger. Gee. Chiba took a deep breath. Then slowly put his gaze on Jiraiya behind him. Cough cough. Jiraiya coughed lightly, he already noticed something was wrong. Running now though, do I have time? 65 running at sunset. That is the lost youth. 10/10. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. If you think about running away now, it may be too late. Chiba's ethereal voice reached Jiraiya's ears. Jiraiya swallowed subconsciously. Aha, what, I suddenly remembered. I still have something to do today, so I will withdraw first. Jiraiya laughed, and then planned to escape here. Tisk tisk tisk. Chiba couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Jiraiya, if you leave, I won't stop you. After all, it's just a pity that the feet are on your lap. When the time comes to get my pool party going, tut tut. Hey, after all, my place is not very big, and there will be limited personnel at that time. After Jiraiya heard Chiba's words, the figure that was just about to escape was stunned. Damn it, so there is such a hand. Then, he tidied up his clothes and walked in front of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Master Hashirama, please give me a shovel. Please. Jiraiya said respectfully. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other, the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Isn't this guy up? Now, can't we brothers continue to work abroad? So good wow. Ah Madara, Azu, the project of the swimming pool is entrusted to you too. Chiba looked at Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Hey, don't worry boss, it's not the first time we both have been contractors. 440 the vegetable garden and fish pond are built by us. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara giggled at the same time. Yeah, Chiba grinned. Okay, then I won't bother you. Afterwards, Chiba left here. Kakashi, let's get started. Might Guy waved the shovel in his hand, looking very energetic. The two Uchiha Madara also came over. However, see the way Might Guy wields a shovel. Uchiha Madara's heart clicked for no reason. There was even a sense of crisis. Even Uchiha Madara himself doesn't know why he has such a sense of crisis. What the hell is going on with this shit? You haven't fought this kid before, have you? No, it's because I don't know this person at all, right? Then why do I feel this way? Shaking his head, Uchiha Madara suppressed the doubts in his heart. About this matter, I'd better ask Chiba later. He should know what's going on. For a while, the construction of the swimming pool began. Chiba returned to his office, enjoying the massage brought by little Sakura. The euphemistic name is practice. 2 days passed slowly. In the past 2 days, everyone except digging the swimming pool. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also respectively, CFCG, taught some methods of chakra practice. This makes Uchiha Madara Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto very useful as well. And the two of them also started to practice crazily. Every day is also noisy. Just say a word. That's a lot. What is gay? Kakashi-sensei. As for the construction of the swimming pool here, it is also on the right track. Of course, some iconic words can be heard here from time to time. Motor. Hash mommy. Kakashi. Guy. Run at sunset. That's lost youth. A week passed quietly. The periphery of the Undead Tavern. 3 figures are walking slowly. Ah, how many days has it been? Where did Mr. Guy go? A girl with 2 balls pierced on her head said with a sad face. Mr. Guy must be restraining himself. It will not appear until the self-restraint is completed. On the side, Shaoli said seriously. Maybe there is some mission on hand. On the other side, Hyuga Neji said in a low voice. Okay, let's go to the tavern quickly. Tiantian urged. I have 4 free coupons for dim sum kuola in the Undead Tavern from Teacher Hong. Originally, Tiantian just wanted to invite his team and teacher to come together. As a result, for more than a week, they haven't seen their teacher much. So right now, only the 3 of them came together. Ding-a-ling. The bell above the tavern door rang. Then, Bai put down the plate in his hand and came to the door. Welcome. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. Tian Tian blurted out after seeing Bai Tian. Bai Wenyan blushed slightly, but didn't say much. Afterwards, Tiantian brought Shaoli and Neji to the side of the bar. 3. I need something. Senju Tobirama looked at the 3 people in front of him with a serious face. Why does this guy on the far left look so familiar? A small green vest, with a watermelon head on a pot lid. Thick eyebrows, big eyes and a small round face, isn't this the guy named Guy? Wrong. Just looks like it. After the 3 of Tian Tian saw Senju Tobirama with a serious face, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Number 3018. This is too serious. For a time, Tian Tian's voice became much smaller. Advertisement. Boss, this is the free coupon for Undead Tavern. Tian Tian carefully took out the free coupon from his pocket. Senju Tobirama lowered his head, and picked up the dim sum kuola free ticket on the bar. For a while, the atmosphere became a little depressed. Even Shaoli, who was always talkative, couldn't help swallowing. Then he stood there obediently. The atmosphere continued to be silent. Tiantian, the 3 of them only felt that they had committed a crime. Then he was caught and taken into the interrogation room. It's like being tortured right now. OMG. This is so depressing. First, Senju Tobirama confirmed it 3 times. Finally, it was confirmed that these 3 free coupons were indeed given out by our tavern. I'm not the boss, I'm just the one who collects the money. Then, Senju Tobirama fell silent again. Of course, in the eyes of Tian Tian and the 3 of them, Senju Tobirama is silent. But others have already turned on the voice in the team. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Senju Tobirama. At Chiba, boss, there are 3 people looking for you outside, they should be Might Guy's disciples, I think one of them basically came from the same mold as Might Guy. 1. Chiba. Let them wait for me for 20 minutes. Senju Tobirama. Okay. At the bar, Senju Tobirama said, okay, it's confirmed. The 3 of you can wait on the dining table for a while, our boss will be here in 20 minutes. Okay. Tian Tian and the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then quickly left the bar. If it wasn't for Senju Tobirama's words, they really wouldn't dare to leave without authorization. My god, what kind of people are the people in this tavern? The 3 of them searched for a dining table near the window, so as to slightly reduce the pressure on Senju Tobirama. Tiantian immediately lay down on the dining table, breathing in the fresh air. The feeling just now was really depressing. Not only Tian Tian, but even Hyuga Neji, who has always been indifferent. He also had a serious look on his face. This person's strength is definitely very strong. Even a Jonin. Hyuga Neji took a deep breath and said, and, don't you realize that this person looks familiar? It's just that I saw it somewhere. Shaoli heard the words, and then took a careful look at Senju Tobirama in front of the bar. I don't know. I have no impression at all. Tian Tian straightened up, shook his head and said, it's hard for you, Shaoli. It's good enough that you can remember our appearance. Even, this is thanks to the photo taken with our 3rd class. Quote. Wait, Hyuga Neji's face suddenly changed. A pair of white eyes trembled a little. Nice. Just a photo. Is it impossible? Hiss. Hyuga Neji gasped hard. No. 66 I also want to keep a low profile. But strength doesn't allow it. 1 update, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Tian Tian and Shaoli waited by Neji's side for a long time. I didn't see him say it, and I was upset every day. What are you doing, Neji? You should hurry up. Hyuga Neji is still sure, after a few more glances at Senju Tobirama. He finally nailed it. This guy, it's second Hokage. OMG. What is wrong with this world? Don't you realize that this man is very much like the Lord on Hokage Rock? Hyuga Neji's pupils were filled with deep horror. Hokage Rock. Tian Tian turned his head and glanced at Senju Feijian. A pair of beautiful eyes also began to slowly fill with surprise. It ended up being shocking. Master second Hokage. Tian Tian's voice couldn't help becoming sharper. Immediately, she hurriedly covered her mouth. At the bar, Senju Tobirama was wiping his glass. After hearing Tiantian's exclamation, he couldn't help but sigh softly. In this case, in a word from our boss, I also want to keep a low profile, but his strength doesn't allow it. Senju Hashirama shook his head slightly and continued to wipe the wine glass in his hand. At the dining table, Tien's eyes widened. No way. Seriously, Neji, don't scare me. Didn't Master Second Hokage die long ago during World War II? Hyuga Neji shook his head slightly. Actually, I'm not too sure. Maybe, it's just the look-alike. Tian, Shaoli, if you think about it carefully, there are photos of Hokage in the Hokage office building. Hyuga Neji looked at Tian and Shaoli in front of him. Tian nodded, and then began to close his eyes and think back. 10 seconds later, Tian's face also became a little pale. Because, the more she wishes, the more she discovers. This person is exactly the same as the person in the photo. Even the clothes on the body are the same. What's going on? I can't remember. Shaoli replied seriously. Hyuga Neji. As expected of you, the two said in unison. Just at this time, a voice of surprise came. Huh. Why are you here? The three of them immediately looked for fame every day. After looking up and down for more than 10 seconds, he said with some uncertainty. Advertisement. Little Sakura. Little Sakura blushed slightly, and responded in a low voice. Then your outfit. A curious look appeared in Tian's eyes. Today's Little Sakura is taking the double ponytail route. The long pink hair is tied into double ponytails, and there is a pink fox ear decoration on the head. She was wearing a delicate cheongsam of light pink color. Good guy, I am envious of seeing it every day. It's so beautiful. Tian stood up and came to Little Sakura. The voice was full of envy. Little Sakura. Shaoli stood up immediately after seeing Little Sakura, and almost fell. No. It's already fallen. There was a slight embarrassment on the Little Sakura's face. At this time, Chiba also appeared behind Little Sakura. So it's you guys. Chiba smiled slightly, and took Little Sakura's hand. Taking advantage of the situation, he sat on the right side of the dining table. And Tian made it to the left of Chiba. On the opposite side are Lee and Hyuga Neji. The first time I saw Chiba again every day, I couldn't take my eyes off him. He is really handsome, and he has an amiable temperament about him. Could this be my fate? For a while, Tian's head started to whim. Facing Tian's scorching eyes, Little Sakura felt a bit of taste in her heart. Chiba naturally also discovered this phenomenon. But what can I do? I am also very helpless. I also want to keep a low profile. But charm doesn't allow it. Hello, my name is Chiba, and I'm the owner of this Undead Tavern. Chiba introduced himself with a smile. Brother Chiba, hello, my name is Tian. Oh, Tian blinked at Chiba. Hello. Chiba smiled politely. My heart throbbed every day. Wow. Brother Chiba is such a gentleman. Boss Chiba, my name is Hyuga Neji, and the person next to me is Rock Lee. Hyuga Neji introduced. However, at this time, his heart was filled with 10 huge doubts. That is the person at the bar counter a second generation or not? Yeah, Chiba smiled, since the three of you have free tickets. Then please wait a moment, after a while, someone will bring it to you. After finishing speaking, Chiba took Little Sakura's hand and prepared to leave here. Wait a minute, Boss Yi. I have a question I want to ask. Hyuga Neji couldn't hold back the doubt in his heart. Stand up and ask for advice. Ask. Chiba nodded. As that, Nadaime, Hyuga Neji asked cautiously. After all, this question is too abrupt and weird. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. This is a question, what do you guess? Just to give you a hint, what's the name of my tavern? After speaking, Chiba took Little Sakura and left here. Advertisement. The name of the tavern. Ask for flowers, 0. Dead Tavern. Undead. Hiss. Hyuga Neji's face slowly became serious. Sitting back on the seat, he began to mutter to himself. You can't call the Undead Tavern again, so you can really summon the undead. Wait, why am I saying again? The last one to say that was Jiraiya, who was completely devastated when he knew it was true. Now he is waving the shovel in his hand desperately in the backyard. Of course, Chiba will not let them work for themselves for free. After all, I am the boss, and the employee's salary still has to be paid. Of course, this salary is really just water. Daily iced cool snacks, plus beer and liquor or guotu. It's such a joy to live this little day. 20 minutes later. Bai brought out the snacks and iced cool for the three of them. 3 guests take it easy. Looking at the dim sum on the dining table every day, it looks delicious. Ah woo, ooh west. Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then he opened the iced cool and took 2 gulps. The whole person slumped on the seat. This is so delicious. Damn, why do I only have 1 free ticket? Master Tobirama, I'm here to get a box of iced cola. Kakashi and Might Guy came out from the backyard. Then, Kakashi asked Senju Tobirama for instructions. And Kakashi's voice also reached the ears of several people in Tiantian. The 3 followed the prestige, and when they saw the Might Guy next to Kakashi, the 3 were taken aback for a moment. Immediately, grinning at the same time, isn't this the teacher we are looking for? Teacher Guy. Xiao Li stood up and waved to Might Guy. Li, Tiantian, Neji. Might Guy came over and exclaimed. Kakashi, who came to get drinks with him, also scratched his head and walked over. Teacher Guy, Teacher Kakashi. The 3 Tian stood up and greeted Might Guy and Kakashi. Mr. Guy, where have you been this week? You agreed to take us for special training. Tien looked at Might Guy and said in an orderly manner. Aha, what, I forgot it in a moment of excitement, ahem. Might Guy laughed twice. It's all Kakashi's fault. He challenged me to the ultimate pool party, so I forgot to bring you guys on the practice. Kakashi's eyes popped, and he looked at the Might Guy beside him in disbelief. This sells me. What the hell am I? Ah, guy, is it really Plastic Brotherhood? 67 Kakashi. Alright. You can bury me. 2 updates, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Sure enough, right after Might Guy said it. The way I look at Kakashi every day has changed. So that's it. After all, the swimming pool. Can't tell. Ms. Kakashi has a skill. Said with a smile every day. When Kakashi heard it in his own ears, he felt like he had become that kind of person. No, I'm not that kind of person. Hey, Mr. Kakashi, don't explain. Tien covered his mouth and laughed lightly. If Mr. Kakashi can enlighten Mr. Guy, it's okay. After Kakashi heard Tien's words, his whole body suddenly became ill. When did I become that kind of person? Ah, Guy, you are responsible to me for this matter. Responsible for what? Might Guy scratched his head, looking at Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi swallowed, and staggered 2 steps. Wow, Guy, I didn't expect you to be such a reckless person. Quote. This scene happened to be seen clearly by Chiba, who was sitting in the office. 847. Looking at the virtual screen in front of him, for a moment, Chiba only felt that he had discovered some terrible secret. Always mess up and give up. Responsible for me. Brother Kazi and Brother Big Guy had something special before. Brother Chiba, what's the matter? Little Sakura's voice came softly. Ahem, it's okay, I can do whatever I want, you sell it. Chiba lay down on the office chair again. Is it? Little Sakura's hand pressed hard. Little Sakura's voice sounded from the back of Chiba's head. Of course not. Chiba took a deep breath and said seriously. Little Sakura-chan is the smartest girl I've ever met. After hearing Chiba's words, little Sakura immediately became elated. Continuing to beat his shoulders, a pair of small hands were extremely dexterous, while he continued to look at the virtual screen in front of him. Of course, only Chiba can see and hear the system screen and sound. Others are naturally unaware. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Might Guy tilted his head, looked at his good friend, and asked curiously. What's wrong with me? You don't know yet. Kakashi's eyes popped, wishing he could eat Might Guy. What a man of integrity I am. You ruined my innocence for the rest of my life with a single word from you. Hyuga Neji, Tien and Xiaoli all looked thoughtful. Tien, Neji, Xiaoli, I'm really not what you imagined. Kakashi explained hastily. Damn, if I don't explain myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to clean up even if I jump into the Yellow River. Teacher Kakashi, please don't explain, Xiaoli said seriously. Advertisement. An explanation is a cover-up. Tien followed. What is concealed is the truth. Hyuga Neji puts the finishing touches at the end. Good guy, these 3 sentences are like 3 sharp knives that stab into Kakashi's little heart. Old man, it hurts my heart. Kakashi burst into tears. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Might Guy couldn't help scratching his head as he looked at Kakashi, who had a nose and tears. Kakashi just waved his hand, indicating that he has already recognized. Is there something wrong with what I just said? Might Guy began to recall carefully. I'm right, Kakashi. Pawn, look, Kakashi. Might Guy thought for a while, and said, first, did Boss Yi say he's going to have the ultimate pool party? Kakashi replied weakly. Second, are we working on this pool party? Yes. This third, is this our challenge? Besides, you were here first, and I came later. Yes. So, what's wrong with that? Might Guy really couldn't figure it out, it's true. Guy, thank you so much. Kakashi was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Well, now it's completely confirmed that I'm an old man. The point is that I am not. I am such an honest and loving person. Now, my tall image is completely ruined. It's completely ruined. So Mr. Kakashi is such a person. Tien laughed. She has also seen some clues, but she has never seen Mr. Kakashi who can see this state. I see. Hyuga Neji took a deep breath. Xiaoli said directly. Mr. Kakashi. No matter what kind of person you are, I feel like Mr. Guy in my heart. I will always support you. Kakashi lay down directly on the dining table. Okay. You guys should be so embarrassing. Kakashi, is there something wrong with you? Might Guy scratched his head. Do you want me to ask Boss Chiba for a leave of absence, and you don't participate in the afternoon swimming pool digging operation? Dig a swimming pool. Several people in Tiantian were slightly taken aback. That's right. Might Guy was also taken aback, didn't I tell you? This challenge launched by Kakashi is the challenge of digging a swimming pool. Ah, only then did the 3 of them understand the meaning of what they said before buying Guy. It turned out that it took a long time to dig a swimming pool. Guy, sure enough, you still love me. Kakashi heard the misunderstanding resolved. Immediately regaining his energy, he stood up and grabbed Might Guy's hand directly, feeling extremely excited. Of course, I love you forever. Although Might Guy didn't know why, he still said along with Kakashi's words. Ms. Kakashi, you are, that one. Seeing the scene in front of him every day, he felt a little hot in his eyes. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on her cheek. Which one? Kakashi froze for a moment. Advertisement. That's the one. Tien coughed lightly, winking at Kakashi. Which one? Kakashi didn't understand. I understand. Tien took a breath, I won't say it. And there was an expression on her face that I understood. No, Tien, it's not what you think. Kakashi looked at his hands, and then at Might Guy who was smiling at him. Immediately, he hastily let go of Guy's hand, shaking his head quickly. This scene made Chiba amused. What I know is that Kakashi is shaking his head, but what I don't know is that I thought it was dancing. When little Sakura saw Chiba smiling, she felt a little bit of joy in her heart. It must be that her technique has improved. Otherwise, why is brother Chiba laughing? For a while, little Sakura worked even harder. Wait a minute, Mr. Guy, Mr. Kakashi. Just when the scene started to go on a more chaotic side, Hyuga Neji stood up and stopped the chaos. Mr. Kakashi, when you came out, did you say to that adult? Master Tobirama. Hyuga Neji had a trace of seriousness on his face. Yes, Kakashi's expression became serious when he heard this. This matter should not be spread outside, you know that if others find out about this matter, it will bring serious consequences to Konoha. Then that lord is really Lord Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Hyuga Neji swallowed. Yes, Kakashi took a deep breath. Anyway, this matter must not be hidden. It's better to say it, and then let them keep their mouths tight, so as to prevent their suspicion. Hiss. The three of Hyuga Neji gasped suddenly. For a moment, the hairs on everyone's bodies stood upside down. Kakashi suddenly took out a flashlight from his ninja bag 5.3. Then from the bottom to the top, illuminate your face. Immediately, a gloomy picture appeared in front of Tien and the three of them. You don't forget. Here, it's the Undead Tavern. In the Undead Tavern, there must be countless undead. Chapter. At this moment, the lights in the entire tavern suddenly went dark. The only source of light in the tavern is the small flashlight in Kakashi's hand. After all, Tien is a girl, how could she stand this kind of atmosphere? All of a sudden screamed. In the office, Chiba raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Brother Kazi has worked so hard, so it should be right for him to cut off the electricity and play up the atmosphere, right? Good. The power outage in the tavern just now was caused by Chiba. 68 What is fencing? Is it a shuriken? 3 updates, please support Wawa monthly pass. Thanks to the total power supply of this undead tavern is connected to the system. Chiba can be shut down directly from the system here. Otherwise, it is really difficult to render this effect. Brother Chiba, I'm afraid. Suddenly, a voice came. Chiba only felt his back being hugged. Well, no need to guess, it must be little Sakura. How could I forget her? Chiba comforted softly. Sakura-chan, don't be afraid. Where are ghosts in this world? Looks like there are ghosts. Otherwise, where did the staff in my undead tavern come from? I'm here, don't worry. Chiba pulled Sakura-chan's hand. After hearing Chiba's words, little Sakura immediately felt relieved. At this time, Tien outside also recovered. Teacher Kakashi. Tien roared. His face turned red, because she was the only one screaming just now. The others stared wide-eyed and were not frightened. Both Might Guy and Xiao Li are slow-moving people, and they are not intimidated by Kakashi at all. And Hyuga Neji is even more gone. At this time, with Tien's screams, the lights in the undead tavern were powered on again. 25 It returned to the brightly lit state. Well, in short, I don't need to say more about the impact of these things. Kakashi put away the flashlight and scratched his head. Suppressing the shock in my heart every day, I had no choice but to force myself to accept this somewhat unacceptable fact. What can I do if I don't accept it? Master Second Hokage is standing there. Also, I talked to Second Hokage before. FK. Tobirama-sama. Suddenly, a thunderous voice burst out from Might's mouth. His eyes became unbelievable, even the expression on his face became cloudy and uncertain. I just said why it looks familiar. So it's Master Tobirama. Then in that case, Kakashi. The one who dug the pool with us, is first Hokage-sama. Damn it. Kakashi froze, and immediately the muscles on his face twitched violently. As expected of you, the proud blue beast of Konoha village. We have been working with Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama for over a week. Might Guy scratched his head, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Didn't I just react? You are awesome. Kakashi held his forehead speechlessly. It wasn't just Kakashi who was speechless. Advertisement. Even Senju Tobirama at the bar was speechless. Where is this blue beast? This is simply a rare beast. And Chiba who was sitting in the office was also speechless. Good guy, wonder why this week, Might Guy and Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are talking and laughing. Dare to not recognize it. Isn't this nerve reflex too long? Teacher Guy, our practice for this month, what should we do? Tien asked the most critical question at this time. Well, there are not many problems with your practice. Might Guy looked at his 3 disciples in front of him, and then smiled heartily. Why don't you stay here and dig a pool with me? Tien, Hyuga Neji, and Xiao Li looked at each other. They all looked at each other in blank dismay. Teacher Guy, I would like to stay and join you in this challenge. Xiao Li volunteered to say. After finishing speaking, he took a step forward. Li Yo. Might Guy looked gratefully at Xiao Li in front of him. Teacher Guy. Xiao Li also had tears in his eyes. Under the lights of the tavern, the stars shine. At this time, Chiba also came out. Just came across this scene. Well, is the mentor and apprentice pair showing off their big white fang again? Li, for the rest of the time, you stay by my side and we practice duel. Hyuga Neji couldn't stand it any longer, so he took Xiao Li's shoulders and put them on his shoulders. Mr. Guy, Boss Chiba, and Master Tobirama, I have caused you trouble. Afterwards, Hyuga Neji directly dragged Xiao Li away. Teacher Guy, kill and open the bag. Xiao Li's wailing voice came. Looking at this, I'm afraid it's fencing. Chiba narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Li and Neji who were going away. Fencing. On the side, Tiantian asked curiously after hearing Chiba's words. What is fencing? Shuriken. Almost. Chiba coughed lightly. Hee, then can I fencing with brother Chiba? Tian quickly came to Chiba with a sweet smile on his face. Or, brother Chiba, can you teach me fencing? Cough. Chiba coughed after listening. This is not okay. It's only for boys and boys. I won't be able to explain clearly for a while. He pouted every day, but he still looked at Chiba quietly. The more handsome you look, the more you like it, what should I do? Tian, why don't you stay and join me in the challenge of digging a swimming pool? At this moment, Might Guy looked at his only remaining disciple here, and said with a smile. Hearing the words every day, her little face suddenly became bitter, and then she pulled Chiba's clothes and asked in a low voice. Brother Chiba, is there still a waiter in the tavern? I can do it. Ding. Trigger the main mission. Task. Accept Tiantian's request, and start to transform it, and accumulatively reward gold coins according to the service attitude and ability after transformation. Advertisement. Initial gold coins. 2,000 pieces. After Chiba heard the system prompt in his mind, a smile appeared on his face. If you have gold coins, you can get them, otherwise how can you buy themed clothing? There is indeed a need for waiters in the tavern, but they need to be assessed. Chiba smiled softly. I don't know, are you willing to accept my assessment every day? Of course. Tiantian said hastily. That's good, you can stay here as a waiter. Chiba nodded. Yeah, Tian was a little secretly happy. At least you can live here. One afternoon, Chiba was teaching Tian how to be a waiter. And Tiantian is also smarter, and he learned it quickly. As for the service is good or not, it is not known. In the evening, everyone had a good meal together. Then they went back to their rooms to rest. Because the swimming pool has to rush to work. Therefore, Tianyi also temporarily let Kakashi and the others live in his backyard apartment. Thanks to the fact that the mask in my apartment is very big. Otherwise, so many people really 367 may not be able to accommodate all of them. Might Guy and Kakashi share a room. Jiraiya lives in a single room. Little Sakura and Tiantian live in one room temporarily. It's basically arranged. Then, Chiba sent today's salary to them in the tavern chat group. Also fell asleep slowly. I have been thinking too much about my employees every day. No words all night. Get up early in the morning. Chiba woke up and came to the living room of the apartment. Just finished breakfast and started a new day of work. Sasuke and Naruto couldn't play here because Madara and Hashirama gave them training tasks. I also left the tavern 2 days ago to train alone. Now, the only members of the 7th class who stayed in the tavern were Xiaojia. And only Tian was left in the 3rd class. Good morning, brother Chiba. Chiba had just walked to the lobby of the tavern. Then I saw Tiantian, and there was a smile on Tiantian's face. Good morning. Chiba clicked his tongue. Is this girl so enthusiastic? Afterwards, Chiba looked at the wiped clean tables, chairs and benches. Wei Wei was surprised. Tian, you did all this? Yes. Tiantian said with a grin. Brother Chiba may not know that my family also runs a shop. It's just selling weapons. Chiba was slightly dumb, seeing Tian's mischievous eyes. He already knew that Ganqing was waiting for him here every day. With such an outstanding performance, I'm afraid he can stay here safely, right? But, you thought you were on the 3rd floor. Little did they know I was already on the 5th floor. 69 inches beginning from a little white to a professional bartending master, Express Edition, 4 updates, please support by all Wawa monthly tickets. Looking at Tiantian's big eyes with some expectation, Chiba said leisurely. Oh my god, I should have said such a word yesterday. Theme Tavern. After thinking about it every day, I did hear this word yesterday. Today's topic is maid, so, you and little Sakura, and Shiro, all have to change into maid outfits to work. Chiba said seriously. As that's so, Tiantian heard that she was going to change into a maid outfit, but she didn't really feel anything. Isn't it just a servant dressing up, it doesn't matter. Chiba smiled slightly, and servant, maid. Every day is still a little simple. Well, if you put it this way, you made yourself look like that. Am I that kind of person? Chiba asked himself, and then fell silent for 0.01 seconds. He said in his heart, I am. I'm such a jerk. What's wrong? I have come to the world of the 2nd dimension, why can't I have some hobbies I like? Confident. JPG. At this time, little Sakura and Bai also came to the front hall of the tavern. When Chiba saw the two of them, he immediately smiled. It's just in time for you to come. I have 3 clothes here, which are the clothes for today's work. After speaking, Chiba bought 3 maid outfits directly from the system store. Followed by 3 white light flashes. 3 exquisite gift boxes appeared in Chiba's hands. Seeing this exquisite gift box and Chiba's ability to conjure a gift box out of thin air, Tiantian's eyes were filled with splendor. However, after the little Sakura and Bai saw this kind of packaging box, their expressions changed slightly. Little Sakura was quite happy. But Bai was a little worried. Come on, 1 per person. Chiba smiled slightly, put them all on. Yeah, Tian was the first to take away the gift box above. Then he bounced away and went to his room. Shiro and little Sakura also started to go to their own rooms. At the edge of the bar, Senju Tobirama watched the scene quietly. Sure enough, watching the boss pick up girls or something as the last meal. Chiba walked to the edge of the bar, sat on the round stool, and said casually. Bartender, get me a perfect martini. Senju Tobirama froze for a moment, put down the wine glass in his hand, and asked curiously. Boss, what's a bartender? What's a martini? Chiba raised his head, grinning slightly. Wrong, etc. Bartender, martini. Suddenly, Chiba hit upon a strategy that worked. Yes, I am a tavern here, what I want is to be different from others. Advertisement. Why don't I have a bartender here? How come I don't have a bartender here? Why can't I have a bartender here? Thought of here. The way Chiba looked at Senju Tobirama changed. Seeing Chiba's eyes, Senju Tobirama felt the hairs on his body trembling. He always felt that Chiba had evil intentions in his eyes. Ding. Trigger the mission. Mission. Turn a clerk in your tavern into a senior bartender. Reward. 20,000 gold coins. Chiba was slightly taken aback, and then a kind smile appeared on his face. Tobirama, look, you and your Nissan are old clerks in my tavern. You've been with us since the opening, right? Yes. Senju Tobirama nodded. Looking at the cheerful smile on Chiba's face, Senju Tobirama always felt uncertain. Chiba smiled. Don't get excited, I don't know how to eat people. Do you want to be a senior bartender? Bartender. Senju Tobirama froze for a moment. That's right, it's the bartender, Chiba said with a smile. The bartender is taking bartending tools and wine and whipping up great cocktails. More importantly, as a professional bartender, you can taste all kinds of fine wines. How about it? Do you want to try it? Senju Tobirama's eyes lit up when he heard that he could taste a variety of sake. I had no hobbies during my lifetime. It can be said that it is born for the leaves, and dies because of the trapped leaves. Now that he has recovered, Konoha village has also experienced so many years of development. Whatever happens, it can be regarded as stable. So, it's time for Senju Tobirama to feel like he needs to develop a hobby. Well, having said all that, I just want to drink all kinds of wine. Okay, let me try. Senju Tobirama nodded. A small smile appeared on Chiba's face. Then he directly spent 2,000 gold coins to buy a bartender book from the system. Here you are, after reading all of them, you should be able to learn it. Chiba said with a smile. Starting from a small job to become a professional bartending master, fast version. Senju Tobirama took over from Chiba's Vice Admiral book. Looking at the title of the book, he felt that this book is not simple. Don't worry, give me a week, absolutely no problem. After Senju Tobirama turned 2 pages, he patted his chest and promised. Chiba also nodded reassuringly. If it's Senju Hashirama who promised himself, or Uchiha Madara, or someone else. Chiba really didn't believe it. However, if it is Senju Tobirama, then there is no problem at all. After all, Senju Tobirama has a much smarter head. Otherwise, how could so many forbidden techniques be invented? So Chiba is very optimistic about Senju Tobirama. Then, Chiba directly spent 50,000 gold coins. Purchased a variety of wines that can be called, and there are many professional tools for bartenders. This also directly changed Chiba's gold coin balance to 150,000. However, Chiba knows it's worth it. Advertisement. Brother Chiba. At this moment, a voice entered Chiba's ears. There was a hint of shyness in the voice. Chiba can hear this. Turn around and have a look. Tut tut, isn't this every day? Look at her carefree look before, but now this coy look. It's like 2 different people. Sure enough, made play or something. The highest game ever. Very good. Quote. It's just that the voice is a little low. Chiba narrowed his eyes and smiled. Brother Chiba. Tien couldn't help but pouted. There was a little panic in my heart. It was as if there was a deer bumping in my heart. How would she know that? It's this kind of maid outfit. If he had known earlier, he would not have agreed so simply. Within minutes, Bai and Xiao Sakura also came to the front hall with some timidity. Very good. Chiba looked at the 3 people in front of him and felt very good. That's it for today's theme. Tiantian, work hard today. Today is your first day as a waiter. Cheer up. Nuo Wang Jiao. Chiba smiled slightly. Tien nodded, looking confident. Don't worry, I will work hard. Seeing Tien like this, Chiba also nodded. Jingle bell. At this moment, someone pushed open the door of the tavern. The opening of the gate rang the doorbell above the gate. Suddenly there was a crisp sound. There are guests. Bai quickly walked to Tiantian's side and tugged at the corner of her clothes. Yeah, Tiantian immediately nodded. Then he walked lightly to the door of the tavern. Welcome. Tien bowed lightly. But in the next second, an incredible voice sounded. Day by day. Why are you here? Also, why are you wearing such clothes? And little Sakura. And Shiro. Wow, you guys are shooting cosplay again. Okay, brother Chiba, you didn't even notify me. Heh heh heh. 70 sound engineer, gaffer, bartender. All applications are in place. 5 more, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Tiantian raised his head and looked at Yamanaka Ino, who was close at hand, and for a while he didn't know what to do. Why did I meet an acquaintance, and it was Ino? I'm working as a temporary waiter at Chiba's place. Tiantian scratched his head and explained in a low voice. Really? Yamanaka Ino looked at Tian suspiciously. Immediately, she looked at little Sakura and by beside Tiantian. HMPH, little Sakura, what are you doing here? You don't need to train. Asked Yamanaka Ino. I'm in training, little Sakura said with a light cough. Now, I was a little surprised to switch to Yamanaka Ino. Dressing up like this counts as training. Who are you kidding? Do I look so deceitful? Humph. Yamanaka Ino curled his lips. What kind of training is that? I'll join in too. After little Sakura heard Ino's words, the expression on her face began to change. After all, my own training is really not like training. Just when little Sakura, Tiantian and Bai were at a loss, Chiba came to the front of the crowd. Ino sauce. Chiba smiled slightly, looking at Ino in front of him. Brother Chiba. After seeing Chiba, Yamanaka Ino put a smile on his face. Actually, that's how it happened. Chiba explained with a smile. In general, Kakashi from Class 7, and Might Guy from Class 3. They are now taking part in a challenge themselves. So, little Sakura and Tiantian stayed here. When Yamanaka Ino came into the backyard, 117 behind Kakashi and Might Guy, who were sweating in the sun. Ino also believed it. Then, she said a little timidly. Then, brother Chiba, can I also stay in the tavern? I can also be a temporary waiter. Ding. Trigger the daily selection task. Option 1. Agree to Yamanaka Ino's request, and let her work with little Sakura. Reward. 2,000 gold coins. Option 2. Agree to Yamanaka Ino's request and let her work with Tiantian. Reward. 2,000 gold coins. Choose 3. Reject Yamanaka Ino's request, and tell her to practice hard. Reward. 2,000 gold coins. Chiba froze for a moment. This daily selection task was triggered for the first time. Looking at these 3 options, Chiba thought for a second before choosing the first one directly. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, the main thing is that I want to help Ino and little Sakura to resolve the misunderstanding. Others, I really didn't think that much. Okay then. Under Yamanaka Ino's expectant eyes, Chiba smiled and nodded. Yeah, Yamanaka Ino jumped up immediately, making a, yeah, gesture with both hands. Since you want to stay here too, do the same training as little Sakura. Chiba looked at Yamanaka Ino, who was close at hand, with a smile on his face. Advertisement. Little Sakura has learned a lot now. Ino, you can ask her well. Yeah, Yamanaka Ino looked at the little Sakura behind him. Although she and little Sakura don't get along very well, since brother Chiba said so. Then there is no other way. Then, Yamanaka Ino came to Haruno Sakura and whispered. Little Sakura, I'm counting on you for the rest. Little Sakura nodded, with a little smugness on her cheek. Now I can be regarded as Ino's senior. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the daily selection task. Ding. Obtained. 2,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 152,000. After Chiba heard the system beep, a smile appeared on his face. Sometimes, making money is as simple as that. Yamanaka Ino just stayed in Chiba's tavern. At night, Ino naturally lived in little Sakura's room. As night approached, Ino began to question little Sakura. Little Sakura, I asked you what training you were doing during the day, why didn't you tell me? It's this time, and you're still hiding with me. The little Sakura blushed, and then lay in Ino's ear and began to slowly talk about the fingertip chakra training method Chiba taught her. For a while, the 2 little girls chatted non-stop. Even Tien, who was on the side, joined their conversation curiously. Good guy, the 3 girls chatted until midnight. Time began to pass slowly. The designated time for the Chunin exam is also getting closer. 3 days before the official assessment of the Chunin exam. In the Hokage office building, Jiraiya came to the office. Teacher, you mean to let Master Hashirama pay attention to the Chunin exam? Jiraiya looked at Senju Tobirama in disbelief. Senju Tobirama smiled bitterly. I know, this idea might be a little unrealistic. However, if there are first generation and second generation secretly paying attention to this Chinese CFDD ninja exam, it should go well. After hearing what Senju Tobirama said, Jiraiya also showed a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. Teacher, I'm afraid this won't work. In this month, I have been with Chiba for so long. He's a good person, and he's very strong. However, his meaning is also very clear. He just wants to open a tavern. He doesn't want to get too involved in other things. Unless, Jiraiya thought for a while, after getting along with each other for a long time. He also discovered that Chiba has a hobby, girls and money. Well, most people have this preference. For a while, the master and apprentice began to add up. After all, the Chunin exam has already started to be put on the process. Many ninjas have been sent from various major countries to take part in this Chunin exam. Advertisement. It is inevitable that there will be some mistakes. Chiba looked at the open-air swimming pool that had been built in front of him. There was a smile on his face. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the main task 1 and building a swimming pool. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 100,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current balance 252,000 gold coins. Here is the invitation. Chiba handed several invitations to Tiantian and Yamanaka Ino. Tonight at midnight, the ultimate pool party, see you there. Remember, invite Kuroyuki and Hinata Sauce. Got it. Tien and Yamanaka Ino nodded. Then the two of them took the invitation and left here. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At all members, everyone, gather in the backyard. Uchiha Madara. Come. Senju Hashirama. +1. Uchiha Izuna. +1. Senju Tobirama. +1. Teodi will not cut again. +1. B. +1. Soon, everyone came to the backyard. After Chiba saw that everyone was due, he opened his mouth and said. This is the first time our tavern has a party. So, sound engineer. Here, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama took a step forward and responded with a voice. Lighting engineer. Chiba shouted again. Here, Momochi Zabujan immediately stood up. Bartender. Chiba said. Here, Senju Tobirama stood up. Originally, he was a lighting engineer, but since he learned how to mix wine, he gave up the position of lighting engineer to Zabujan. Passier. Chiba nodded and said. Here, Uchiha Izuna immediately stood to attention. Finally, dancer. Chiba yelled. Here, Bai Wenyan was shocked. To be honest, Bai felt a little hesitant in his heart. But since boss Chiba wants to watch himself dance. Then Bai also had no choice but to learn dance in a surprise attack in the previous week. However, white is indeed white. Even if it is only a week, I have already learned a lot. Even Chiba is amazed. Very good. Now that everyone is in place, let's start decorating now. When everyone heard the words, they said in unison, yes. Boss. 71 I'm sorry, I'm handsome, but I can do whatever I want. One update, please support Wawa monthly ticket. After everyone heard Chiba's password, they started to act. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama each carried a giant stereo on their shoulders. The two walked briskly towards the pool in the backyard. Seeing this scene, the corner of Chiba's mouth couldn't help twitching. As expected of Uchiha Madara. Undecided. One word. The two of them went back and forth about 7 or 8 times before moving all the speakers out of the front hall. Of course, there are more important things, and that is the CD player. After all, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are not called for nothing. Uchiha Madara is in charge of dancing, Senju Hashirama chooses disco. When two people work together, there is nothing wrong with it. No more chopping and carrying some lights to start the set. And Senju Tobirama is in charge of bartending tonight. Now he can be said to be a teacher, and he has been directly promoted to the level of bartending master. Looking at the empty swimming pool in front of him, Chiba couldn't help but click his tongue. Tobirama, some water. Afterwards, Chiba came to the poolside and yelled. Senju Tobirama froze for a moment, then brought over the martini he had just mixed. Boss, have a taste. Chiba took the cocktail and took 2 sips. The taste is quite good. It seems that Senju Tobirama is really a teacher now. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task of training one of his employees to become a bartender. Ding. Congratulations to host. 20,000 gold coins. Chiba smiled. At this time, Senju Tobirama has come to the edge of the pool. The hands start to seal. Water style. Who will fix the dam? Immediately, overwhelming water poured directly into the swimming pool. Very good. Chiba clicked his tongue. It is indeed the person who can play water style as a sea escape. Just relying on this water making technique alone, you can walk in the ninja world. I just don't know, which one is better, Senju Tobirama's water style or Hoshigaki Kisami's water style. Tisk tisk, if there is a chance, Chiba will definitely let the two of them PK. Everyone does their job. A feast is about to begin. 12 midnight. Under normal circumstances, everyone would fall asleep peacefully. However, in Konoha Undead Tavern, still brightly lit. Welcome. Bai is wearing a pure white dress today. The face is pink and looks very cute. Of course, this is also what Chiba requested. In fact, Chiba originally planned to let Shiro wear a swimsuit. But Bai strongly opposed it. I was almost crying, so I had no choice but to choose this kind of clothes. Wow, Bai, you look so beautiful today. Advertisement. The first to arrive here was Yamanaka Ino. After she saw the clothes on Bai's body, her eyes widened. Thank you. Bai smiled lightly, and there was also a little joy in his heart. Next, small Sakura, Kakashi, Might Guy, Jiraiya, Tenten, and Kurenai Yuhi and Hinata all came. It was 12 o'clock at midnight, and there was still a quarter of an hour to come. Chiba put a smile on his face when he saw all the people coming here. This is the first huge party in this tavern. So, everyone can eat what they want. Drink what you want. Play what you want. Tonight. Let's be high till dawn. Second Elder Schwanming. Get me excited. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara next to the pool immediately put their hands on the CD player. Then, the two of them once again transformed into the two elders of Schwanming, and started the road of madness. The next day, early morning. Chiba opened his eyes in a daze. FK, I had a blast last night. Obviously, last night's Chiba also played freely. Let go of the drink, basically broken. Why is it so fragrant? Chiba frowned slightly, then sniffed his nose vigorously. Wisps of fresh fragrance entered Chiba's nostrils. Chiba sat up, after looking at the bedroom in front of him and the few people around him. Immediately eyes popped. Flower rub, did you have such a good time last night? Beside him, Ino, Hinata, and little Sakura are sleeping soundly. On the right side, Yintian is also breathing evenly. Chiba just remembered, they were going to massage their fingertips last night. Then fell asleep. Chiba clicked his tongue helplessly. Why didn't this happen? Then, Chiba stood up. Perhaps the movement was a little louder. Hyuga, Hinata, and little Sakura began to wake up in a daze. Then, several people looked at each other in blank dismay. Chiba still has a calm smile on his face. Calm down. Sometimes, what should you do when you encounter such embarrassing situations? Next, watch me operate. Chiba straightened up, straightened his clothes, and smiled. Then he walked leisurely to the door of the bedroom. Then he opened the door and walked out. Smiling back, he closed the door. As long as you are calmer than them in this embarrassing situation. Then it is not you who are embarrassed in the end, but them. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. After Chiba left here. Tien and his group in the room blushed and covered their heads under the covers. Not long after Chiba left. In the bathroom, Yuhihong poked her head out. After confirming that Chiba had really left here, she breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, everyone had a great time last night. It's all broken. Well, Sir Hokage asked me, should I tell Chiba? Yuhihong looked at herself in the mirror, and high time began to worry. Just 2 days ago, Senju Tobirama found Yuhihong, and then told Yuhihong about the Chunin exam. Therefore, at this time, Yuhihong was a little troubled. She was afraid that Chiba would be upset if she said it out. At this time, Chiba has come outside. Look at the sun already hanging high above the sky. Only then did Chiba realize that it was 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Good guy, from 12 o'clock last night, hi, it's 12 o'clock at noon today. It seems that it is better to restrain yourself next time. Chiba looked at the swimming pool in front of him and jumped in directly. Then swim around and land again. Cool. In this hot summer, it is really cool to have such a pool with crystal clear water. Afterwards, Chiba changed into a set of black martial arts uniform, and he looked very energetic immediately. Coupled with that handsome face and the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Chiba at this time can only be described in 3 words. Awesome. So handsome. So handsome. Good. Handsome. Several exclamations came to Chiba's ears. I looked up and saw the second floor above the backyard apartment. A window was opened, and above the window, there were exactly 4 people staring at him intently. From left to right, they are Tiantian, Ino, Hinata, and small Sakura. Chiba's mouth curled into a slight smile. Suddenly there was a scream. And another window opened at this time. Then 4 more heads appeared. Might guy. Oh, I didn't expect Boss Chiba to be as handsome as me. Kakashi. Oh, I thought I was already handsome enough, but I didn't expect that compared to Chiba. I'm still too far behind. Jiraiya. Hey, isn't he so handsome? No more beheading. Hey, is it okay to be handsome just because you are handsome? Chiba grinned. Sorry, but you are handsome, but you can do whatever you want. 20 million taels a month. It won't be too difficult for you, will it? 2 updates, please support Wawa monthly ticket. The apartment is on the 2nd floor, with windows on both sides. These are 2 completely different pictures. On the far left is Hinata's bedroom. On the far right is Kakashi's room. The left side said, Brother Chiba. So handsome. The right side said, can handsome be eaten? Chiba clicked his tongue. The 4 on the left are admiration, and the 4 on the right are jealousy. Well, Chiba sighed, his expression slightly bleak. Then said slowly, if it is a mistake to say that being handsome is a mistake, then let me make the same mistake again and again. This scene put Jiraiya to several popular toothaches. If they couldn't beat Chiba, they probably would have gone up to fight. Not long after, Uchiha Madara and the others woke up one after another. As for the Chunin exam, there are still 3 days to go. Every day they also get up and wash themselves. Then Chiba. Goodbye. Finally, we arrived at Yuhihong. Kurenai Yuhi walked in front of Chiba and began to hesitate. What's wrong? Chiba sensed that Kuroko Yuhi seemed to be 637, and had something to say. I couldn't help but asked with a smile. Yuhihong began to hesitate. And now she is starting to struggle extremely in her heart. What if Chiba is unhappy if you ask yourself? On the one hand, it was commissioned by Master Hokage, and on the other hand, Chiba. I still choose Chiba. Yuhihong bit her lip, and finally put a smile on her face. I want to ask, when my monthly card expires, can I exchange it for a monthly card? After thinking for a long time, Yuhihong really didn't think of any problems. Simply bring this matter up and talk about it. Chiba was surprised, of course. However, the promotional brochure in the tavern has been completed. If it's anything else, maybe it's not impossible. Yeah, Yuhi Hong nodded, and then left here as if escaping. Chiba clicked his tongue. What's wrong? After Kurenai Yuhi left, Jiraiya on the side came over. He coughed lightly and said, Boss Chiba, I have a small request here. Let's hear it. Chiba tilted his head and smiled. It's like this. Jiraiya gritted her teeth, said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to ask the first generation and second generation to pay attention to the Chunin exam. After hearing this, Chiba couldn't help laughing. I understood. Third generation means to let us pay attention to the Chunin exam this time, right? Yes, Jiraiya said honestly. Well, Chiba sat down on the bench leisurely. It's not impossible. However, the third generation must come to my tavern in person to talk. Okay, thank you, Boss Chiba. Jiraiya heard that Chiba didn't refuse, and immediately knew that there might be something going on. Advertisement. Then let's see, when are you free? Jiraiya asked cautiously again. It's better to hit the sun than choose a day, just today. Chiba smiled slightly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, let the third generation come to me for afternoon tea. After Jiraiya got the accurate time, she left here immediately. Chiba couldn't help shaking his head too. If it weren't for the system releasing a newest task just now. He was too lazy to meddle in the Chunin exam. Chiba swipes casually. A translucent interface appeared in front of Chiba. Open black lens bracket mission board close black lens bracket. Task. Chunin exam scene witness. Lead 2 to 3 employees to go to Chunin exam and witness the famous scene. Reward. According to the famous scene witnessed, to stack gold coins. After the Chunin exam is over, you can get a chance to reproduce the strength of any employee under you close black lens bracket. If it weren't for the opportunity to reproduce the employees under him. Chiba is really too lazy to meddle in the Chunin exam. But, now, it is not impossible to join in the fun. At the very least, we can secretly protect Hinata and Ino, those cuties. Anyway, I have shot albums here. It's a good friend too. For my good friend, I will just go through this water. As a gentleman, I must never look on the wall. In order to protect the pure friendship between men and women. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little or something. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At all members, come to my office to assemble before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Uchiha Madara. What is it? Chiba. Pit money. Uchiha Madara. Good thing. I'm coming. Senju Hashirama. I'm coming too. Senju Tobirama. I'm still familiar with this. Chiba ignored the crowd's playfulness. He began to close his eyes and meditate. At the same time, in Hokage's office. Did he really say that? Sarutobi Hiruzen after hearing Jiraiya's words. Immediately stood up from the office chair. Yes, Boss Chiba said, it's not impossible to meddle in the Chunin exam this time. But the only thing is to let the teacher go and talk in person. Let me go in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff on the pipe in his hand. Okay, I'll go. Jiraiya, take my IOU and go to Konoha Vault to withdraw 5 million taels of cash. 5 million taels, Jiraiya exclaimed, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. It's hard to do things without money. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly. Then he sighed. I hope the 5 million taels will be enough. Just as Jiraiya walked out of the office, she heard Sarutobi Hiruzen sigh. What, is 5 million taels not enough? Last time, the 2 bottles of Erguotu alone cost 800,000 taels. Thinking of this, Jiraiya was shocked. Started to worry. What is this 5 million taels enough for? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Advertisement. Among the taverns in Chiba. On the negotiating table. On the right is Chiba, behind Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. After all, the most promising ones here are the 3 of them. On the left is Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Jiraiya behind him. I met Master Chiba, Master Hashirama, Master Tobirama, Master Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted each other one by one. Have no idea. Everyone here is strong. If you don't say hello, what the hell is courting death? Third generation, I have already said the matter. I know what you mean too. I just want me to help you with the Chunin exam this time. And you know who I am. Chiba said with a smile. I love nothing more than being helpful. Yes, Boss Chiba is very big. Sarutobi Hiruzen complimented hastily. But, Chiba changed the subject. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a thump in his heart. I knew it. Sooner or later it will come. I just hope that the money I bring today is enough. But oh, you know that too. I'm a businessman. I'm open for business. If I meddle in the matter of the Chunin exam, then my tavern will lose money. Plus the traffic is so big now, if I don't care about it for a second, how much money will I lose? Chiba said with some regret. Tobirama, how much net profit can our tavern make in a day? The daily net profit of our tavern is 150,000 taels. Senju Tobirama said with a serious face. Chiba nodded, then stood up. Started breaking up. Look, the net profit of my tavern is 150,000 taels a day. Plus, there are a lot of customers these days, so if you round up the 4 and add 5 to 5.8, it will be a net profit of 200,000 in one day, right? Yes. On Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead, cold sweat had already emerged. And if I pay attention to the Chunin exam, I can't be the only one. Chiba said leisurely again. So, my shop assistants have to follow me, plus their salary. Am I going to spend 300,000 taels a day? Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed. Besides, your Chunin exam must be held for at least a month. Chiba sighed. During this month, there will definitely be a peak period. If it is spread out like this, I will lose at least 500,000 taels a day, right? That's right, that's right. The muscles on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched violently. He doesn't dare to say no. If people just throw their hands away and don't ask, what will happen? Chiba looked slightly depressed, and sighed. Why? Let's do this. Buy it now. 20 million taels a month. It won't be too difficult for you, will it? 73 You can call him, Lord Chiba. 3 updates, please support Wawa Monthly Pass. It won't be too difficult for you, will it? These words exploded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Like thunder. It's really not too difficult for me. This is really planning to kill me. 20 million taels a month. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sad face. Of course, I'm the best person to talk. If you feel embarrassed, then see off the guests. Chiba sat back on the seat again, with a helpless smile on his face. It seems to be saying, it's not that I don't agree to you, but that you feel a little embarrassed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. However, he still forcibly supported his smiling face and said, it's not difficult at all. Since it's not difficult, then pay the money. You know, I'm a businessman, and the thing a businessman believes in most is money. Chiba smiled slightly, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. Here is 5 million taels. With a dark face, Sarutobi Hiruzen brought up the big suitcase behind him. The remaining 15 million taels, I will send someone over tomorrow. Tobirama, enter the account. Chiba said with a smile. With money, your own tavern can develop well. Chiba also felt it was time to expand his little 25 tavern. After all, you can't buy everything from the system, can you? Otherwise, what would you use your money for? When you earn money, you spend it. At that time, I will sell the 2 stores next to me. Turn one into a chess and card room, and the other into a billiards room. Gone. Then, wait until you make some more money. Take down this whole street. In the end it turned into a commercial and entertainment street. Gone. At this time, Senju Tobirama took 2 steps forward and began to count the amount of coins. For a while, the atmosphere became silent again. Senju Tobirama is a no-nonsense person. Especially when he was doing things, it was basically extremely serious. For a moment, the dignified atmosphere weighed on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya like a mountain. 15 minutes later, Senju Tobirama said in a low voice, the money is right. Okay. Chiba stood up and said with a smile, then I'm looking forward to the rest of the payment tomorrow. Huh. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh of relief at the same time. If that's the case, then we won't bother Boss Chiba. The two quickly fled here one after the other. When they left the Undead Tavern for about 2 or 3 kilometers. Only then did they look at each other, and immediately let out a long breath of relief. The indistinct pressure just now was really tormenting. If it weren't for their strength being stronger than Jonin's. Advertisement. Otherwise, I really might not be able to withstand that kind of pressure. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and looked at Jiraiya beside him. What? Jiraiya came back to her senses and asked. Ahem, it's like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen blushed, showing an old face. Look, isn't your newly released book going to be a big seller soon? Sensei, you mean you want to buy in advance? After Jiraiya heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. First he was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at his teacher with a look of astonishment. Watcha, is my teacher so unrestrained? Really old and strong? Can't tell. My teacher actually has such a hobby. Cough cough cough. What are you talking about? I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed heavily. Really? Jiraiya looked at her teacher with disbelief. After all, he is still very confident in what he has written. I mean, you already got some royalties in advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a dark face, lend me some. 10 seconds later, he grinned and said, damn. Does this count as me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, play money? At the same time, Chiba was also looking at his tavern members. Uchiha Madara and his group are standing side by side in front of them. This time, we also want to be present for a month. Well, actually, I still don't really want to be on duty. But, since third generation is so sincere, willing to spend 20 million taels to invite us to supervise the Chunin exam this time. Then why don't we go? Everyone stood here quietly, waiting for Chiba's instructions. Of course the tavern will still be open. Tobirama, you stay with Nai and Zabuza at Tavern King. I took Madara, Zu, and Bai to supervise this so-called Chunin exam. Of course, Izuna-chan, maybe we won't come back for lunch, but we still have to come back to rest at night. So, the food at night must not be bad. Boss Chiba, I'm a man. Uchiha Izuna blushed after hearing Chiba's words. Ha ha ha. Chiba laughed out loud twice. Basically, the attendance this time has been properly arranged. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are his left and right protectors. Bai is his little follower. This line of work is probably very beautiful. For a while, Chiba himself looked forward to it. On the second day, Jiraiya brought the remaining 15 million taels in a panic. Then he left here in a daze. Still muttering in his mouth. My wife Ben. It's gone. Advertisement. Konoha village is horrible. I'm going out to relax. Chiba looked at the money in front of him and couldn't help sighing. Sometimes, money is so easy to earn. As long as you find the right method, the money will come rolling in. 2 days later, today is the first day of the Chunin exam. In other words, the Chunin exam has officially begun. Chiba took Shiro, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and left his tavern leisurely. Bringing Bai is mainly about aspects, and Bai's waiters are very well tuned in all aspects. Therefore, Chiba chose to bring Bai. Besides, Bai's strength is not weak. In addition, I still have myself by my side, so I don't worry about safety issues even more. Well, Hashirama, I didn't expect that our Konoha village has grown to such a scale. Walking on the streets of Konoha village, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but said melancholy. Yes, Senju Hashirama couldn't help feeling sad. Time flies, things are different now. Chiba couldn't help shaking his head when he heard the sentimental voice of the two people behind him. Don't howl, I've been dead for so long, it's already good to be able to recover. Howling, why did I send you two back? Chiba grinned. Originally, 377 was in a good mood today. After all, I can come and see the long-rumored Chunin exam. As a result, the two buddies behind were doing well, and began to sigh with emotion. Soon, Chiba brought Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and Shiro to the so-called first examination room. Candidates don't assemble until 10 o'clock. And Chiba came here at 8 o'clock. After all, I have agreed to Senju Tobirama. The appearance is still to be done. Soon, Chiba brought Madara, Hashirama and Shiro to the examination room. Senju Tobirama was also waiting here early. Chiba came to the invigilator room of the examination room, where there was a row of Jonin standing. Among them are Ibiki Morino and Midarashi Anko. Let me introduce. This one is Chiba. It's the chief person in charge of the Chunin exam this time. You can call him Master Chiba. Senju Tobirama introduced to the crowd in front of him with a heavy voice. Restart now, and Master Chiba will lead his people to supervise the entire Chunin exam process. If Master Chiba has any request, everyone must fully obey Master Chiba's dispatch and arrangement. Yes, the group of Jonin didn't know what was going on, but since it was arranged by Master Hokage, then they must obey unconditionally. At this time, Midarashi Anko's eyes were on Chiba from the moment he came in, and he never left. Such a handsome little brother is not often seen. It's over. For a moment, Midarashi Anko only felt his heart beat faster. Is this the feeling of love at first sight? In other words, my mother's spring is here. 74 Forget it, let it be bad, I'm not a good person anyway. Chiba looked around for a week and saw several familiar figures. Chiba couldn't help being surprised when he saw Midarashi Anko again. Just don't hide your gaze like that. This time, I followed up and supervised the whole process, and you can arrange it as you like. Chiba smiled slightly. Yes, Master Chiba, everyone said in unison. Afterwards, everyone left the invigilator classroom. Everyone returned to their original positions. Master Chiba, my name is Midarashi Anko, nice to meet you. At this time, there is still one person who has not left here, only to see Midarashi Anko coming in front of Chiba. Then stretched out his right hand. Well, nice to meet you. Chiba extended his right hand and shook it. Yeah, Midarashi Anko grinned and left. She was in charge of the second assessment, the Forest of Death. So prepare for the exam in advance. The pre-Chunin exam is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is the written test, and the second part is the Death Forest. The third part is the battle of the central tower in the Forest of Death. Chiba stretched himself and yawned. Bai, give me a pinch. Bai replied softly. After all, there are still 2 hours before the first written test, don't worry, I will sleep first. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other. They all saw the thoughtful look in each other's eyes. It seems that the Chunin exam this time is not as easy as imagined. Senju Hashirama half closed his eyes. In the power of his thick chakra perception, several powerful auras have been discovered. Although he is still 1,000 miles away from himself, it is enough to surpass Genin, and even reach the level of Jonin. I feel the power of the tail beast, and it's not 9 tails. Uchiha Madara came to the monitor. At this time, on the monitor, some people in the examination room entered the invigilator classroom one after another. Here, you can observe every move in the classroom through the monitor. Soon, the two locked onto a boy carrying a big gourd. It's interesting. Senju Hashirama grinned. For a moment, he suddenly understood why Chiba chose to supervise the Chunin exam this time. Could it be that the boss already knew that the Chunin exam this time was not easy? It must be so, although the boss keeps saying that he doesn't care about Konoha's life and death. However, he still loves Konoha in his heart. The boss is really hardworking. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama thought of this, and looked at Chiba lying on the chair with tears in his eyes. At this time, if Chiba knew what Senju Hashirama was thinking, he would probably wake up with a smile. If it wasn't for earning some gold coins and witnessing famous scenes. I'm coming. This chakra feeling should be one-tail Shuhei. Uchiha Madara narrowed her eyes lightly, and said in response. On the examination room, all the genins came one after another. Chiba also stood up, looking at the monitor in front of him. Just kidding, you can't miss the famous scene. Otherwise, why come here by yourself? It's not clear enough here. Ah Madara, ah Zu, I will leave it to the two of you to monitor here. I took by and went directly to the examination room to monitor. Chiba said casually, and after finishing speaking, he left here with Shiro. He had already made up his mind, Tien Luo himself would join in as a candidate. In this way, everything becomes extremely simple. However, the Genin team needs at least 3 people. I and Shiro are only 2 people, so I have to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen for someone. As for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, let the 2 brothers act in secret. Otherwise, it would be too ostentatious. As for whether it will be exposed, Chiba is really not afraid. However, he was afraid that Orochimaru, who planned everything secretly, would find out. What if I just slipped away? Then who else can I ask to witness the scene of my name? If you think about it this way, how much gold do you have to lose? As the saying goes, if you can't get along with anyone, you can't get along with money. Chiba was really helpless for a while. It's like being God yourself. Obviously, it can be suppressed with one palm. But still have to let the opponent jump for a while. Then when the other party thought they were going to succeed, with a wave of his hand, he destroyed everything about the other party. Chiba grinned, would it be too bad to think so? Forget it, let it be bad. Anyway, I never said I was a good person. You must know that men are not bad, and women are not loving. This old man slips pretty fast. Chiba sensed the entire examination room. No trace of Sarutobi Hiruzen was found. It is estimated that they ran back to the Hokage office building. Advertisement. Chiba stroked his chin. He hugged Bai directly. Oh, Bai was taken aback for a moment, and then his face turned red. Boss Chiba, don't think too much, it's faster for me to think this way. Chiba smiled. Immediately, the body flicker technique was launched instantly under the feet. Body flicker technique, this is a must-have ninjutsu for Jonin. But it also depends on who initiates it. If it is an ordinary Jonin, it is estimated that it can move a dozen or 20 meters at most. If it is a strong man like Uchiha Madara, it is estimated that it can move hundreds of meters. Right now, Chiba used the body flicker technique, and after about a minute, he came to the Hokage office building. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen just returned here. Boss Chiba, do you have any orders? After Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Chiba who suddenly appeared beside him, he asked in a hurry. Send me a ninja, and I will join this Chunin exam as a candidate. In this case, I can follow up and supervise the whole process. Chiba said with a smile. Okay, Boss Chiba, just wait a moment, I'll arrange it right away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also slightly happy when he heard this. In this way, it is really possible to prevent anything from happening. Then, after he finished speaking, he hurriedly left here. Chiba shook his head helplessly, and then waited here quietly with Shiro. 5 minutes later, Sarutobi rushed back to Chiba's side non-stop. And behind him is an Anbu ninja. Wearing Anbu's mask on his face, his whole body is clear and cold, Zhao Nuohao. When Chiba saw this Anbu at the first sight, he already recognized who this Anbu was. Isn't this Azuki Shion? You can't hide your purple hair. Shi Yan, take off the mask. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. Yes, Lord Hokage. Azuki Shion raised her hand, and then slowly took off her Anbu mask. Finally revealed his face. Sure enough, it is Azuki Shion, and her appearance is very online. Shion, from now on, during the period when the Chunin exam is over, you have to be by Master Chiba's side. Obey all the orders and instructions of Master Chiba, do you understand how to play? Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Yes, Lord Hokage. Azuki Yugao nodded. When she saw Chiba, her heart fluttered slightly. Immediately, he forcibly suppressed the accelerated heartbeat. Being handsome doesn't necessarily make people fall in love at first sight. But being handsome will definitely make your heart beat faster at a glance. 75. It's the first time you use it, I'm afraid you don't know it well, do you? I'll help you. 5 more, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Master Chiba, let me introduce you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. This one is Azuki Yugao. The elite Anbu ninjas of Konoha. Shi Yan, this one is Lord Chiba, who is in charge of the supervision of this Chunin exam. Yes, Shion knows. Azuki Shion nodded. Okay, Shion, follow me, let's go to the exam. Chiba smiled slightly. Then he left here with Bai and Azuki Shion behind him. Shion is quite tall, but against the background of Chiba, it looks shorter. Chiba tilted his head, carefully sizing Azuki Shion. Well, it's really pretty, and there is a cool temperament about her body. Oh, Chiba couldn't help but sighed. Master Chiba, what are you sighing? Azuki Shion raised her head, glanced at Chiba beside her, then hurriedly lowered her head. Could it be that I did something wrong and angered Master Chiba? Before coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already told himself carefully. Don't mess with Master Chiba, otherwise. This is a disaster for the entire Konoha. Although I don't know why, I saw Hokage-sama's expression that was so serious that it was ultimate. This also made Azuki Shion beat a drum in her heart. Nothing. Chiba clicked his tongue. Afterwards, Chiba looked at Azuki Yuyan beside him with a smile. But, Shion, are you going to wear Anbu's costume and accompany us to the Chunin exam? Ah, Mao Yu Shion was slightly taken aback and exclaimed. I'm sorry, 827, Chiba-sama, I forgot for a while. For a while, Azuki Shien's pause also became a little numb. Seeing that the Chunin exam only has about 10 minutes to start. If she is going home to change clothes at this time, then, if you come back, you will definitely have to delay nearly half an hour on the road. In this case, you will definitely miss the Chunin exam. It's okay. Chiba couldn't help laughing at the flustered Azuki Yuyan. Well, my paws get numb when I encounter things, this is still that cold Azuki Shien. Then shall I wear Anbu's clothes? Azuki Shien asked softly. Of course not. Chiba smiled. I'll just make one for you. Ever seen magic? No. After hearing Chiba's words, Azuki Shien suddenly showed curiosity in her eyes. Then you will meet today. Chiba smiled slightly. Then immediately bought a purple dress from the system mall. Then, a white light suddenly appeared on Chiba's palm. A beautiful purple gift box appeared in his hand. My god. Azuki Shien's eyes widened. I was stunned but didn't see how Chiba changed. All of a sudden, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with splendor. Okay, I'm not going to be a little tree, let's change. Advertisement. Chiba scratched CFDF his head, and couldn't find any suitable place to change clothes for a while. It would be better to go to the small woods on the side to save trouble. After all, she saves trouble, and so do I. Master Chiba. Azuki Shien blushed, after receiving the exquisite gift box in Chiba. So he cast body flicker technique and left here. And more than 10 meters away, there is a public toilet. Azuki Shien has already entered it. Aside, there was also a slight ripple in Bai's eyes. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by Chiba again. Ahem, white, what? I didn't know there was a public toilet here. Bai lowered his head and said in a low voice, Boss Chiba needless to say. Bai understands. Chiba grinned, okay, you get the point. Gone. Is my title really going to be confirmed now? Alas, miscalculation. Chiba looked at the sky helplessly. After waiting 5 minutes, only then did Azuki Shien come in front of Chiba with some hesitation. After changing into the clothes Chiba sent, the temperament of the whole person suddenly increased a lot. After matching the originally cool temperament with such a purple cheongsam. Immediately, there was a sense of dancing and charm. Very perfect, Chiba praised. Sure enough, this cheongsam is suitable for girls with long legs. It's also very suitable for you, Shien. A trace of hesitation flashed across Azuki Shien's face, and then she whispered. Master Chiba, but where is my ninja bag? It's so difficult. Chiba smiled. With a wave of his hand, something appeared in his hand again. Portable ninja bag. Just strap it on your leg like usual. Chiba smiled slightly. Come on, I'll tie it up for you. It's the first time you use it, I'm afraid you are not very good at it. After speaking, Chiba tied the portable ninja bag in Azuki Yugao's hand. Come on, turn around and let me see if it fits. Chiba straightened up and said with a smile. Quote. Azuki Shien nodded slightly. Then he walked around in front of Chiba with some indifference. It's perfect. Chiba laughed. Okay, next, let's have breakfast. Azuki Shien and Bai uttered in surprise at the same time, their faces were full of doubts. Shouldn't we go directly to the examination room? Azuki Shien asked. If we don't go, Master Chiba, we will be late. Chiba clicked his tongue, we're going to be late anyway. Advertisement. Excuse me, is there a difference between being 1 minute late and being 5 minutes late? They are all late anyway. Just be late for a few more minutes, I haven't had breakfast today. Have you eaten? Azuki Shien and Shiro looked at each other in blank dismay, and Shiro followed Chiba, so naturally he hadn't eaten breakfast. And Azuki Shien let alone breakfast. Even last night's dinner took only a small bite. After all, Anbu's mission is very tight. No. The two said. That's it. Chiba didn't care whether Bai and Azuki Shien agreed or not. He grabbed the hands of the two people directly, and then walked towards the nearest breakfast shop nearby. Shien and Bai blushed just like that, being dragged by Chiba. It was only when I came to the breakfast shop that I let go. After breakfast, Chiba led the two of them leisurely towards the examination room of the Chunin examination. At this point, the first assessment of the Chunin exam has already started for 5 minutes. In the classroom, Morinoi Bixi said very seriously, this time the exam. The total score is 10. The deduction system is adopted. 1 point will be deducted for every wrong answer. Another point. That means you must not cheat. Cheating caught once deducts 2 points. Out with all the buckles. Out with his team. The last question, I will announce it within the last 15 minutes of the exam. Okay, start now. Hibiki Morino began to introduce the written test rules of this Chunin test. Then, the distribution of test papers began. However, just in the first 10 minutes. Someone has already notified Morinoi Hi to add 3 seats. But there was no one in the temporarily added seat. This made Morinoi Bixi frown a little. All the test papers have been sent out. Everyone began to enter the tense and exciting question answering session. In such a tense and exciting atmosphere, a hearty laugh came from the door. Ah ha, I'm really sorry, everyone. I saw an old lady when I was crossing the road this morning. Then out of kindness, I watched that old lady cross the road safely. So, I'm late. Quote. The voice spread into the examination room. All the candidates stopped their pens and looked back. For a time, everyone's mind became active. 76 What test paper to write? Isn't it good to teach white paper? One update, please support Wawa monthly ticket. The first is Morino Ibiki. Originally, he was already upset about the matter of passing the candidates. And when the stopper was added, it was not clear who would join. Now, after hearing the voice, immediately, he slapped the table reflexively. Boom. Morino Ibiki immediately stood up. His expression was serious and indifferent. Then, when his eyes moved to the last, in the classroom, the whole person looked startled. Immediately eyes popped. FK. So Chiba-sama wanted to add it in. FK. How come no one notified me? Maggie, I got it. It must be the ninja who came to inform me that he didn't say anything on purpose. When the exam is over, I will G kill that kid. Gone. At this time, all the examinees in the classroom turned their gazes to Morino Ibiki's face. Everyone was waiting to see Ibiki Morino get angry. It's hilarious. Everyone loves to watch it. This table is of good quality. Morino Ibiki took a deep breath, and immediately said in a deep voice. Joke. As the boss of the Konoha interrogation department. How could this state of mind be unsteady? As long as I'm not embarrassed. It's someone else who ends up being embarrassed. Sure enough, after Morino Ibiki finished speaking. Except for him, the rest of the candidates feel a little embarrassed. Then, everyone once again turned their attention to the back of the classroom. At this time, Chiba has come to the last table. The rear row by the window is unique in the world. Sure enough, the protagonist is standard and did not run away. Chiba smiled and said loudly, go on. Then, he sat on the seat. The episode ended slowly. The minds of the candidates also began to become active. How did Brother Chiba appear here? Isn't he the owner of the Undead Tavern? Yamanaka Ino, who is closest to Chiba, has been secretly watching Chiba. Could it be that Brother Chiba is worried about me? That's why you joined the Chunin exam this time. It must be like this. For a moment, Yamanaka Ino also had a mirthful smile on his face. Thinking she thought so, there are three more. Tiantian, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hanada. They all think so. There are even bolder ideas. As for what you think boldly. To Chiba's left is Shiro, and to his right is Azuki Yuyan. Advertisement. He lowered his head and looked at the test paper in his hand. Suddenly a feeling of sleepiness struck. Can't stop it. He murmured. Could it be that you get stuck in technique as soon as you see the test paper? Chiba staggered, lay down on the table and fell asleep. Don't worry, the famous scene will not appear until at least half an hour later. Now, let me have a good sleep first. No, I can't sleep if I don't hold something in this hand. Chiba's hand started to move to the right under the table. It's comfortable now. Chiba murmured, then slowly fell asleep. Azuki Shion on the right turned extremely red. I had to pretend to be calm. Fortunately, they are the last row. Even if you do something small, no one can see it. 20 minutes later, Chiba woke up leisurely, then stretched out. Shiyan, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Chiba tilted his head and asked curiously. No, thank you Chiba-sama for your concern. Azuki Shion saw Chiba's unawareness. Immediately, her teeth itched with anger, but due to her identity, she had no choice but to speak in a low voice. It's okay, I should care about you. Chiba smiled. Then pick up the test paper in your hand. Good guy, I don't understand a single question. Forget it, then don't write it. Chiba narrowed his eyes. Because he has found that Gaara on the right diagonal seems to have started to move. At this moment, Gaara has slowly put a hand on his right eye. The left hand began to spread out. Eye of sand. Immediately, an eye of sand appeared in his palm. Then Gaara controls the eye of sand in his hand. Slowly floated towards the vicinity. Quickly rushed to Chiba. Chiba, does Gaara trust me so much? Since you are not benevolent, don't blame me for being unrighteous. That eye slowly floated to Chiba's desk. Then he planned to start peeking at Chiba's vision. Ice escape. Add some ice technique. Chiba raised his right hand and grinned. In an instant, this eye of sand was frozen by Chiba. Not far ahead, Gaara was shocked. Ding. Host saw the scene and successfully destroyed it. Ding. Reward. 20,000 gold coins, distributed immediately. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 272,000. Chiba was slightly taken aback. If it is destroyed, you can still get gold coins. Now, it's a bit interesting. Bai at the side saw Chiba cast ice escape. There was an expression of disbelief on the whole person's cheeks. Advertisement. It turns out that I am not alone in this world. For a moment, Bai's heart was moved again. I swear even more, to serve Chiba boss well. In the next second, a bug suddenly flew onto Chiba's desk. Chiba grinned. Well, don't even think about it. Ask for flowers. This bug belongs to Aburame Shino. I'm freezing. Chiba directly froze the bug. Ding. Congratulations to host for seeing this and destroying the famous scene. Ding. Reward. 20,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 292,000. Chiba has never felt that making money is so easy. Next, all kinds of famous scenes will come. Inazuka Tooth uses Akamaru to peek at the test paper. Yamanaka Ino used the heart turn technique to peek at the test paper. Little Sakura writes the test paper with her own strength. Sasuke uses Sharingan to copy each other's tricks. Dude, Sharingan turns out to be for plagiarism. Hyuga Neji peeked at the test paper with white eyes. Use ninja tools to cheat every day. All of a sudden, in the entire examination room, there was a group of 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. And Chiba also harvested nearly 150,000 gold coins in this wave. Looking at his crazy gold coins, Chiba's whole body was transparent. Master Chiba, let's start writing the test paper. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Azuki Shion reminded in a low voice. What test paper? Chiba grinned. Isn't it good to teach white paper? Azuki Shion was slightly taken aback and became confused. My lord, aren't we here to take the Chunin exam this time? If we don't finish it, we will be eliminated too. Shiyan, believe it or not, the 3 of us can pass this written test even if we teach blank papers. Chiba narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. This, impossible, unless. Azuki Shion shook her head lightly. Unless what? The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. Unless Master Chiba uses his power. Azuki Yugao said a little embarrassedly. I don't need any rights, just take the test according to the normal test method. Chiba laughed. Do you want to make a bet? If I lose, I will give you a free monthly tavern card. If you lose, how about agreeing to help me shoot the tavern promotional brochure? Azuki Shion bit her lip and finally nodded. Okay, I promise Master Chiba. Fine, Chiba grinned, then sighed again. Well. Azuki Shion pursed her lips. Master Chiba also knew that it was impossible to win. After I win, sailor suits, maid uniforms, exquisite chansons, dresses. Chiba listed more than a dozen kinds of clothes in one breath. When the time comes, take a picture of all of them. Azuki Shion. O asterisk plus asterisk Q. It turned out to be a sigh of relief. Chiba-sama is so confident. Evening. 77 Tobirama. I invented it, why not use it? 2 updates, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Alright, 15 minutes left, I'll announce the 10th question. Hibiki Morino, who was standing on the podium, stood up slowly. After he glanced around, he said in a low voice. When I said the 10th question. Give you a choice, as the 10th question more difficult than the previous 9 questions. And, if you choose to continue answering the question, then if the person who answers wrongly, then he and their team will all lose the qualification for the assessment. It's not just that I lost the qualification for the exam this time. I will never be able to take the exam again in the future. Understand. After Moribai Ibiki finished speaking, all the candidates below were blown up. For a while, some people began to hesitate. Of course, if you opt out now, it's just that I will lose the chance to take the exam this time. Next time, there is still a chance to participate. So, you start to decide whether or not you will take the test for the last question on 427. After seeing this scene, Chiba couldn't help but click his tongue. This trick is really good, as expected of the boss of the interrogation department. This kind of palm pressure is called a slip. I'm afraid in this case, only a single-minded person like Uzumaki Naruto can carry it down. Master Chiba, how do we choose? At this time, Azuki Shion beside her asked in a low voice. Chiba smiled. What else can I do? Go to sleep. Ah. Seeing Chiba so calm, he had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart. Time began to pass by little, and Chiba was also bored, and turned on the voice in the team. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At Senju Tobirama, how is Tobirama? Is everything going well in the tavern? Senju Tobirama. Very smooth, everything is normal. Uchiha Izuna. Don't worry, boss, I'm here. By the way, my Nissan is here. Senju Hashirama. Hey, Izuna, your Nissan is sleeping in my arms. Uchiha Madara. Hot mom. Climb for lousy. When the FK did I sleep in your arms? Senju Hashirama. Moda, obey me once and die. HMPH. Ignore you. Uchiha Madara. WDNMD. Is it disgusting? Senju Hashirama. Which? Uchiha Madara. FK you monkey. At Chiba, give this guy a day of silence. Make him blah blah blah. Lousy punches a blah blah. Senju Hashirama. Madara, you are too cruel. Uchiha Madara. Say nothing. Hashirama. Come fencing. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama. Fencing.jpg. Uchiha Madara. Fencing.jpg. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. These guys are learning so fast. Snapped. I'm tired. The row wipes away the lot. I'm going to be a Hokage man in the future. How did you fall down here? Chiba raised his head, and it turned out that Uzumaki Naruto's Chunin soul completely broke out. Ding. Witness the famous scene. Ding. Reward. 10,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 452,000. Time passed by little, and it was 15 minutes soon. Moribai Yibixi breathed a sigh of relief. He said heavily. Okay. The rest of the candidates. All pass. Candidates. Not only that, even Shiro and Azuki Yuyan who are beside Chiba have the same expression. In the entire examination room, except for Chiba, everyone was stunned. After all, it's too abrupt for them, isn't it? After Morinoi Hibiki explained for a while, the examinees finally realized it. Everyone who stayed here let out a long sigh of relief. But at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up. Mitarashi Anko enters. Congratulations to you candidates who have completed the first assessment. How come there are so many people? But it doesn't matter, after the second assessment, I will get more than half of the people out. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mitarashi Anko, and I am the examiner for your second assessment. The location of the second exam is in the Forest of Death. Gather at 12 noon tomorrow. After finishing speaking, it disappeared without a trace. And the examination room was also disbanded. Chiba led Shiro and Azuki Shion towards his tavern. At this time, Azuki Shion was very restless. Because, Chiba said just now. Don't go home to live recently, just live with him. This isn't that good. In the examination room, Morino Ibiki was collecting the test papers. When he came to Uzumaki Naruto's table, looking at the blank test paper, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. There are still people who handed in blank papers and passed the test. Morinoi Bixi gave a wry smile. Then continued to collect the test paper towards the back. When we got to the last row, Morinoi looked forward to the 3 clean test papers with joy. Advertisement. He kept his face dark and kept silent. He slowly picked up the test paper and took a deep breath. Went to the window. Then a word burst out in a thick voice. Ga. Half an hour later, Chiba brought Shion and Shiro back to the tavern. And Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came back half an hour ago. Shiyan, come on. Show. Chiba smiled slightly. While waving it casually, more than a dozen gift boxes appeared in his hand. Ah, Master Chiba, what are you doing? Azuki Shion took 2 steps back. You lost the previous bet. Chiba smiled slightly. You promised me to help me shoot the tavern promotional brochure. It's a man. The most important thing is honesty. In the end, between half push and half right, Azuki Shion took these gift boxes and went to the dressing room. Chiba took a deep breath. Wouldn't it be beautiful to take pictures of the beautiful scenery along the way with a SLR camera in your spare time? After Chiba left the front hall, under the bar, 3 heads popped up immediately. Tisk tisk tisk, tell me, how good is our boss's appetite? Uchiha Madara clicked his tongue twice, then tilted his head and looked at Senju Hashirama beside him. How do I know? Senju Hashirama grinned, stroked his chin, and thought for a moment. Estimated, is very big. Nonsense. Can someone with a discerning eye see this at a glance? The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched slightly. Now I don't care about our boss's appetite anymore. At this time, Senju Tobirama said slowly. What I'm more curious about now is it bigger? Hiss. Both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara gasped at the same time. So, did Senju Tobirama think so deeply? As expected of you. Oh doo-doo. You think more than others. Senju Hashirama said very seriously. Can you not think? Senju Tobirama ignored his brother's rainbow fart, but said slowly. After all, if the boss really wants to shoot 0.3, then one of these people will be our boss wife. What if I accidentally offended the lady boss? You say, can we have a better life in the future? Senju Tobirama spoke out what was in his heart. We have to think about the future. Flower. Tobirama, you thought so deeply. This time, even Uchiha Madara had a little admiration. Senju Hashirama was even more shocked. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Chiba. At all members, Ah Madara. Ah Zu. Ah Fei. Where are you? If you don't come to eat again, the food will be cold. Uchiha Madara. Coming. Senju Hashirama. Here we come. Senju Tobirama. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Madara. Damn. Use Flying Thunder God for every meal. Senju Tobirama. I invented it, why not use it? Senju Hashirama. Oh doo-doo, save me a bite. Ah. 78 Madara. How many years have passed, why is your problem still there? 3 updates, please support Wawa Monthly Pass. Everyone happily finished their dinner. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. And Chiba started shooting with Shion and Bai. Shooting at night is also a different kind of beauty. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning. Chiba woke up slowly. In 2 hours, the second assessment of the Forest of Death will begin. Chiba got up from the bed. Shooting last night was too late. I couldn't help muttering, and immediately washed up. Then just finished breakfast, and left here with all the people. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are 2 people in the dark, guarding. And Chiba brought Shion and Shiro to the entrance of the Death Forest. Brother Chiba. Just when Chiba just appeared, the figure of Yamanaka Ino suddenly appeared in front of Chiba. Ino-chan. Chiba smiled slightly. Brother Chiba. Afterwards, Haruno Sakura also quickly came to Chiba's side and smiled sweetly at Chiba. Little Sakura-chan. Chiba smiled again. Brother Chiba. Afterwards, Hyuga Hinata 25 and Tiantian also came to Chiba's side. For a time, at the entrance, Chiba became the most beautiful existence. Chiba was in his heart and Chunin couldn't help sighing. I really don't want to be so high profile. Brother Chiba, why are you here to take the Chunin exam this time? Ino raised his head, looked at Chiba, and then asked out his doubts. To protect you, Chiba said seriously. This is indeed true, and there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked himself to supervise the process of the Chunin exam, the essence of which was to take care of Konoha's new students. After the girls heard Chiba's words, they were all moved in their hearts. Sure enough, he came to participate in this assessment for himself. On a big tree more than 10 meters away, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stand side by side. Our boss really has a hand. Senju Hashirama's eyes showed admiration, and then he smiled and said, Ah Madara, if you have a tenth of our boss's ability to tease girls, you don't have to be single all the time, do you? After Uchiha Madara heard Senju Hashirama's words, an unhappy look appeared on his face. Hashirama, why don't you know why I'm single? Advertisement. Senju Hashirama was taken aback for a moment, then swallowed, scratched his head and said. The reason why you are single, how can I know? Do I have to say it myself? Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama. I'm not gay. Senju Hashirama took 2 steps back and almost fell off the tree trunk. Ha ha ha, do you know what it feels like to be disgusted? Uchiha Madara burst out laughing. Wow, Madara, you actually deceived my pure and young heart. Only then did Senju Hashirama realize that he had been set by Uchiha Madara. Off. Are you still pure? Still young? Who? Uchiha Madara grinned. Madara, you don't love me anymore. Senju Hashirama whispered. I'm playing tricks on you monkey. You're talking nasty words to me. I'll kill you. Damn. Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched violently. I can't wait to slap Senju Hashirama to death here. At this moment, a chakra perception glanced over. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped playing, and their eyes narrowed. Following this chakra perception, he began to counter-reconnaissance the past. Follow the gaps between the leaves. The two saw a man with a huge purple bow tied around his body. Looking at his forehead protector, it seems to be from the land of grass. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, and then murmured, the country of grass, it's not too big or small. This ninja's strength is pretty good, but, why is he wearing a human skin? Could it be that you have no face to see people? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but nodded after hearing Uchiha Madara's analysis. It's very possible, it's also possible, that guy is disfigured. However, this is obviously just a Chunin exam initiated by Konoha village. But why would there be such a powerful person? Also, the people of Sunagakure also sent Jinchuriki to take the exam. It can't be that they want to take advantage of the Konoha Chunin assessment this time, and then attack Konoha. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama himself couldn't help laughing. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid they really want to attack Konoha. Attack Konoha. Senju Hashirama was taken aback by his own thoughts. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was very possible. Shout. Uchiha Madara glanced faintly at Senju Hashirama beside him. What a fuss. Attack and attack, what's the problem? Advertisement. Madara. Senju Hashirama was speechless. Boss Chiba said, let's not meddle in Konoha's affairs. Uchiha Madara continued. Don't try to stop it without Boss Chiba's instructions, because as long as you make a move, I will do it too. Uchiha Madara grinned and said. Besides, if the Konoha is extinct, it will be extinct. Also, what other purpose might the other party have? Why are you so pessimistic? Senju Hashirama was already squatting on the tree trunk at this time, burying his head in his legs. It's been so many years, why haven't you got rid of this problem? Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama who fell into autism, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. Madara. Senju Hashirama was on the verge of tears. Okay, if the opponent dares to attack Konoha, I won't stop you, okay. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama's pitiful eyes, said softly and helplessly. I knew it, Madara, you love me. Senju Hashirama stood up, walked behind Uchiha Madara, and hugged him. Don't stand behind me, 677. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed. He yelled angrily. The two started to play again, as for the powerful disfigured bear wearing a human skin mask. Madara and Hashirama didn't care at all, let alone this disfigured ninja. Even if all the ninjas in the whole ninja world gathered together, they stood in front of the two brothers. Neither of them are afraid. Because, if all the ninja worlds are added together, they really can't beat the two of them. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama put together. Shoulder to Sage of Six Paths. While Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are having fun. Among the crowd on the lawn below, Orochimaru was already covered in cold sweat. He just inadvertently sensed the genin around him just now. How could he know that there are actually two powerful figures like this? Both, though, are strangers to chakra. And it is very powerful. Even, at that moment just now, Orochimaru had a thought of running away. Although the opponent did not release any coercion. But such a terrifying and weird idea just appeared in Orochimaru's mind. It seems to be Konoha's elite ninja. Orochimaru comforted himself, his eyes did not dare to stay on the big tree. I'm afraid that in the next second, I will be targeted by the other party. After all, I have a big plan for coming to Konoha village this time. That is to launch the Konoha Crash project. 79 It's you Orochimaru who cheated. 4 more, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Right now, this plan has not been carried out. You can't just run away, can you? Funk. Orochimaru shook his head vigorously. No. Who I am? I am Orochimaru, one of Konoha's Sannin. Is the pursuit of eternal life to the ultimate scientist. I will never run away. Orochimaru suppressed the worry in his heart. Wiped the sweat off his forehead. Oops, it's summer, don't you want a bottle of iced and refreshing cool? A voice reached Orochimaru's ears. Then, in his eyes, a bottle of water Juncola appeared in front of Orochimaru. Thank you. Orochimaru was also a little confused for a while. However, when he saw that the ninja next to Chiba was holding a bottle of ice-cold cola, he was relieved of his vigilance. Received iced cola from Chiba. Then after unscrewing it, he raised his head and drank. Google gurgle. 2 mouthfuls of ice-cold joy filled their stomachs. That feeling is just one word. Awesome. It's as if the pores all over the body are stretched. Comfortable, Orochimaru was immersed in such a wonderful feeling for a while. Even the voice had forgotten to pretend. Just use a female voice. The next moment, everyone around Chiba was shocked. How could it be a girl's voice? Yamanaka Ino's pretty face was full of disbelief. My god, could it be that I have auditory hallucinations? The little Sakura also stiffened a little, and exclaimed in disbelief. Woohoo, this ninja from the land of grass, don't tell me you are a big guy in women's clothing. He looked at Orochimaru in front of him suspiciously. I think it's very possible. Hyuga Hinata stood behind Chiba and said cautiously. Orochimaru, what the hell am I? How did it become a girl's voice? Well, now I did reincarnate into a girl's body. But, why is this iced cool so delicious? Etc., etc. That's not the point, is it? I'm so close to revealing myself. Cough cough. You heard me wrong. Orochimaru quickly adjusted his voice, and it became a slightly hoarse voice. Chiba couldn't help but smile too. That's right, you must have heard wrong. Advertisement. Okay, my friend, pay. Chiba looked at Orochimaru with a smile on his face. Pay. Orochimaru's eyes popped. Then he grinned and said, didn't you give this to me? When did I say it was a gift? Chiba pretended to be taken aback. Ah, didn't you give this as a gift? Orochimaru was also taken aback, obviously all these people are there. No, Chiba couldn't help smiling, I spent a lot of money to buy this thing. Okay, Orochimaru saw that he was being tricked. Looking around, Orochimaru could also hear some sighs from time to time. And those of them also have the same coke in their hands as their own. Needless to say, I must have been tricked by this guy. How much is a bottle? Orochimaru suppressed the anger in his heart. Although, he really wanted to kill the person in front of him directly. But when I thought of the big tree in the distance, there were 2 people who didn't know their details. Orochimaru could only suppress his anger forcibly, and now he could only admit it. Don't let the small lose the big. I came here with a purpose. Thinking of this, Orochimaru looked at the figure in the distance. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, my next container. 10,000 taels a bottle. Chiba looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a smile and said. 10,000 taels. Orochimaru nodded. Then he took out 10,000 taels of coins from his ninja bag. Then, 10,000 taels. Orochimaru's voice became sharp again. Why did it become a female voice again? Ino and the others at the side looked over at the same time. Ahem. No, your bottle of water sells for 10,000 taels. Orochimaru coughed lightly. He carried at most 40 to 50,000 taels of coins on him. Basically, it's for emergencies. But, how would you know that such a small bottle of water costs 10,000 taels? What's wrong? You're not planning to renege on your debt, are you? Chiba tilted his head and looked Orochimaru up and down. Orochimaru's face changed rapidly. His pupils were fixed on Chiba in front of him. It seems that he wants to keep Chiba's appearance firmly in his mind. Don't look at me like that. I don't like men. Chiba grinned. Quote. A vein bulged above Orochimaru's forehead. If it wasn't for his own plan, the current Orochimaru would probably be violent. Here you are. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and gave the coin in his hand to Chiba. Then, he left here without saying a word. Chiba looked at the money in his hand and immediately grinned. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task of fooling everyone present. Ding. Reward. 50,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance. 502,000. Advertisement. After hearing the system beep, a smile appeared on Chiba's face. You can cheat money and cheat Orochimaru on the one hand. And you can also get gold coins rewards, why not do it? Okay, the time is almost up. Go and assemble with your team. Quote. Chiba smiled slightly. Yeah, several girls nodded quickly. Then they reluctantly left here. And the second assessment of the Chunin exam. The chapter of the Forest of Death also kicked off. The assessment this time is also very simple. Hashtag everyone will follow me to the tent over there. Then get a copy of one of the earth coiling shafts from me. This assessment will last for 5 days. During these 5 days, it's not just your teams. There are many other teams that will also enter the Death Forest from other entrances in the Death Forest. As long as you can bring a copy of the earth coiling axis within 5 days, you can enter the final stage. Mitarashi Anko stood on the high platform and introduced loudly. Eventually, she set her sights on Chiba. You know, Mitarashi Anko is very interested in this Chiba-sama who suddenly joins in. Okay, from now on, everyone will come to the tent here with me one by one to get the corresponding scrolls. Afterwards, she began to distribute the heavenly earth coiling axis to be used in this assessment. At this time, Chiba glanced around. No one was found either. This person is naturally Xianglin. Xianglin also came to take the Chunin exam this time. But right now Chiba didn't notice her. Then it is estimated that she is at another entrance. Xianglin is also a hardworking person. If you, Wang's good friend, can help, please help. It just so happens that my tavern lacks a maid. I didn't come to call Xianglin's attention because of the lack of maids in the tavern. No, absolutely no. Just as Chiba was thinking. The teams around them also took the scrolls one after another. After their teams got the scroll, they entered the Death Forest directly. After all, these people cannot be allowed to enter at the same time. Otherwise, the fight would have started right at the gate of the Death Forest. Waited for more than 20 minutes. All the people around have entered the Death Forest. The last one was Mitarashi Anko who called Chiba Ray. Chiba. The voice drifted into Chiba's ears. Chiba touched his nose, always feeling that the tent not far away seemed to be opening its mouth wide, waiting for him to enter. Wait here for me, Chiba said to Xian and by beside him. Yeah, the two nodded and stood there quietly. Chiba tidied up his clothes and walked towards the tent next to the Death Forest. 80. Do you need seals to cast illusions? Do you need? Don't you need it? 5 more, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Soon, Chiba came to the tent. After entering, I saw Mitarashi Anko sitting on the chair. And there was a table in front of her. It's just that the table is empty at this time. When Mitarashi Anko saw Chiba coming in, he stood up immediately. Then walked towards Chiba. Master Chiba. Mitarashi Anko smiled softly. Why have I never heard of you before? Daddy, did you work in that department before? Brother Chiba. Why have I never seen you? By the way, Master Chiba, what is the main responsibility this time? I can be Chiba's right-hand man. Chiba looked at Mitarashi Anko who was close at hand. It really is such a carefree look. And the current Anko's figure hasn't gained weight yet. When I got to Boruto, my mother couldn't even watch it. It is too hot for the eyes. Mitarashi Anko, Chiba said with a smile. Yeah, Master Chiba can just call me Anko. Mitarashi Anko said with a smile. Anko. Chiba looked helplessly at Mitarashi Anko in front of him. Where is my scroll? Master Chiba's scroll is in the tent. If you find it, I will give it to you. Mitarashi Anko said mischievously. Chiba was stunned. 993. I am handsome. Girls like it. I understand this. However, this was the first time he really encountered a girl who behaved like this. Give it to me quickly, Anko. Chiba scratched his head. Hee, the scroll of heaven is on my body. Mr. Yi can get it by himself. Mitarashi Anko laughed. Immediately, a bright look flashed in her eyes. This bright and clean color was clearly noticed by Chiba. Are you trying to test me? Sure enough, there must be a reason why the girl suddenly treats you well. What love at first sight is all nonsense. Hurry up and give it to me, or I'll snatch it away. A hint of interest rose in Chiba's heart. He really wanted to see what Mitarashi Anko was up to. It's okay to grab, but let's say first, ninjutsu is not allowed. Mitarashi Anko smiled lightly. Actually, she is really curious about Chiba. After all, for no reason, I had an extra boss who insisted on obeying. In this way, she felt some resistance. But also because Chiba is really handsome. So, she wanted to find a way to test whether Chiba was the kind of person she imagined. If so, she will definitely report it to her superiors. HMPH. But if not, advertisement. I just said it. My mother's spring has really come. If that's the case, then I'll take it myself, Chiba said. Say it first. Do not use ninjutsu. Mitarashi Anko also concentrated on it. Chiba smiled slightly, and immediately released the illusion in the next moment. Illusion gold binding technique, and Mitarashi Anko couldn't resist Chiba's illusion at all. After all, the strengths of the two are not at the same level at all. Mitarashi Anko's greatest strength is special Jonin. So if you want to resist Chiba's illusion, you don't have to think about it. At this time, Yusho was completely unable to move. Her pupils were full of disbelief. Damn, greater than less than. Illusion. When Mitarashi Anko found that his mouth could still speak and move. It's just that I can't move my limbs at all. Such an advanced illusion. Oh my god, Mitarashi Anko's heart was already making waves. I am a special Jonin. Was subdued by Chiba-sama after just one meeting. So isn't Master Chiba's strength. The lowest is also elite Jonin. Even thinking of this, Mitarashi Anko showed a look of fear in his pupils. It turns out that I have been talking to such a powerful person. It's over. Will my previous arrogant attitude be recorded in my heart by Master Chiba? It's over. It's really over now. Then I'll get to work. Chiba clicked his tongue, looked at the immobile Mitarashi Anko, and immediately grinned. Then slowly moved towards Mitarashi Anko. Master Chiba. Master Chiba. CFEA. Mitarashi Anko became anxious at this moment. In the next second, she tightly closed her eyes. And Chiba smiled, and took out the sky scroll from her arms. Okay, the illusion will be released in about 2 minutes. I'll go first. Chiba looked at Mitarashi Anko who was within reach. Then he hit her on the head with the scroll of heaven in his hand. This time, it's your punishment for disrespecting me just now. Advertisement. Mitarashi Anko let out an, ouch. Immediately, he opened his big eyes. looking at Chiba in disbelief. What? After seeing Madarashi Anko's expression on Chiba's face. Immediately, he hit her on the head again with the scroll of heaven in his hand. Of course, it was a light tap. Ying, Madarashi Anko felt the strength coming from his forehead, and couldn't help but groan. Immediately pouted, and said in a low voice, I've beaten you once, why do you want to hit me a second time? Hey, Anko. Chiba narrowed his eyes, looking into Madarashi Anko's eyes. He decided to tease her well. What are you expecting with those big watery eyes? HMPH. Madarashi Anko closed his eyes directly. At this moment, her heart was already in a mess. The Chiba-sama in front of him is not the kind of person he imagined. So what should I do next? Confess directly. Tistai. Wouldn't that be too abrupt? And will it make Chiba-sama think she is that kind of girl? Theech. I can't do this, so what should I do? Madarashi Anko began to struggle in his heart. Okay, I'm leaving. Chiba looked at Madarashi Anko and ignored himself. Then shrugged, ready to leave here. Wait a minute, Madarashi Anko blurted out. What's wrong? Chiba tilted his head. I want to know. When Chiba-sama cast the illusion just now, why didn't he have a seal? Madarashi Anko swallowed the words that just came to his mouth, rolled his eyes immediately, and asked curiously. Jayan. Chiba was also taken aback. He turned around and looked at Madarashi Anko in astonishment. Asked. So, when performing illusions, do you still need seals? Madarashi Anko's big eyes were full of doubts, and he couldn't help muttering, I don't need it. Need it? Chiba asked at one point. Don't you need it? Madarashi Anko himself was a little confused. Shouldn't be necessary. Chiba thought for a while, then said seriously. What imprints do illusions need to make? Isn't it just a wave of your hand and a stare? Is it purple? Madarashi Anko was really confused now. Chiba gave her an extremely determined look. That's right. Illusion is like this. 81 Big Brothers, quickly receive your magical powers. I'm so sick of throwing up. One update, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Afterwards, Chiba leisurely left the tent. Back to Bai and Xian's side. Bai, hide this in your bosom. Don't let anyone steal it. Chiba casually threw the sky scroll in his hand to Bai. Bai stretched out his hands to receive them, and then gently put them into his arms. Okay, let's go. Chiba smiled slightly, then walked leisurely towards the Death Forest. It was as if the Death Forest in front of him was his back garden. Azuki Xian and Shiro who were behind them glanced at each other, and quickly followed behind Chiba. At the same time, in the dark, two figures also started to act. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The environment here is great. After Senju Hashirama walked into the Death Forest, he took a soft breath. The air is very fresh and refreshing. The environment is pretty good. Uchiha Madara nodded. Excluding the dangers in the Dead Forest, the ecological environment here is indeed very good. The two people are about 500 meters away from Chiba and the others. After all, the mission of the two of them is to covertly protect Chiba. So there is no need to be so compact. By the way, does our boss really need the two of us for protection? Although Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have not seen Chiba's true strength. However, that is definitely not something these people in the Forest of Death can beat. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Senju Tobirama. At Senju Hashirama, Aniki, are you in the Forest of Death right now? Senju Hashirama. What's the matter? Senju Tobirama. That's right, just wait for me. In the Forest of Death, Senju Hashirama scratched his head, somewhat confused. Call out. In a second, a white flash suddenly appeared in front of him and Uchiha Madara. Then, the figure of Senju Tobirama appeared in front of them. FK. Senju Hashirama was taken aback. Then he grinned and said, Tobirama, when did you engrave the Flying Thunder God spell on me? Your behavior is wrong. I didn't paint on you, but on your clothes. Senju Tobirama glanced at his elder brother. I see. Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he grinned again and said, why don't you even paint on my clothes, hey? Stop it. Senju Tobirama held out his hand to stop his elder brother. I have here a list of ingredients for a cocktail. Some vanilla and some special nectar. I have searched all over the outside, but I can't find it. Advertisement. The only thing left is that the Forest of Death has not been here. Here's a picture of herbs, and here's a picture of special flowers. Brother, I leave it to you, help me collect more. The store is still busy, so I'll leave first. After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he cast Flying Thunder God technique again and disappeared without a trace. And here, only two guys were left looking at each other. FK. I'm a tool man. Senju Hashirama couldn't hold back any longer, and I immediately wondered. Anyway, that's your brother, not mine. Uchiha Madara couldn't help laughing after seeing the expression on Senju Hashirama's face. Flying Thunder God technique. In the next second, Senju Tobirama appeared here again. By the way, the task of finding these fruits was entrusted to you by your brother. The store is still busy, so I'll leave first. Senju Tobirama handed the album in his hand to Uchiha Madara, and disappeared without a trace again in the next second. Uchiha Madara was also stunned. Looking at the fruit album in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group close black lens bracket. Uchiha Izuna. At Uchiha Madara, Nissan, I entrust the fruits on these albums to you, love. Uchiha Madara. Okay, no problem, Odudo. Bye Shin. Senju Hashirama. Hey, Tobirama, you look at the two brothers, and then you look at us. I am too difficult. Senju Tobirama. Chopper chopper chopper, besides, I'll give you 10,000. Senju Hashirama. O.W. Oh, Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama. Big cry, big cry, big cry. Senju Tobirama. I can't take it anymore. Bye Shin, bye Shin, bye Shin. Senju Hashirama. Compared to each other. Chiba. Everyone, please stop using your supernatural powers. I'm about to vomit. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna. In the Forest of Death, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other. They clicked their tongues at the same time. Well, now both of them have become tool men. Afterwards, the two began to leisurely search for special herbs and fruits. While walking leisurely towards the central tower. At the same time, Chiba led Xian and Bai to the central tower. Asterisk TT. Day Earth coiling shaft only. When you are near the central tower, just grab it directly. After all, I am the most reasonable person. Call out. In the next second, advertisement. There was a sound of breaking wind. Then, a kunai quickly shot towards Chiba. Chiba smiled slightly, raised his hand, and stretched out two fingers in a casual hand. Then gently clamped the handle of kunai. Didn't you think you were being watched by someone? Look how uncomfortable it is to do this. Shish. 3 Sunagaku ninjas jumped down from the tree. Surround the 3 of Chiba. Ding. Trigger the mission. Mission. Day Earth coiling real selling quest. Snatch the scrolls of the unsightly, and then sell them in front of the central tower. 0.0. Reward. The gold coin reward is determined according to the amount sold. Initial gold coin. 2,000 pieces. Chiba was slightly surprised, it is indeed a system for doing business. This is all about making money. Snatch the scroll of the unsightly. Chiba clicked his tongue, isn't that all right? In the Death Forest, except for a few people I know. Everything else is not pleasing to the eye. 3 friends of Konoha. Hand over the scrolls in your hands. Maybe we can get you out of here alive. After the 3 Sunagaku ninjas met the Chiba 3. The person at the head said suddenly. Hearing such a standard villain slogan, Chiba couldn't help but sigh. Why can't it be changed? You can't pretend to be Konoha's ninja first. Then cheat the trust of a few of us. Then steal the scroll. Chiba shook his head. Master Chiba, do you want me to kill them? Azuki Xian has slowly drawn out the knife in her hand. She asked in a cold voice. Boss Chiba, do you want me to make a move? Bai took a step forward not to be outdone. Although, Bai is a quiet and lovely waiter in the Chiba Tavern. But, it cannot deny Bai's strength because of this. After all, Bai also has the limit of blood inheritance. If it is well developed, it will not be weaker than Jonin. Chiba clicked his tongue, and then was in the face of some astonishment on the opposite side. Smile slowly. Kill it and kill it. 82 Come to work with me. Food and shelter included. Water and electricity are free. 2 updates. Please support Wawa monthly ticket. Just as Chiba's words fell, Bai and Azuki Xian made a quick move. Ice escape. Shinsha Shuixiong. Bai formed a seal with one hand, and quickly released the limit of his blood successor. Many ice cones suddenly appeared in the surrounding air. The moment these ice cones appeared, they frantically pierced towards the 3 Sunagaku ninjas. At the same time, Mao Yunir was not to be outdone. She wants to prove her strength, and she is not a burden by Chiba-sama's side. Konoha Ryu swordsmanship, dance of the crescent moon. For a moment, Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship was displayed immediately. And her figure has become both real and fake. It's enough if the two of them don't make a move. Hai Tianli is amazing. 3 strikes, 5 divisions and 2 divisions killed the 3 dragon ninjas. Afterwards, Azuki Xian came to Chiba's side. Take the sky scroll that was found from the 3 corpses. Well, keep the scrolls with you, I'll take them when I need them. 637, Chiba smiled. Azuki Xian froze for a moment, then looked up and down at herself. There is no extra place to place scrolls on my body. Because she is not wearing Anbu's clothes now, but the purple robe that Chiba gave her before. There is a built-in small pocket in the arms of the jacket. It should be able to hold 3 or 4 scrolls. Chiba said with a smile. Just kidding, the clothes I bought, I naturally know the structure of the clothes. Azuki Xian nodded, and put the sky scroll in her arms into her arms. Etc. Suddenly, Azuki Xian remembered Chiba's last sentence. When he needs it, he goes. For a while, many strange question marks appeared in Azuki Xian's little head. Go. Target the next team. Chiba grinned. I am a businessman myself. Naturally, no opportunity to make money will be missed. One word. Grab. The following day, Chiba grabbed the scrolls of 10 squads in a row. And those squads that lose the scrolls run into the ones with the brains. The kind that holds the scroll with both hands. It can save a life. And for those who want to fight back. But everything was given by Chiba in seconds. For a while, Team Yi's reputation spread in the Death Forest. Advertisement. And then, a strange situation appeared in the Death Forest. The first thing 2 ninja squads met was not a fight. Instead, he carefully asked if the other party was the Chiba team. If yes, then run away. If not, then move on to the next question. See if both teams are looking for the same scroll. If both teams are exactly the same scroll, then they are friends, good teammates. If not, it will enter the final stage. Beat. At this moment, Chiba is strolling leisurely in the Death Forest, relying on his chakra perception, which is stronger than Senju Tobirama. The scope of the entire Death Forest is within the scope of one's own perception. 2 days passed slowly. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara also collected a lot of things. During this period, Senju Tobirama also sent some back and forth with Flying Thunder God technique. And Chiba snatched nearly 20 copies of Earth Coiling Axis in his hands. Except that the main squad Chiba didn't go for it. All the rest were snatched away. But right now, Yi was walking towards a small stream. Don't come here. At this time, a waxy voice reached the ears of Chiba, Xian and Bai. Chiba continued to walk unhurriedly. After passing through layers of woods, I finally came to the edge of a small stream. And there are 4 figures. 3 of them are ninjas from Wying village, and in front of them is a red-haired girl. At this time, the girl's eyes were full of shock and tears. You are. The 3 ninjas of Wying village also sensed the appearance of the 3 Chiba. However, it was not time for them to continue talking. Chiba had already said, kill. Following the participation of the 3 voices, the 3 dragon ninjas in Wying village died suddenly. But at this time, Xianglin came back to her senses, her face was full of fear. You guys, don't come here. Xianglin took 2 steps back in a rather pale manner. Little sister, we are not bad people, Xian said hastily after seeing Xianglin. Similarly, we are not very nice people. Chiba grinned. Under Xianglin's frightened gaze, he came in front of Xianglin. Xianglin squinted her eyes halfway, and only then did she see Chiba's appearance clearly. For a moment, she actually had a slight fall. Chiba squatted down, looking at the glasses above the grass. When he picked it up, he found that the glasses were actually broken. Seeing this scene, Xianglin could only lower her head and say nothing. Advertisement. Now she couldn't tell whether the man in front of her was a good guy or a bad guy. However, deep down in Xianglin's heart, she is more willing to believe that the person in front of her is a good person. Chiba clicked his tongue and bought a new pair of glasses from the system mall. Here you are. Passed the new glasses in his hand to Xiangrin in front of him. Xianglin widened her eyes and looked at Chiba very curiously. Where did it come from? So amazing. Then, she put on the glasses, and the world suddenly became clear. He raised his head and looked at Chiba. For a moment, Xianglin was completely lost. So handsome, she murmured. Chiba smiled slightly. Little sister, brother needs a maid here. If you don't mind, you can come to work with your brother Chiba. Well, food and housing are included, and there is a salary every month, how about it? Yeah, Xianglin nodded without thinking. Then, when she came back to her senses, her little face immediately collapsed. Benefactor, I'm sorry, I can't leave here with my benefactor. Because of me, Xianglin lowered her head and began to sob. Tears flowed out. Is it because of those 2 people? Chiba smiled and pointed to 2 other ninjas from the land of grass who happened to be killed by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the distance. This kind of scum, shit. Uchiha Madara casually threw the corpse in his hand onto the grass beside him. Ah Madara, you are too ruthless. Senju Hashirama beside him sighed softly. Are you easy? Uchiha Madara squinted at the corpse behind Senju Hashirama. Isn't this an order from the boss? We have to listen. Senju Hashirama coughed lightly. Then, 2 people came behind Chiba. Xianglin gathered herself together and looked at the 2 corpses in the distance. The eyes are full of pleasure, without any sympathy. Then, she stood up timidly. Benefactor, are you willing to take me in? Yan 0.6 said cautiously. Yeah, Chiba smiled slightly. I just said that I lack a maid. Xianglin is willing to stay by your benefactor's side forever and be his benefactor's maid for the rest of his life. Xianglin said with great emotion. The tears in my eyes couldn't stop anymore. On the side, the 4 people have their own thoughts. Bye. Boss Chiba is really kind. Woohoo, I want to stay with Boss Chiba forever. Azuki Xian. Chiba-sama is really kind-hearted. It's over, what if I like it a little? Senju Hashirama. My boss is playing tricks. Uchiha Madara. Effortlessly recruited a maid, tisk tisk tisk. Seeing their different expressions, Chiba suddenly became helpless. Why doesn't Tien want the maid who delivered it to her door? It's better to stay by my side, save that guy Orochimaru to go. I do all this for the good of Xiangrin. Well, my good intentions, who can know? 83 Madara. I've kept a low profile, okay. 3 updates, please support Wawa monthly pass. Since you are my maid now. Chiba looked at Xianglin who was a little dirty in front of her eyes, and then waved her hand casually. Suddenly, a beautiful gift box appeared in his hand. Wash and change. Chiba smiled and handed the gift box to Xianglin. Shannon nodded quickly, then her cheeks started to turn red. He said coyly. Boss Chiba, should I just change here? Of course. Chiba nodded, then shook his head again. Not anymore. Hashirama, Hashirama, Chiba shouted twice. Senju Hashirama quickly came behind Chiba. Boss, what are your orders? Build a house, said Chiba. Senju Hashirama. What are you doing in a daze? Don't hurry up. Chiba grinned. Okay, boss. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Came to the edge of the stream. Clap your hands now. Wood style. Luxurious 4-pillar house technique. Boom. Then, a duplex luxury wooden house appeared beside the stream. Chiba couldn't help but nodded. Not bad. As expected of you. It deserves 25 commendations. Senju Hashirama pulled a forced smile on his face. Is this a compliment? Probably. Afterwards, Azuki Shion accompanied Xianglin into the wooden house. But at this time, Azuki Shion's heart was not at all calm. This is wood style, right, this is wood style. According to the legend, isn't it the wood style that only first Hokage-sama can have? Moreover, it seems that only Anbu's captain can cast it now. The ninja beside Chiba-sama is really powerful. For a while, Azuki Shion became more and more curious about Chiba. Ah Madara, ah Zu, aren't you hungry? Catch 2 fish and grill them. Chiba lay on the grass, looking at the white clouds in the sky. The mood has also become better. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other. It's okay. A tool person is a tool person, it is better than no use. Afterwards, the two came to the side of the stream, ready to catch fish. Bai, you should also lie down and have a rest. Chiba tilted his head slightly. He looked at Bai, who was close at hand. Although the view is beautiful, but... Advertisement. Chiba always feels that there is something wrong. What exactly is wrong? Chiba will not be able to detect it for a while. It feels like something is missing. Bai did not notice Chiba's gaze. Instead, she blushed and nodded. Afterwards, she lay quietly beside Chiba. The two of them just quietly looked at the blue sky and white clouds above the sky. This wonderful atmosphere made Chiba himself feel a little bit wrong. White, Chiba said softly suddenly. Bai, who was beside him, trembled slightly when he heard Chiba's voice. Then he answered in a low voice. Have you used perfume? Chiba sniffed his nose, and a wisp of fragrance entered his nostrils. It smells good. No, Bai said softly. Okay. Chiba clicked his tongue. Continue to rest up. Plop, plop. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama jumped into the stream. 3 times, 5 times and 2 times directly caught 6 big fish and came up. Hashirama, make some firewood. Uchiha Madara shook off the water on his body and grinned. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands. Wood style. Firewood technique. Then, on the grass in front of them, many knotted pieces of wood suddenly appeared. Ah Madara, light the fire. Senju Hashirama surrounded the campfire, turning his head to Uchiha Madara and said. Uchiha Madara nodded. Lie on the edge of the bonfire, and then carefully took a handprint. Fire style. Little great fireball technique. He really didn't dare to display it normally. Otherwise, don't want this forest. But even so, a fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters suddenly appeared on top of the firewood. I'm Gao. Ah Madara, you keep a low profile. Senju Hashirama's mouth twitched slightly. I'm so low-key already, okay. Uchiha Madara gave Senju Hashirama a hard look. Senju Hashirama Nunazui, and then used wood style to make a lot of firewood. Then, the two of them started grilling fish. At the same time, the smoke from the bonfire began to float into the dead forest. For a time, all the remaining teams in the entire death forest. Everyone can see this scene. No. It's not true that someone would light a fire and cook in the dead forest, right? 2 kilometers away on the left, Yamanaka Ino saw the cooking smoke above the sky, and opened his mouth in surprise. Shikamaru, Choji, shall we go and see? Ino turned around, looked at the 2 people around him, and asked. Whatever you want, I don't care. Nara Shikamaru said indifferently with a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth. On the other hand, Akamichi Choji took out a pack of snacks and started eating. Yamanaka Ino sighed. What kind of teammates are these? Advertisement. One has nothing to do with the world, the other just likes to eat. HMPH, my brother Chiba is better. If brother Chiba saw the cooking smoke in the distance, he would definitely pass by. Let's set off. Yamanaka Ino stood up from the tree trunk and said with a smile. Meanwhile, Class 7. The 3 of them also noticed the cooking smoke in the distance. Do you want to go and see? Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto came to a big tree and looked far away. Then, he looked at Uchiha Sasuke beside him provocatively. Shout, just go, who is afraid of whom? Uchiha Sasuke grinned. Facing the provocation of Uzumaki Naruto, how can we not accept it? Ha ha ha, if you encounter an enemy at that time, don't be scared and cry. Uzumaki Naruto laughed out loud. That's too much, Uchiha Sasuke roared. Hiss, Uzumaki Naruto yelled reflexively. The 2 of them walked towards the distance just like that. Maybe this is love. Shao Sakura looked at the backs of the 2 of them and couldn't help curling her lips. My brother Chiba is still handsome. This moment. It's not just Konoha's 12 little strongs rushing here. Even the ninjas from other ninja villages are moving here. But one of them stood quietly on the top of a big tree. There was deep thought in his eyes. 330 inches. The atmosphere in that place is very strong. I'd better not share this muddy water. Orochimaru muttered to himself. Then continue to use his summoning snake to find Sasuke's trail. Sunagaku's Gaara team is also heading in the direction of the smoke. And the squad that Yakushi Kabuto was on. For a moment, the place where Yi was located seemed to be a gathering point. People from all walks of life are rushing here. At this time, Chiba had already fallen asleep. Shiro beside him also fell asleep. An hour later, a light voice reached Chiba's ears. Master Chiba, wake up. Xianglin gently lay on Chiba's body, shaking Chiba. Chiba opened his eyes in a daze. In the eyes, it was Xianglin's cuteness, mixed with a trace of timid cheeks. Huh. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Then sat up. So it's Xianglin, how long have I been asleep? 1 hour. Xianglin replied truthfully. Chiba nodded, and then tilted his head to look at Xianglin who was close at hand. Not bad. This purple dress suits you very well. But I have other colors here, such as white, black, blue, pink. Xianglin blushed, lowered her head, and remained silent for a day. Chiba laughed, and stopped teasing Xianglin. Okay, you go first, I'll come over right away after I wake up. Bye. Okay, Master Chiba. Xianglin nodded and left here. At this time, Chiba tilted his head, looked at Shiro who was still sleeping soundly, with a slight smile on his face. 84 Chiba, Hashirama, Madara, we do things, that's it. 4 more, please support Wawa monthly ticket. Snapped. Chiba patted Bai. Get up. If you don't get up again, our grilled fish will be eaten by them. Bai dazedly opened his eyes, looked at Chiba's hand, and then at himself. Immediately after that, his cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's wrong? Chiba became curious. It's not too heavy to shoot yourself, is it? Could it be that he was afraid of pain? Did I hurt you? Chiba coughed lightly. No. Bai sat up and replied in a low voice. I feel sick to my stomach. Boss Chiba, you go first, I'll be back in a while. Eng. Chiba scratched his head and left after making sure Bai was fine. Bai looked at Chiba's back, his eyes sparkled. Should I find a time to confess to Boss Chiba? What if, after confessing, Boss Chiba doesn't like me anymore? After all, I also cheated Boss Chiba. For a moment, Bai's head became a little dazed. Say no, don't say no. What is going on here? At this moment, Chiba has come to the campfire. Looking at the grilled fish in front of him, Chiba smiled. Not bad. Ah Madara, ah Zu, you two are good at your craft. The boss is awesome. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other and smiled. However, boss, with our actions, all the ninjas who came to take the Chunin exam all came towards us. Uchiha Madara said casually. Come on, come on. Chiba smiled, and then looked at Azuki Yuyan beside him. I have here, no more, no less, exactly 20 scrolls. Extract my own squad, and there are still 18 left. We sell a scroll for 50,000 taels, isn't it too expensive? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other. Good guy, I dare say our old class is waiting for those people here. The boss is wise. Boss Hockey. Take a look. This is a good boss. Don't miss any opportunity to make money. Where can you find such a wise boss? Soon, Bai also walked over. After everyone finished eating the grilled fish, Chiba took out a document. This is naturally the recruitment document for the tavern. However, this is not that kind of undead contract. But can be signed between. Xianglin, I signed this tavern work contract. Then from now on, you will be in my tavern. Chiba smiled and said to Karen. This scene would have been quite normal. However, on one side is Kiantu who is extremely handsome with a smile on his face. One side is extremely weak, and even has a little fragrance of pear blossom with rain. What I know is to let Xianglin sign a tavern work contract. I don't know, I thought Chiba was abducting people. Xianglin finished the document and wrote down her own information without hesitation. After finishing writing, several prompting arms sounded in Tianyi's mind. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully recruiting Xianglin. Ding. The number of employees in the tavern was detected, 7/10. Ding. When the number of employees in the host tavern reaches 10, the business expansion function will be activated. Chiba froze for a moment. Can the business still expand? With a wave of Chiba's hand, the option of expanding functions appeared in front of him. Advertisement. But all are gray, you can only look at it, you can't click in. Open black lens bracket business expansion close black lens bracket. 1. Undead self-service hot pot restaurant to be unlocked. 2. Undead self-service barbecue restaurant to be unlocked. 3. Undead chess room to be unlocked. 4. Undead billiard room to be unlocked. 5. Undead video game hall to be unlocked. Open black lens bracket 6. Undead midnight disco to be unlocked close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket to be unlocked later close black lens bracket. Chiba was stunned, and now he was really stunned. Are you really going to be a street of the dead? Also hot pot restaurants, barbecue restaurants, chess room, billiards room. Chiba grinned slightly. System, how many chances do I have to summon the undead? Chiba asked in his own mind. It has been more than a month since the last call. The last time I summoned Zabuzan and Shiro. Ding. Host's current remaining summoning times, 2 times. Chiba nodded, and twice more. Then this is not enough. Only one person is needed to make up 10 people. Don't recruit one in the ninja world. Iro. Chiba narrowed his eyes and looked at Yugao Azuki beside him. No rush, this kind of thing, take your time. Azuki Shion was stared at by Chiba until the hairs all over her body stood on end. However, there was no feeling of disgust in my heart. What the hell is going on? Right now, most of the time has passed. At this point, it was already evening. as the sky gradually darkened. The surrounding ninjas also rushed here one after another. At this time, Chiba was holding a sign in his hand. There are several lines of clear big characters written on the wooden sign. Tien Earth Coiling Axis Sale. 50,000 taels a roll. Not to be missed. You only get one chance. What you buy is what you earn. What are you waiting for? Action is worse than heartbeat. Then, beside the wooden sign, Chiba had Senju Hashirama make a wooden table. Shion, I'm here to take out all the scrolls, don't be arrogant. Chiba said very seriously. Azuki Shion knew in her heart that she should refuse. But, I just don't want to refuse, what's going on? I see. My previous self has already promised Hokage-sama. And Master Hokage also said, let me obey Master Chiba's arrangement unconditionally. Is such that, it must be so. After Chiba took out all the earth coiling shafts. They were all placed on the wooden table. Afterwards, Chiba laughed loudly. Advertisement. Come out of the 13 teams nearby. I have here 10 scrolls of heaven and scrolls of field enclosure. Sold from 50,000 taels. Only cash payment is supported. In the morning, you can buy it with cash. Chiba's voice came rolling. It exploded directly in this forest. And all the ninjas around were quietly watching the table in front of Chiba. Next second, a laughing voice came. Quote. This friend from Konoha. Quote. Aren't you afraid that we will snatch your scroll directly? Then, 3 figures appeared in front of Chiba. Just standing here so generously. The face of the leading man carried a strong provocative look. Hee. Chiba chuckled. After Chiba glanced at the 3 people in front of their forehead protector, he lost any interest. They are the 3 little ones from the country of grass. The country of grass filmed a total of 2 groups of teams, and the previous group had been killed. The rest of the group also jumped out by coincidence. And there are more and more ninjas around. Not only that, but the familiar Konoha 12 Shaoqiang also appeared here. And the Gara group of Sunagakur, the land of the winds. In just a few minutes, everything was gathered here. There are also a dozen Konoha Anbu around. Plus Konoha's mentor Jonin, Yuhihong, Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma and others. Even Midarashi Anko crouched on top of a big tree. Quietly pay attention to all this. After all, this time the movement in the forest of death was too great. Sarutobi Hiruzen came here personally, for fear that something might go wrong. All eyes were on Chiba and the 3 ninjas from the land of grass in front of him. Everyone understands the principle of shooting the bird that stands out. Everyone is waiting for Chiba's answer. Chiba looks around. Okay. Now, it's really a big collection. However, this is also good. It's time to let them know who should be messed with and who shouldn't be messed with. Chiba twisted his neck and raised his right hand. Then swiped down. Behind him, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who were leaning against the door frame of the wooden house, looked at each other. Call out, call out, call out. 3 sounds of breaking wind. Everyone's pupils shrank. Chiba and the 2 people behind him all disappeared. Boom, boom. In an instant, the 3 ninjas from the country of grass fell directly to the ground. And above their heads, Chiba, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama stand side by side. Boom. 3 huge deep pits suddenly appeared on the ground. As for the 3 grass ninjas who were still provoking before, they turned into scum. Chiba looked around and said lightly. We do things, that's how. 85 Madara, Hashirama, is this still the owner of our tavern? 5 more, please support Wawa monthly ticket. We do things. That's it. This is an understatement. But it was like a huge thunder that exploded in the sky, reminiscing in the ears of everyone. This is too hockey, too unreasonable, right? This is the second examination place of the Chunin examination. Forest of Death. This is an exam. It's not a selling market. Hey. Master Hokage, what do you think about this matter? At this time, on a big tree, the Anbu ninja behind Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a low voice. What do I think? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly. How else can I see? I see with my eyes. With a long sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. Okay, tell all Anbu to go to the central tower. As for the assessment content of the Chunin examination, it remains unchanged. The team that reaches the central tower with the earth coiling axis within 5 days will be considered the winner. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he quickly left here. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, or rather, he didn't dare. After all, those 2 adults are not vegetarians. If you get angry, clap your hands and stare, Yuanyi village will be gone. You know, after reaching the strength of those 2 adults. If we go to war with all our strength, even the map will have to be rewritten. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left here, Midarashi Anko had to leave with him. However, just now Chiba-sama's aura is really handsome. At this time, not only 577 but the people from Sarutobi Hiruzen were shocked. Everyone around was shocked. For a while, Yamanaka Ino, Tien, Shao Sakura and other girls all had S*X with each other. This kind of aura, this kind of courage, is too strong. Konkuro, what shall we do now? On the big tree on one side, among the Gara team, Tamari also looked at Wang below with an info. Then, she frowned slightly and asked. They came to take the Chunin exam this time, but they came with a purpose. So, you have to make it to the finals. But the scrolls in the hands of the Gaara team are only the scrolls of the earth. All the scrolls of the remaining teams were snatched by the people from Chiba. If you want to reach the final, there is only one way. It is necessary to buy the scroll of heaven from this person. Hey, at this moment, Gaara in front of Kuro and Temari suddenly let out a ho-ho sound. The crimson chakra also began to gush out from his body. Obviously, Gaara has a little runaway. In the distance, the Uchiha Madara below sensed this chakra. Advertisement. He couldn't help tilting his head, and the three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes disappeared in a blink of an eye. And the crimson chakra on Gaara's body was caught in Uchiha Madara's glance. Drilling wildly back into Gaara's body. For a moment, the breath of the tailed beast CFEJ disappeared without a trace. This scene shocked Kankuro and Temari behind Gaara beyond measure. Damn it. Gaara, who was about to go berserk, was calmed down at a glance. Kankuro's heartbeat accelerated violently. Isn't this too strong? What kind of strength is this? And Gaara couldn't bear the shock of this spirit. Tottering, and eventually passed out, Kankuro quickly grabbed Gaara. Get out. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from Gaara's body. The faces of Kankuro and Temari changed drastically again. This is the voice of One-Tails Crane. The two dare not stay here for too long. With a strong force under their feet, the two of them took Gaara and left here in an instant. In the spiritual space of Gaara, One-Tail Shuhei was patting his stomach with lingering fear. I'm a Six Paths dad. The eyes of that person just now are too scary. Why did that person look so familiar just now? But after a while, One-Tail Shuhei couldn't remember again. Simply, close your eyes and stop thinking about it. Get away from here as soon as possible. Chiba looked around for a week, and some ninjas gritted their teeth and had to go back to raise money. And some ninjas thought about it, and simply chose to quit. As for how these ninjas choose, Chiba doesn't care. Give me money, I'll give you scrolls, buy and sell. That is, you buy and I sell. A matter of course. If you don't have money, just stand aside. At this time, Yamanaka Ino ran out bouncingly. Hee, brother Chiba. She came in front of Chiba, standing where she was pretty. Then he said pleadingly, Brother Chiba, you are the best to me. Can you give me a copy of the Earth Scroll? Do I seem to be such a talkative person? Chiba shook his head slightly. In this matter, we must be impartial. Everything must be fair. Just, open. This scene stunned Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama behind Chiba. Flower rub. What's the situation today? The sun is out in the west. Is this still the owner of our tavern? Could it be transformation technique? Damn. When? Advertisement. Just when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama wanted to argue the truth. Yamanaka Ino suddenly leaned into Chiba's ear and whispered something. Then after Chunin's exam, how about I give brother Chiba a gift? Chiba listened, and then whispered to Kaido, that's why I don't know, what kind of gift is it? It must be something good. Yamanaka Ino whispered again. Okay then, don't forget the promise you made to brother Chiba. Chiba weighed the pros and cons. Finally nodded. Yeah, I just know Chiba brother loves me the most. Yamanaka Ino grinned, and took an earth scroll from the table. Then he waved to Chiba and left. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama behind Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, our boss is still the same boss, nothing has changed. Time is just a test for him, but the faith in his heart has not diminished. Chiba clicked his tongue, and there was a little bit of anticipation in his heart. I just don't know, what kind of gift will Ino-chan give me? Hey, looking forward to it. In the next second, another beautiful figure appeared in front of Chiba. Brother Chiba, little Sakura came to Chiba with a smile. What did that Ino guy say to Chiba-san just now? The little Sakura didn't directly ask about the earth coiling shaft, but asked with some taste. Chiba looked at the little expression on Sakura's face, and felt very comfortable for a while with this wonderful feeling. What kind of feeling is this? Are you jealous for yourself? So, is this how girls feel when they are jealous of themselves?
Chiba smiled into little Sakura's big expectant eyes. Ino-chan just said that she will give me a mysterious gift after the Death Forest is over. So, I agreed to exchange with her. That's right. Little Sakura blinked her eyes, as if she wanted to find out. Of course. Chiba laughed. Then can I use the same gift to exchange an earth scroll with brother Chiba? Little Sakura said softly. That's it. Chiba had a difficult look on his face. Seeing this, little Sakura became anxious for a while.
Immediately, she stood on tiptoe and whispered in Chiba's ear, this gift from me is definitely more mysterious than Ino's. And, will definitely satisfy Chiba-san. I swear. After hearing little Sakura's words, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, your brother Chiba agreed. Yeah, thank you brother Chiba. Little Sakura heard this, and her cheeks were filled with joy. Afterwards, he grinned at Chiba, and took an earth scroll on the table. Chiba sighed, wondering whether he had made a profit or a loss. If you want to say that you have earned it, you have not seen the money. Let's say it's a loss, I snatched these scrolls for free. Well, doing business is so difficult. Chiba raised his head and let out a long sigh. And in the next second, another beautiful figure appeared in front of Chiba.